Before us unfolds a world where humans can control and accompany spirit beasts. A space where humans and their spirit beasts live together, supporting each other in every aspect. Here, owning powerful and rare spirit beasts equates to ultimate power, as they can command the forces of nature or destroy everything in an instant. At the pinnacle of this world stands a young man named Su Liang. The spirit beast bonded to him is Yue Shen Shan Dai, a legendary creature with the ability to manipulate space and time, reverse causality, and is nearly immortal. Su Liang's gaze captivated others even more, as his eyes gleamed with a brilliant moonlight, embodying the favor that the moon god had granted him. Throughout the world, he is the only one hailed as Yue Zhai Wang, the king of the moon, revered by all. The fame and strength of Yue Zhai Wang were so legendary that no one could rival him. Yet, ironically, he accidentally fell off the bed while sleeping and ended his life in such an absurd way. At that very moment, a young man from Earth in the 21st century transmigrated into this body, inheriting all the remaining memories of the original owner. The new version of Su Liang was truly stunned when he realized that, having just arrived in this new world, he was already at the peak of power. Clearly, this was a stroke of luck that had fallen from the heavens. However, that fortune only held meaning if the information about Yue Zhai Wang was all true. But when Su Liang began to verify the memories of the original owner, he discovered that his spirit beast was not the legendary Yue Shen Shan Dai, but just a regular Shan Guang Dai. It was merely a low-level light-type spirit beast, with limited power despite its attractive appearance. All expectations of Su Liang's noble status in the new world immediately shattered. Stories like awakening a spirit beast at age 14, being crowned Yue Zhai Wang at 15, becoming an outstanding student at the Moonlight Academy, or founding the Song Yue sect at 16 were all fantasy. Even the challenge from Kang Yue Dai Dai at 17, and the final battle 3 years later were nothing more than pipe dreams. Yet the original owner had never intended to deceive anyone, because he had always placed absolute trust in the power of his own imagination. He even believed that Shan Guang Dai was the incarnation of a divine beast, and it would only reveal its true form, Yue Shen Shan Dai, when he fell into an illusion. Even when facing the challenge from Kang Yue Dai Dai, an 8-star beast master, the original Su Liang never showed fear or hesitation. That spirit was truly admirable, and had Su Liang in the present not had the system after transmigrating to check the real information, he too might have believed these things. Pushing all thoughts aside, Su Liang decided to summon Shan Guang Dai. After all, he needed to see his accompanying spirit beast with his own eye. As soon as it appeared, Shan Guang Dai left him stunned for a few seconds. Its appearance was indeed extremely cute. Unfortunately, aside from its cuteness, this creature had almost no significant combat value. Su Liang fell into despair, as not only the battle with Kang Yue Dai Dai after 3 years, but even the top students in the academy were beyond his reach. Without a golden finger like the other transmigrators, defeating Kang Yue Dai Dai in 3 years was truly impossible. Just then, he suddenly remembered that in the original owner's memories, there seemed to be something similar to a golden finger. Deep within his mind was an enigmatic object, whose origins were unclear and had once been strongly rejected by the original owner. After trying to recall, Su Liang finally remembered its name. It was the Moonlit Tome, and as soon as the memory was triggered, the book immediately appeared before him. This was an illustrated book containing images of countless spirit beasts, operating on a mechanism that recorded whenever Su Liang touched new spirit beasts in the real world. When enough images were collected, the Moonlit Tome would offer a chance to draw, allowing him to receive an unclassified spirit beast. When he flipped to the page with the supreme creatures, he understood why the original owner had despised this book. Because the illustration of Yue Shen Shan Dai was completely empty, meaning the book denied the existence of the creature that the original owner had always believed he possessed. However, for Su Liang now, the Moonlit Tome was nothing less than a true golden finger. This was the Moonlight Academy of Beast Masters. Everywhere there were light-type spirit beasts, and interacting with them was very easy. If he accumulated 10 drawing chances, perhaps he could really receive Yue Shen Shan Dai. The battle 3 years later was still far off, and what mattered most was quickly increasing his strength to live up to the title of Yue Zhai Wang. Thinking this, Su Liang put on his cloak and left his room immediately. The advanced dormitory courtyard of the Moonlight Academy of Beast Masters, the student Bai Yue Nai was kindly feeding a cute Yu Fei too. This action made her close friend Su Jing feel uncomfortable, and he voiced a reminder about interacting too much with low-level spirit beasts. Bai Yue Nai smiled reassuringly, saying that she was just playing and had no intention of forming a contract with Yu Fei too, so it wouldn't affect anything. However, Su Jing was still concerned that the scent from low-level spirit beasts might make it hard for her to attract stronger spirit beasts. He even used Yue Zhai Wang as an example, stating that he had never interacted with regular spirit beasts. Even when high-level or supreme spirit beasts appeared, he wouldn't even glance at them. According to her guess, this was due to his accompanying spirit beast, because Yue Shen Shandai was said to not like the scent of low-level spirit beasts. While the two were talking, Yu Fei too suddenly pricked its ears as if it had discovered something. Then it quickly ran in one direction. Two immediately looked in the direction it had run, and they realized that Su Liang was passing by this area. His eyes, glowing with silver moonlight, exuded a majestic aura. Just a glance was enough to make others want to completely surrender. Su Jing and Bai Yue Nai couldn't help but feel confused as Su Liang walked closer. Su Liang himself had also noticed their presence. More specifically, his gaze stopped at Bai Yue Nai. Because she possessed a pair of special cat ears, Su Liang briefly wondered if this was a combination of a human and a spirit beast. But he immediately dismissed that thought. Because the image of Yue Zhai Wang was cold, rarely engaging, and not friendly towards spirit beasts. To avoid suspicion, he decided to continue maintaining the original owner's demeanor. With that thought, Su Liang coldly turned and walked away. He headed alone toward the Moonlight Pavilion. This place was filled with many low-level spirit beasts. If he could touch all of them once, he could immediately perform his first drawing. Inside the Moonlight Pavilion, Su Liang easily found countless low-level spirit beasts. From there, he unlocked more spirit beast images in the Moonlit Tome. Notably, the book also provided detailed information and combat skills for each spirit beast. It was truly a shame that the original owner had once despised this treasure. The further he went into the Moonlight Pavilion, the fewer spirit beasts appeared. To be more precise, it seemed that these low-level spirit beasts were reluctant to approach a room with a closed glass door. Su Liang and his teammates guessed that this place must belong to a mid-tier pet. Only something like that could make low-tier beasts cautious, unwilling to cross the boundary. Without hesitation, he pushed the door and stepped straight inside. The room was spacious and airy, with a large mat placed in the center. Sure enough, a ferocious beast was resting on it. Su Liang looked at the information board placed next to the door. He realized it was by Hua Lu, a moonlight-type mid-tier pet. This species was famed for its rare beauty, seldom seen even in the entire pet world, with a gentle temperament, grazing habits, and a particular obsession with moonlight. Due to extremely strict mate selection, their numbers were very limited, and currently only Moon God Palace maintained an official breeding base. After reading the lengthy introduction, Su Liang found it somewhat exaggerated. After all, it was just a mid-tier pet. At that moment, a few other students entered, and upon seeing Bai Hua Lu, their eyes widened. Oh, isn't this place free? But where does the funding come from to raise such an expensive mid-tier pet? I've never seen one so well cared for. Perhaps it was because of its appearance. Look at Bai Hua Lu. So beautiful it was irresistible. Who knows, maybe some wealthy person liked this type. Su Liang overheard them whispering, unaware that Bai Hua Lu was listening to every word. When one of the two students still made thoughtless remarks about it, suddenly a stream of cold water splashed straight onto his head. The culprit was none other than Bai Hua Lu. Its eyes glinted with clear displeasure. The other two students immediately pulled back their legs and ran off. Could it understand what we said? Who knows, they say some high-intelligence mid-tier pets can perceive human intent. Better to retreat. Su Liang, however, remained standing since he hadn't offended it. The beast also stopped lounging, left the mat, and leisurely walked around the room. When its gaze met Su Liang's eye, both paused for a few seconds. Bai Hua Lu seemed to see the reflection of the moon in his eye. It unconsciously stepped closer, and pressed close to Su Liang. The moment of contact formed. Yue Zhai Wang immediately activated. The pet interface opened. To his surprise, the name displayed was still Da Yun Huan Yue. Although of moonlight type, its grade reached Wisdom Sovereign, completely unlike a typical mid-tier by Hua Lu. Su Liang was astonished to see a Wisdom Sovereign pet capable of leveling an entire city before him. One must know that Wisdom Sovereign pets were pinnacle existences, able to command all species. If angered, a few hundred meters around would hardly remain calm. Yet such a terrifying creature was in the academy. Isn't the entire school constantly at risk? Su Liang reassured himself. Perhaps it was left alone because of its gentle temperament. Just now, the two students' thoughtless remarks had caused the water splash. Even so, the possibility that it was deliberately concealing its true strength couldn't be ruled out. Like protagonists in online novels, strong beyond limits but pretending to be ordinary. Unlike Su Liang, for he truly had very little capability. All he could do was rely on his aura to calm himself. Lost in thought, Su Liang noticed the deer still staring at him. An uneasy premonition gradually rose. be planning to strike him, or because he had stood there too long, making it suspect that his identity was revealed. If targeted now, he would have difficulty defending himself. Su Liang feigned admiration. "Oh my, this mid-tier Bai Hua Lu is so beautiful. I could stare forever, haha." He didn't care why the ferocious beast appeared here. The important thing was he didn't want to become its target, so he pretended to examine the surrounding. And when near the door, he quickly left, despite being full of caution inside. From Bai Hua Lu's perspective, it also inadvertently looked at Su Liang too long, captivated. The moonlight pattern in his eyes. When Su Liang disappeared from view, Bai Hua Lu lazily returned to the mat. Yet it unexpectedly pulled a smartphone from beneath the mat, then searched online for the term human with moonlight-like eyes. And the results appeared. It couldn't help but be stunned. Su Liang, leaving Moonlight Cafe, hurried back to the dormitory. Calling the scene still gave him chills. Who would leave such a thing in the academy, as if releasing a sovereign into a confinement area? Moreover, that Bai Hua Lu was formidable. Even a single kick could make those sovereigns yield. If it truly used a Yun Huan Yue outside, Su Liang would hardly survive. After all, it was a wisdom sovereign pet while his own was at the lowest tier. Without Yue Zhai Wang, he was just the weakest among the weak. Furthermore, at the cafe, Yue Zhai Wang not only displayed images, but also provided skills and traits of the pet, meaning that just by contact, Su Liang could grasp the information of any pet. This was extremely useful in combat when understanding the opponent thoroughly. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling excited. Under the cover of night, he wanted to find a small pet in the academy to test the power of moon insight. Soon Su Liang encountered the human-like glowing rabbit in the afternoon. According to this world's setup, usually moonlight-type beasts transform when bathed in moonlight, becoming violent and greatly increasing in strength. The glowing rabbit showed no unusual sign. Thinking so, Su Liang became even more anxious. Could it be that this rabbit was also hiding a terrifying strength beneath its harmless appearance? Look at the composed demeanor, like a monarch. Who knows, it might even surpass the wisdom sovereign pet he had just seen. The more he thought, the tenser Su Liang became. Even so, he still wanted to use Yue Zhai Wang to see what kind of character this rabbit really was. Therefore, he cautiously approached, slowly reaching out his hand toward the creature in front of him. However, after touching the light rabbit, Su Liang could not help feeling disappointed, as it revealed no hidden strength and was truly weak in every sense. Not only was it a low-level spirit beast, it also had a congenital flaw that made absorbing moonlight on ordinary nights completely impossible. Only on nights of the full moon, when the moonlight peaked, could it exert any combat power. In other words, compared to ordinary low-level spirit beasts, this rabbit was even weaker by a notch. Su Liang could not hide his dismay. Indeed, the luck of encountering a high-level spirit beast seemed not to be meant for him. Yet the scene of Su Liang holding Yu Fei too had already been seen by someone else. The witness was Bai Yue Nai with cat ears. Girl with animal ears he had met that afternoon. Before going to bed, she had come to feed the little rabbit and accidentally saw Yue Zhai Wang, who normally never touched weak spirit beasts, holding Yu Fei too naturally. Bai Yue Nai carried that astonishment back to her room. Seeing Su Jing relaxing with a facial mask, she immediately asked, "Su Jing, do you think there's a possibility? I mean just a possibility, that Yue Zhai Wang actually likes small animals?" Su Jing froze for a few seconds before replying. You've heard too many rumors to the point of losing your mind, or should I take a day off for you tomorrow?" I was just joking." Bai Yue Nai quickly changed the subject. Then she returned to her bedroom. Still, she was certain that what she had just seen was not an illusion. It turned out that the illustrious Yue Zhai Wang also had such a gentle side. Thinking of that, Bai Yue Nai blushed, even happier believing she was the only one who knew this secret about Su Liang. As for Su Liang, he realized he had been seen by Bai Yue Nai. He did not worry too much, even thinking that the image might make the female students like him more. After a long, tiring day, the only thing Su Liang wanted was to quickly go to bed and rest. However, when entering the bedroom, he was suddenly startled, because a stranger appeared in the room, with a body not entirely human, but resembling a humanoid spirit beast. More frighteningly, the pressure emanating from the opponent far exceeded that of the spotted deer earlier. The person took slow steps toward Su Liang, while he was terrified to the point of being unable to move. Yet Su Liang's demeanor still exuded strength, even overpowering the opponent. The stranger continued moving closer. When only about 2 meters from Su Liang, he suddenly knelt down. "Greetings, Yue Zhai Wang, greetings, Moon God Lord." This situation was entirely unexpected for Su Liang, but the fact that the opponent had no intention to attack put him somewhat at ease, and upon closer observation, he recognized some memory of this person from the original owner. This was one of the spirit beasts under the Song Yue Sect 4 symbol. Yet Su Liang still could not recall his exact identity. While he tried to remember, the silent and tense atmosphere filled the room. Su Liang did not speak, and the other party did not dare move, not even breathe heavily. In his heart, he marveled that indeed Yue Zhai Wang, the world's strongest beast master, even in silence exuded a divine aura. After about a minute of tension, Su Liang still could not remember who the person in front of him was. He gave up, coughed lightly, and asked out loud, "Who are you?" Hearing him speak, the other side finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she reported that according to investigations by followers in the central area, remnants of the Black Moon sect had recently become active and had close ties with the beast masters of Moon God Palace. Su Liang laughed hoarsely after hearing, "What is the Black Moon sect? Why don't I have any impression of it?" When the girl raised her head, she saw him turning his back, hesitantly calling out, "Sect leader. All right, enough, don't say anything further, absolutely no more." Su Liang spoke loudly, making the other side immediately fall silent. In fact, at that time he was secretly looking up what the Black Moon sect was. It turned out to be a force once based in the north, worshipping the Death Palace and the legendary Black Moon, using secret techniques to plunge the moon into darkness, and 3 years ago had conflicted with the Song Yue sect and was destroyed on a full moon night. After updating the information, Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief that it was not due to his ignorance. But because that sect was too weak, the previous owner had never bothered with it. Sect leader, the Black Moon sect is insignificant, but Moon God Palace is involved, so the situation is different now, the girl added. Hearing Moon God Palace, Su Liang's expression immediately became serious. Unlike miscellaneous organizations, Moon God Palace had once dominated the central continent, unifying all under legendary pet control for 1,000 years. Though their status had declined, in the past 3 years they remained a force that the Song Yue sect had to be wary of. The 4 moon symbols had prepared plans to retreat safely even if the opponent started a war, but that would leave no close bodyguard next to him, so the subordinate requested instructions for this action. "No need to worry, just go, as long as I stand on the side of moonlight," Su Liang said ambiguously, then sat down facing the full moon, the dim moonlight covering his special eyes making them even brighter, combined with his previous tone. At this moment, his appearance exuded rare steadiness. "Yes, sect leader," the girl responded excitedly, never expecting to hear Yue Zhai Wang say so in person while still alive. He believed that as long as Yue Zhai Wang had Yue Shen Shandai, no one would dare touch him. At that time, even without bodyguards nearby, he would still shine the brightest. After speaking, she quickly left, waiting until she was sure her shadow had disappeared. Su Liang immediately relaxed. He really could not endure the demeanor earlier, all just imitating the original owner. The original owner often spoke in vague and hard-to-understand sentences, yet followers always regarded it as profound words, even treating them as divine will, though in reality they were meaningless remarks. Su Liang had no choice but to follow local custom. Having taken over this body, he had to play the role fully. Moon God Palace still made him worry constantly. It had only been 1 day here, and everything was already chaotic. With the real Yue Zhai Wang, Moon God Palace would be nothing to fear. The condition was having Yue Shen Shan die, and currently he was just Su Liang with a weak Shan Guang Dai trying to maintain Yue Zhai Wang's appearance. Thinking of the words he had blurted out, he regretted deeply. Now without a bodyguard, encountering danger would be truly difficult to handle. While worrying, Su Liang suddenly had an idea. Right, he still had Yue Zhai Wang. After today's contact with many pets at Moonlight Pavilion, it was probably enough to accumulate for a draw. Opening the interface, indeed he could exchange it for a chance to flip a card. This system allowed drawing any Moonlight-aligned pet randomly, from low to high quality. After drawing, the contract would be signed automatically. If unsatisfied, it could be terminated to gain some experience points, which was not disadvantageous. Before the moment of the draw, Su Liang had sincerely prayed 74 times 49. His current situation was in a state of extreme tension. If he were lucky enough to draw a pet of the sage level, then the situation would surely turn around spectacularly. At that time, he would no longer have to worry about anything. Immediately after Su Liang activated his draw, Yue Zhai Wang instantly emitted a dazzling golden light. accompanied by a series of grand and eye-catching effects. The system announced that Su Liang had obtained Lunar Insight Shadow. This was a high-level Moonlight-type pet. It possessed 2 combat skills, Moon Unicorn and Hidden Seal. Though not reaching Sage level, such a high-level pet was already a satisfying result. If Su Liang were just an ordinary student, owning the rare Lunar Insight Shadow would surely have thrilled him immensely. However, with the status of leader of the Twin Moon sect and Supreme Yue Zhai Wang, the Lunar Insight Shadow held little significant value. Because the urgent problem at present did not lie in this aspect, the power of a high-level pet could not resolve it completely. After careful consideration, Su Liang decided to terminate the contract with it. Fortunately, the system was still rather thoughtful, as the experience gained after ending the contract greatly increased his strength. He even approached the rank of 2-star Beast Master. Yet that was still not enough to make Su Liang feel happy. Looking back, the previous owner in the Twin Moon sect had countless opportunities to contract Sage-level pets, but believing he owned Yue Shen Shandai, had ignored them all. And now, the one bearing the consequences was Su Liang, leaving him only to sigh repeatedly. When he went to bed to rest, Su Liang realized an important issue. Although Lunar Insight Shadow was not strong enough to face the Black Moon sect, compared to his nearly useless low-level Shanguang Dai, it was still useful in emergency. Yet he had not thought much and directly cancelled the contract. Could it be that the previous owner's personality still influenced him? No, upon careful reflection, there were still differences. At least, he did not believe in the existence of Yue Shen Shandai. Thinking so, Su Liang lay on the bed, still regretting the lost Lunar Insight Shadow. He told himself that next time he encountered a high-level pet, he must immediately contract it. The next day, he planned to return to Lunar Light Pavilion to collect the remaining low-level pets. At the same time, he also did not forget the deer, cloud-stepping Huan Yue. Su Liang intended to prepare some food for it. After satisfying it, he would persuade it to accompany him. Early the next morning, when cloud-stepping Huan Yue woke up, it suddenly realized its spacious pen had been completely dismantled. Ah, my treasure is awake already. Young Huan Yue flinched in panic. Then it noticed the caretaker brushing its fur and saying that upon arrival at Moon God Palace, it would enjoy even more delicacies. The caretaker also mentioned that an envoy from Moon God Palace would come to receive it and instructed it to behave and obey the caretaker. Hearing this, the Yun Huan Yue became even more confused, wondering if it would be sold to Moon God Palace. Reality quickly proved its suspicion correct when 2 beast masters from Moon God Palace appeared at the door of Moonlight Cafe to take it. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention and curiosity of numerous academy students. HMPH, I heard Yue Zhai Wang once practiced here. I thought this place was special. Unexpectedly, it's just full of kids, truly laughable. One envoy sneered, but the other immediately reminded them that this trip was only to escort by Hua Lu, and they must not cause further trouble, especially concerning Yue Zhai Wang and the Twin Moon sect. Younger envoy snorted lightly, replying that he understood and only needed to complete the task of escorting by Hua Lu away. Not long after, a girl with glasses stepped out from inside Moonlight Cafe. Introduced herself as Qing Zia, the owner of the place. Qing Zia silently observed and assessed the 2 envoys. Their arrogance and contempt did not surprise her. After all, the glory days of Moon God Palace's dominance had passed, and such arrogance could not change reality. Qing Zia invited the envoys inside to see Bai Hua Lu, but they declined, saying they had already seen images on their virtual devices. Instead, they proposed offering 10 times the original price and demanded she hand over the pet directly to save time. This proposal astonished Qing Zia, as Bai Hua Lu was on the verge of extinction due to its selective mating nature. Even as a mid-tier pet, its value rivaled high-tier pets, especially with its outstanding appearance in the academy, showing Moon God Palace's strong determination to possess it. Seeing an opportunity, Qing Zia decided to raise the price, noting that Bai Hua Lu was a descendant of the pet once belonging to the academy founder, and had always been raised with treatment equivalent to Wisdom Sovereign Tier. Therefore, even 10 times the price could not cover the resources the academy had invested. Hearing this, the younger envoy immediately laughed mockingly. She mocked that even as a descendant of a royal pet, it was still only a mid-tier pet, and doubted this impoverished place had ever seen a true Wisdom Sovereign pet. Enough, the elder sister spoke to stop her. Then she continued raising the purchase price for Bai Hua Lu to 20 times. Big sister, what are you saying? 20 times the price is really too high. Despite her younger sister's objections about exceeding the budget, the elder sister insisted on paying this price to quickly take Bai Hua Lu away. The reason was that her extremely rare high-tier pet Moonlight Blue, possessed special abilities to predict danger and seek fortune. The moment it arrived, it had been extremely uneasy, as if warning of an impending threat. Wanting to leave this place as soon as possible, she was willing to accept a higher price. However, everything was overtaken the moment that thought occurred. She immediately sensed a terrifying aura capable of suffocating others. Clearly, a fearsome figure was approaching. This cold, icy momentum, it could only be Yue Zhai Wang. The two envoys from Moon God Palace turned and saw Su Liang. Both could not help but tremble repeatedly. They did not understand why he appeared at Moonlight Cafe, a place mostly with low-tier pets. The younger one was even more terrified, when her consciousness was completely suppressed by the presence of Yue Zhai Wang. Sound from the elder sister had completely vanished. "Little sister, can you still hear me?" Quickly bowing her head, she stood facing him. "Regain your composure immediately." Despite repeatedly signaling, the red-haired messenger was no longer lucid enough to receive or observe. Only when her body staggered backward, the elder sister hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Then both knelt down simultaneously. At this moment, Su Liang had also stepped forward, with a majestic gaze, looking down from a lofty stance. That cold and extraordinary aura, as if regarding all things in the world as mere specks of dust, making those opposite feel as though they were standing before a true deity. The two messenger sisters trembled, unable to raise their heads. The atmosphere became intensely tense. In truth, Su Liang only looked at them longer out of curiosity about the person from Moon God Palace, but Yue Zhai Wang's identity made him unable to ask. However, that attentive gaze only made the two messengers more panicked, thinking he was in a bad mood and intended to take their lives. Fortunately, Qingxia appeared in time to avert danger. Su Liang, she cheerfully stepped forward to greet. "I am the owner of Moonlight Pavilion. To see your appearance today is truly a great honor." Qingxia also excitedly boasted that 3 months ago, she had officially joined the sect. At the same time, she enthusiastically introduced the two messengers from Moon God Palace here to purchase a mid-level pet for the white flower doe that he had seen yesterday. Its appearance was so perfect that Moon God Palace paid a high price to possess it. Qingxia spoke proudly at length. Upon hearing that Moonlight Pavilion intended to sell the stamped moon doe, Su Liang was clearly displeased. Moreover, the luxurious value relied solely on its lineage and appearance. The key point was that its true nature was a supreme intelligence pet, but no one knew except him. This was a priceless treasure that could not be bought with money, so Su Liang was even more determined to prevent its sale. Thinking this, Su Liang abruptly turned and let slip a cryptic remark. "Return, this is not a place you should set foot. Moon is about to fall." If said by anyone else, it would be idle words, but when spoken by the undefeated Yue Zhai Wang, the meaning was entirely different. Everyone present turned pale upon hearing it, especially the two messengers from Moon God Palace, as they inferred that this warning for Moon God Palace signal an unprecedented disaster. The moon will not fall, because the night is eternal. For some reason, the younger sister blurted out a reply, perhaps because her mind was in turmoil. Reflexively, she uttered the incantation of Moon God Palace as a response to Yue Zhai Wang. "Oh my, she dares to defy the Moon King." The crowd immediately buzzed in astonishment. At that moment, the woman realized the dangerous situation and understood that her previous action had been extremely disrespectful. She instinctively lifted her head, only to meet Su Liang's cold, icy gaze. Fear made her faint immediately. Only the elder sister remained composed in this circumstance. At this moment, she realized Bai Hua Lu was no longer important, as the situation had exceeded their capacity. The urgent matter was to return to Moon God Palace to report Su Liang's words to Shizhu Fei Kai. Perhaps a great disaster was imminent. Thinking so, she immediately guided her younger sister away. Qingxia witnessed this with great satisfaction, already irritated by the arrogant attitude of Moon God Palace members, claiming the moon never sets for the eternal night. In reality, their moon had long faded, as the true moon had permanently slept in the eyes of Moon King Su Liang. After sending off the envoys of Moon God Palace, Su Liang stepped inside Moonlight Cafe. Once certain no one was watching, he breathed a sigh of relief. The previous situation had been extremely dangerous. Maintaining the posture of Yue Zhai Wang had been exhausting, though he did not know if his performance had convinced them, having gone that far. Perhaps the people of Moon God Palace would no longer covet the white deer. Meanwhile, in the private room of De Yun Huan Yue, Moonlight Cafe staff began gathering its belongings. However, the deer resisted violently, continuously obstructing and making discontented noises. The staff were surprised, as it was usually very gentle and obedient. Could it be that the treasure cannot bear to leave its mother? Caretaker realized this and hugged it to comfort it. Don't worry, even if you go to Moon God Palace, Mother will still try to visit you. The Yun Huan Yue internally resisted strongly. Who needs that? It simply did not want to go to Moon God Palace. At that moment, its mat suddenly shifted. The staff discovered all sorts of items underneath. Leftover sunflower seeds, a human-shaped doll, a mirror, romance novels, and a mobile phone. A series of question marks appeared over her head. Could the spiritual pet also be fond of these things? Among them, the phone was clearly the most valuable item. Thinking someone had dropped it, the staff picked it up to check. Seeing this, the Yun Huan Yue became extremely tense, for it feared that the browser history would be discovered. To protect this secret, it had no choice but to abandon its usual gentle image. Gathering momentum, it charged to ram the staff member. The collision aimed at its closest caretaker. The phone in her hand was thrown into the air, then fell, and landed directly into the hands of Su Liang, who had just entered the room. This situation was even worse than being discovered by the staff, for Su Liang could see the browser history himself. He looked at the phone in his hand. The screen displayed a novel. Its content recounted the romance between a monarch and a beast. He really had nothing more to say. As for the Yun Huan Yue, he was too embarrassed and slunk straight behind his bed to hide. At that moment, he only wished there was a hole to crawl into to avoid losing face. After a few seconds of calming himself, Su Liang decided to regain his cold demeanor by tossing his phone aside and declaring that today's transaction with Moon God Palace was cancelled, and no one needed to clean up anymore. The people from Song Yue sect would soon arrive to discuss buying Moonlight Inn. After saying this, Su Liang left efficiently, without any unnecessary movement, leaving the employees behind still stunned. In fact, he had come today only to negotiate the buyout. Accidentally encountering the people of Moon God Palace was completely unplanned. Anyway, having this place as a cover made it convenient to interact with lower-level beasts. Su Liang simply hadn't expected that upon arrival he would witness a scene that made the Supreme Intelligence pet so embarrassed. He feared it might recklessly charge forward out of shame. That was why he retreated so quickly. He left, leaving an unbelievably silent atmosphere. After a few seconds of processing what he had just heard, the employees couldn't help but gossip, wondering if Yue Zhai Wang had really cancelled the transaction, whether he had already met the emissary of Moon God Palace outside, and what had actually happened. They were extremely curious. It was said that he had unilaterally terminated it. Truly strong, exactly Su Liang's style. Wait, doesn't that mean declaring war on Moon God Palace? Song Yue sect would surely protect us, right? But he became even more curious about that phone. What was on it that made Yue Zhai Wang show such an expression? And at this thought, the Yun Huan Yue's pride rose again. Before anyone could touch the phone again, he lunged, snatched the phone, and shot out the door. The employees chased but couldn't catch up. They could only look at each other in confusion. It was unclear what was wrong with this kid. Could it be a rebellious age coming? The Yun Huan Yue ran straight out of Moonlight Inn, following the direction Su Liang had left. The day before, his identity had been seen through by him. Today he had been caught again, along with the shameful browsing history of his entire life. He thought if Su Liang were allowed to leave like this, he would have no choice but to move to another planet to ease his humiliation. Up, Su Liang, you've seen everything right. Soon a figure dashed forward, blocking Su Liang, urgently calling out. The clear sound was female, and Su Liang immediately understood why he read Basuki a novel. If you dare reveal this secret, I won't let it slide, the Yun Huan Yue continued threatening. Su Liang was silent for a few seconds, his expression unchanged, and the young deer thought he had scared him. Yue Zhai Wang, originally cold as ice, smiled slightly, accepted. Sometimes losing face is a way to bid farewell to the past. Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Su Liang even deliberately repeated some cheesy lines from that novel, making the Yun Huan Yue so embarrassed he wished to sink into the ground. Be quiet, don't speak. Don't think I'll be scared just because you are Yue Zhai Wang, he shouted. If I hear you reveal your identity or those lines to anyone else, I will leave Moonlight Inn and run straight to your door and throw myself before you so you will never forget that scene. Those threats actually carried little power but reminded Su Liang of something. That within a certain range, just calling the name of a pet allowed its inner self to perceive it. This was a unique sixth sense possessed only by supreme intellect quality pets. Taking this opportunity, Su Liang wanted to negotiate with Huan Yue. So that means if I call, you will certainly appear, right? Of course, the young deer replied immediately. Only then did he realize something was off. He had initially been threatening Su Liang. Then it's settled. From now on, whenever I call and you don't come, I will reveal your secret to everyone, Su Liang said indifferently and turned to leave. The Yun Huan Yue froze. Only when he saw Su Liang's figure nearly out of sight did he suddenly shout, warning him to be careful on full moon days. To maintain his cold image, Su Liang didn't turn back, merely responded softly, then headed straight to the dormitory. When he had completely disappeared, the Yun Huan Yue still stood in place. He awkwardly recalled Su Liang's words, wondering if it was from reading too many novels. Yet he felt those words from him were no different than a domineering CEO confession, stirring his maiden heart uncontrollably. As for Su Liang, after ensuring he was in a safe place, by habit he found a hidden corner and continuously adjusted his breathing from nervousness. Earlier, he had only intended to tease the Yun Huan Yue a bit. Finding the young deer's embarrassed looked quite amusing. Unexpectedly, he went too far and threatened him verbally. Moreover, it seemed successful. That deer truly valued his face. Only the last line about being careful on the full moon, Su Liang couldn't understand. Still, a slight unease rose within him. Would something happen 3 days from now at the full moon, in which case Su Liang's situation would be unsafe? According to the deployment plan of Song Yue set, currently he had no guards nearby, so to be sure, perhaps reinforce his pet lineup. Thinking so, Su Liang took out Yue Zhai Wang, hoping to summon a new, powerful pet. At the same time, a meeting of the 10 Pillars of Moon God Palace was underway. The 10 Pillars were the top beast tamers of Moon God Palace. Although their identities were unclear, rumors said they were all beauties. 2 female emissaries had returned, bringing partial information about the moon falling, which Su Liang had mentioned to report. Although the meaning was unclear, Yue Zhai Wang's words reminded him of something. Recently the season changed, so the full moon timing shifted. Don't forget to adjust your clocks, one of the 10 pillars said. The words seemed to ease the tense atmosphere but barely worked, for everyone still sighed in worry. They all thought that Ru Yue Tri King Su Liang usually didn't care about low-level pets, so his appearance at Moonlight Inn was extremely unusual. Therefore, some speculated there was something in the inn strong enough to attract Yue Zhai Wang, most likely a king-level pet. As soon as that thought was spoken, the room immediately fell into stifling silence. After a moment of silence, a few people finally spoke up. You mean a king-class familiar, but if Ru Yue Tri Wang truly controls such a creature then? Exactly, that means the god dwelling in Yue Zhai Wang's body is about to awaken. Once it truly wakes, our Crescent God Palace may no longer have the strength to resist. While the 10 Phi leaders held a secret meeting, the 4th Phi represented Crescent God Palace to connect online with the followers of the Black Moon sect. In this dire situation, they frantically sought Crescent God Palace's protection for their sect. If Ru Yue Wang has already formed a contract with a king-class familiar, do you think you still have a chance to win? The 4th Phi asked coldly. On the other end of the line, hearing that Su Liang might have signed a contract with a king-class familiar fell silent. The 4th Phi called several times but no one answered. Just as she was about to cut off the connection, a new male voice spoke up. Rest assured, 4th Phi, in this world not only Yue Zhai Wang receives the Moonlight's favor, the Song Moon sect acts swiftly. Soon after, the primordial energy pavilion fell under Yue Zhai Wang, and Su Liang took advantage to send followers to gather Moonlight-affiliated familiars from all over and bring them to the academy. This personal action caused panic across the entire northern territory, leaving the factions restless. Rumors even spread that Yue Zhai Wang grew stronger by devouring small creatures to accumulate energy, and his actions were seen as a sign that the god within was gradually awakening. Countless hypotheses were proposed. In summary, they all plunged the north into chaos. In contrast, those at the eye of the storm remained unusually calm. Calm to the point of indifference. Every day, Su Liang unlocked more new monsters. This allowed him to accumulate more draw attempts. Previously, the first draw had yielded a high-tier monster. Yet this time, 5 consecutive draws produced only 1 high-tier familiar, Hu Zhang Yue. Even with the Song Moon sect's support, gathering 5 draws over 2 to 3 days was extremely difficult. He could not contract with low and mid-tier monsters, so he had to release them in exchange for experience points. As for that high-tier familiar, at first he intended to contract it, but it seemed inclined toward support. He thought it would be difficult to help much, and the original owner's memories did not include this name. This made Su Liang suspect it was an extremely rare species. Searching online yielded no information. It was hard to believe there could be a monster absent from the encyclopedia. Confused, he suddenly remembered that Hu Zhang Yue had been unlocked, so he could search directly in Yue Zhai Wang instead of online. Thinking this, he immediately checked and found the data. Hu Zhang Yue was a mutant creature that had appeared 13,000 years ago. Yue Zhai Wang recorded it, and it went extinct due to reproductive incapacity, its talent being to absorb all surrounding vibrations and self-detonate upon reaching its limit. Yue Zhai Wang also noted that after signing a contract it would resurrect after a time if it died. It's also explained how humans, once weak, could coexist with monsters. Su Liang was amazed that 13,000 years ago was even earlier than the history of Crescent God Palace. No wonder online data was unavailable. It did not belong to this era. But wait, not belonging to this era. He hesitated to contract with high-tier monsters for fear of revealing his identity. It did not fit the image of his strongest familiar master persona. But what if it was an unknown species? Fu Zhongyue existed exactly like that, only Su Liang knew its origin. Moreover, its abilities were suitable for handling unexpected threats. Its form was hard to identify, not strong in combat but fitting the current circumstances. For these reasons, Su Liang made a decisive choice. He contracted with Hu Zhongyue. At that time in his monster space, only Shan Guangdai was sleeping soundly. But after the contract was completed, a giant stream of water poured in, forming a lake reflecting the crescent moon, causing Shan Guangdai to stir in surprise. At the same time, Su Liang clearly felt the presence of the new familiar. That feeling was deep and mysterious, completely different from other high-tier monsters. Finally, he had his second familiar, and he truly hoped it would assist him. The full moon rose and clouds shifted. The moment the moon had mentioned many times was near. Next night would be the full moon. The Black Moon sect began to act. Based on negotiations with the Crescent God Hall, they speculated Su Liang had a king-class familiar and would strike on the full moon night. A Black Moon sect expert, an academy insider, was assigned to guard this area. Nearest to Yue Zhai Wang, he worried that revealing enemy intent would cost him his life. Facing Su Liang meant standing close to death. Meanwhile, Su Liang remained in the dormitory. Shan Guangdai flew restlessly, unlike previous full moon nights. Hu Zhongyue still slept soundly with no reaction. He speculated that a strong monster's appearance scared the lower-level creature. "Stop panicking, I'll take you outside to see," he said, and Shan Guangdai obediently perched on his shoulder. Although the full moon night was curfew, his identity exempted him. If an incident occurred, he would likely be the target, and the open space was more favorable than the enclosed dormitory. Liang also did not want to involve others. Stepping out, he realized the southern dormitory area was chaotic. Not only Shan Guangdai, but many other low-level familiars were panicked, and students ran everywhere trying to capture them. This made him more uneasy. Perhaps the cloud-stepping moon alert about a strange monster was correct. On the full moon night, Su Liang was both tense and excited, wondering what kind of monster the one daring to target him possessed. Just as he thought of this part, a loud noise suddenly rang out. The sound seemed to come from the building right next to him. Su Liang immediately rushed to the window to observe the situation. He quickly realized that the roof of that building had been torn apart. Fortunately, this incident did not seem to be aimed at his side. In fact, the target of the ambush was the spy from the Black Moon sect, who had been secretly infiltrating the Beast Master Academy. The cause of the chaos was that he had been attacked by a mysterious creature. The reason it was called strange was that the creature resembled a low-level light rabbit person. However, its size and power far exceeded any imagination. It was completely different from the fragile image of Yu Fei Tu that was commonly seen. In reality, this was Yu Fei Tu, who had a congenital defect and could only unleash his power during the brightest full moons. Except for Su Liang, who possessed Yue Zhai Wang, no one knew this secret. Of course, the spy was completely in the dark, could not understand the existence of the creature standing in front of him. Yu Fei, too, continuously swung his long arms to launch attack. Wherever he struck, even the solid brick walls were crushed to pieces. In the dormitory area, the low-level beasts became panicked at the sound, and Yu Fei Tu's roaring growls. The resource shop, a similar scene occurred with the low-level beast. They ran wildly outside. The strange thing was that all of them were heading in one direction. It was the room of Da Yun Huan Yue. The white fox had been sleeping soundly, but was woken by the noise. Couldn't help but feel irritated. What's all this noise in the middle of the night? All of you go back to your spots and continue resting. The pressure released by Da Yun Huan Yue was naturally far greater than that of Yu Fei Tu. After hearing the command, the little beasts immediately became obedient. Each one voluntarily returned to its nest and continued its interrupted sleep. However, Da Yun Huan Yue had been disturbed mid-sleep, making it impossible for him to fall back asleep and causing him to start thinking. He recalled the words he had heard earlier that day. Thinking about the morning, he felt somewhat embarrassed. He is Yue Zhai Wang, equal to Kang Yue Dai Dai. How could he need my help? Da Yun Huan Yue thought to himself. Then he came up with a hypothesis that Su Liang was still very young. In reality, his strength probably hadn't reached its peak yet. That's why he needed to borrow the power of Da Yun Huan Yue to overcome the danger. Foolish fox had used this thought to reassure itself that it was extremely useful to him. Back to the dormitory area of the academy. Yu Fei too was still inside, in a frenzied state, causing the spy, who had been highly valued in the Black Moon sect, to be shocked by his strength far exceeding expectation. However, when witnessing the rabbit destroy the Academy's infrastructure like this, he guessed that it was not under the control of the Black Moon sect, but rather an uncontrollable monster under the full moon. What worried him most was that this commotion might alert Yue Zhai Wang. If that happened, neither he nor the rabbit would be able to retreat safely. Hey, don't you know this is Yue Zhai Wang's territory? If we wake him up, none of us will make it out alive. The spy shouted loudly, hoping to negotiate a temporary ceasefire. However, Yu Fei too had completely lost his reason, so even though he heard these words, he didn't pay attention. Didn't even wait for the opponent to finish speaking, and immediately continued his assault. Successive attacks carried sharp momentum. The spy quickly commanded. His beast named Lin Duyue was used as a shield, using its large body to block the strikes. As a result, the two creatures beaten until their bodies were covered in wounds. Nevertheless, Yu Fei too's attacks were eventually blocked. Well done, Lin Duyue. He gently patted his beast, while its wounds slowly healed. After this clash, he had somewhat assessed the opponent's strength. Although the power was great, the movements were slow, not resembling a high-level intelligent beast. It couldn't be a supreme beast. Otherwise, Lin Duyue wouldn't have been able to withstand the previous blow. Interesting, if I hadn't alerted Yue Zhai Wang, why should I fear you? The Black Moon sect spy laughed. After speaking, he jumped off Lin Duyue's back and allowed his beast to remove the restrictions and absorb the moonlight energy. Immediately, under the energy of the full moon, the two fish fused together, transforming into a ferocious shark. However, at the same time, the spy felt a sharp pain surge from his chest, forcing him to scream. Lin Duyue, stop absorbing. Just now, he had nearly reached his tolerance limit. Aside from Kang Yue Dai Dai and the moon god Bo, no beastmaster could let their beast absorb infinite moonlight. If he persisted, the cost would be that his beastmaster body would collapse under the strain. As for Yue Zhai Wang Suliang, the spy believed he had already surpassed the normal limits of a beastmaster. And he released all his power to Lin Duyue, sending it charging towards the giant light rabbit. The moment the two monsters collided head-on, the entire academy shook violently, as if experiencing a powerful shockwave, causing emergency evacuation procedures to be immediately implemented. At first, the academy staff thought it was an attack by hostile forces, but quickly ruled out this possibility, as no one would dare attack with Yue Zhai Wang present. It was likely just a monster absorbing too much moonlight and losing control. Yes, perhaps, but a monster under the full moon is extremely formidable. Previously, one had even attacked an instructor. While discussing this, two academy staff suddenly saw a figure dart past. First, they thought it was just a student running in panic. Looking more closely, they realized it was Su Liang. The moon is about to rise high. Su Liang muttered a half-formed phrase with no clear meaning, not fully aware of what he said, yet it sounded imposing. Finishing, he turned his back and left, even though now Hu Zhongyue was at his side. Deep down, a lingering sense of insecurity remained, especially on a full moon night like this. Borrowing a casual phrase of the original owner to describe it. Perhaps the moon is watching me. Ling Duyue of the Insider had unleashed a lethal strike, so ruthless that he believed if he waited out that moment, he could clean up the aftermath of Yu Fei too. Unexpectedly, after the residual force dissipated, the rabbit still stood proudly. Shock left him stunned, as Ling Duyue had once helped him secure a position in the Black Moon sect. Yet now it could not subdue a mere uncontrolled beast. At the same time, Su Jing and Bai Yue Na hid behind a nearby building, witnessing the entire battle firsthand. Though aware of the lurking danger, they could not suppress their curiosity and moved closer to observe. After all, the dormitory had already been swept away. Watching for a while, Bai Yue Na gradually felt something strange. That beast looked rather familiar. Su Jing guessed it might be a high-level plush rabbit, yet its form was unusually distinct. The two exchanged a few more words. The situation clearly tilted to one side. Yu Fei too flung its long arms, clamping onto Ling Duyue, then slammed it to the ground, leaving the opponent floundering like a fish out of water. Its recovery capability could not keep pace with the relentless onslaught from the opponent. The Black Moon sect insider was pushed into a corner, immediately ordered the pet to unleash the ultimate move called Moon Knot. This strike was terrifying in that anyone hit would have their body invisibly torn apart bit by bit until exhausted. Yet that domineering technique had not even taken effect. As soon as it activated, Yu Fei too roared and directly absorbed the invisible power Ling Duyue had released. Witnessing this, he froze like a statue, unable to believe that an ordinary beast possessed such terrifying combat skills. Yue Nai's eyes went wide at that moment. She kept exclaiming at the astonishing power of the rabbit, till Su Jing acted suddenly. embracing her from behind, simultaneously summoning the pet moon silver fox. The creature spread its large tail, forming a shield that enveloped them both. Immediately after, Yufei too exerted full strength, turning all the energy just absorbed. That counterattack was as powerful as a cataclysmic explosion. King Yue no longer had any doubts. Blasted back until only a scorched body remained. In this battle, the spy lost completely. Violent aftershock swept away a corner of the Beast Worship Academy. Su Jing and Bai Yue Nai were fortunate to survive, because Bai Yue Nai had called out her pet in time. Otherwise, relying solely on Moon Silver Fox, they might not have remained intact. However, Bai Yue Nai's white tiger had caught Yu Fei Tu's attention, leaving them with nowhere to hide. Seeing the rabbit staring at them, the two girls could only tremble, clutching each other, thinking this time it might really be over. Yu Fei Tu merely stepped closer, then stood still, not striking at all. Moreover, Su Jing could feel that gaze, looking at Bai Yue Nai without any murderous intent. A long moment passed. The giant rabbit suddenly turned. Leaving their sight, it lifted the spy into the air, still trapped among the rubble after the shock. After that violent collision, he was still gasping, truly stubborn. "You think you can retreat safely? Moon King is coming, and you will be dealt with too," he screamed in despair. The threat was not only useless, but also angered Yu Fei too. It threw the spy forcefully to the ground, then lifted its foot, clearly intending to crush the incapacitated man. Yue Nai wanted to rush forward to intervene, but Su Jing held her back. "Don't be reckless, your little white cannot stop that monster. It's a high-level beast. If it dies in battle, its loyalty will diminish upon revival. But we can't just stand by and watch that person lose his life here. How could we see danger and not act?" Bai Yue Nai said resolutely. Su Jing was already very familiar with this chivalrous nature of his close friend. Knowing he couldn't stop her, he let Bai Yue Nai act according to her will, however. At the moment she was about to summon her spirit beast, a hand suddenly reached out to stop her. Yue Zhai Wang Su Liang had appeared. Under the full moon, his imposing aura became even more majestic. "Step back, this is not a battle you should intervene in." The moonlight energy was beginning to gather intensely. A glowing ring appeared above Yu Fei Tu's head, spinning continuously. Brilliant beams of light surrounded Su Liang's body as he moved. Multiple spirals of light appeared above his head. Behind them, Tu Jing and Yue Nai were stunned by the power, unable to help but exclaim, how dazzling could this aura still belong to a human. At this moment, Yu Fei Tu turned his head, his eyes focused on the small figure of Su Liang moving forward. Fluttering robe, he silently thought, with such size and shape, and no supreme-level beast had appeared yet. Su Liang bit his lips slightly, hesitating for a moment. Then his eyes became determined, silently affirming that there was only one possibility left. 10 minutes ago, Su Liang had quietly observed Tu Jing and Yue Nai from behind the stone, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Although his thoughts were still unclear, he felt an inexplicable confidence. However, he still pessimistically told himself that this opponent was completely beyond his ability to deal with. Witnessing the scene ahead, the despair grew as even the high-level beast of the 4-star Beast Master was defeated in an instant. Even though he had summoned Hu Zhongyue and Shan Guangdai, Su Liang was still uneasy as they were unlikely to harm the opponent, and determining the level through Moonlight Book required direct contact, which he could not do. Light from the book reflected on his face, but he still hesitated, wondering if he should give up. Suddenly Su Liang's eyes widened as a thought flashed, halting his stream of thoughts. Wait. Ahead, Yu Fei Tu stood still watching Tu Jing and Yue Nai without attacking, which made him suspicious of this strange behavior. Su Liang quickly analyzed and realized the simultaneous presence of control and instinct, something that could not occur with a high-level beast. Back in the present, standing near Yu Fei Tu, he confidently concluded that there was only one possibility left. Below, Hai Jing saw Su Liang's back and was astonished by how close they were. He smiled excitedly, thinking that he was about to witness the spirit beast of the Moon King with his own eyes, a piece of news that could shock the world, and he alone would see it. However, that thought was interrupted when Xiao Bai suddenly lifted him up. After successfully placing Hai Jing on his back, Yue Nai happily praised him, while Tu Jing hurriedly urged everyone to retreat quickly. As the group began to run, Hai Jing panicked and yelled to be let down. He continuously screamed as Xiao Bai darted away swiftly, desperately calling for help. Amidst the chaotic scene, only Su Liang remained facing Yu Fei Tu. Looking directly at it, he calmly speculated that the beast rampaging under the full moon would lose all rationality. But clearly, you are not like that. Seeing that it was still listening, he continued calmly, saying that you are just acting on instinct. A smile appeared on his lips as Su Liang eagerly realized that only low-level beasts relied entirely on instinct, so the truth was already clear. Without hesitation, he immediately extended his hand forward. Looking at the glowing rabbit, Su Liang asked in a deep voice, "You have been searching for me, haven't you?" Behind him, Yue Nai and Tu Jing held their breath as they watched, Tu Jing bewildered, exclaiming that he couldn't understand what Su Liang was doing. Suddenly, Yue Nai's eyes widened as she looked ahead and hurriedly called Tu Jing to pay attention. Yu Fei Tu unexpectedly roared loudly, two massive arms striking down toward the ground. Despite being directly beneath the attack, Su Liang remained motionless, his hands steadfastly reaching forward. Tu Jing was horrified to see that he hadn't summoned his spirit beast for defense, while Yue Nai feared that he would be crushed. As the giant ears were only a few centimeters away, Su Liang closed his eyes tightly, focusing on sensing. Shortly after, a drop of sweat fell from his forehead, creating a sound that echoed across the lake. At the same time, the attack that seemed to be coming down suddenly stopped midair. A mystical swirl of water appeared beneath Su Liang's feet. Wu Zhang Yue materialized from the vortex, wrapping around his body from behind to shield him. The spirit beast slightly opened its eyes, while Su Liang kept his tightly shut due to tension. This sight caused the three people in the distance to widen their eyes in astonishment. Hai Jing stiffened, unable to speak as he realized what was happening. He witnessed Hu Zhang Yue detach from Su Liang and block the attack. He became more certain of the mysterious information that the Black Moon sect had mentioned. He opened his eyes wide, trembling as he spoke. "The Emperor, this is the Emperor level." At this point, Su Liang slowly opened his eyes, looking forward with a worried expression. The sight before him filled him with joy, as he realized that Hu Zhang Yue had successfully blocked the first strike. However, the joy quickly turned to worry, as he understood that his spirit beast would not be able to withstand another blow. Su Liang quickly regained his composure, looking at the info panel confirming the low-level waning moon physical grade, and silently rejoicing that he wouldn't have to fight any longer. As the truth was revealed, he confirmed that the ferocious creature was indeed Yu Fei Tu. Su Liang excitedly exclaimed, "As expected, it's you. The familiar feeling meant you didn't attack them. My guess was completely correct." He then gently stroked its fur and muttered, understanding everything now. Despite Yu Fei Tu's still fierce gaze, Su Liang calmly explained that the waning moon physical body could only absorb moonlight power during the full moon, so you crave the moonlight and strive to grow stronger to surpass high-level spirit beasts. Hearing this, it paused, its massive ears slowly drooping. Just then, a pair of long legs landed at the scene. Three female reinforcements in cloaks appeared, surveying the surroundings and wondering if they had arrived too late. Hai Jing, lying on the ground, sarcastically responded that it wasn't that they arrived too late, but rather their appearance was entirely meaningless. The three women asked in confusion what he meant. He curled his lips into a cold smile, emphasizing that the Moon King had appeared and that none of them would escape a tragic fate. Hearing this, the three female reinforcements simultaneously cried out in horror, calling Su Liang's name. As for Su Liang, he felt a moment of anxiety when he saw the reinforcements arrive, and quickly decided to leave to avoid trouble. Thinking that, he turned to the glowing rabbit and softly asked, "So you came here for me, didn't you?" Immediately after the question, it placed its hand on the ground. Then, it suddenly bowed its head before Su Liang as if expressing submission. This sight left the three female reinforcements speechless, not knowing what to say. Satisfied with the response, Su Liang smiled and declared that he would grant it the moonlight it had longed for. He then bent down and whispered in its ear that they would meet again at the place where they first encountered. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Fei Tu slowly stood up, immediately turned and left. The creature quickly disappeared into the night under the astonished gaze of the reinforcements, leaving them unsure whether to pursue. Someone suggested chasing after it but was dismissed when Su Liang remained still, causing them to hesitate. Unexpectedly, Hai Jing jumped up and rushed forward, unwilling to accept, yelling loudly that they couldn't just let it go, full of resentment for almost losing his life without seeing the Emperor Beast. He turned to Su Liang and loudly demanded, "Why did you forgive the creature that attacked me?" Su Liang coldly looked at him and replied in a deep voice, "Was that action just now considered an attack?" Hai Jing shivered slightly, stunned as he realized those eyes had changed. The crescent in the pupil had now become a full moon marked with 102. In the silent space around Hai Jing, a voice echoed beside him, "Hai Jing, what have you seen?" The question was posed but no reply came. The voice continued, "Hai Jing, if you hear me, respond." Yet he remained motionless like a statue. Suddenly, the image of the pet Yu Fei Tu appeared vividly in his mind. Then came the scene of Ling Du Yue being defeated in an instant, his body charred and vanishing. After that, the image of Su Liang being embraced from behind by Hu Zhongyue appeared. Finally his cold, icy face. The face with the eye, once a crescent now, turned into a full moon. As he pieced together all the memories, Hai Jing barely uttered, "Emperor." His whole body trembled violently, his complexion pale without a trace of blood. Immediately he fell to his knees, clutching his head in panic, shouting, "Emperor, yes, the Emperor, I have seen it." He screamed uncontrollably, "Su Liang is truly terrifying." Then he slumped, gasping. The mysterious voice rang again, "Stop here for today, continuing will overwhelm you." Figure appeared before Hai Jing and said, "Hai Jing, last night Yan Yue appeared in the Northern Territory." Sweat poured from his forehead like a shower, anxiously awaiting further orders. Immediately, he was transported elsewhere. The third branch deputy leader of the Black Moon sect has arrived in the Northern Territory. This time you continue as the insider. Even as Hai Jing raised his hands in panic, the other remained calm, instructing, "Monitor all movements of the Moon King, report any abnormalities immediately." Suddenly Hai Jing appeared on a hospital bed, his hands still reaching forward. Observing calmly, he wondered in astonishment, "This is the Academy medical room, could it have been a nightmare?" However, his eyes immediately became serious as a thought flashed. Wait, this is not a nightmare. Jing held his head, pain spreading. He was certain it was the beast of a high-level leader, the one who walked between moon and dream, giving him orders. Yan Yue had appeared in the Northern Territory, and a deputy leader had also arrived. Recalling Su Liang's silhouette, Hai Jing panicked, wondering, but who can face the Emperor of the Moon King? A gleam of terror flashed in his eyes as he thought, could it be those people? Thinking so, Hai Jing spun his head, eyes wide, looking at the scene outside. Meanwhile, at the Academy dormitory, Su Liang rubbed his eyes, sensing something moving. When he opened them, the adorable face of Yu Fei too appeared, startling him into a scream. He recoiled in panic, leaving it confused, staring after him. Then Su Liang suddenly froze. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Ah, right, I remember now. Seeing Yu Fei too raise both hands in joy, Su Liang thought, I have signed a contract with this kid. Recalling last night, on the way to meet the Moonlight Rabbit, Su Liang worried, thinking, I said to meet where we first met, will it understand? Suddenly he gaped ahead, eyes full of astonishment. Seeing Yu Fei too playing with the little butterfly, Su Liang rejoiced, thinking, indeed, you are here. He coughed softly, a cautious thought forming. In front of everyone, I must maintain the big boss image. Revealing weakness would be dangerous, best to sign the contract in private. Thinking so, he regained a dignified posture, reached out and said, Moonlight Rabbit, sign a contract with me. The Moonlight Rabbit swayed slightly in the energy stream, then stood still as Su Liang subdued it. After completion, he looked at the information board appearing, slightly disappointed. This board really doesn't match the Moon King's style. The three contracted pets appeared in order. First was Shan Guangdai, Moonlight type, low tier. Next Hu Zhongyue, Moonlight type, high tier. Lastly, the Moonlight Rabbit. Moonlight type, low tier, physique crescent deficiency. However, he smiled to comfort himself. Though outwardly a low-tier rabbit, during the full moon night it can overwhelm high-tier beasts. Su Liang stroked his chin, pondering, I wonder what its maximum limit is, can it evolve to a higher tier? Thinking so, his expression darkened. Currently Yu Fei too lay on the floor, gnawing on Su Liang's shoe. Then it looked up with an extremely cute face, its eyes sparkling like jewels at him. Seeing this, Su Liang placed his hand on his forehead, helpless. Forget it. He came up with another idea. I should still go to Moonlight Cafe, ask De Yun Huan Yue about the Moonlight Rabbit. After changing into neat clothes, Su Liang opened the door and stepped out. But he suddenly froze, seeing female students excitedly running down one hallway, he wondered what was happening. Observing around, Su Liang realized today's atmosphere was completely different from yesterday. At that moment, an excited female student said, a wild supreme moonlight beast has appeared in the Northern Territory near the Academy. Her friend asked, are you also going to sign the contract? She replied, let's try our luck. Hearing the conversation, Su Liang repeated in shock, Supreme. He hurriedly checked his phone, asking frantically, which one? How can a supreme beast appear casually? Immediately, the phrase Northern Territory, Wisdom Sovereign Emergence was entered, and Su Liang pressed search. The information displayed made his eyes widen in astonishment. This is. Photo and news indicated the supreme beast Yan Yue appeared in the Northern Territory early this morning. Hundreds of miles around were sealed by moonlight forces, and crowds reached hundreds of thousands. Yan Yue was now the only supreme wild moonlight-type beast. Having not found a suitable beast master, it had been in deep sleep. Even Kang Yue Dai Dai and Shi Zhu Fei of Moon God Palace could not wake it. Yet yesterday, Yan Yue had awakened and appeared in the northern territory. As Su Liang read attentively, two female assassins silently observed from behind. As the last piece of information was absorbed, the two female assassins quietly leapt out the window. Reading this, Su Liang was stunned as the name Su Liang appeared in the power's speculation. He stood still in the hallway, eyes fixed on his phone. Then he slowly put away the phone, thinking, so that's it, most forces believe Yan Yue appeared because of me. Behind, the two girls, faces covered, observing every move of his, also widened their eyes in surprise. After a moment of silence, Su Liang began to walk forward. His back went against the flow of people heading north. Two female spies were astonished to see Su Liang, seemingly unconcerned about Yan Yue. At this moment, Su Liang smiled slightly, thinking, even though I really want it. Immediately his face became tense. Do I have to subdue Yan Yue in front of hundreds of thousands of people? Thinking of failing before the crowd, Su Liang painfully told himself, if I lack control, wouldn't I be in danger right there? Therefore, he decided to choose a safer option. Better not risk it. Besides, there is an even cuter choice nearby. Not long after, Su Liang arrived at Moonlight Cafe. Inside, Huan Yue lay thinking on the bed. The room door gently opened under his hand. Yuan Yue immediately turned to look back. When the door fully opened, Su Liang stepped in with a light smile, waving. Long time no see. He still had many unfinished thoughts. Yuan Yue was surprised by his appearance and immediately asked, Sir, why are you here? Su Liang strolled closer. Huan Yue, still in shock, asked if Yan Yue had appeared. Wouldn't he check first? He laughed at the question and teased, indeed a net addict like you knows everything. Yuan Yue turned away, huffing lightly, saying he had sensed it long before the internet existed. Slightly opened its eyes to glance at Su Liang. Then it asked seriously if he didn't go, someone else might contract it, wouldn't he regret it? Su Liang shook his fingers after hearing this, confidently saying they still couldn't see far enough. He added a remark that made Huan Yue more puzzled. Only those with a wide vision could see clearly. No monster is truly harmless. Suddenly remembering something, Su Liang reached into his coat pocket and said, ah, almost forgot. He produced a crescent-shaped food and smiled, saying it was a gift to thank him. Huan Yue looked curiously at the strange item and asked what thank you gift. Su Liang turned away, coughing lightly, slightly embarrassed that he had captured Chu Yue Guang thanks to its reminder, but still didn't want to say directly. Raised as a mid-tier familiar, Yuan Yue was astonished at the sparkling food, asking if it wasn't a special preparation for a supreme intelligence monster, rumored to be very expensive. Su Liang smiled casually, saying it was normal if he liked, he would bring more tomorrow, knowing that thousands remained in his monster space gifted by the Song Moon sect. Yuan Yue held the food, eyes briefly hesitant. Suddenly it put it into a box. Su Liang asked in surprise, why don't you want to eat it? Yuan Yue closed the box and replied nonchalantly that good food should be saved for watching movies or reading stories. His attitude slightly surprised him. After finishing, Su Liang stood and smiled, saying he would leave first. Staying too long might reveal his identity. At this moment, Huan Yue took out a phone and giggled. Su Liang suddenly remembered something. Wait, there's another way to contact. Immediately, he also took out his phone and suggested, let's be friends. Huan Yue looked slightly surprised, then nodded, all right. Only seconds later, Su Liang's phone sounded an alert. On the screen, the account Yue Shen Shandai had added a new friend, named De Yun Huan Yue. Surprisingly, the profile picture was a white-haired goddess, her violet eyes shining like crystal. Su Liang looked closely and recognized it as the Covenant Yun Yue, founder of the Moon Beast Academy 100 years ago. He silently guessed that the legendary king-class familiar might be her ancestor. His gaze full of doubt fell on Huan Yue. Could it be that after transformation, the Yun Huan Yue could also take that appearance? Seeing him staring, it tilted its head and asked what was wrong. Su Liang was startled as if caught in the act. Quickly turned, waving his hand, saying nothing. I'll leave first, come again tomorrow, wondering what nonsense he had just thought. Yuan Yue lightly waved back. After he disappeared, it blushed, thinking Yan Yue had appeared, yet he paid no attention, coming to him instead. Suddenly Huan Yue clapped, shouting, I understand now. This is called using softness to bind tightly. It imagined Su Liang's cunning, and muttered that he wanted to lure it to join the Song Moon sect. Immediately after, it jumped up, pointed, and declared Su Liang deceitful. I have seen through your intention. But then the gesture froze midair. After a moment of thought, Huan Yue fell back onto the bed embarrassed, thinking he had said he would come tomorrow. 3 days passed, Su Liang still ignored Yan Yue, and the Moon sect remained silent. Therefore, the situation in the north became even more chaotic. Countless people queued to contract with Yan Yue. The noisy crowd caused a woman to shout, "Stop pushing. Just broaden your horizons. Don't think you can tame Yan Yue." Speaker was Vice Dean Ru Yue of the Crescent God Moon Beast Academy, holding up the registration sheet, warning that those who register will have basic safety ensured. Others are responsible for themselves. One by one followed her instructions. Ru Yue looked at them in exasperation, wondering why she had to supervise here. Clearly, her task was to protect the safety of lower-level students. Suddenly, her gaze fell on one person, face showing surprise. It was Hai Jing with a bandaged arm. Ru Yue asked in confusion, "Master Hai Jing, why not rest and recover but come here?" He smiled, saying he had the doctor treat and recover his familiar. Everything was fine. Ru Yue still hesitated, asking again, "Really?" Then she stood to give up her seat. "If you say so, I'll hand it over to you." She smiled inwardly, thinking another dreamer. As she sat, a female student approached, asking Master Hai Jing, "Are you all right?" Hai Jing forced a smile, saying, "I'm fine." As people registered one by one, he thought seriously that the great person had arrived. Seeing the imposing figure ahead, Hai Jing guessed that even if they had never met, the other would surely give a signal. Could it be that person? A girl in a cloak stepped forward. Hai Jing immediately said, "Next person, name, student ID, rank, record here." Girl held a pen, a strange mark revealed on the back of her hand. It was an open-mouthed snake coiled around an equilateral triangle, the signature symbol of the Black Moon sect. Hai Jing stared at the mark. The person in front was the Black Moon sect's Venom Seat Beast Master. She also returned his gaze with a cold, snake-like look. Pressed by that aura, Hai Jing stammered, "Next person." As she left, he was sweating profusely, looking at Yan Yue's distant shimmering barrier, silently confirming it was her, people exclaiming, "Isn't this the monster once called the Destroyer?" At this moment, the Shui Qi sect representative in the central area also spoke. The Dang Huangquan faction praised, truly an imposing aura. She focused on the barrier and said, "Witnessing it today proved the reputation was not false." A blonde-haired man stepped forward from behind, asking if you understood, making her pause. That was Elder Jin Yue of the Crescent God Moon Beast Academy North Branch, seriously stating that non-moonlight beasts entering would create great pressure. Familiar masters rushing in would be wasted. The Ling Yue sect North Branch representative sneered, saying those not of the moonlight system who still want to tame Yan Yue are delusional. During the ridicule, Shui Qi coldly looked at them. She turned with a faint smile, saying, "Fine, I'll order the disciples to withdraw, but I'll stay and watch." After speaking, she glanced disdainfully, seeing who would blindly rush into danger. With that, Shui Qi slowly left. Ling Yue gritted teeth, annoyed. That woman was really hateful, afraid of danger yet wanting to watch. Vin Yue agreed, if not for Dang Huangquan's great power, she would not be allowed such freedom. Seeing the two students' discontent, Jin Yue patted their shoulders, saying, "Enough, the situation is urgent, we must choose who enter." He instructed first, to avoid bias, all monsters must be of moonlight system. Second, supreme intelligence monsters entering will provoke Yan Yue against their own kind. Hearing this, Vin Yue and Ling Yue worriedly asked, "Real?" Vin Yue affirmed only monsters below supreme intelligence can enter. Vin Yue rubbed her chin, speculating that perhaps that is why the Moon King has not appeared. Jin Yue nodded perhaps, but before he finished, a voice from behind said, "We have arrived." All three turned to look at the speaker with caution. Ru Yue and the students of Crescent God Moon Beast Academy had arrived. She feared the damage this time would not be small. Her gaze rested on Shui Qi, standing with arms crossed. Shui Qi glanced back, her cold look not particularly friendly. However, as if unconcerned, she turned back to inform her students, "All right, everyone. We are about to enter Yan Yue's territory. Next I will explain the rules to follow. Rule 1. When Yan Yue is in a deep sleep, absolutely do not cause it any harm. Rule 2. Once awakened, it will unleash a random slash capable of disintegrating all surrounding matter instantly." At the same time in his private room, Su Liang also received this information via phone, reading it tensely and learning that although the creature has consciousness, it cannot communicate. On the screen appeared Huo Yue's message. Even Kang Yue Dai Dai and Moon God Palace were disappointed and withdrew in the past. Anyone who tried failed. Su Liang held Yu Fei Tu in his arms, doubting the information just read. Besides sleeping and attacking, could all supreme intelligence beasts really be this arrogant? In the conversation at 10:30 a.m., he asked if there was any time it was alert, and Huan Yue quickly replied that perhaps this time it came to the northern region sensing a chance to evolve, also asking if he really would not participate. After reading, Su Liang gently pressed the power button to turn off the phone. He set the phone aside, stared at the ceiling, and wondered why little Xiang's plan to tame Yan Yue involved him. Thinking of everyone's delight at his failure, he mocked himself. Su Liang the famous dies at the hands of a supreme intelligence beast. Imagining hot search headlines like Su Liang seeks his own death, Yue Shen Shan Dai is just a trick, or Song Yue sect becomes a laughingstock. While dazed, a sudden thought flashed in his mind, making him pause. Su Liang immediately sprang up, a spark of thought catching his full attention. Wait a moment. Immediately, he hastily grabbed the phone and turned it on, nervously waiting and anxiously speculating that things might not be simple. Back at Moon Hidden Mountain, the crowd eagerly lined up to enter Yan Yue's barrier. In the long line, Sache observed her surroundings in surprise. Unbelievable. Moon King hasn't appeared. He lightly placed her hand on her chest, unease rising. If it were him, he would surely have a way to tame Yan Yue. Gazing at the gigantic shimmering barrier ahead, Sache quietly planned that after capturing Yan Yue, she would eliminate all present beast masters to cover the information. Her cold eyes remained fixed ahead, determined not to reveal any clue. Suddenly, a notification sound from Sache's phone rang. She quickly checked it, thinking embarrassedly, even now there's still a notification. Seeing the content on the screen, Sache's expression immediately changed. What is this? The image displayed made her even more confused, as she saw the opponent had activated tracking. More tense was that the signal was gradually approaching Moon Hidden Mountain. Sache stared at the screen, her heart unsettled. Why now of all time? At that moment, Ru Yue approached, pointing at Sache's phone and scolding loudly, startling her. Even now you're still engrossed in your phone. He continued, reproaching harshly, if you remain careless, do you want to die here? Sache silently looked at her without speaking. Then she lowered her head, showing compliance, and softly apologized. Seeing this, Ru Yue turned and left, not forgetting to add a few sarcastic remarks that if not focused, she should go back. Watching that back, Sache silently resented that a girl with orange hair dared lecture her. In her mind, the image of Ru Yue being tightly coiled by giant snakes gradually appeared. Sache's face darkened, a cruel thought forming that after taming Yan Yue, she would make the opponent suffer greatly. This time, Ru Yue reached the front of the waiting line. Holding a strange stone, she raised it high and announced that each participant would receive a secret teleportation stone. She slowly explained that by crushing the stone, they could immediately exit the barrier. Then she lowered her voice, warning that if they saw Yan Yue opening its eyes, they must crush the stone immediately, or the consequences would be severe. Receiving the stone in hand, everyone could not help feeling anxious about the upcoming journey. Sache had regained her composure, secretly calculating that Su Liang would soon appear here. In a nearby corner, Shui Qi crossed her arms leaning against the wall, quietly observing the situation. She looked at those around her with disdain, thinking that 1-2-star beast masters could not possibly tame Yan Yue. Even 8-star Kang Yue Dai failed. Shui Qi continued, observing the line of people waiting to enter the barrier. He silently assessed that there were only a few 3-star beast masters, with no notable changes despite rumors of the Moon King's participation, making things dull. Suddenly, Sache's back in the crowd caught Shui Qi's attention, making her flinch. Wait a moment. The chilling aura and mysterious power radiating from Sache made the surrounding atmosphere heavy. Suddenly, Sache turned her head, her gaze sharp as if piercing space. Those eyes seemed to project invisible pressure forward. Shui Qi instinctively froze, unable to speak, her throat constricted. Sache continued watching behind her. He kept searching for the presence of someone, but eventually gave up, turning back and focusing on the task at hand. The previous scene left Shui Qi extremely unsettled, her initial arrogance completely gone as she wondered what exactly is happening. The ominous aura from Sache made her even more uneasy. Shui Qi wondered what star-level Sache was as a beast master to possess such terrifying power, hidden within Moonlight Academy. At that moment, soft footsteps began entering the barrier. The line gradually shortened as each person quickly stepped inside to explore. Only 2 people remained before Sache's turn. She silently vowed to discover the new mechanism of Yan Yue before Su Liang arrived. As the light from the barrier appeared before her, Sache murmured, Tian Cheng, block the entrance, and when the Moon King steps in, immediately seal his imperial power. After waiting, Sache finally stepped in front of the barrier. Immediately, her body merged with the light and moved inside. The last person in line also entered the shimmering barrier. Those outside watched anxiously. Suddenly, Shui Qi forced a smile, stepping forward to ask Ru Yue why only a few 1-2-star beast masters participated and why the Moon King did not appear. Receiving no answer, she continued to speculate that perhaps he knew Yan Yue could not be tamed, hence his absence. Shui Qi subtly asked if sending people here was perhaps not only for students to admire the supreme intelligence beast. Ru Yue's patience was near its limit, yet she calmly replied that the opponent lacked the proper attribute and perhaps only came to watch a joke, or confidently believed she could tame a supreme intelligence beast of another system. This reply immediately angered Shui Qi, her face darkening. The two stared at each other, neither yielding. After observing for a while, Shui Qi secretly speculated that Ru Yue seemed unaware of the mysterious black-haired woman. After thinking for a moment, she intended to continue mentioning the opponent's academy. However, her words were interrupted as everyone suddenly stirred. All turned to look in one direction, eyes wide with astonishment. In the distance, a familiar robe floated lightly in the wind like a butterfly. That figure stunned everyone, as the person appearing was Yue Zhai Wang Su Liang. Seeing him, everyone shared the same question: why was he here? Ru Yue was the first to speak. Su Liang, have you come to tame Yan Yue? Immediately, Yuan Yue and Ling Yue worriedly warned that sealing the Moon King's imperial power might provoke Yan Yue. To these pessimistic remarks, Ru Yue confidently replied that once the Moon King appeared, doubters were blind. Su Liang's imposing figure in the wind made her believe that even without using imperial power, he could still subdue Yan Yue. From another perspective, Su Liang secretly thought things were simple. Just touching Yan Yue's body could unlock the illustrated book in Moonlight Archives. He directed his gaze toward the massive barrier ahead, his heart swelling with determination, believing that upon entering he would understand the operational mechanism, as well as the reason TR letter 1EA7M Tin Yan Yue had awakened, and might even have a chance to tame it. After a moment of thought, Su Liang spoke in a low tone, instructing that the others need not show themselves, only follow his orders, and Ru Yue and Shui Qi immediately bowed and replied firmly, yes. Immediately after, Su Liang stepped slowly into the range of the barrier. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, as if sensing something unusual. At that moment, Moon Scroll appeared before him, its pages flipping as if blown by the wind, leaving Su Liang astonished. The newly revealed page introduced Tian Cheng, a supreme intellect beast of pure attribute, extremely rare, incapable of direct attacks, possessing limited support skill, relying on stronger beings to survive. Only supreme intellect beasts could launch attacks in this area. Beast tamers could not summon king-level pets, and it could completely hide even from king-level entities. He momentarily froze, realizing he was only at 1-star level, while the other was a supreme intellect existence. Su Liang lifted his foot to enter the barrier but hesitated due to the nervousness of those behind him. After a few seconds, he gently lowered his foot, temporarily refraining from entering. Witnessing this unusual action, everyone was confused, wondering why Moon King had stopped. Soon after, Su Liang calmly took out his phone to look up some information. This action made everyone behind him unable to look away, their hearts full of anxiety. Finally, Ru Yue, unable to contain her worry, stepped forward and asked, Moon King, what's the matter? In the tense gazes of everyone, Su Liang unexpectedly smiled with hidden meaning and said, I didn't expect a small worm from Black Moon Sect could infiltrate so easily. Words Black Moon Sect startled everyone. Immediately, he continued into the barrier, simultaneously instructing that from now on this place would be under Song Yue sect control, and no one else was allowed to enter. A confident smile appeared on Su Liang's face as he firmly stated, I'll handle the rest. Everyone behind him was stunned, realizing that there seemed to be no outside presence remaining. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense, everyone confused by the appearance of Black Moon Sect. At this moment, Shui Qi suddenly realized the truth. The frightening woman earlier turned out to be a beast tamer of Black Moon Sect. In the heavy air, Ling Yue hesitated, speculating, weren't they expelled from the northern region by Song Yue Sect? Could it be they returned because of TR letter 1EA7M Tin Yan Yue? Upon hearing this, Yuan Yue also spoke anxiously, yet reassured that according to Moon King, it was only a small worm. However, she remained concerned for the safety of the students. Ru Yue immediately comforted everyone, saying that thanks to the instant transfer stone, no serious problems would occur. While everyone was still talking, Su Liang silently speculated that the Tian Cheng barrier was originally for king levels, and wondered if Black Moon Sect truly believed they possessed equivalent strength. A hint of unease passed through his mind, for after entering he might face not only a supreme intellect beast, but also the most dangerous situation of his life. Thinking this, he closed his eyes in contemplation. The next moment, Su Liang stepped lightly, thinking that if it were his past self upon first transmigrating, he surely would not have had the courage to enter. His face radiated determination, all initial hesitation vanished, replaced by fierce confidence. Without further hesitation, Su Liang decisively stepped into the barrier, his robes fluttering like butterfly wings in the wind. When his figure completely vanished within the barrier, everyone behind could not help but marvel at Moon King's presence. Only Hai Jing silently observed. He appeared extremely worried, a sense of unease rising as Su Liang truly entered the dangerous area. Suddenly, Haijing stepped forward and said something that startled everyone. "The remnants of Black Moon sect are inside. We should go assist." And he raised his hand resolutely, emphasizing that after all, Moon King was a student of the academy. This proposal caused Ru Yue some hesitation, while Elder Jin Yue nodded in agreement and asked if they should enter together to support. With everyone agreeing, Haijing hurriedly shook his head in objection, believing their power might provoke TR1EA7M Tin Yan Yue. He continued walking with his arm in a cast, asserting that his pet had just revived, and he could enter alone without any problem. Seeing his demeanor, Yuan Yue and Ling Yue could not help but doubt, wondering if he was truly trustworthy. Following Hai Jing's back toward the barrier, Ru Yue thought to herself that his actions today were unusual, for he was not a member of Song Yue sect but seemed overly concerned for Moon King. At this moment, Hai Jing appeared hesitant, stepping slowly under everyone's puzzled gaze. As his hand touched the shimmering barrier, suddenly a bolt of lightning swept across. Immediately, a force like a meteor shot toward him, forcing Hai Jing to leap aside in time. The sudden scene caused everyone behind to cry out in shock, "What's happening?" Hai Jing fell to the ground, coughing amid the smoke, shouting in astonishment. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling him, "Fool, you're imagining too much." From within the smoke, a boldly dressed woman stepped out, taunting that even at peak, his pet could not provoke Yan Yue. Hai Jing's eyes fixed on the butterfly emblem on her thigh. He immediately turned pale, realizing she was Qi Yue of Song Yue sect, one of the 12 moons, understanding he was in serious trouble. Qi Yue stepped before the barrier and angrily asked, "Have you not heard the leader's orders?" She boldly declared, to everyone's shock, that from now on this area was under Song Yue sect control. Subsequent words carried a clear warning that no one was allowed to enter. Hai Jing glanced at Qi Yue, standing with hands on hips before the massive barrier. He silently breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she hadn't noticed Jing Mi Angel and had no intention to enter. The situation still had a chance to turn. Meanwhile, inside the Yan Yue barrier, Sachai quietly moved among the desolate ruins. She appeared anxious, surveying her surroundings, thinking that 17 minutes had passed yet she still hadn't found Yan Yue. Ruined and solitary scene made Sachai speculate that the others who entered before had all disappeared. Suddenly, she smiled with calculation, realizing that low-level beasts in the Supreme Intellect range could hardly escape. Watching the female students panic at the surrounding scene, Sachai grew more delighted, thinking they would quickly break the transfer stones to leave. After considering, she decided to continue forward, relieved that no one would disturb her. At that moment, behind Sachai appeared a fierce aura as if swallowing the space. She quickly sensed the presence of this aura. Immediately she turned around, her face lit with excitement. The aura spread throughout the space, and Sachai realized it was the breath of an immensely powerful beast. Without hesitation, she sped toward the source of the aura. Dispelling the heavy atmosphere, Sachai eagerly advanced, wanting to witness her target firsthand. Upon arrival, she widened her eyes in excitement, realizing her intuition was completely correct. Seeing Yan Yue's brilliant blade hovering in the air, she exhaled. "Finally found you, Yan Yue." The blade stood upright in midair, tip touching the ground. Its majestic presence left Sachai in awe, worthy of the most brilliant Supreme Intellect weapon. A satisfied smile spread across her lips. She could not take her eyes off the treasure, thinking all efforts to maintain the purity of its attribute, even not signing a contract with Tian Cheng, were completely worthwhile. Thinking this, Sachai slowly approached Yan Yue and commanded, "Follow me, I understand what you desire." With absolute confidence, she continued, persuading that Yan Yue had previously rejected Kang Yue Dai Dai and the Holy Maiden of Moon God Palace because they possessed king levels from birth. "You are a proud and arrogant weapon, incapable of being belittled." Sachai placed her hand on her chest, sincerely affirming that though not equal to them, she herself was a 6-star prestigious beast tamer. She reached out to touch Yan Yue. She declared firmly that she would never treat it poorly. Excitement surged. Sachai shouted, "TR1EA7M Tin Yan Yue, become a part of me." As her hand drew very close to the blade, suddenly a blinding light erupted, as if an invisible force prevented her from approaching. Witnessing this, Sachai exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this?" Colossal aura appeared around Yan Yue, preventing her from getting close. Sachai stammered, "How can this happen?" She looked at the weapon in panic, gradually realizing she had been rejected. Standing still, Sachai gritted her teeth in rage and shouted, "Could Cheng Shan's judgment be wrong?" She stood there screaming in madness, ignoring the rising aura around Yan Yue. How could it be? He said, "I am the most suitable to tame Yan Yue. Where did I go wrong? Suddenly, a loud voice called from behind, "Hey, woman of the Moonlight Beast Academy." A group participating in the race appeared. In the middle, Han Ka shouted angrily, "You have killed over 20 of my Ling Yue sect disciples. Today we demand justice." Earlier he had seen the disciples lying everywhere. Terrified, he shouted from afar, "Junior brother." Holding one of them, he asked urgently, "What happened? Why did it come to this?" The other whispered, "We were ambushed." The dying junior brother struggled to speak. The one who struck was a woman from the Beast Academy, black hair, eyes cold as a snake. Back in the present, Sachai frowned at the opponent's rage. Defeat her first before talking about Yan Yue. Suddenly she raised her hand to cover her face, the corners of her lips curling with malice. Ling Yue sect people felt uneasy. Han Ka stepped back a few paces, trembling, asked, "What are you laughing at?" Sachai laughed wildly, her voice sharp. Enough trouble already, and now more who came seeking their end. He cast a poisonous glance at them. "Just you think you can meddle in Yan Yue's affairs." Immediately her face twisted, muttering, "Appear, my children." In an instant, three surging auras flared behind her with intense pressure. Crescent-shaped slashes tore through the air. The three beasts revealed themselves: Crescent Blade, the Giant King, and the White Thunder Spirit. Sparks of lightning continuously flashed around the Thunder Spirit. Seeing the overwhelming aura, Han Ka turned pale. All three are high level. How can a student control them at once? There might seem to devour space itself, he stammered. Moreover, this aura must have endured countless harsh training. Under the shadow of the three beasts, Sachai stood proudly, full of arrogance. She curled her lips and said, "Don't just stare at me. You are also high level, why not call yours out?" Giving the command for the spirits to launch an attack, she shouted, "Deal with them all." Time seemed to freeze in that life-and-death moment. A long streak of blood ran across Sachai's cold face. Above, the Giant King held tightly an opposing beast, its sharp teeth clenched. A drop of blood fell slowly, sliding down her cheek. She turned to Yan Yue pleadingly, "Have you seen it yet?" Behind her, the scene was chaotic, living beings collapsing under the might of the three beasts. Sachai still raised her voice, "Now you understand my power." But Yan Yue remained unmoving in the cold wind, giving no reply. Another failure, Sachai frowned in frustration. She clenched her trembling hands, hateful. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling her, a remnant of the Black Moon sect. Su Liang appeared, his voice mocking. "Seeing your impatience makes me want to laugh." She slowly turned, her voice trembling, "You're here." All of Sachai's pets simultaneously turned their gaze toward him. She spat his name, Su Liang. Being calm, she asked, "You alone are a one-star beast master yet brought no guards." Warning echoed, "You don't think an emperor controls everything." Outside, Su Liang appeared calm, but inwardly thought they truly believed he had an emperor. That thought reassured him. No wonder they used Tian Cheng, surely thinking he couldn't control the emperor. Liang called in a low voice, "Sachai." A faint smile still on his lips, he said slowly, "Having only the emperor isn't enough to have everything." His even tone made Sachai more uneasy. Whether Tian Cheng was here or not, the result wouldn't change. His gaze sharp as a blade, he warned, "Before the Moon sect seals this place, you'd better crush the secret stone and leave." Sachai's legs trembled, she stammered, "What?" Sweat poured like a shower, she froze, thinking Tian Cheng was exposed so quickly. While she was still confused, Su Liang had glided past, clearly knowing the emperor was sealed yet came alone. A flicker of hesitation appeared, should she flee or attack? While she still hesitated, Su Liang approached Yan Yue. Inwardly he prayed, "Please don't resist, let me touch you." Soon Yan Yue appeared clearly before him. He watched intently, muttering softly, "This is." His gaze rested on the blade that once made stars fall. Without hesitation, Su Liang reached out to touch Yan Yue's body. But at that moment, a furious roar came from behind. "You won't touch Yan Yue." Sachai's three spirit beasts simultaneously unleashed their power, accelerating straight forward. Below she stood boldly, pointing the way and loudly calling Yue Zhaiwang. That moment, all three charged at Su Liang as the king's roar echoed. The thunder spirit clenched both hands, violently gathering electric energy. Then it spread its arms, forming a lightning bolt curved like an arc. In an instant, the moon's slash, the lightning, and the king's attack struck Su Liang's position simultaneously. At that moment, a circle of light flashed beneath his feet, and rippling water appeared, covering his body. In a split second, Hu Zhongyue's shield rose, protecting his whole body and nullifying every attack. Witnessing this, Sachai froze, exclaiming, "What? How is this possible?" Seeing Su Liang remain calm within the barrier, she grew even more bewildered as every attack had no effect. Gazing at Su Liang's cold face, Sachai could not stay calm, her mind screaming as he had yet to summon a beast. From another angle, as the shield gradually faded, Su Liang panted and whispered, "Almost scared me to death, impressive yet just for show." He silently appreciated that, though unable to counterattack, Hu Zhongyue's ability to intimidate was remarkable. At that moment, Sachai's body trembled. She gritted her teeth and shouted, Yue Zhai Wang. Mysterious blue light patches appeared in the air along with Moon's slash. She spread her arms, declaring, no need to keep pretending to be arrogant. Su Liang shifted his gaze toward her, seeing Sachai's trembling hands and hearing her assertion, you are not an emperor. Immediately after, she clapped her hands forcefully, insisting that it was all a display of strength. Sachai gritted her teeth, a streak of blood running across her quivering face. Beneath her feet, a formation filled with killing intent appeared, radiating a dark, immortal energy. She formed a seal, raised her hands high, her face darkened, muttering, appear, Great Moon Demon King. Moments later, the sky exploded, and a gigantic creature slowly emerged from the center. The shock reverberated, alarming all students below. Su Liang widened his eyes, astonished at the scene before him. Unease rose as he realized Tian Cheng's stealth skill had completely concealed the aura. Thanks to this technique, Yan Yue had not detected it. Giant serpent skin gradually appeared from the space rift, and Su Liang concluded it was another supreme summoned beast. The creature's tongue protruded, signaling the start of a brutal hunt. The Great Moon Demon King descended beside Sachai, its cold eyes staring straight ahead. Though visibly exhausted, she proudly said, well, facing my proudest child, are you afraid yet? Across from her, Su Liang stood firm before the giant creature, unshaken. His face remained calm as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Sachai grew even more confused, wondering how he could remain so indifferent. His composure before the child's power shook her further. She began to doubt, could it be that even a supreme beast did not catch his attention? But Su Liang recalled an article he once read. When facing a giant beast, the expression must be fierce. He tried to stay calm, fleetingly thinking that at least he could die with honor. Unable to bear it, Sachai pointed ahead, coldly asking, Su Liang, still not summoning your beast? The Great Moon Demon King beside her immediately roared, producing a terrifying sound. It aggressively swung its massive tail high, then slammed it onto the nearby rock as a provocation. The tail lifted, scattering sand and dirt. The rock shattered, dust rising thick in an instant. The fierce scene left Su Liang in awe. Not without reason, a Zhai Zun, even in anger, truly extraordinary. Immediately, Sachai decisively commanded the Great Moon Demon King to defeat him. At once, it opened its mouth wide, releasing a dense stream of purple aura forward. Su Liang closed his eyes, leaving fate to chance, thinking he must rely on Hu Zhangyue. He stood still, waiting in the silent space like a calm lake. In an instant, the attack struck his position, causing a violent shockwave. As the black smoke cleared, Su Liang's upright stance remained clear. He smiled slightly after enduring the powerful strike. His heart swelled with joy to the point of tears, silently thanking heaven and earth. He analyzed seriously. The moonlight beast only exerted half its power in 3 days, this time not even reaching 30% damage. Su Liang glanced proudly, thinking to break Hu Zhangyue's shield would require more effort, but probably not too difficult. Meanwhile, Sachai sat down, defeat clear on her face. Her eyes grew vacant, voice trembling. How can this be? Could this be the legendary moon god beast? To increase pressure, Su Liang said in a low voice, residual black moon sect, do not rush. After dealing with Yan Yue, it will be your turn. After speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving Sachai dazed behind. As his back disappeared from sight, Sachai realized the Moon King always ignored her to avoid alerting Yan Yue. That figure etched itself in her eyes, making her softly call out, stranger. Watching Su Liang prepare to approach Yan Yue, she wondered if the invisible shield could block the blade that had felled the stars. Her thoughts were interrupted as she suddenly shouted. Startling him, Tian Cheng canceled the skill. Instantly, deadly aura erupted from the Great Moon Demon King's body. Yan Yue also shone brilliantly, jade-green aura swirling around her body. The dazzling light, Su Liang panicked, shouting, it's over, fearing that canceling the shield would reveal the Zhai Zun aura. 1 second later, a hand appeared tightening on Yan Yue's body. Her legs also gradually lifted from the ground. The awakened form appeared, a young girl with flowing blue hair holding Yan Yue aloft. Her eyes slowly opened, causing Su Liang concern. Cham Tin Yan Yue had awakened. At that moment, the Yan Yue blade suddenly shook violently in midair. In an instant, the tremor grew stronger. The weapon's awakened form began to tighten around it. In the next moment, she raised her sharp gaze. The ground around suddenly cracked, creating chaos. The tremor left the students panicked, asking what was happening. When someone shouted that Yan Yue had awakened, all immediately fled outside. Yan Yue's force erupted fiercely. Su Liang quickly activated a shield to protect himself. Nguyen Jiang looked forward anxiously, thinking, if the Great Moon Demon King only caused 30% damage, the remainder of Hu Zhongyue's shield should still hold. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind, leaving him stunned. The beast's space, Hu Zhongyue's lake surface roiled violently. It embraced Su Liang from behind. Seeing his worried expression, he was amazed. The defense was less than 1%. Unable to believe this truth, Su Liang was shocked, thinking, is the gap between Zhai Zun levels really this large? He hastily glanced back, silently hoping Sacha could find a way to protect herself. Before them, the great moon demon king curled around Sacha, a sight that left Su Liang speechless. While he was still flustered and unable to react, Yan Yue raised her blade high into the sky. Su Liang felt a chilling shock, thinking that if he didn't find a way to stop it, everything would spiral out of control. His robe fluttered wildly in the strong wind, and his thoughts froze midstream. Immediately he parted his lips, shouting in panic, Yuan Yue, save me. A few minutes earlier, outside the barrier, a voice filled with resentment rang out. Have the elders heard? A female from the Moonlight Academy Beast Division attacked us. It turned out to be Han Ka, still screaming in anger. How could someone from that academy do such a thing? Lin Yue shook her head and explained, calm down. They are not students but high-level disciples of H16. She sighed softly, relieved that surviving an encounter with a high-level disciple was already lucky. Thinking this, she turned to look at Qi Yue, who had remained silent the entire time. Seeing the other's calm demeanor, Lin Yue couldn't help but wonder why she was so composed. Qi Yue's cold expression made her more puzzled. Could it be that she didn't care about the Moon King's safety? Suddenly her expression changed, eyes widening as she noticed something unusual. Qi Yue immediately spun around, urgently announcing, the TR letter 1EA5N Tin Yan Yue has been alerted. Everyone froze and simultaneously asked, the TR letter 1EA5N Tin Yan Yue is about to awaken. Without answering, Qi Yue rushed toward the students, loudly ordering them to fall back immediately. In the next instant, massive stones shot out from the barrier at terrifying speed, causing nearby students to scatter in panic. Watching everyone flee, Qi Yue was flustered, wondering what the passing aura was. Could it be the presence of the sect master? Back inside the barrier, Su Liang continued to struggle against the pressure from Yan Yue with all his strength. He raised his hand to block the fierce force, wondering why calling out the name caused no change. Perhaps enchantment and Tian Cheng's skills isolated the sound. Watching Yan Yue prepare to strike, Su Liang worriedly calculated that in less than 3 seconds the TR letter 1EA5N Tin would break through. When the number 3 appeared in his mind, he smirked slightly, thinking the times had changed. With 2 seconds left, Su Liang quickly pulled out his phone, repeatedly tapping the screen. On the screen appeared a conversation with Van Dumong Tri Yuok. Instead of replying, he quickly sent an urgent message to Hoer and Gaia. At that moment, Yan Yue lunged fiercely, her sharp gaze locking onto Su Liang. The weapon in her hand gleamed as she surged forward like a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, Yan Yue was right in front of him. When the distance closed to mere feet, Su Liang immediately countered. Without hesitation, he thrust his hand straight forward. At the same time, Yan Yue swung her blade downward. The moment his hand stretched out, her strike descended. At that instant, a dazzling power flared in Su Liang's palm. In a split second, immense strength enveloped his entire body. Immediately after, a thunderous explosion resounded, its shockwave spilling beyond the barrier. Those near the epicenter were thrown violently aside. Yue managed to erect a solid shield, protecting a few behind her. She observed the phenomenon closely, questioning if it was emperor-level power. The barrier was completely burned away by fire, and Ru Yue anxiously asked, is the Moon King still inside? Qi Yue also felt uneasy, silently speculating that if it wasn't an illusion, the situation inside must be far more complex. As the smoke gradually cleared, the wreckage came into view. A familiar figure gradually emerged from the mist. Sache hurriedly climbed out from the body of the great Moon Demon King, coughing hoarsely, muttering that she had almost died. She slowly looked around, noticing that the Tian Cheng aura had disappeared, likely affected by Yan Yue. Seeing the weapon hovering above, she sighed in relief, glad the TR letter 1EA5N Tin Yan Yue seemed stable. Then Sache froze. Wait, where was Su Liang? She stepped to the ground, frantically searching, wondering why he, who had stood closest to Yan Yue, was nowhere to be seen. Eyes flickered with a thought. Could he have been struck with a fatal blow, leaving no trace? Her body trembled slightly, mind spinning as she realized the TR letter 1EA5N Tin was triggered by her plan. Could the outcome really be? Sache covered her mouth, so agitated she believed she had defeated the Moon King. She laughed heartily, smugly declaring that Su Liang had truly fallen at Yan Yue's hand. Recalling him engrossed with his phone, she found it even funnier that he still checked it until the last moment. She loudly proclaimed that she had defeated the legendary Moon King. After speaking, Sache turned around, jubilantly affirming that from now on, The TR letter 1EA5N Tin Yan Yue belonged to her. The weapon roared, shaking violently. Sachai stared at it in shock, murmuring, "What is happening?" Immediately, the awakening form wrapped around Yan Yue again, startling her as the TR letter 1EA5N Tin was once more agitated. She stood frozen, despairing, thinking that in this weakened state, the great Moon Demon King could not withstand it. Suddenly something else caught her attention, causing her eyes to twitch slightly. Dense smoke waves appeared from nowhere, rolling in. Within the smoke, strange rays of light appeared. Within, Su Liang's imposing figure gradually became clear. Sweat pouring, Sachai exclaimed in horror, "Impossible. There wasn't a single wound or speck of dust on him." Behind Su Liang, a giant figure slowly emerged. Massive legs appeared first through the haze. Seeing this, Sachai stammered, "What on earth is that?" Yuan Yue's eyes glimmered, thinking such size might be a primary emperor level. Sachai froze, speculating that if supreme, it would be massive, and if an emperor appeared, why did the North Pole remain unshaken? So what exactly was this? Her face darkened, horror etched across her features. She trembled, pulling a teleportation stone from her body. 2 fingers gradually tightened around it. But another thought arose, not the time to flee. She had to see the Moon King's beast clearly. Thus, she decided to stay, as the figure had not fully taken shape. Perhaps this opportunity would never repeat. Moments later, the glittering deer antlers became visible. A majestic white body gradually appeared. That magnificent deer was Dap Van Huan Yue, supreme level. Just behind Huan Yue, a faint young girl gradually took form. Sachai sank to the ground, eyes dazed, wondering how this could be. In her heart, she silently judged the creature to be 4 to 5 times larger than the Great Moon Demon King. In terms of physical strength, the Great Moon Demon King was already among the most terrifying in the Black Moon sect. Yet today, upon appearing, he possessed a supreme wisdom level that high. Sachai immediately turned her gaze to Su Liang, filled with countless doubts. How could a single star of his grace fully unleash the power of the supreme wisdom realm? He quickly reached the resolute conclusion that this was his rare weakness. At this moment, Su Liang slightly curved his lips into a smile. His mood calmed, but the lingering shock remained. The scene was truly unbelievable. He glanced at Huan Yue behind, secretly admiring. Such a small spirit beast could transform into such a dazzling form. Even he could not help but be surprised. A question rose in his mind: how did she appear? As if by instantaneous movement, even the moment of her intervention was too fast to observe clearly. Su Liang's gaze rested on the hazy figure of the woman behind. Doubts not yet cleared, could she be her ancestor? Would her adult form really look like that? At that moment, Huan Yue looked toward Su Liang. Her soft, transmitted voice sounded, "Can you also stop Yan Yue? I don't want to take another hit." Hearing this, he regained composure and replied, "Could it be stopped? It said if you are standing here, there must be a way to respond." Su Liang suddenly paused in his line of reasoning when he realized something. Wait a moment. He immediately summoned Yue Zhai Wang. Thoughts connecting. Taking a hit just now meant direct contact with the true form. Perhaps detailed information had revealed itself in Yue Zhai Wang. Thinking so, Su Liang quickly flipped through each page of the book. Reading the lines, he still felt uneasy. Knowing did not necessarily mean resolving. If it failed, he could only rely on Yunstep Huan Yue to retreat him. Inside it was clearly written, Yan Yue was a legendary supreme wisdom beast, having lost her blade shell when the ancient moon shattered, wandering for 1,000 years searching, repeatedly falling into slumber then waking, unable to return to her original shell and rejecting all contact. At the end of the page it added that Yan Yue's old blade shell was called Supreme Mystical Moon Frost Flower, Moonlight Supreme Wisdom Level, currently unsealed. After reading, Su Liang pondered. So there existed another Supreme Wisdom Blade shell. If he could trace it, perhaps negotiation with Yan Yue would be feasible. His eyes lit up then suddenly froze, remembering even the ancient moon god palace was powerless. Su Liang stared at Yan Yue gradually awakening. Reasoning concluded, so its age was even older than the moon god palace. At this moment, Yan Yue began to lean backward. In that instant, Su Liang realized, perhaps even the holder of Supreme Mystical Frost Flower did not know its origin. Yan Yue's eyes blazed with light, signaling an impending attack. Energy continuously gathered in midair. Sachai panicked and stepped back, shouting, "It's bad, it's about to fully awaken." He ran to her spirit beast, flustered, ordering the Great Moon Demon King to protect her immediately. While Sachai muttered, the Great Moon Demon King was already in an exhausted state. it roared fiercely. At that moment, Yan Yue suddenly glared at Huan Yue. Huan Yue did not yield, immediately returning the gaze, eyes seeming to ask, "What are you looking at?" In just a moment the two coldly faced each other, their aura clashing violently, neither yielding. At that moment Su Liang stepped forward, dashed straight toward where Yan Yue was preparing to strike. Sachai, intending to evade, cried out in confusion, "What is the Moon King doing?" As he took a few more steps, she was stunned to realize he had left the protective range of the Supreme Wisdom. Su Liang slightly smiled, slowly uttering each word, "Supreme Yan Yue, submit to me." Waves of immense pressure surged without end, forming a dense field surrounding his body. Immediately, Su Liang reached forward, his gaze coldly locking onto the target. Just a fingertip away, that hand would touch the radiant mystical energy hovering above. At that moment, Yan Yue trembled, frowning and stepping back half a pace. Mystical energy swelled continuously, signaling a wave of destruction about to descend. Even so, Su Liang calmly declared clearly, "The blade shall supreme mystical moon frost flower." Those words struck like lightning, causing Yan Yue to pause, his voice steady. "Supreme Yan Yue, you are searching for her right." He raised her sparkling eyes toward Su Liang, astonishment evident. Below, he maintained a majestic demeanor, continuing, "I swear in the name of Yue Shen Shandai that within 3 years the blade shell will be brought before you." Without hesitation, he immediately set a condition. "In return, you must fulfill one request for me." As soon as the words ended, Yan Yue fell into thought, lightly closing her eyelids, then shut her eyes tightly, her body gradually dissolving into the void. Soon, Yan Yue's form became a shadow hovering in midair. Su Liang's hand skillfully pierced directly into that enormous source of energy. Behind, Sachai widened her horrified eyes, stammering, pierced through, "How can this be?" At that moment, swirling water rings spread from his feet. The blue-green water surged like silk, winding around the hovering Yan Yue. Su Liang below continued watching every change carefully. In the blink of an eye, Yan Yue became a stream of energy blending into the water. Slowly, the merged stream flew to Su Liang's chest and fused. Only then did Sachai realize Supreme Yan Yue had acknowledged the Moon King. Beside him, Huan Yue looked at him with astonishment. Its eyes gleamed with sparkling light, watching the miracle before them. 2 streams of energy entwined around Su Liang, causing Huan Yue to exclaim, "This time the world may be shaken." In a moment, he had completely subdued the wild weapon, contentedly looking up at the sky. Sachai felt as if struck by repeated lightning, standing dazed, her heart constantly rejecting, "This cannot happen." Many beast masters had failed because Supreme Yan Yue possessed near inviolable traits. Yet once she made a contract with someone, she could perish if the signer died. Therefore, for Supreme Yan Yue to accept the pact, it had to be someone who made her believe she would never be subdued. Su Liang's image appeared in Sachai's mind. She confirmed in shock that was him. After a series of tangled thoughts, Sachai quietly stood up, muttering, "Indeed, only by seeing with one's own eyes can one understand." Suddenly she widened her eyes, determined that if so, she would use her life to send a message to the Black Moon sect. Immediately after, Sachai shouted loudly, decisively calling the Great Moon Demon King. The moment the words left, the spiky spirit beast instantly turned its head and dashed toward its master. From afar, Su Liang quickly noticed the unusual sign. He looked at Sachai with cold eyes. This woman knew too much, though he originally did not like to be ruthless. Yuan Yue understood, stamping the ground with a resounding thud, then released a burst of dazzling energy forward. The fierce light aimed straight at the Great Moon Demon King. In an instant, the giant snake vanished into the void. Previous strike had hurled the Great Moon Demon King, leaving a scene of devastation. Looking at the flattened mountains, Su Liang stammered in astonishment, briefly concerned. Perhaps he had fed her too carelessly before. The shattered ground, drops of blood quietly fell in rhythm. The pitiful one coughing blood was Sachai. At this moment she pieced together all events: Moon God Palace, Energy Hall, White Deer, Moon King, so that was it. Looking at Huan Yue's towering figure, she further confirmed this was not a natural supreme wisdom. Sachai gritted her teeth as her reasoning continued. This was a descendant of the Emperor. Her gaze fixed on Huan Yue's shadow. She realized in panic, moreover, her ancestor was. Thoughts interrupted, Sachai carefully pulled out the teleportation stone, silently reassuring herself she could not collapse, as this information was more important than even Yan Yue and had to be conveyed to everyone. Her face shone with determination mixed with anger, planning first to distract the enemy before seeking a chance to escape. After thinking it through, Sachai quietly ordered the remaining 3 pets to rush forward simultaneously. Immediately after, she turned, gripping the stone tightly, telling herself this area was not yet fully sealed. As long as she avoided the Moon King, there was still hope to survive. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky, cutting off Sachai's last hope. Looking down at her empty hand, she was stunned into silence, while Huan Yue across from her was also shocked at the scene. Su Liang's small butterfly clutched the stone tightly, leaving Huan Yue surprised to realize it was a low-level Shan Guang Dai. In the blink of an eye, Shan Guang Dai returned the teleportation stone to Su Liang, leaving Sachai in a state of astonishment. He slightly curled his lips in satisfaction and explained that on the battlefield of the Supreme Wisdom, no one notices a tiny Shan Guang Dai, which was entirely reasonable. During this, she was completely frozen, her body suspended in midair. Finally, she spoke calmly as if letting go of everything, admitting that though it was late, she now understood why he was called the Moon King. Yuan Yue did not hesitate, inhaling the curling cold air. Sachai's body gradually dissolved, her face blurring but retaining a smile, silently bidding farewell and expressing honor to have fought, while her life quietly slipped away. Outside the barrier, Seven Moons suddenly opened her eyes wide at something unusual. For her, Su Liang emerged from the chaos with composure, causing her to stammer out, "Lord, Lord of the sect." He glided past the crowd watching him and calmly announced that Sachai T letter 1ECD had fallen in battle, while simultaneously requesting the removal of the seal. Then he slowly uttered the words "moreover," causing everyone to grow curious in anticipation. With eyes like a crescent moon, Su Liang calmly declared that from now on, the Yan Yue constellation would be under his management. The news of Su Liang taming Yan Yue quickly sent shockwaves through all moonlight forces. At the same time, in the Shang Yue Saint sect of the southern region, a young woman with long glossy hair bathed in water. Her back cast a mysterious silhouette. Behind her, a female attendant hurriedly ran up to report that Yan Yue had been subdued by the Moon King. The young woman gently caught the water in the pool, then calmly replied that there was no need to panic as she had known about this for some time. Shang Yue rose with composure, explaining that Su Liang was favored by moonlight and held the moon script, so this outcome was inevitable. The attendant, still dissatisfied, loudly declared that the emperor also possessed extraordinary talent, born a 4-star beast master, with an emperor-level beast and eyes that saw through all moons. Hearing this, Shang Yue smiled subtly, expressing curiosity about whom moonlight would favor more, then decisively ordered the cancellation of eligibility checks in the sect to prepare for the moon god ceremony. Those words struck the attendant like lightning, leaving him frozen and speechless. Meanwhile, at the northern edge of the central area, on a desolate shore, a person in a fully cloaked black robe stood looking into the distance. Behind him, a woman reported that the other two were approaching. Cheng Shan immediately asked Ling Zhai whether this time he would still fail against Su Liang. Ling Zhai quickly affirmed with absolute confidence that he would surely defeat the Moon King and restore glory to the Black Moon sect. In the sea suddenly appeared whirlpools and strange lights, from which a voice rang out hoping Cheng Shan's plan would not disappoint. The Nine Eyes messenger announced that if they failed, the entire sect would submit to the Moon King, while Tang Huangquan agreed, asserting that no one could oppose the gods. In response, Cheng Shan confidently reassured that this plan would certainly succeed. He turned his back, walking with iron resolve, ordering a move toward the Moonlight Academy beast to await the ceremony and eliminate the Moon King. In the Moon Energy Hall of the Void, Yuan Yue exclaimed in panic that the Moon God ceremony was truly about to begin. He continued in astonishment, explaining that only when the moon shone brightest would the Moon God descend, and the last ceremony had taken place over a millennium ago. Su Liang wearily raised a hand to his forehead, acknowledging that he had been contacted by the Academy principal beforehand about this event. At that moment, a multicolored rubric appeared, explaining that when the ceremony began, selected Moonlight Beast Masters would become sacrificial items to compete for the final Moon King position. Usually, victory in this process would make the growth of the Beast Masters extraordinarily formidable. It could even trigger battles between emperors until someone ascended or others were forced to retreat. Only then would the ceremony conclude. Therefore, this ceremony would only end when Su Liang defeated Kang Yue Dai Dai after 3 years, leaving him dazed and resigned to fate. He opened his phone for Huan Yue to see, annoyed to read that the sacrificial items could locate each other, and per the dean's request, he had to protect the 2 selected students. Like struck by lightning, Su Liang was stunned, wondering why he had to fulfill the promise of his predecessor, who had deceived many in the name of the Moon God. Suddenly, Huan Yue calmly reassured him, no need to worry too much, for the rewards of the battle could make Kang Yue Dai Dai incomparable even after 3 years. Mentioning the rare chance to collect the missing pages of the Moon Scripture, Su Liang suddenly became alert. Seeing his surprise, Yuan Yue slowly explained that the one possessing all the pages could break the covenant limit and contract with dozens of beasts. Hearing this, Su Liang was even more astonished, thinking that if he collected all remaining pages, he would hold immense power. However, he quickly grew uneasy, wondering if the moon scripture was with him, how could others possess the missing pages? While Su Liang pondered, Yuan Yue nudged him lightly with her head, asking him to inform the guardian so it could move freely. It folded its hands, expectant, promising that if allowed to go outside to watch the moon, it would assist in protecting the two girls. Receiving no response, Yuan Yue curiously looked at Su Liang. Turned out the nudge had accidentally bumped him against the wall. Su Liang quickly left the room, rubbing his rear while searching on his phone, complaining about the Zhai Zun's pull nearly causing serious trouble. He even shared an article, 100 Ways to Cook Tiger Meat, in the chat with Yuan Yue, which could only respond with 3 ellipses helplessly. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the screen, surprising Su Liang, asking if the profiles of the 2 students had been sent. Inside was the image of the girl with animal ears and information. Bai Yue Nai, 16 years old, from the Bai Saint clan in the west, daughter of an emperor, mixed blood of human and tiger, possessing Zhai Zun's strength but in a mysterious sleep. After reading, he stroked his chin, noting that initially he thought she was a cat girl, but she actually had tiger blood. Next, the screen displayed a blue-haired girl with information. Bai Jiao, 16 years old, 4th princess of the northern Bai Yue Empire, famed from childhood for summoning supreme beasts to fight. Having information on both, Su Liang sighed, commenting that a princess and an emperor's favorite were troublesome targets, then decided to send the data to Yuan Yue first. Immediately, the information reached Yuan Yue, which eagerly accepted the task, particularly interested in the girl living in the forest, and volunteered to take charge. The academy. As night fell, Diet Nai's sleepy face gradually appeared. Swaying on the swing with Takan, she marveled that having Yan Yue subdued by the Moon King was beyond her imagination, even in dreams. Takan suddenly stood, excited, suggesting they quickly head to the teaching area for an important announcement. The 2 girls walked together, while Yuan Yue silently appeared behind, quietly confirming Diet Nai was the hybrid girl of the Bai Saint clan. Followed her back, muttering that her scent was distinctive, but her mind seemed sluggish. A raindrop fell on its nose, making Yuan Yue look up, realizing rain was coming. It slowly stepped back, thinking it should return, as its power would be significantly reduced in the rain, needing to guard against unexpected events. However, in less than a second it stopped, eyes serious as it sensed something unusual. A violent water vortex suddenly appeared in midair. The vortex exploded fiercely, layers of water curling as if to engulf the sky. Immediately, the flood tyrant Zhai Zun appeared before Diet Nai and Takan. It placed its hand on its chest, declaring it had found one of the 5 Zhai Zun targets. Then the tyrant opened its mouth like an abyss, threatening, giving them 10 seconds to summon all beasts, as it disliked sneaky attacks on beast masters. Below, Diet Nai and Takan held hands tightly, eyes full of fear. Observing the 7-star mark on the opponent's shoulder, Yuan Yue from afar was alarmed, realizing this was the beast of a 7-star beast master. Anxiety showed on its face, understanding that a 7-star beast master meant possessing an emperor-level beast. On the path to the academy's main gate, a few figures walked, and a voice announced the rain had begun. Servants quietly moved in the rain, Princess Bai Jiao under an umbrella in the middle, complaining about having to gather at the teaching area in this weather. Suddenly, a small butterfly flew before Bai Jiao, capturing her attention, making her exclaim in surprise. She observed for a brief moment, astonished when she discovered this was merely a low-tier Shanguang die. The Shanguang die gently perched on the tip of Bai Jiao's finger, and she calmly maintained her posture to let it settle. A maid hastily spoke up, warning, "Princess, that's a low-level monster, you shouldn't approach it." However, before the maid could finish, she interrupted, annoyed. "What's wrong? Are we going by Su Liang's ridiculous rules again? A little play won't hurt. Maybe he's also secretly enjoying some fun with the little beast." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, causing both Bai Jiao and the maid to turn their heads. "Are you talking about Su Liang?" A short-haired woman with a sly smile spoke. "I'm particularly interested in stories related to Su Liang. May I join you?" From a distance, a figure with long horns slowly approached. The maid immediately became alert and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" As the maid was about to exert her pressure, Bai Jiao stepped back and angrily shouted, "Get lost, ugly, can't you see I have to attend the academy meeting soon?" The newcomer was Ling Zhai, smiling falsely, trying to keep calm while responding that she too wanted to participate, though she was seething inside at the words ugly. Then Ling Zhai summoned her pet beast and proudly said, How unfortunate, I must face a child just stepping into the top-tier level. I feel so guilty I might cry. All the maids were stunned, their mouths hanging open in shock as they realized it was a top-tier spirit goat serpent. Behind them, Bai Jiao also lost her composure, recalling the words Black Moon Sect. The scene shifted to the Academy's beast taming square, where a large crowd of students had gathered under the rain, all showing signs of disappointment. In the center of the square, Ru Yue and Kim Ngayat stood watching, Ru Yue scanning the surroundings, feeling uneasy as Bai Diet Nhai and Bai Jiao were still missing. After clearing her throat a few times to regain her voice, she began to announce, "Dear students, please pay attention to the upcoming announcement." When the information about the moon god ritual, prepared for over 1,000 years, was about to be announced, the entire student body below showed clear signs of shock. Nonetheless, Ru Yue continued to observe while conveying. When the ceremony begins, the Moonlight Beastmasters with high potential will be chosen as battle sacrifices to offer to the gods. Each victory will bring invaluable rewards along with a rule to select the final victor. But before she could finish, a voice echoed and interrupted. Those are the battle sacrifices fighting each other until only one survives. Ru Yue and Kim Ngayat simultaneously looked up at the sky, which was shining brightly. The guardian elf appeared with a strange smile, slowly continuing. That one will become the true moon king of this era. Seeing the distorted face, Ru Yue immediately ordered, all students quickly withdraw. However, before she finished speaking, the guardian elf unleashed an explosion like a meteor, the light blindingly tearing apart the night sky. Ru Yue quickly activated her defensive skill to protect herself. Looking ahead, she felt unease rising. That was a 7-star top-tier battle skill, while my moon concealment ability is just enough for self-defense. As for the students, they likely can't escape. Thick smoke from the world-shattering explosion began to dissipate. The rain continued pouring, and Ru Yue was stunned when she saw that the students had only suffered minor injuries, shocked to the point of being speechless. Elder Kim and Gayat approached and both shared the same question. What on earth happened? The guardian elf still had a twisted expression, but she seemed slightly anxious upon realizing the attack had been absorbed. Looks like the Moon King has intervened. In a corner of the teaching area, Su Liang, in his familiar cloak, was standing among the students. His back remained still, silently observing the entire situation. Su Liang's sharp gaze flickered, while the guardian elf confirmed with certainty that he was watching. In his mind, Su Liang silently assessed that after the battle at Moon Concealment Mountain, Hu Zhongyu's defense ability had tripled. However, when he saw Hu Zhongyu's expression, he grew worried. This time, 40% of the shield had been broken. If it were before, no one would have come out unscathed. Still, he smiled confidently, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he had truly acted. Just as these thoughts ended, the sky flashed with blazing red lightning, causing everyone to panic and shout, "What is that?" The space has been torn apart. Leading the moon goddess, a woman with angel wings, slowly appeared from the void. On her chest, the symbol of 7 stars stood out. Ru Yue couldn't help but worry. Another 7-star top tier, that means the opponent must at least have an emperor. The moon goddess suddenly shouted, "What are you doing? If all these people die, what will the consequences be? Is it necessary?" The guardian elf casually replied, "What do you understand? How could Su Liang care about the lives of these insignificant ones?" Prompting her to immediately retort. He harshly scolded, "Fool, this is the domain of the Moon Sect, and our mission is just to handle that vice director." Hearing the conversation, Ru Yue quickly realized their identities. She hurriedly asked, "Wait, guardian elf and moon goddess, are you from the Starry Moon Sect?" Ru Yue continued in confusion. 5 years ago, I went to Starry Moon Sect as an exchange student and witnessed their strength, so why are you attacking us today? The guardian elf turned to the moon goddess, asking how to handle this. The moon goddess ordered, "Fine, I'll give you 1 minute to evacuate these students. After that, we'll show no mercy." After the warning, the students below immediately panicked and scattered in all directions. However, there was still one calm step forward. Amidst the chaos, Su Liang leisurely walked against the crowd, still holding his phone, typing something, and walked toward the two troublemakers, asking in a deep voice, "Are you from the Starry Moon Sect?" The two immediately turned around, their eyes warily fixed on him. Su Liang's face darkened, anger clearly visible. "You don't dare show your face, not even the emperor dares appear, yet you dream of retreating safely after causing chaos here." Then he summoned Yan Yue, who soared into the air amidst brilliant energy streams. Ru Yue and Kim Ngayat watched in amazement, silently realizing that it was the top-tier infernal blade Yan Yue. At this moment, that ultimate weapon had fully awakened. Yan Yue remained silent for a moment, as if evaluating the situation. and her eyes lit up with blinding brilliance. Gripping the great saber with both hands, Yan Yue began to gather energy, signaling that a destructive strike was about to be unleashed. Ru Yue immediately sensed something was wrong and anxiously exclaimed, "Wait, this posture doesn't distinguish friend from foe." Seeing Yan Yue's terrifying expression, she became even more anxious. Could she be planning to wipe out everyone present? In an instant, Yan Yue unleashed a destructive blow toward the guardian elf and the moon goddess, the light exploding in a dazzling burst. After the attack, thick smoke rose, and the ground was severely devastated. Within the smoke, Ru Yue's coughing voice could be heard. She sat on the ground, but her body was completely unharmed by the previous blow. Touching the dust on her face, she was still in disbelief. How did I survive? Ru Yue slowly stood up, looking at the deep pit ahead, and concluded that Su Liang still cared for everyone's lives. Two troublemakers lay motionless at the bottom of the pit, struggling to speak, completely unable to resist. Is this the power of infernal blade Yan Yue? At the edge of the pit, Su Liang stood proudly with his cloak billowing. Above him, Yan Yue floated, fully awakened. The moon goddess looked at him and still threatened. Even if we fall, it will just be a greeting gift for you. Guardian elf regained her composure and gave her final warning. The emperor will soon appear before you. After that, they began to coordinate, with the elf unleashing a blinding light. The source of light became heavy, while the moon goddess summoned energy orbs surrounding her body. Noticing the anomaly, Yan Yue's eyes immediately shone bright. She swiftly charged, looking directly at the two, while Su Liang silently observed and calculated. After 2 attacks, Hu Zhangyu's shield was down to 4% and could no longer hold. At this moment, the moon goddess and the guardian elf continuously muttered strange incantations. In contrast, Su Liang was urgently thinking. Only 3 seconds left before Yan Yue fully draws her sword. If they don't stop, everything will be lost. His eyes seemed to blur as he wondered what to do, but just then, Yan Yue's gaze became brighter than ever. In the next moment, she swung her saber fiercely, creating a crescent-shaped slash that rushed forward. The slash, like a meteor, slammed down onto the two troublemakers. Ru Yue froze, her eyes following the incoming strike. Her face turned grim, speechless in the face of the fragility of life. Just a moment later, Yan Yue's offensive shook the entire sky, bursts of light erupting without end. The force was so intense that even students standing at a distance staggered, almost falling. A male student cried out in panic. Could such a commotion be the beast of the Moon King? Then someone behind hurriedly pointed. Everyone looked. What is that? Suddenly, a crescent moon appeared alongside a full moon. All the students frozen in shock as they realized there were 2 moons in the sky. From the thick smoke came the frantic cries of the spirits. Have you gone mad? Why activate the power to create 5 minutes of full moon? He gradually took human form, appearing and immediately scolding loudly. Even if using the full moon's evolution to save a life, one must consider the severe consequences. D-letter 1EABN and Gayat sat sobbing, softly muttering apologies, thinking he was confident it would be fine, but before she could finish speaking, the guarding spirit yelled, "Foolish woman, we now face the Moon King under the full moon." The dialogue immediately halted, as both turned to look in the same direction. Before their eyes, the jade flying fox swelled to a colossal size, all thanks to the full moon. The guarding spirit asked in astonishment, "Is that the moon harp jade mace of supreme wisdom?" Yet the more it looked, the more it sensed something amiss. Letter 1EABN and Gayat pressed behind her, face pale, whispering not only that, Yan Yue had also changed strangely. Yan Yue's fierce gaze made them shudder. Some trembling asked, "Must we face both at once?" Without further hesitation, Yan Yue in anger gripped the hilt tightly, then suddenly swung down a strike aimed straight at the jade flying fox's abdomen. A streak of red shot up, its body split in 2. The scene left the guarding spirit and D-letter 1EABN and Gayat stunned. Why attack even a teammate? After the slash, Yan Yue turned his cold gaze backward. The Moonlight Academy's beast control grounds, outside the royal cover, a strange magical force rose from underground. Big Gao's servants trembled under the oppressive atmosphere. Ling Zhai stepped forward, eyeing the newly summoned pets with a sneer. "Are you joking? Can you even hold out a minute?" Immediately after, she calmly called, "Spirit Eye of the Lin." The large pet behind shot out 8 laser-like beams forward. In the blink of an eye, the deadly rays pierced through the weak opposing pets. Hit spots expanded into large holes, smoke curling up from them. Soon, the pet's body disintegrated, thick air rising, causing a servant to scream in horror. What is happening? Seeing this, Bai Jiao wasted no time, shouting loudly, Azure Phoenix Eagle. Giant Pet quickly appeared beside her. Ling Zhai watched with interest, curling her lips, finally calling out her supreme, interesting but a pity. Once more, strong rays shot through the pet's body, accompanied by Ling Zhai's questioning tone. The Azure Phoenix Eagle is not of the moonlight attribute, incompatible with yours. Hence it could not transform until now, right? Servant hurriedly summoned a tall figure, ordered to take Bai Jiao away, earnestly saying, Princess, flee to the edge of the black mist, perhaps you still have a chance. That only made Ling Zhai more disdainful. She casually asked, is that all your skill? As she finished, Spirit Eye of the Lin gathered energy in its throat, a few small rings of light appearing in its eye. Instantly the beam shot out, piercing through the female servant. The leopard carrying Bai Jiao could not avoid it either, collapsing immediately. Bai Jiao's eyes widened in horror. He stood frozen, throat tight, unable to speak. Ling Zhai stepped forward slowly, still casual, saying, it seems the end is near. Suddenly a tiny Shanguang die slipped past Bai Jiao's hand. It flew straight into the chamber midair before her astonished eye. Ling Zhai froze at the sight of the tiny pet. Spirit Eye of the Lin beside her suddenly became chaotic. Legs trembled, nearly losing balance. Immediately after, Ling Zhai collapsed, clutching her pale face, stammering, how could this be? How is Shanguang Dai here? As the butterfly flew before her, she asked in a trembling voice, why appear at this moment? Seeing Ling Zhai frightened by the small butterfly, Bai Jiao thought, could it be here to save me? The next instant she turned to flee, trying to stay calm, telling herself just escape first. Ling Zhai still knelt, sobbing continuously, apologizing to Lord Chengshan, I cannot act any longer. She clutched Spirit Eye of the Lin, tears falling, despairing as the Black Moon sect feared Shanguang Dai most. Switching to Tu Jing and Yue Nhi, the two girls hugged each other, trembling as the count reached 10, 9, 8, 7. The tyrant continued counting 6, 5, 4, 3. Behind Hue and Yue watched curiously, worrying if the supreme tyrant would appear. Is the water emperor of Tang Huang here too? If touching the little one drags in the big one, trouble indeed. At this, the last three numbers rang out 2, 1, 0. Receiving no answer, the tyrant waved coldly, too bad, then do not blame me. Immediately, violent water spirals shot from his hand. In an instant, Yue Nhi and Tu Jing were swept away by the currents. Suddenly, crimson clouds appeared in the sky. The clouds charged straight at the tyrant, leaving him stunned, exclaiming what? Fortunately, the timely clouds saved them. Yue Nhi and Tu Jing's lives were hanging by a thread. The tyrant immediately interrogated, these clouds cannot be the power of the Bai Sheng family. Has the intelligence changed? Who are you? Two girls, still stunned, also looked curiously. Their gaze focused on him looking. Ahead, gentle footsteps appeared on the clouds. The calm figure of Huan Yue gradually revealed. Tu Jing saw Huan Yue and asked in shock, intermediate level, Bai Hua Lu saved us from that supreme. This he felt utterly bored, reassuring himself, having promised the Moon King, he must endure. The tyrant stepped forward to face Huan Yue, respectfully introducing Tang Huang Xuan, third under Emperor's witness of the heavens, supreme tyrant. Hearing this, he casually asked, is the name Lengduan Tianchu not coming along? The tyrant, inwardly angry for the audacity to call the emperor that, outwardly remained calm, responding by moon sect rules, emperors do not ascend. This is only the battle of the supremos. Yuan Yue smiled, saying so it seemed, then no worries remained. He stood straight with confidence, muttering that he was always firm when soft and yielding when tough. The other enraged, clasping hands, teeth gritted, warning not to overstep. His hands closed, forming the skilled deep-sea descent. A massive water cube appeared above, waves churning beneath. Yuan Yue, unprepared, was swept into the vast waters. Suddenly, his figure vanished from the current. Immediately, radiant beams gradually converged at a point in the sky. Blink, Huan Yue manifested midair, surrounded by countless dazzling energy beams. His appearance left the tyrant utterly astonished. Could it be you have no physical form either? However, it quickly regained its composure, crossed its arms in front of its chest, and muttered, if that's the case, the only option is to use that move. Immediately after, a violent whirlpool of water surged above Huan Yue's head. The sea currents created by the tyrant grew increasingly fierce, with the pressure building up with each pulse. When the energy peaked, a column of water like a great flood crashed downward. Soon, the steam began to dissipate and thin out in the air. Looking down at the deep pit below, the tyrant smugly thought that its opponent would be hard to recognize in one piece. Then something caused it to pause. In the sky, 2 moons appeared, which shocked it. What is the moon sect doing? Why change the moon's form without warning? It scanned the area, briefly worried because there were many moonlight-type beasts here, which were disadvantageous for its water-based powers, then reassured itself that the enemy had been taken down. Thinking this, it slowly turned and walked away, still feeling frustrated and wanting to demand answers. Suddenly, long hair appeared behind it, followed by 2 words, "I said." Hearing those words, the tyrant immediately spun around. Figure of a woman with an alluring body gradually emerged from the gathering clouds. Yuan Yue, in her transformed form, lightly stepped on the ground and calmly said, "Wait until the full moon has passed before continuing. I don't need the full moon to defeat you." Those words ignited the tyrant's anger. It clenched its fist and charged forward, shouting, "What did you say? If I want to strike during the full moon, what of it?" Just a few seconds later, the arrogance on its face disappeared. The tyrant's body, along with the house behind it, was pierced through by a giant stag horn. Its body slowly disintegrated into nothingness, and before it vanished, it was horrified, thinking that this power surpassed even the top tier. Could it be the bloodline of an emperor? Looking at Huan Yue calmly, the tyrant realized that top-tier power existed here, beyond its reach. She raised her voice and emphasized, "I truly don't need the full moon to suppress you. Do you hear me clearly?" In the final moment, the tyrant looked up at the sky, sending a message, "Master, the next step must be." Its body completely vanished, and the message ended with the 2 words, "Be careful." Not long after, more and more students gathered to observe Huan Yue. Hearing whispers from behind, she wondered if she might have been a bit too showy. Her gaze suddenly stopped at a distant direction. Before the desolate scene, Huan Yue guessed that the mastermind and the Moon King were both there. Tilted her head, contemplating how to handle the situation. 3 minutes ago in the teaching square, the scene of destruction with thick smoke emerged. Guardian Elf and Moon Nourisher lay unconscious, and in the distance was the shadow of Yan Yue. At this moment, Yan Yue had lost control, continuously launching violent attacks. Its gaze suddenly stopped midair, as if it had realized something strange. Yu Fei Tu's split body was regenerating, with clouds gathering at the cut to form the upper torso. In a moment, Yu Fei Tu appeared under the full moon low tier, with a moon-deficient physique, ultra-fast regeneration, and reinforcement skill. Unexpectedly, it raised both hands in the shape of rabbit ears, then quickly grabbed the blade in Yan Yue's hand. Yan Yue's face showed clear discomfort at this action. Yu Fei Tu dragged Yan Yue as it jumped, hurrying in a certain direction. In the forest near the academy, Mei Yue asked Cheng Shan, leading the group, "Is this path sure not to be traced by the twin moon sect?" He sneered, "You've underestimated me." He boasted that this was top-secret information from an insider, completely safe, unaware that a fierce light was descending nearby. When the white light exploded before him, Cheng Shan was frozen. In the smoke, Yu Fei Tu's figure appeared, still holding Yan Yue tightly. Seeing this, he went speechless. Mangacaped and Huang Xuan said in horror, "We've been discovered by Su Liang." After a moment, Cheng Shan tried to reassure himself, "Stay calm, this chaos might not be Su Liang." Before he could finish, he froze, seeing Yu Fei Tu reach into his mouth and pull something out. In the blink of an eye, the shadow flew out like a butterfly. Su Liang's calm demeanor was brought outside by it. Seeing the familiar face, the 3 froze, unable to move. Su Liang glanced calmly, recognizing the Black Moon sect, Spirit Mangacaped and Huang Xuan. Huang Xuan panicked, thinking as a water beast master, how could he face the Moon King under the full moon? Terrified, she quickly explained, Su Liang respected, "I only protect Black Moon Cheng Shan, no intention to fight." On the contrary, Cheng Shan shouted, "I have come to declare war on you." Huang Xuan could only groan inwardly, "It's over." Su Liang looked down curiously, contemplating something. The crescent moon in his eyes flashed, softly repeating the words, "Declare war." Cheng Shan declared, "After the moon god ritual, I will bring the emperor to end everything, defeating you on behalf of the lost followers." He clenched his hands in rage, recalling 3 years ago the Black Moon sect headquarters was destroyed, and his eyes lost, facing a terrifying existence. The image of Su Liang calmly back then appeared, fueling his anger. "You were the same as today, looking at us with pity as if we were weaklings." After the thought, he momentarily paused. Su Liang was confused, wondering what he said. Why didn't the previous incarnation leave memory? He looked at Yan Yue bursting with energy, thinking he must find an excuse first as it was about to go out of control. After some thought, he said, "Though those weaklings are unsightly, I give you a chance. The three below listened silently. His expression darkened. If you provoke me, the twin moon sect will hunt you down with no escape. Hearing this, Changshan trembled. The other two also turned pale. Su Liang turned his back, saying, "Then I will respond to you," and called Yan Yue. As if awaiting orders, Yan Yue swung the blade forcefully. In an instant, the terrifying strike lit up the night sky like a meteor falling. 10 minutes later, the crescent moon still hung high. The forest, the smoke had not cleared. Someone coughed, asking if Su Liang had left. The three crawled out from the ground. Mei and Gaiet said Yan Yue's power is unusual. Without the Emperor's secret aid, we would barely survive. She angrily said that breaks the rules, perhaps detected by the Twin Moon sect leader. We should split up to act. Huang Xuan sighed. Now we must think of a way to avoid the Twin Moon sect's pursuit. He looked at the distant mountains, uneasy as the seven-star Supreme Tyrant could not escape in time. Huang Xuan affirmed there were still hidden forces in the Moonlight Academy, yet to appear. Leaving the forest, Su Liang walked around the academy observing the destruction, unable to help but remark how much the battle had ruined. He stopped, wondering how Yan Yue and Dap Van Tri and Gaiet easily defeated the Seven-Star Supreme. Even so, he was pleased that, though no contract was signed, he had inadvertently taken down a series of formidable characters. Suddenly, a distant scream caught his attention. A figure suddenly darted forward, slamming into Su Liang, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Yuan Yue, in her human form, sat on top of Su Liang, repeatedly punching him while sobbing. "You have to listen to me. I just encountered a seven-star beast tamer. I almost got defeated. It was so terrifying." She continued whining as Su Liang listened quietly. "If it weren't for me, the whole academy would have been submerged by now. Even Bai Sheng's little girl would have had a hard time escaping this disaster." After crying for a while, Yuan Yue suddenly stopped, her body stiffening as she remembered something important. "I think I forgot to transform back." However, before she could act, Su Liang gently placed his hand on her head to reassure her. He looked at Yuan Yue with a gentle gaze, a tender expression on his face that gradually calmed her down. After that, he suggested they go back to the Moon River sect in the next few days, as he had something to discuss with the ruler there. Yuan Yue thought for a moment, muttering the words "ruler" with a contemplative expression. She suddenly realized something. Her face flushed red with embarrassment, wondering if this was the legendary meeting with the patriarch. She put on a shy look and asked softly if it was too soon, but deep inside she was extremely happy. The next morning, at the headquarters of the Moon River sect, on the Tianfu Island, an island shaped like a butterfly hovering among thick clouds. Below, a group of people in white cloaks looked up at the island and whispered, thinking this was a project inspired by the legendary Emperor's dream of the rising silver moon, a masterpiece that could rival the Holy Moon sect. The only one not wearing a cloak was Dao Xiao Jiu from the Holy Moon sect, Dao Yue Guan. She turned to look at the people behind her and sternly asked if they had forgotten the purpose of today's trip. Then she stepped forward and boldly declared that the treasure of the great emperor of the eastern region was located in the headquarters of the Moon River sect. Xiao Jiu clenched her fist and firmly stated that no matter the cost, she would definitely obtain that treasure today. Not long after, Xiao Jiu and her attendants arrived on Tianfu Island, and as soon as she saw the scene in front of her, she couldn't help but gape in amazement. The bustling crowd on the streets and the towering buildings made her continuously marvel. This place is truly so prosperous. Xiao Jiu clenched the white scarf in her hand, feeling dissatisfied as she realized that the Moon River sect was not as strict as she had imagined, but rather resembled a giant recreational tourism area. She continued on her journey with the group, while behind them appeared a figure wearing a black cloak and a butterfly mask. That figure was Su Liang. He turned his head slightly to look at Xiao Jiu with some doubt, wondering why a beast tamer from Dao Yue Guan in the southern region would be here. Hearing this, Yuan Yue curiously poked her head out and asked in wonder, "Who are you talking about?" When she recognized the familiar figure, she gasped, "Isn't that Dao Xiao Jiu?" Immediately, Yuan Yue pulled Su Liang's sleeve and irritably revealed, "Xiao Jiu is the candidate for the Saintess of Dao Yue Guan, and she's a die-hard fan of Kang Yue Dai Dai, often praising him online." She clenched her fist determinedly, swearing that after arguing and scolding her through private messages, she would definitely make her apologize this time. Hearing this, Su Liang could only sigh in exasperation, wondering if it was too unreasonable to force someone to apologize after an online argument. Seeing that she was still upset, he gently suggested letting it go and asked if she wanted to see or do anything else before nightfall. Contrary to Su Liang's enthusiasm, Yuan Yue firmly replied with a single word, no. Just then, the sign reading Beast Eating Challenge, no limit on number of participants, anonymous entries allowed, registration ends at 5 p.m. caught Yuan Yue's eye. She immediately pointed at the sign and excitedly declared that she wanted to join. Su Liang, upon hearing this, could only express his disbelief, inwardly sighing that the Moon King's beasts were participating in an eating contest. If others found out, it would be very embarrassing. Suddenly, a voice rang out, grabbing his attention, urging everyone to register quickly as time was running out. The voice belonged to Xiao Jiu, who was currently very excited at the registration desk. After completing the procedure, Xiao Jiu eagerly declared that if she won first place, her strength would definitely stand out among the sane test candidates. Su Liang overheard this and murmured the words prize. He glanced at the prize board for the supreme monarch of the middle extreme. First place was a drop of Fei Ying Fen Tong's essence, second place was a box of masks, and third place was a bottle of hand cream. Looking at the strange disparity between the prizes, Su Liang was astonished and wondered why the gap between them was so huge. Still puzzled, he remembered that Fei Ying Fen Tong was a legendary emperor of the eastern region. Wherever it passed, the sky turned red and cherry blossoms covered the ground. But because the area was isolated from signals, few had seen its true form. Thinking of this, Su Liang voiced his frustration, not understanding why someone would organize a competition and dare to place the essence of an emperor alongside mundane items like hand cream and masks. Yuan Yue, surprised by his question, replied, "Isn't that what the Moon River sect is propagating to get revenge on Fei Ying Fen Tong?" causing Su Liang to fall silent in surprise. He continued to explain seriously that there was information circulating online that the Moon River sect was collecting various foods that the butterfly beasts liked, causing conflicts with Fei Ying Fen Tong, and she even thought Su Liang had ordered this. Hearing this, Su Liang could only feel embarrassed, silently thinking that his low-level Shan Guang Dai could never handle food fit for an emperor. However, he still focused on the competition, feeling a slight excitement rise in him to participate. At that moment, the Moon Tri-Books information board appeared, announcing that the second stage had unlocked a new function, spending a certain number of withdrawals to view pet clues, with 5, 30, and 100 withdrawals respectively for high-level, mid-level, and supreme-level beasts. Seeing this, Su Liang smiled slightly in satisfaction as many supreme-level pet illustrations were unlocked, also realizing that Yue Zhaiwang had been upgraded and new interesting features could now appear. Soon after, the host holding a microphone announced, "Welcome to the Beast Eating Challenge organized by the Moon River sect," introducing herself as Yue Nai. Yue Nai stood between two competition tables, surrounded by a crowd of spectators who had gathered, enthusiastically thanking everyone for their active participation. Some people below whispered among themselves, wondering why anyone would get involved in the conflict between the Moon River sect and Fei Ying Fen Tong, even suspecting the contestants were hired actors. Ignoring the gossip, the host continued to announce the rule. Each contestant could summon up to 2 beasts, but they had to use supreme-level food with extreme spiciness, which only beasts of that level could tolerate. Upon hearing this rule, the 2 people accompanying Xiao Jiu showed clear signs of worry, while she remained resolute. Bright red plates of cakes were placed on the table, steam rising from them, carrying an indescribable spicy aroma. The aroma immediately hit the noses of the pet beasts accompanying Xiao Jiu. They quickly showed signs of being unable to endure the harsh flavor. In contrast, Yuan Yue looked at the spicy food with great longing. On this side, Xiao Jiu remained steadfast and declared that no one needed to force themselves, as no matter what, she would not lose. With that, she immediately summoned her pet beast, Go Tianyan Fen Dai, a pink-winged butterfly of the Supreme Fire Flame system. Holding her pet beast in her arms, Xiao Jiu glanced at the audience with a smug expression, thinking to herself that even in the Moon River sect, not everyone owned a supreme-level beast. Suddenly her gaze froze and widened as she looked across. The sight of Su Liang and Yuan Yue standing before 3 plates of red cake stunned her, as she couldn't understand why the other party would let a low-level beast participate in the competition. Xiao Jiu sighed in relief and sneered, thinking that the other party was only pushing their beast into suffering. On the other side, Su Liang observed seriously and concluded that although Xiao Jiu only summoned a supreme-level beast, she was definitely not simple, given her determination to win the prize. He glanced at Yuan Yue, who was drooling in desire, and told himself that even though he still had Yan Yue, it was obviously impossible to use her in this situation. His eyes sparkled with confidence as he thought to himself that he still had another trump card. On the opposite side, Xiaoju also gave Su Liang a provocative look. At that moment, Yue Nai announced that the competition would only last one round for 10 minutes. When the signal sounded, both sides looked at each other with confident eyes, their belief in victory rising within. Immediately, Tianyan Fen Dai picked up a cake larger than its head and opened its mouth, preparing to eat. In the blink of an eye, it chewed fiercely and swallowed the giant cake whole. Meanwhile, the low-level beasts below struggled terribly, tears streaming from their faces as the spicy flavor sank deep into their tongue. In stark contrast, Yuan Yue kept eating one cake after another, her expression content as if savoring a delicacy. Watching this incredible speed, Xiaoju began to worry and wondered if the opponent was actually a supreme-level beast. Nevertheless, she still proudly looked at her Tianyan Fen Dai, thinking to herself that this era no longer had room for performances like pigs eating tigers. After that, Xiaoju loudly declared that no matter what, she would absolutely not accept defeat. 3 minutes passed, and all the low-level beasts of the cloaked women had collapsed on the ground, completely unable to withstand the extreme spiciness. Tianyan Fen Dai was also growing exhausted, panting with its swollen belly after eating 30 cakes. Seeing its fatigued state, Xiaoju couldn't hide her astonishment as she realized her pet beast had reached its limit. She immediately turned her gaze toward the opponent, a growing sense of worry rising in her heart. On the other side, Su Liang was also amazed by Yuan Yue's eating ability and worriedly suggested that she shouldn't push herself too hard. But she continued eating while explaining that she used different stomachs for regular food and food for beasts. Seeing that Yuan Yue kept eating without stopping, Xiaoju was horrified as she realized her opponent seemed unaffected. However, she quickly regained her composure and silently calculated that with her 4-star beast tamer level, summoning 2 supreme-level beasts at once could last no more than 5 minutes. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoju remained steadfast in her belief in victory, for in order to obtain the essence of the emperor, she was determined to win at any cost. Without hesitation, Xiaoju loudly summoned the pet. Appear, Azure Spirit Moon Soul. A pet with a sturdy body quickly appeared. Belonging to the Moonlight attribute and reaching the Supreme Intelligence level, it immediately appeared behind her. Without any hesitation, it grabbed a plate full of spicy cakes, then devoured them all in the blink of an eye. Seeing such an astonishing appetite, Yuan Yue asked worriedly, eating that much, will there be any problem later? Xiaoju regained confidence, clenching his fists, body trembling with excitement. The amount has doubled, this time we will surely win. The MC announced only 1 minute remained. Azure Spirit Moon Soul had eaten 72, while Yuan Yue was still at 34. The situation changed rapidly, yet Su Liang remained calm, murmuring that the time had come. As soon as the thought ended, he immediately called out Hu Zhang Yue. Streams of water from the lake quickly wrapped around the plates of spicy cakes. Icy whirlpools hovered in the air, gathering all the cakes in an instant. Outside the arena, everyone was stunned by the sudden situation and immediately buzzed with chatter. What just happened? All eyes focused on the 5 empty plates on Su Liang's table. Some exclaimed in surprise as hundreds of portions vanished mysteriously. Xiaoju froze in shock, stammering, "This is impossible." Shortly after, the ending bell rang as the MC pressed the button, simultaneously announcing, "The contest is over." She excitedly pointed at Su Liang and Yuan Yue clutching their full bellies, declaring them the winners. That declaration cut into Xiaoju's heart, causing her to collapse, painfully murmuring, "No." Immediately after, Yue turned and left, her face darkening. She walked, she spoke softly to Su Liang, "Follow me backstage to receive the prize." Later night fell, a faint crescent moon appeared behind a house. Inside, Yue handed the vial of fluid to Su Liang and asked, "Leader, there are more than 10 drops of Fei Ying Fen Tong's fluid left. Do you need all of it?" Taking the vial, he asked, slightly surprised, "You recognized me?" She explained to Yuan Yue's astonishment, "At first I only suspected because of rumors that you often stayed near a white deer." Yue continued with urgent news, "The Overlord has just awakened and requested your presence in the main hall, so I confirmed your identity." Hearing this, though worried, Su Liang remained calm, saying, "Good." He awakened just as the moon appeared. After observing, he opened the vial of fluid. He slowly brought it to his nose to check the scent. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a premonition of danger struck. Seeing Su Liang spin around, body trembling, Yue worriedly called, "Leader." His body still shook as he received information from the Moon Contract book. Sky Void Attribute, Imperial Level Fei Ying Fen Tong Unlocked. Reward 50 consecutive draws, unlocking rules changed. All Moonlight Attribute beasts in range automatically recorded. Reading the description of the Imperial level beast that had existed for over 10,000 years in Eastern City, with combat power near that of the Overlord, Su Liang was astonished. realizing this was no ordinary imperial. He held the mask tightly, murmuring, "Too much information, truly overwhelming." Then he smiled with excitement, thinking, perhaps it is still early for Song Yue sect to face Fei Yingfen Tong. Not long after, in the main hall of Song Yue sect headquarters, inside the vast space, Su Liang and Huan Yue walked leisurely, eyes constantly observing around. Huan Yue noticed the row of cloaked women bowing, silently admiring Su Liang's reputation. Soon the two arrived before the gate leading to the main hall, where brilliant light radiated. Without hesitation, Su Liang stepped straight inside. He closed his eyes slightly, waiting for the destination. When the light from the portal faded, he opened his eyes to look at the scene before him. This moment, Su Liang and Huan Yue were standing on the still lake. Above, a figure was sitting on the crescent moon. Huan Yue whispered in amazement, "Is this the ruler?" Su Liang calmly explained, "Yes, that is the supreme ruler of the northern region, the protector of the Moon River sect, and the 12th guardian of the moonlight. The title of that person is Bich Hai Chayat Kung Ngai." After a moment of silence, a voice echoed from the mist, "Moon King, you have finally made your decision." Her expression darkened as she recounted that the moon god ceremony had been delayed for 3 years waiting for a response, causing the elders and gods to be dissatisfied. Hearing this, Su Liang tried to remain calm, though he felt greatly confused inside. He recalled the memory of the Moon King, realizing the time had come. He coughed lightly and declared, "The moon god ceremony can begin." When he added that he had a question, Kung Ngayat Lian turned her head slightly with curiosity. Su Liang seriously asked, "How can one win in a battle of emperors?" He quickly replied, "What level of emperor? And just so you know, I cannot intervene during the ceremony." Su Liang thought for a moment and answered, "Not sure, but perhaps it's the Black Moon sect." Kung Ngayat frowned in confusion, repeating, "Black Moon sect." She said sternly, "Su Liang, don't joke. You are a miracle of the moon, don't waste my expectations on something trivial." He felt heartache, he couldn't speak the truth and thought, "I'm just a one-star beast tamer, how can I face an emperor?" Just as he was about to despair, a ring suddenly appeared before him. Su Liang and Huan Yue curiously looked at the item, while Kung Ngayat explained it was the token of the moon god, proving the identity of the northern region king and the key to start the ceremony. Ring flew into Su Liang's hand, but he refused to wear it. It repeatedly signaled him to remove the ring on his middle finger. He complied, removing the old ring and said, "All right." Immediately, the new ring automatically slipped onto Su Liang's middle finger. In an instant, brilliant light erupted around him, accompanied by colorful halos swirling around. The scene changed, revealing a quiet old town at the foot of a mountain. The system announced the moon god ceremony is starting. Verifying token, confirmed as representative of the moon of the northern region. Immediately after, the system switched to a red alert. Verification error, re-verification in progress. Su Liang opened his eyes and saw the question. Detected that the holder of the Moon Tri-Book's authority has increased. Do you want to disguise your identity? Yes, no. After reading this, he looked around the space filled with system panels and wondered, where is this? Have I been teleported? An info panel appeared with his data, name, rank, gender, appearance subject to change, and 3 character templates for disguise. After reading, he sighed. A 1-star rank in the northern region is like declaring my identity. 3 templates were displayed in order, with the Emperor template at the top. These included Bich Hai Chayat Kung Ngayat, Tin Yan Yue, and Huan Yue. After considering carefully, Su Liang concluded that the most important thing was not to reveal weakness when the ceremony began. After some thought, he decided to select the strongest template and clicked on Bich Hai Chayat Kung Ngayat. Immediately, the surrounding system panels vanished, leaving only the final notification about the template change. At the same time, at the ceremony venue, a solemn scene appeared with light gathering at the center and rows of seats arranged neatly. A figure appeared at the entrance, murmuring the familiar phrase, "The moon never sets, for the night is eternal." That was the Moonlight Saintess, the representative of the moon from the central region. As she sat down, she showed a slight expression of surprise when she saw something unusual. On the other side, a dark figure slowly stepped forward, lightly greeting the Moonlight Saintess. "Long time no see." That person was Kang Yue Dai Dai of the southern region. She smiled and stepped forward, saying the moon god ceremony was finally about to begin. CHI letter 1EBF UNGUY letter 1EC7T remained silent. Just then another small figure appeared. A little girl in a nightgown strolled forward. It was Xia Hu. representing the Western region. The HI letter 1 EBF, UNGUY letter 1 EC7T glanced with little favor, while Shang Yue cheerfully waved to greet the long-unseen king of the Western region. Io, who responded indifferently with a single uttered hem. Climbing onto the high chair, the little girl closed her eyes and fell asleep soundly. Soon after, a gentle cascade of hair gradually appeared. The alluringly dressed young woman was Bang Min, representing the Eastern region. She rolled her eyes around, then complained, "All women, how dull." CHI letter 1 EBF, UNGUY letter 1 EC7T responded coldly. Why was Bang Min of the Eastern region present? A foreigner outside the moonlight system only sullied the moon. He leisurely sat down, smiling, saying if the moon god token was in her hand, of course she must come. The four had seated in the chairs of their respective regions, but one seat remained empty. Bang Min looked at the empty chair, puzzled, asking why still not arrived. When would it continue? Shang Yue smiled lightly, announcing only the northern region remained. Surely the Moon King. Zio, who had just awakened, sleepily asking if it was the one who caused a stir 3 years ago, making the full moon last a month. The HI letter 1 EBF, UNGUY letter 1 EC7T laughed disdainfully, replying it was merely a false reputation. As soon as she finished, light footsteps sounded. Io Hu and Shang Yue immediately turned toward the sound. CHI letter 1 EBF, UNGUY letter 1 EC7T, and Bang Min did the same. Curiosity was evident on their faces. A young woman gradually stepped out from the shadows. Seeing her, Bang Min exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Shang Yue also leapt up incredulously. How could this be? Su Liang in the body of Bitch Hai Trich Kung and Gaiet appeared, representing the northern region. His eyes shone with the familiar crescent moon. Shang Yue stared, stammering, saying the moon had provided different guidance. When he sat in the chair, she was still astonished. Representing the northern region, how could it not be Su Liang? CHI letter 1 EBF, UNGUY letter 1 EC7T calmly speculated perhaps the Moon King was only an ordinary person, with many more suitable options. Saying so, she fell silent, her gaze on Su Liang observing. His composed face made her suspect could it truly be unrelated. In truth, he secretly thought how cute, yet her words were too harsh. Regaining seriousness, he thought the form of Bitch Hai Trich Kung and Gaiet would confuse them. Yue Zhai Wang's authority clearly higher than the moon god token. When the 5 representatives were complete, an announcement sounded after 1,000 years. The moon god ceremony officially restarted, the victor to be decided by the king. The echoing voice made CHI letter 1 EBF, UNGUY letter 1 EC7T uncomfortable. But before the final match, it seemed Ru Yue TH letter 1 EA7N wanted to add more interest. The announcement continued while Zio, who was still sleepy, choose your strongest sacrificial item. Before the final item is defeated, the kings may not engage. Bang Min listened with amusement. If a king personally eliminated another's item, they would lose eligibility. Shang Yue still looked at Su Liang. The final announcement forbade assigning exclusive supreme beasts as sacrificial items. The beast must belong to one's faction or a new choice must be made. After the long series of rules, a call sounded inviting the announcement of exclusive sacrificial item. Su Liang froze, realizing he had to announce a sacrificial item. Besides the Song Moon Sect beast, what other choices did he have? Sweat poured, he felt embarrassed his plan was exposed before execution. Bang Min yawned, saying it was boring, originally wanting to see the sacrificial item's strength yet unable to participate. After speaking, she summoned her sacrificial item. The system displayed Eastern Region item, Sky System, Emperor level, Fei Ying Fen Tong. The scene made Su Liang more worried, starting with an Emperor level. Perhaps she had a more terrifying contract. Next, the Central Region announced a Moonlight System sacrificial item, Emperor level, Full Moon Fallen Glory. Reading the line, he was confused as it was the famous symbol of Moon God Palace. Zio, who also summoned her sacrificial item while still sleepy. The little girl grumbled, how troublesome. System displayed Western Region Moonlight System sacrificial item, Emperor level, First Great White Saint, making Su Liang mutter in astonishment. He was shocked, remembering it was the early ancestor White Saint, power near absolute. Shang Yue still had not acted. Gaze still followed Su Liang. A reminder sounded requiring the remaining kings to announce sacrificial items within 1 minute. Su Liang suddenly remembered the emperor once in the northern region, though missing, still connected to him. A shadow with deer antlers gradually appeared. He was secretly delighted, thinking he had found it. Without hesitation, he declared Yue Zhai Wang to use 100 draws. Yue Zhai Wang's pages flipped like the wind. An announcement appeared illustrating the emperor-level beast, Yun Yu Meng Zhai Yue, founder of the Moonlight Academy Beast. First information stated 1,000 years ago Yun Yu Meng Jai Yue protected White Deer Palace. After the moon bright shattered, fell into deep sleep at the northern border waiting for the moon to gather. The second information said the 12 palaces were pieces of the Yue Shen Shan Dai system. The ninth palace Bich Hai Trich Kung and Gaiet still existed. Warning sounded. 5 seconds remaining or lose eligibility. The third information recorded the descendant of Yun Step chasing moon at supreme level. Obtaining the White Deer fragment could ascend to emperor. Su Liang was still amazed, counting down 5-4. The final information appeared. Yun Yu Meng Jai Yue and the host in the same faction could act through this judgment. Hope lit in his eyes. Counting 3-2-1, Su Liang and Shang Yue simultaneously announced their sacrificial item. The first announcement confirmed Northern Region Moonlight System. Emperor level, Yun Yu Meng Jai Yue. Shang Yue was stunned, realizing it was not the Song Moon sect beast. Su Liang was also surprised, seeing the Southern Region sacrificial item was Supreme level. The announcement board read Southern Region Moonlight System. Supreme level, Supreme Mystical Moon Nilak. That information reminded him of the Yan Yue blade shell he once sought. Supreme Mystical Moon Yang Hua General Braun. Light rings appeared throughout the room, announcing 5 sacrificial items confirmed. The Moon God ceremony began. Su Liang's body gradually vanished in the process of transmission. Io, who prepared to close her eyes to sleep again at that moment. Suddenly she opened her eyes in surprise. Wait, Yun Yu Meng Jai Yue. Seeing Su Liang about to disappear, she exclaimed, "How could this be? This name is." Before the words ended, the transmission completed. Su Liang returned to the main hall, astonished at the scene before him. At that moment, Miss Yue sat on the crescent moon calling his name. He asked if he had sensed it. A few seconds after the moon god ceremony started, "Now go seize the throne that belongs to you." After hearing those words, his gaze became firm and decisive. In an instant, he turned and walked away, speaking softly as he left. I should prepare a bit, let's pause here for today. From above, Kung Yue responded cheerfully, all right, perhaps the moon god ceremony will have concluded by the next meeting. The figures of Su Liang and Huan Yue gradually faded, Kung Yue still watching, her voice carrying a promise, hoping that by then, our vow will be fulfilled, Moon King. Once his shadow departed the main hall, she turned, asking in puzzlement, yet he went to ask how to defeat Cheng Shan, someone insignificant. Calling his determined gaze then, she was almost certain he was questioning his own strength. Kung Yue continued analyzing, questioning Yue Zhai Wang's choice, while showing caution toward the other emperor. She smiled slightly, her voice filled with interest. It seems his memories are returning. She wondered how the people at Moon God Palace would react. Quite exciting. Scene shifts to the center of Song Yue's sect. A massive beam of light shot into the sky, carrying a violent aura. The sight caused panic among the crowd, everyone confused what was happening. In the crowd, a young girl dashed forward, pointing at the sky, shouting, "Look quickly." Above, the red crescent moon appeared in the night, its eerie light mingling with screams. The moon had turned red. Immediately, a crescent moon seal appeared on the girl's hand, causing her to panic. What's happening? Then everyone noticed they bore the same mark, in fear wondering if disaster had struck. Elsewhere, while Shang Yue bathed leisurely, a maid rushed in, panicked, "Your Majesty, the moon god ceremony has officially begun." She seemed unconcerned, murmuring absent-mindedly, "Impossible." Shang Yue's face went blank, her eyes vacant, repeating, "The Moon King is the answer of the moon. Does that make me a laughingstock?" Maid cautiously continued, "Your Majesty, just now you said when the moon god ceremony begins, all sacrificial items in the sect would be abandoned." She slowly turned, her cold gaze and dark aura sending shivers down the other's spine. Shang Yue slowly closed her eye. Once composed, she lightly brushed her hair, responding nonchalantly, "No need, I've changed my mind." She stood, speaking sternly, "Temporarily halt all sacrificial items in the sect. First let Wu Yi participate in the North Pole Conference to remove the sacrificial item." After speaking, she reached for the scarf, coldly adding, "I will also go there myself." Shang Yue rose, draping the scarf over herself, adding, "I need to see what is happening between the Moon King and the moon over there." The figure gradually disappeared from sight. After a while, the maid suddenly remembered, calling out, "Your Majesty, please wait." She ran after, anxiously asking, "Are all the sacrificial items of Wu Yi being sent?" Receiving no reply, the maid froze, the North Pole Conference coinciding with the full moon, unsure what awaited ahead. Outside Song Yue's sect, her voice seemed to echo the struggle of the emperor. At that moment, Huan Yue landed on a nearby route. Carrying Su Liang on her back, she silently observed the surrounding. Soon after, he stepped down, calculating in mind. The number of hidden Zhai Zun around the academy had increased abnormally. it seemed Song Yue's sex people had arrived. While thinking, a familiar voice called out, "Master Su Liang, you have returned." He turned, curiosity evident. King Zia hurried over, holding out a phone, frustratedly saying, "You must take charge. Kang Yue Dai Dai has suddenly declared war." Su Liang checked the notice, the news clear. Shang Yue declared war on Moonlight Academy Beast Division. Wu Yi will participate in the North Pole Conference. Qing Zia angrily said, "They want to eliminate all our sacrificial items." He examined carefully, recognizing the intent behind it. The declaration of war was just an excuse. The real goal was likely to probe him via Wu Yi. Su Liang remained calm, speaking gently to reassure, "Don't worry, I will let Song Yue sect handle it." After speaking, he departed with Huan Yue, instructing only to send him the list of participating factions. Qing Zia surprised but nodded. Time passed quickly. A few hours later, in the room, Huan Yue held Yu Fei too, and Shan Guangdai asleep on the bed. Under the lamp, Su Liang still attentively checked each name on the list. He propped his chin, thinking the conference was proposed by Bai Yue Empire. With his status as heir of Bai High Moon Palace, it shouldn't cause disadvantage. Studying the list for a while, he analyzed Lin Yue sect and Yuan Yue are just old allies. While the North Pole has many powers, the central and southern regions also have small organizations supporting Song Yue sect, so temporarily not a concern. His face remained calm, gaze deep, the key point being. The name Wu Yi appeared clearly, his eyes lingering on that line. The image of Dao Zioju flashed, a holy maiden candidate already possessing 2 Zhai Zun. Realized the power gap was huge, the true holy maiden likely even stronger. Even Huan Yue and Yan Yue might not win. He sprang up, thinking perhaps he should leave this to the group of 12. But then he sank back onto the bed, sighing wearily how troublesome. Looking at Huan Yue sleeping beside him, he thought even with strong forces on the full moon night, it wasn't enough for peace of mind. Anxiety continued to rise. Ahead was a true emperor. He currently lacked strength to reach the end of the moon god ceremony. In silence, he gently stroked Huan Yue's ear, thinking if no other chance arose, he would have to seize the moon shard of Bai Lu Palace. Suddenly, a detail made him pause. He looked carefully, suspicion in his eyes, thinking silently. She went to sleep but still kept the crystal necklace on her head. Su Liang gently removed the necklace for her. Without much thought, he climbed into bed, pulled the blanket, intending to sleep. In the middle of the night, he suddenly woke, opening his eyes in the darkness. He vaguely thought, "Why am I awake without noticing a shadow beside me?" Realizing it, he opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Yuan Yue had transformed into human form, unconsciously holding him while asleep, leaving him bewildered. 2 pressed clothes, separated by only a thin layer of fabric, the air awkward. Feeling that closeness, Su Liang's face flushed, body stiffened. Sweat poured. He wondered if it was because he removed the necklace. He secretly watched Huan Yue sleeping, worried she might scold him upon waking. Not daring to move, he remained silent. She continued sleeping, then slightly opened her eye. The situation became awkward, just as Yu Fei too muttered nonsense, breaking the tension. The two looked at each other. He forced a smile. Su Liang hurriedly sat up, flustered, unsure what to say. Yuan Yue upon waking raised her hand to her head, searching. He noticed something unusual, asking coldly where. He feared it was due to removing the necklace, replying on the table. Hearing this, she calmly looked at him, saying nothing. After a while she finally spoke, voice still drowsy. She lay back down, leaving Su Liang bewildered. Responding lazily to his pressing question, she said, "I'll put it back later, no need to be angry." At this moment, Huan Yue finally noticed his embarrassment, asking, "What's wrong with you?" Su Liang blushed, whispering, "Isn't this situation awkward?" She looked puzzled, her mind full of question marks, embarrassed, why? After a few moments of stunned silence, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait, isn't it only imperial-level beasts that can take human form? Could it be they are accustomed to appearing without clothing when in human guise? Seeing Su Liang still frozen like a statue, Huan Yue looked slightly annoyed, hands on hips urging, "Hey, what exactly are you embarrassed about?" causing him to stumble back awkwardly and stammer, Thanks to his quick thinking, Su Liang immediately found a suitable explanation. "I mean, your human form is incredibly beautiful. The most beautiful creature I have ever seen, beautiful enough to make anyone unable to look away." Yuan Yue went momentarily silent at the completely unexpected answer. In the blink of an eye, her cheeks flushed, making Su Liang even more embarrassed, unable to understand what exactly she was ashamed of. The next morning, the sky gradually brightened, draped in the gentle blue of dawn. Sunlight filtered through the window. She rubbed her eyes lazily, her face still carrying a sleepy look. As he drew the curtain aside, Su Liang turned to Huan Yue and asked softly, are you awake? Not fully alert, she quietly watched the figure before her with a slightly dazed expression. Soon after, Huan Yue asked gently, Su Liang, I don't understand why ever since we first met, you always seem tense as if carrying a heavy burden. She tilted her head, unable to hide her surprise, but today you seem different, much more relaxed and cheerful. Su Liang smiled in response, you are not wrong. He thought to himself that he had always lived under the identity of Su Liang, constantly scheming to deceive the world and confront enemies, pressured to the point of near collapse. But after last night's emotions, he realized many things. Thinking of that, Su Liang sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thanks to you, I have regained my composure. Yuan Yue froze, disbelief evident on her face. Su Liang stretched excitedly and continued, prepare for the moon god ceremony. Perhaps I have found a way to deal with the Imperial, causing her to ask in surprise, but I didn't do anything. After a moment, Huan Yue realized and exclaimed happily, so we are going out to play, wonderful. Seeing her trying to run off without dressing, he quickly reminded, wait, put on your clothes. Not long after, the two stood atop a towering spire. This moment, Su Liang hesitated and asked quietly, so what happens if you take off your necklace, causing Huan Yue to look slightly puzzled. Seeing her silent, he explained awkwardly, yesterday I removed your necklace, but you seriously asked where it was. Huan Yue replied frankly, it is a memento from my mother, so of course I care. My turning human was only because the full moon is coming and it caused my bloodline to go out of control. It has nothing to do with the necklace. Upon hearing this, Su Liang could only let out a sound, realizing he had overthought and stood still. Putting that aside, Huan Yue asked with suspicion, so why did you bring me here? Isn't it to prepare for the Imperial battle? Su Liang looked ahead thoughtfully and then analyzed, this is the tallest building in the academy, allowing a view of the entire campus, including the site of the grand selection of sacrifices. After speaking, he announced seriously, I will prepare to confront the Imperials here. Huan Yue looked around in surprise here, but there's nothing here. Su Liang smiled in response, I want to see if under the identity of the Moon King, I can communicate with the god. After finishing, he called out boldly, appear, Shan Guang Dai, and immediately the pet appeared, its body shining brightly as if the sun and moon were intertwined. Huan Yue silently watched as it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Soon after, she asked curiously, what kind of test is this, just releasing a butterfly? Su Liang pointed ahead and said, look closely. Huan Yue followed the direction of his hand with curiosity. The scene before her made her eyes widen in amazement. A massive swarm of Shan Guang Dai arrived, filling the space. Su Liang explained calmly, low-level Shan Guang Dai are mainly used for reconnaissance, but their nature is to gather in swarms. He looked at the pet in his hands affectionately and continued, whenever my Shan Guang Dai appear, they lead countless wild individuals along the way, making it impossible to tell which are mine. A group of glowing butterflies flew in front of Huan Yue, prompting her to step closer to observe. They gathered into a point and then suddenly vanished in a dazzling halo, startling her. Huan Yue immediately turned and asked reproachfully, what is this, Su Liang, what have you done? He raised a finger to his lips signaling silence and calmly replied, a secret, wait until the full moon night and you will know. Hearing this, Huan Yue looked displeased, her expression immediately darkening. At that moment, a notification sound rang out, surprising Su Liang as he realized the contract had been completed. He quickly thought success, and a screen showing information about his beasts appeared before him. Zhang Yue, Moonlight Attribute, High-Level Jade Rabbit, Moonlight Attribute, Mid-Level, Lunar Physique. Shan Guang Dai 1, Moonlight Attribute, Low Level. Shan Guang Dai 2, Moonlight Attribute, Low Level. After reviewing the information, he could not help but be amazed with the unlimited contract ability of the Moon Contract Book. He had consecutively contracted with over 1,000 Shan Guang Dai. Su Liang raised both hands to observe carefully, eyes full of thought. Still far from reaching the limit, even his body did not feel overloaded. He smiled with excitement and looked forward to the upcoming plan. If the gods love miracles, if he creates the greatest miracle, would they appear? At this moment, Huan Yue sat curled in a corner, hands on her chin, eyes still reproachfully directed at Su Liang. Suddenly a shout rang from below, startling her to look down. What is this awful voice continued to echo throughout the academy, attracting everyone's attention. 1 star, 2 stars, even 3 stars are rare, unbelievable. It turned out those words came from the area of the 5-leaf maiden of the Chrysanthemum Moon platform. She kept complaining, 3 stars is the minimum standard to join the Chrysanthemum Moon platform. Why did the Emperor send us here? 5-leaf maiden Ma Yue Shuang stood nearby, coldly pulling her hat and replied, the Emperor has his arrangements, moreover without the Moon King, this Moonlight Academy is not worth noticing. Yuan Dai looked tiredly at her, muttering a few unpleasant words, his sense of interest fading away. Suddenly an invisible breeze brushed past her nape, making her shiver slightly, as if a keen gaze silently tracked her. Instinctive vigilance surged, she froze for a moment, her expression quickly turning cold. Her eyes stiffened in shock. Yuan Dai silently guessed that something had just observed him attentively. Noticing her unusual behavior, the five-leaf maiden and the companion beside her vaguely sensed it, softly saying, "I have a feeling, that thing is not an opponent we can handle." She lowered her voice to warn, "It could very well be a master from the moon sect, best not to look that way." Across the way, Huan Yue rested his chin in his hand, staring distantly, clearly bored. Su Liang suddenly exclaimed, distracting her, proving the moon sect's influence, the supreme appears everywhere. He leisurely stepped forward to observe, casually adding, "Could it be that the fallen king is inferior to a star?" Yuan Yue turned coldly, bluntly saying, "You've read too many stories, rarely seeing emperor-level battles in recent years." Hearing this, Su Liang tilted his head curiously, noticing her discomfort, whispered, still angry. Yuan Yue said nothing. He understood, smiled trying to appease, but she snorted lightly and turned away, not bothering to glance. Watching that cold figure, Su Liang pondered silently for a long while. Soon after, he smiled with intent, a mischievous plan flashing through his mind, then decided to play his trump card. Thinking so, Su Liang changed tone, calling softly, the girl startled by familiarity. He enjoyed teasing. She had successfully caught his attention, making Huan Yue tremble with anger. She turned back angrily, face flushed, grinding her teeth and managing only one word, "You." Su Liang laughed with delight, each word cornering her. "You fear I'll reveal your story-reading habits." Her anger peaked. She couldn't restrain herself and shouted, "Of course, that would be like harming me." Su Liang bowed his head, hand covering his mouth as if thinking, softly responding with an After consideration, he said, "All right, come here." Yuan Yue asked why. Su Liang grinned mischievously, looking at her meaningfully. "If you don't come here, stand still. I'll spread that story across the academy." Hearing this, Huan Yue was stunned, face red as a tomato. He smiled lightly, slightly helpless at her flustered look. Ashamed to the extreme, she remained silent, lips pressed tight in anger. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Su Liang hurriedly waved, "All right, I was just joking." At this moment, her long hair fluttered lightly in the wind. Suddenly, Huan Yue lunged, hugging Su Liang tightly, catching him off guard. Su Liang froze, eyes wide in astonishment. Both fell to the ground. He looked at her bewildered, mind unsettled. Realizing the situation, Su Liang blushed, stammering, only able to say, "You." Both were in an awkward posture, embarrassed, not daring to look at each other. Huan Yue timidly inched closer, whispering into his ear. Warm breath brushed against him, reddening his ears. She leaned on him, then stepped back, each movement leaving him flustered. Huan Yue looked annoyed, muttering, "Really knows how to take advantage, troublesome." Saying this, she turned her back, stating she would return to the inn, leaving Su Liang stunned. She sprang away, face still red, decisively saying, "Don't look for me." Her figure gradually dissolved into mist, and vanished into the air. Su Liang stood helplessly, watching, silently thinking she runs fast. He remained lost in thought about Huan Yue, wondering why she was still here, caring about such a trivial threat, unaware of someone behind her. Still absorbed in thought, he did not notice anything unusual, wondering idly why she seemed so embarrassed. At that moment, a voice respectfully spoke from behind, "Master of the sect, I hope I am not disturbing you," startling him to a halt. It was Silver Rabbit of the Moon sect, second among the 12 moons. Su Liang quickly composed himself and replied coldly, "Speak." Outwardly calm, yet inwardly anxious, fortunate she arrived in time. Silver Rabbit bowed and reported, "Black Moon Cheng Shan was severely injured but escaped the Emperor battle at the full moon." Liang interrupted calmly, "It's fine, wait until the full moon," she replied, "Yes, sir." Silver Rabbit quickly departed. Su Liang stood thinking, the heir of the Black Moon sect is not easily defeated. Immediately after, he called sternly, "Ho Trung and Gaia." A pale blue wave appeared, curling through the air, and it dissipated, leaving Yan Yue as a floating sword. Su Liang immediately said, "Yan Yue, I wish to negotiate." He requested, "Lend me your power during the full moon." Sword's voice responded vaguely, "In return, I will provide information about the sword sheath." As soon as it finished speaking, the sword quivered slightly. Her eyes remained closed, then slowly opened. From the tower peak, intense light erupted, spreading across the sky, drawing in dense spiritual energy. Wu Dai group below looked up in amazement, wondering from there who could it be. At the same time, a hand appeared, grasping the sword, and swung it forcefully. Yan Yue manifested in human form, hovering in midair. He watched and exhaled lightly. Apparently she had agreed. He retrieved the Moon Tri-Tome, commanding a search for top-tier Supreme Beast Moon Frost Flower. The book quickly flipped pages, initiating the search. Notice appeared, authority insufficient. some data hidden, surprising him. Only a faint human silhouette and basic information appeared. Supreme Moon Kwang System, Frost Flower, along with data on Yan Yue and the ancient Seven Mysteries. The Seven Mysteries are 7 of 30 masterwork beast weapons, each with unique abilities, qualifying for first-level evolution. 3 of them once defeated the Gemini Palace, protected the 12 moons, then were injured and slumbered for 20,000 years. Yan Yue awoke 10,000 years ago, while the other 2 remained in deep sleep in the treasure of the Ice Dance Queen. System suddenly warned, Su Liang startled, exclaiming. The message stated he was not yet qualified to confront the Eastern Queen, requiring a pact with an Emperor-tier beast to survive there. Looked at the warning in shock, thinking, wanting to reclaim the sword sheath from her is truly a dream. Su Liang quickly transmitted the location of the eastern region to Yan Yue. She kept her eyes closed, giving no reply. He continued seriously, to reclaim it, we must face. He spoke plainly, Ice Dance Queen Thien Lam, causing Yan Yue to tremble slightly. Her expression suddenly darkened, her aura became heavy. Without a word, she turned coldly and left. In anger, she clenched her fist. Su Liang could only stand still, his face also turning pale. Tran and Gam knew very well that with the current strength of the Song Ren sect, they were completely incapable of facing the Ice Dance Queen Thien Lam. Su Liang's mind, the image of Thuong Ungayat and the Icy Queen just mentioned suddenly appeared. The obvious power gap weighed heavily on him. This enemy was even more terrifying than Kang Yue Dai Dai, whom he would face 3 years later. Seeing Yan Yue remain cold and indifferent, he felt more flustered, yet somehow an unusual calm radiated around her. Su Liang's face tensed like a string. He swallowed dryly to regain his composure. After a brief hesitation, he took a deep breath and spoke, about that. Su Liang mustered all his courage to utter the words 3 years, enough to make Yan Yue turn back in curiosity. His gaze was firm, hand on his chest as he spoke sincerely. Give me 3 years, and in 3 years I will defeat the Ice Dance Queen Thien Lam. Yan Yue froze, stunned by Su Liang's bold promise. Under her gaze, he suddenly wondered, what had he just blurted out? Su Liang summoned all his courage to ask again, if I said that, would you believe me? She remained silent as always, giving no reply. Suddenly Yan Yue spoke. Since ancient times, the 7 mysteries and the Yue Shen Shan Dai faction have been opposed. I once held hostility toward you. Su Liang was stunned, then she added softly, but I still want to thank you. Yan Yue's eyes slowly opened, her gaze misty like night fog. She smiled gently, just in this moment, let me dream a brief dream. Anger flared violently within Su Liang, his hand clenched tremblingly. He scowled, muttering, turns out you are not as silent as I thought. The image of Yan Yue kept flashing through his mind. He wondered if the random strikes before were merely to scare him. Without Ho Trung and Gaiet, he might have faced trouble many times. Su Liang sighed helplessly, thinking it was useless to pursue further now. He walked leisurely past Yan Yue, leaving a promise, no matter what, I will keep this dream alive as long as possible. A mischievous smile appeared on his lips as Su Liang turned to tease, if it comes true, will you repay with your body? He bowed slightly and replied seriously, the era of divine confrontation is over. If you find a blade sheath for me, anything is possible. But to produce an heir now, I cannot be without it. Su Liang's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at her in disbelief, thinking this girl was unexpectedly serious. The scene shifted to the reception hall of the Ngayat Kwang Yu Thur Academy. The official was furious, shouting, little demon, what did you just say? Repeat it. The girl in the black dress stood arrogantly, mocking, are you deaf? I told you all to return to your places. She pointed sharply at the opponent. Kang Yue Dai Dai has declared war on us. I can make you uncomfortable right here. Before she finished speaking, a hand from behind covered her mouth. The official whispered closely, you may act, but your words must remain measured. Looking at the girl, the moon official murmured, this little demon is a descendant of Bitch Hai Triu Kung and Gaiet. A slip of the tongue may even be hard to survive for Thuong and Gaiet. He stepped forward calmly, saying, you are Bitch Than Ki, the 7th princess of the Bitch Ngayat Empire, even as a sacred moon body. If you want to challenge me, wait 10 more years. Nguyen Dai's eyes widened. Unexpectedly, this little demon could display her full sacred moon body power even by day. Facing Wu Dai alone, Than Ki did not falter, declaring victory aside, this building is funded by Bitch Ngayat. If I say you cannot stay, go find another place. Her words provoked the 4 young women beyond endurance. Anger flared, the official glared, warning not to cross the line. Than Ki merely smiled faintly. Her calm attitude provoked the opponent further. Without another word, she unleashed her leg strength. creating a swirling force that pushed them back. As the dust cleared in the wind, a figure slowly appeared. The cold voice of Silver Rabbit rang out. If you cause trouble before the convention starts again, Wu Dai will be eliminated immediately. Silver Rabbit spoke gravely to Than Ki, 7th princess, let them in. This is Su Liang's will. The official asked curiously, are you one of the 12 moons of the Song Ren sect? Silver Rabbit did not answer, only repeated the order, 7th princess, let them in. Than Ki's expression darkened slightly, her eyes briefly saddened. After a moment's thought, the girl smiled and replied obediently, yes, Sister Rabbit. With her approval, the Wu Dai group entered the reception building of the Song Ren sect. Yet their expressions remained heavy, no one spoke. Behind them, Than Ki asked excitedly, Sister Rabbit, what rank are you among the 12 moons? Silver Rabbit turned and smiled, I am second, what's the matter? Than Ki pondered, if the second seat is this strong, the 12th seat is only slightly better than me. In 3 years when I reach the top, I will have the right to challenge the Moon General. Silver Rabbit quietly observed the girl with attentive eyes. Than Ki blushed, clasping her hands dreamily. Had I been born a few years earlier, I might have shared the strongest bloodline in the world with Moon King. Silver Rabbit forced a smile, then wait for the day to fight alongside you. Saying that, she turned and left without a backward glance. After a while, Silver Rabbit's face turned cold, thinking, this little demon is arrogant. She smiled mysteriously, waiting for the next day's convention to reveal the true strength of the sacred moon body. Before the full moon night, under the bright moonlight, 2 white-clad guards patrolled silently while a 6-tailed spirit beast remained hidden behind a tree. That was Jiu and Guk, a 6-tailed fox of Emperor rank. She smiled smugly, too careless to sense my presence. Vai stared intently at the canopy, then spoke, Duong Hong Tian, you came to see the excitement too. Water droplets trembled on the leaf. The voice whispered down, best keep quiet, this place is unpredictable. Perhaps we are being watched. This is the incarnation of Jiu and Guk, Duong Hong Tian, Emperor rank, Lan Don Thien Thir. Vai lazily leaned against the tree, replying, don't scare me. Aren't you also curious and accepted the Hack and Gaiet sect mission? She asked with a strange laugh, who do you think will win in the end? I really want to see what the Moon King's beast looks like. Vai said excitedly, he is only a 1-star beast master yet can control an emperor. I am very curious. Only silence followed. She frowned and asked, why don't you say anything? Lan Don slowly descended, saying, the frightening part is the realm of that 1-star beast master, the Moon King. Vai barely reacted before hearing the question. Do you know the difference between a vessel and an envoy? After thinking, Vai replied, an envoy represents the deity and never fails. A vessel loses its qualification if defeated once. In the darkness, a cold gaze appeared along with a giant hand reaching down from above. Fine threads like silk controlled the lifeless wooden puppet. Lan Don shook his head. The envoy is indeed stronger than the vessel but cannot be judged solely by the final result. According to Duong Hong Tian's records, the clearest difference is that the vessel always believes it receives instructions from the deity as a main task. He continued, most deity representatives are vessels, only a few are envoys. They once dreamed of deities and became part of them. But do you know what the Moon King said? Vai froze at that question. Scene shift, Su Liang stood on a high tower looking at the bright moon. Lan Don's voice still echoing, recalling it still gave me chills. He stared tensely in one direction. Among the low rooftops, a blinding light suddenly flashed through the night. The beam shot straight up, causing Su Liang to widen his eyes in alert. Immediately after, the beams grew fiercer, charging straight over the tower's peak. In an instant, it lunged aggressively at Su Liang, the impact erupting with a deafening boom that shook the air. As the smoke gradually thinned and the aftershock settled, a gleeful laugh suddenly rang out in the air. Ling Zhai and the spirit beast emerged from the hazy dust. She breathed heavily, but her eyes gleamed with triumph. That finishing blow had cost her vitality. He truly could not withstand it. She glanced at Hai Jing hiding behind a tree and nodded appreciatively. Well done. Thanks to you I was able to get close to him. He asked anxiously, Lord Ling Zhai, what should we do next to retreat safely? She calmly turned her head and replied, retreat. Why should we when I have already defeated Su Liang? Ling Zhai knelt down, arms outstretched, immersed in the illusion she had created. From now on the gods and the moon would watch over her. Her joy was short-lived as she suddenly widened her eyes, panic flashing across her face as she noticed something amiss. Smoke still curled around the tower, lingering in the air. Su Liang then stepped out calmly, unharmed, surrounded by streams of water. He said softly, well done, Hu Zhang Yue. Then he decisively commanded, open your eyes. Yan Yue immediately transformed, her body shielded by Hu Zhang Yue in front. He quietly called Yan Yue. At that moment her eyes opened, coldly fixed on Ling Zhai. Manhwa gripped the hilt tightly, maintaining her offensive stance, pale green sparks flashing around her. The moment she met that gaze, Ling Zhai went pale, her body trembling, drenched in sweat. In the decisive moment, she forcefully struck the ground. A dark red seal immediately appeared beneath her feet. In an instant, Ling Zhai was swept away, leaving no trace behind. Hai Jing cried out in despair, Lord Ling Zhai, disbelief rising as he was left in danger. At the life-or-death moment, the spirit goat eye suddenly changed color, immediately activating the triple evil combat skill. It hastily expanded its defense, temporarily blocking the fierce attack from Yan Yue. Su Liang stood firm like a mountain, proud, raising his hand, green spiritual energy converging from all directions. He slowly extended his arm forward. A massive force erupted decisively, spiritual aura rolling through the space. Under the overwhelming pressure, Hai Jing and the spirit goat eye could not react and were instantly thrown back. Elsewhere, Ling Zhai leaned against a tree, gasping, thinking she had run hundreds of kilometers, believing the area safe. Unexpectedly, Su Liang's force was so strong, the energy still pursued her at an incredible speed. Realizing the danger, Ling Zhai quickly turned, but the source of power was already near. Pale green light shone on her tear-streaked face. She trembled, screaming in panic, Lord Qing Shan. Before her plea ended, her figure vanished in the explosive column of light. Time passed quickly and the day of the grand tournament finally arrived. Zio stepped out excitedly. Waving, the sacrificial elimination was about to begin. He smiled brightly, live streaming while saying, I will show everyone the entire process. Remember to follow by tapping the screen 3 times. Watching the view count spike on her phone, Zio could not hide her joy, thinking today's traffic would far exceed normal since everyone wanted to see the Moon King's beast lineup. No contestants had appeared in the stands yet. 2 girls chatted, noting the opening seemed early. With the moon not full strength could not yet be shown. The moon observer turned and said, not just this tournament but even the moon god ceremony, victory or defeat is not the main point. He calmly asserted that witnessing the battle of the emperors today and returning safely was enough. Soon the stands were full, some thinking their turn was just an opening act. Seeing Shang Qi still smiling calmly, others schemed that it would be better if the little demon was eliminated here. Moon Observer remained silent with a serious expression, thinking if she advanced further she might affect the moon god ceremony. As the moon became clear in the night sky, the MC thanked everyone for attending the tournament. Bai Yu, in charge of the Twin Moon Emperor sect of the Bai Yue Empire, stood in the arena and began reciting the rules. Under her words, each regulation was announced. First, contestants must be under 20 years old. Next, spirit beasts must be summoned before combat and cannot be called mid-battle. Third, both sides may retreat at any time without losing eligibility. Everyone listened attentively. Fourth, attacking the audience or spirit beasts outside the match is forbidden. After the rules, Yu loudly declared the tournament open. Contest officially began, inviting challengers to the arena. As soon as she finished, Qing Qi hurriedly ran over, asking if she could go on stage immediately. Yu smiled gently, patting the girl's head, saying they still had to wait for the full moon. She spoke softly with confidence that in the future her nephew would help the Moon King defeat the Shang Yue Emperor. From afar, Su Liang quietly observed the entire tournament. He thought the match had started, but the real danger was not on the arena. With sharp perception, a single glance revealed several powerful auras approaching, likely the emperors within the beast. Quickly guessed their intent. Perhaps they came to watch the duel between him and the Black Moon sect emperor. While pondering, footsteps sounded. The other asked Su Liang, "You noticed 2, right?" "It was Yan Yue," he replied. "Are you referring to those emperors?" She shook her head slightly, closed her eyes and said no. Yan Yue paused, then spoke seriously. "The gods are watching you." Back in the arena, the battle grew tense. A loud explosion shook the area. After the shock, thick smoke obscured vision. A large spirit beast emerged from the smoke, opening its mouth to release a spiritual energy wave throughout the space. The man opposite collapsed at the edge of the pit, crying and calling his beast's name in pain. At the same time, the moon talisman in his hand gradually faded. In the stands, someone mumbled upon waking that the match between Tian Cheng and Spirit Moon Sect was too noisy. She vaguely asked which high-level spirit beast match this was. Mo Deng answered it was the 5th. Yuan Dai stretched lazily, complaining about the time wasted and asking if it was her turn soon. She curled her lips into a sly smile, saying the little demon with noble bloodline surely could not remain still. Saying that, Yuan Dai leapt straight onto the arena. She pointed arrogantly, taunting that dealing with a few little Bai Yue demons would not be difficult. Qing Qi clenched her teeth angrily at that contemptuous attitude. Eager to rush in, the girl restrained herself, asking Yu and was stopped, told it was not the right moment. Immediately after, an old man with a white beard appeared, volunteering to face off. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, performing a solemn bow. He said the Kuk-Yue holy maiden was only fourth among the 5 leaves, letting the 7th princess act would be wasteful. 5 minutes later, the scene before them made Yu and Qing Qi frown in frustration. The old man who had been boastful now sat weakly in the arena with his spirit beast. Moon platform dominated with 2 spirit beasts, Moon Basin Flower King, 6 stars, Lunar Light Attribute, Sage Level, and Moonlight Beauty, 6 stars. The Lunar Light Spirit Beast at Sage Level stood before him, smiling coldly with disdain. With a smug smile, she taunted that this little reward was far less than spending a few days in quiet cultivation. An object zoomed past Wai Vu with incredible speed, causing her to flinch in shock. Wai Vu's face immediately turned pale, and she quickly shouted a warning that more time was still needed. It turned out that Saint Qi couldn't hold back and jumped down, calmly replying that it was fine, as just a little more time was needed. At that moment, the girl appeared agile on the battlefield, her demeanor still proud, seemingly worried that if there was any delay, absorbing Moon Chengshan would arrive quickly. A person on the platform glanced at Saint Qi with a provocative look, coldly asking if the little girl really wanted to fight with him. The girl smiled faintly in reply, thinking that the moon was about to be full, and if she didn't enter the arena now, there might not be time left. Saint Qi looked at her opponent with contempt, not hesitating to mock that she wouldn't miss the chance to silence the people of the southern region. Yuan Dai turned pale with rage but couldn't find a suitable retort, only letting out a frustrated exclamation. Just as her anger was about to erupt, a hand gently placed on her shoulder as if to calm her down. Guan Ren coldly stepped forward and simply uttered 2 short yet powerful words, "Switch." Yuan Dai looked confused, asking in bewilderment why the opponent, just a 3-star little demon, needed to personally intervene. She widened her eyes in surprise, her heart filled with unexplainable doubt. Noticing the tense expression and cold gaze of Guan Ren, Yuan Dai immediately suspected that she wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate the little demon to avoid future trouble. Yue Dai anxiously reminded that even though she was the leader of the 5 leaves, this action was far too arrogant. In response, there was only heavy silence and a sharp look from Yue Guan, making Yue Dai startled and unwilling to speak further. Standing behind, she could only glare at the opponent in frustration, while Yue Guan carefully observed Saint Qi, sensing that this little girl might be hiding something unusual. She silently affirmed that the 5 leaves could not be eliminated at this stage. Without the moon essence ritual for verification, she would have to investigate the truth herself. Saint Qi still smiled calmly, her tone full of provocation, affirming that the words just spoken would soon be completely silenced by her. Hearing this, Yuan Dai angrily rushed forward but was stopped, her voice full of frustration as she questioned what the little demon had just said. Turning her gaze to the emotionless face of Guan Ren, the girl seemed intrigued, thinking that if it were her opponent, the fight might drag on a little longer. At that moment, 3 beams of light in 3 different colors suddenly erupted from Guan Ren's body. These were the auras from the beasts she possessed, starting with an orange ball, Moon Spirit Orb of the Moonlight System, level Supreme. Next, there was a beast in human form, Yue Moon, Witch of the Human Light System, level Supreme. Finally, a beast sitting on Guan Ren's head, 6-leaf Peach of Heaven, belonging to the Plant System, level Supreme. Looking at her opponent, she curiously asked if Saint Qi didn't plan to summon her beast, or was she too scared to retreat. Saint Qi giggled and innocently replied that her beast was constipated, so she needed to wait a little longer. The answer left Yuan Dai speechless, her face stunned at how such a reason could be accepted. On the contrary, Guan Ren calmly agreed, allowing the delay for as long as necessary. The entire audience immediately fell into a suffocating silence. After a while, Saint Qi unexpectedly took out a brown pill. Without hesitation, she swallowed the pill right before everyone's eyes, still maintaining her calm smile. Yuan Dai briefly panicked, immediately pointing and accusing that this action was using illegal medicine. However, Guan Ren calmly explained that this was not a strengthening drug, but one that only assisted cultivation with minimal effect. Odong, standing next to her, also realized that Saint Qi was stuck at her current level and wanted to break through before entering the battle. At that moment, Saint Qi's eyes suddenly opened wide with determination. The girl successfully broke through and reached the 4-star level. Odong stroked his chin, contemplating that even though she reached 4 stars and could unleash the full power of the supreme level, it would still be difficult to defeat the 6-star Moon Saintess. Saint Qi lightly smirked, her confidence evident as she said that this was good enough. In the blink of an eye, 2 streams of spiritual energy, one blue and one yellow, erupted behind her. First beast to appear was the Moon Siren, mermaid system of moonlight level supreme. Then Saint Key loudly called the name Tan Yue Tri Ka, a crescent moon interwoven with thin strings of the lyre, belonging to the human light system, level supreme. Guan Ren watched the beasts and sarcastically asked if she really thought that this was enough to defeat her, or if she was waiting for the intervention of the people from the Bitch Yue Empire. Hearing this, Saint Key was momentarily stunned. Her cheeks quickly puffed up as if trying to suppress a laugh. Just a few seconds later, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She then remarked that the people of the southern region really didn't understand anything about the Saint Moon body. While holding her stomach and looking up, Saint Key tried to control her laughter and reassured that the opponent would soon understand. The girl stared straight at Guan Ren, firmly asserting the difference between the two sides. Immediately afterward, Yue Siren sprang into action, disappearing from her original position in an instant. The event unfolded so quickly that Guan Ren was taken aback and stood frozen for a moment. In fact, Yue Siren had rushed directly to Guan Ren with incredible speed, facing each other in the blink of an eye. Two attacks collided in an instant, while Guan Ren had yet to fully regain her composure. At that moment, a powerful green light engulfed the entire arena, the tremendous pressure causing the ground to crack open. Yuan Dai gasped in disbelief, unable to believe that this was the power of a 4-star supreme. Though unwilling, she clenched her fists, while Mo Dong remained calm and reassured that the battle had just begun. As the smoke and dust began to dissipate, Guan Ren's figure temporarily vanished from sight. However, she quickly emerged safely, thanks to a protective shield created by 6 Li. Seeing that the opponent was unharmed, Yue Siren gritted her teeth in anger. She grew even more agitated, rushing forward and launching a series of fierce attacks. The sounds of the clashes reverberated throughout the stand, causing the listeners to wince in discomfort from the intense shockwave. Guan Ren lightly closed her eyes as if concentrating. Then she slowly opened her eyes, her cold gaze directed at Yue Siren, and coldly asked if her opponent was done yet. At that moment, the moon spirit orb suddenly descended, positioning itself between the two. Immediately unleashed a direct attack aimed at Yue Siren. Caught off guard, Yue Siren was blasted away. She crashed hard onto the arena floor, the impact causing the ground to shatter beneath the immense pressure. Yue Siren roared in fury, her mouth wide open as she let out a howl of frustration. Despite this, she struggled to get back up in a weakened state. Facing the moon spirit orb hovering above, Yue Siren silently used her tail to lift a rock. As the opponent let her guard down, she immediately swept her tail and knocked it away. Just after dealing with the target, without time to relax, Yue Moon quickly appeared before her. Yue Siren went into a rage, making high-pitched sounds to intimidate her opponent. Yue Moon just smiled coldly, gently raising her hand to create a small orb containing an image of Yue Siren. Immediately after, the orb shattered with a mere tap. Yue Moon flicked her finger, directing an invisible energy source into the body of her opponent. This power silently eroded from the inside, causing Yue Siren to writhe in pain and despair. Not long after, Yue Siren's body dissolved into a mist of smoke. On the battlefield, only her lonely fishtail remained. Witnessing the entire sequence, the guests were shocked by the brutality of the battle and exclaimed that everything had ended in cruelty. Yue Dai waved his hand lightly, continuously shaking his head with confidence, affirming that even with the powerful Saint Moon body, no matter how strong, it could never bridge the gap of realms. At that moment, Cheng Qi was only slightly surprised, his gaze still focused intently ahead. Sound rang out like a signal for the end, signaling that the battle should end, just as a water orb appeared, reflecting the image of the girl inside. Without hesitation, Dai Yue immediately thrust his hand into the orb, causing it to shatter instantly. Ironically, the one who was injured was the orb's owner. Though still safe, she unexpectedly spat blood for no reason. Suddenly, flames erupted violently, the shockwave strong enough that Yue Guang couldn't react in time, her body losing balance and being thrown back by the shockwave. Yuan Dai screamed in horror, unable to believe her eyes. How could this happen? She knelt on the ground, one hand supporting her body, her whole body drenched in blood to the point that even she couldn't believe what had happened. The observer trembled, grinding his teeth, looking forward with a look of anger, thinking that Dian Yue Witch's attack had been reversed. Seeing her master injured, Liu Yi panicked and immediately scattered healing petals without hesitation. It lowered its body, exerting all its energy to control the wind, helping the petals easily integrate into Yue Guang's body. In a short amount of time, the wounds on her chest quickly began to close. Inside the barrier created by Liu Yi, Yue Guang gradually restored her strength to its original state. Seeing that she was no longer in danger, Yue Dai sighed in relief, but the audience started to murmur, both healing and defending. Clearly not a Moon Guang beast, yet still so strong. Focusing his eyes on Cheng Qi, Yue Guang became more cautious in each step. When Dian Yue Witch couldn't use her power, she sent Yue Lin Pearl out to scout first. Her face darkened, her brows furrowing tightly in tension, telling herself that the burst power of Yue Lin Pearl was truly terrifying and surely could not be easily stopped. Yue Lin Pearl tore through the air, rushing forward like a blazing fireball, bringing with it immense destructive power. The fish tail buried under rubble moved slightly, as if revived, beginning to struggle. Soon after, the moon beast's body regenerated, with pieces of flesh and blood slowly merging together. The resurrection happened in an instant, but this time she came back with a distorted, eerie, and malevolent appearance. Witnessing this, the observer was stunned, unable to believe, exclaiming in shock, "How could this be?" The moon beast charged forward, directly confronting Yue Lin Pearl, and swung out an attack. The fatal slash, full of power, immediately blocked the opponent's attack. Immediately, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the orb. The observer was even more astonished, a thought rising in his mind: the beast had died but could still revive so quickly. This was absurd. Seeing Cheng Qi silently looking up at the sky, she fell into contemplation. Could the Saint Moon body possess this ability? The girl simply spoke calmly, as if everything had truly begun. Then Cheng Qi slowly walked toward the Moon Guang, her jet-black hair fluttering in the wind, her moonlit figure enhanced by the moonlight. This game should end here. Finally, the long-awaited full moon moment had arrived. The moon beast let out a shrill howl. In the blink of an eye, she entered an evolutionary state, her entire body transforming distinctly as if infused with immense power. Yue Dai pointed, his eyes wide in shock. Indeed, the full moon could enhance the strength of Moon Guang beasts, but this level was truly unreasonable. The observer pursed his lips, silently speculating whether the Saint Moon body combined with the full moon could surpass the 3-star limit. In the night sky from afar in the arena, a familiar voice broke the silent atmosphere. "So this is how it is." Su Liang gently stroked his chin, smiling with admiration. A 4-star realm could reach the 7-star pinnacle. The Saint Moon body was indeed not ordinary. From the top of the tall building, he closely observed the entire battle, his tone curious. But this child did not summon any beasts beyond the pinnacle. Su Liang suddenly realized this situation was unlike the Crescent Moon body, because beasts affected by the Saint Moon body could not fight above their rank. In the arena, the moon beast had now grown much larger, its eyes burning with rage, constantly growling threateningly. A decisive tail sweep caused the ground to crack open, debris scattering everywhere. The observer didn't have time to recover, instinctively raising his hand to shield his body. The moon beast hovered in midair, its entire body shining brightly, emanating heavy spiritual pressure. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with astonishment, wondering why she hadn't attacked her. What was she really planning? High above, Kaio Yue did not hesitate to swing her tail strongly, releasing a surge of powerful, threatening energy. Soon after, from the dissipating spiritual energy, a figure cloaked in black slowly appeared. Ta Yang stood proudly under the bright moon. His cold voice rang out, possessing the Saint Moon body and yet becoming so arrogant, the empire of Bitch Yue. He slightly curled his lips into a sinister smile. "But at this level, you are still unqualified to participate in this battle." As soon as he finished speaking, Ta Yang immediately raised his arm. From above, a massive bolt of lightning, commanded by him, struck fiercely, hitting the moon beast. The agonizing scream rang out in despair, her body quickly disintegrating into ash. At the same time, the phone broadcasting the event for Xiao Jiu suddenly went silent for an unknown reason. She cried out in panic, "Oh no, how could this happen?" The live broadcast at such a spectacular moment had encountered an issue. Her dream of fame was ruined. Looking around in confusion, she noticed that everyone around her was in the same situation. Everyone's devices were broken. Suddenly, her gaze met something that left Xiaojiu stunned. She saw Yu Fei too, his enormous figure looking up at Ta Yang in the air. She couldn't hide her horror. What kind of creature was that? It unleashed all its power, its long arms twisting to create terrifying pressure. Ta Yang was not outdone, loudly calling out, "Mo Nai." In the blink of an eye, a violent beam of dark gray light shot down in front of the Guang rabbit. His beast appeared, resembling a rabbit but completely covered in dark shadow, with a crescent moon symbol clearly visible on its chest. It was the Storm Moon Pearl Mo Nian, a pinnacle moon Guang beast. It approached the rabbit beast and asked, "Hey, you look like a moon Guang rabbit. Are you male or female? Can you communicate?" In response to the rapid-fire question, Yu Fei too simply gave a displeased look. Mo Nian sighed helplessly in a bored tone, Seems like we can't communicate, how dull. The moon symbol on its chest suddenly transformed into swirling ink-like streaks. Small hole formed. Monayan calmly reached inside and took something out. Soon after, its long arms swung up, pulling two heavy spiked maces. The Guang rabbit lost patience, immediately enraged, fur bristling, its eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Viciously stomped its foot on the ground. Then it launched itself straight at the opponent, but strangely, the figure of Mo Nyan had disappeared. Only the spiked mace remained, flying straight toward it, landing a decisive blow to its body. In midair, a violent explosion immediately erupted. Yang coldly spoke, his voice eerie as if hiding dark secrets. Everything is getting closer. He glanced sharply at the building where Su Liang stood, a bizarre smile creeping onto his face, sending shivers through others. Yang's voice echoed through the air, Yue Kai Wang. At this moment, Su Liang stood solemnly observing below, surrounded by the bright Shan Guang die in the night, with Yan Yue and Huan Yue beside him. In this situation, Huan Yue couldn't help but worry, asking softly what to do next. But Su Liang calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, that's a Guang rabbit with blood moon physique. Its regenerative ability is even more terrifying than the Saint Moon body." While talking, Huan Yue was startled by a loud sound. Yan Yue beside him couldn't avoid it either, frowning in displeasure. Somewhere else, a hand unexpectedly moved slightly. It turned out to be a young girl, Princess Lei Yue of the Moon Guang system at the pinnacle, gathering bolts of lightning and wind power in her hands, ready to strike. Next moment, Lei Yue coldly lowered her hand. An electric arc spread across the sky like a divine lightning net, tearing through the night and striking straight down into the arena. In the blink of an eye, the rows of buildings within the academy were swept away without mercy. A bolt of lightning struck the ground directly, shattering the solid rocks into countless fragments. Afterward, only a thick gray smoke remained, swirling upward. When the dust settled, a sturdy barrier had formed in time, preserving the inner arena intact. Female students of the Five Leaves clutched each other in panic, their faces still full of shock. Yu Wu lifted her head anxiously, then let out a small sigh of relief. Fortunately, the protective layer erected by the Twin Moon sect remained effective. She suddenly jerked back as if remembering something crucial, panicking, yet still mindful of Lord Yue Wang. Yet the scene before her left Yu Wu stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. She blurted out, "What is happening?" as amidst the fierce lightning, the building where Su Liang stood remained upright among the ruins without a tremor. Ha Yang, standing on Lei Yue's shoulder, barked irritably, "This is absurd, this cannot happen." Seeing Su Liang unharmed amid the intense assault, he found it even harder to accept. With such an attack, could the Emperor of Yue Wang really remain unscathed? Contrary to his usual composure, his face was pale, silently cursing himself for nearly losing his soul. Glancing at Hu Zhang Yue, he could not make sense of it. Clearly that defensive layer had previously withstood Yan Yue's wild attacks. Su Liang's HP bar neared the danger threshold, making him break out in a cold sweat, but was immediately knocked back by Princess Lei Yue. Yan Yue stepped forward decisively, stating, "Su Liang, let me take over." Before he could respond, she soared into the air, spreading her arms wide, spiritual energy swirling around her. In just a few moments, that energy immediately split into countless sharp fragments. Yan Yue slightly raised her hand, and the fragments gathered as if guided by an invisible force. Witnessing this, Ta Yang's unease surged, hurriedly warning to be cautious. Before his words finished, the counterattack struck, the fragments streaking forward like ribbons of moonlight tearing through the night. At that moment, the twin weapons in Lei Yue's hands suddenly shook violently. Realizing the anomaly, she did not hesitate to release them, letting the weapons rise into the air. In an instant, they transformed into two young women calling themselves Shadow Moon Counterstrike of the Moonlight type, Supreme Mind Needle Yan Yue, enthusiastically declaring they would oppose the enemy. The pink-haired Shadow Moon smiled coldly, mocking that you are said to be the strongest Supreme Mind weapon remaining from ancient time. As they charged forward, the two spoke arrogantly, "If only I had been born earlier, my name would have been known in that era." Before they could revel in pride, a dazzling beam struck, causing the Shadow Moon to freeze in shock. Yan Yue's overwhelming attack arrived, asserting dominance so fast that the two Shadow Moons had no time to react. In a single move, victory was determined. The moon platform and moon gate below screamed in terror. In just minutes, the first Supreme Mind had fallen. When the favored beast took the fatal blow, Ta Yang vomited a mouthful of blood in pain. He clutched his chest trembling, his amber eyes blazing with anger, gritting his teeth in rage. Ta Yang suddenly lifted his head to look at the sky. Under the moonlight, the fragments spun and gathered under Yan Yue's control, signaling the next strike, causing Ta Yang to panic and shout to block it. He immediately cast Fragrant Moon Master of the Moonlight-type Supreme Mind, erecting a shield before Lei Yue. Energy from the fragments rained down fiercely, sweeping away everything beneath. Pressure seemed undiminished. The arena around had turned into ruins. Though safe, Xiao Jiu and the two heirs instinctively covered their faces in fear. Once calmer, she dared to peek, cautiously opening her eyes. Outside the arena, the once bustling city now bore only traces of desolation. The Fragrant Moon Master was also heavily damaged, tilting and crumbling everywhere. Fragments gathered once again. They obediently returned to Yan Yue as if summoned. Then one by one merged into her body. Su Liang widened his eyes, realizing her power went beyond wielding the blade. Perhaps when merged with the sheath, the complete form was no longer just a weapon. The observer shivered, muttering that a single move had grievously wounded 3 Supreme Mind Moon Sect protectors. No wonder Kang Yue died. Immediately after, she fell silent, lowering her head, her expression darkened. Even though seriously injured and being helped away, Cheng Qi could not hide his admiration. Indeed, even Kang Yue Dai could not subdue a supreme mind. This was truly the strongest beast master of the Moonlight type. Yan Yue turned to remind Su Liang not to be too relaxed. The last move, even on a full moon night, could only be used once more. He smiled confidently, replying that one more round would be enough to turn the tide. He glanced at Huan Yue, advising, "Your turn, try to delay the opponent as long as possible." Hearing this, she pouted in annoyance, blaming him for leaving all the difficult tasks. At that moment, a Shan Guang Dai lightly flew to his side. Soon the whole flock of Shan Guang Dai surrounded Su Liang, who boldly declared it was time to prepare for the next match of the emperors. Elsewhere, Ta Yang, standing on Lei Yue, suddenly coughed violently, wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, his voice choking as he had not felt the loss of a beast in battle for a long time. Old memories surged back, the last time on a full moon night 3 years ago. He remembered kneeling before the cold white-haired youth, looking no different from a pitiful wanderer. Thinking of Su Liang's icy face then, Ta Yang wondered if anything would change this time. After a tired sigh, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ta Yang lifted his head high, eyes blazing, the insane smile still on his lips, whether Su Liang represented the moon god temple north or not. He shouted that the important thing was that you had changed, you had forgotten too much. Do you remember what you once said to me? Facing these words, Su Liang could only stand still, unsure how to respond. His eyes widened as he heard a barrage of questions. Why did you spare me? What happened after I passed out? Why did the northern domain lose a third of its territory? Where is your important beast? Could it be that the gods have turned away? Sudden sharp pain struck. Su Liang clutched his head, trying to endure, feeling as if it would split open. He thought those words were completely unfamiliar, no memory of a past life. Regaining composure, Su Liang told himself that the current enemy was formidable. He could not waste his strength. At that moment, he remembered an important thing he had nearly forgot. Beneath the ruins, thick smoke rose in swirling clouds, as if to cover the sky. Su Liang glanced over, thinking he still did not know how she would fare on a full moon night. If 1 against 3 went smoothly, it would be excellent. The mist gradually enveloped both Liu Yue and Ta Yang. Back at the arena, the 2 rabbits in combat, Mo Yan, looked up at the strange clouds in confusion. Soon after, a column of smoke suddenly rose behind it. Curious, Mo Yan immediately turned to observe. Smoke swirled high, emitting strange, unsettling sound. Then from the mist, the jade flying squirrel appeared. Seeing the opponent, Mo Yan sneered, rapid resurrection indeed. This time it would be fun. The light hair's red eyes glared, charging forward fiercely. Mo Yan activated the spiked club, calmly mocking its slowness. It laughed with excitement, the 2 spiked clubs on its ears spinning like windmill. During the fight, seizing the moment of the jade flying squirrel's lapse, it prepared to launch a surprise attack. It seized the opportunity, decisively cutting off one of the opponent's ears. Yet the injured part immediately regenerated, as if it had never been harmed. Mak Enhim gritted his teeth, unable to believe it. What exactly was this recovery speed? In a rage, it unleashed a series of fierce attacks, warping the moonlight hair beyond recognition. In an instant, the opponent fully restored, the body flawless, so fast that Mak Enhim shivered. Could it have grown stronger by devouring supreme intellect? Its hands collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Completely drained, Mak Enhim panted heavily. It was only a low-tier creature. Thought flashed through its mind, just trap it somewhere it cannot escape. Thinking so, Mak Enhim immediately acted. The ears that had drooped now stood erect with determination. Yu Fei too looked up in bewilderment. Mak Enhim slammed both hands down with overwhelming force, cracking the ground and pressing the opponent deep. The barrier around the arena shook violently under such pressure. Spectators cried out in panic, the ground was collapsing. Only Mak Enheim's hands remained planted in the pit, black smoke curling upward. Thinking victory was certain, it pulled back its hands, smirking. Surely it had been buried thousands of meters underground. Zhu Liang observed from afar, sighing, never thought this hair would be so formidable. In this situation, he only thought to rely on Yan Yue. Before the thought completed, the ground beneath Zhu Liang trembled, startling him. At the arena, Mak Enheim staggered, exclaiming in shock what was happening. From the pit, a hand gripped the edge of the ground as if ready to climb up. The moonlight hair in its new form leapt into the air using the full moon's energy. Mak Enheim froze, realizing it had evolved into a mid-level jade tail hair. Panicked, wondering could it be. Seeing Yu Fei Tu's furious expression, it was even more confused. Wasn't it just a low-level moonlight hair before? Zhu Liang quickly opened Yue Zhai Wang, examining mid-level jade tail hair of moonlight type, crescent-efficient constitution, full moon stage 3, super-fast regeneration, enhanced physique, hardened skin, improved jump, star jade. Noting that crescent-efficient constitution can evolve quickly under emotional fluctuations during full moon. He widened his eyes, indeed it had evolved. This constitution grew with time spent under the moon. Mak Enheim was unwilling, face distorted, impossible, just a moonlight hair on par with him. It went berserk, charging forward, shouting, trying to surpass the supreme intellect boundary, so arrogant. Despite fierce blows, Yu Fei too remained calm. A voice echoed in Mak Enheim's ear. Just one full moon night is enough. The long month only requires a single night. Hearing this, it halted, face fierce. What? Moonlight Hair's ears silently rose. Mak Enheim roared and charged, but suddenly it froze, eyes wide. Its hands above its head vanished in an instant, leaving it stunned. Blood stained its face, it looked at the aimed ear and asked, "What exactly are you?" Before it could hear a reply, it received a decisive blow from Yu Fei too. Ta Duong clenched his clothes, cursing silently, damn it, even Mak Enheim failed. Suddenly a figure appeared. He recognized the presence. Yuan Yue appeared before Ta Duong and Loyang Gaiet, leaving both stunned. She looked down coldly, her aura spreading everywhere. Ta Duong gaped. Could beasts turn into humans? He suddenly understood, defeating Wu Baoquan was Yu, royal bloodline. Ta Duong warily watched Yuan Yue, beside her Princess Loyang Gaiet and two moonlight-type supreme intellect weapons. He sneered, alone you cannot defeat me, as you see, my companions are. Before he finished, Yuan Yue cut in. No need for long explanations. He spoke disdainfully, I do not want to waste time with these three. Bring out the strongest one. That arrogance angered Dathine. It shouted, speaking recklessly. It flipped through pages, showing that all supreme intellect skills it had defeated belonged to it. It declared, you are facing 10 supreme intellects at once. It also said if it defeated you, it would see if you were worthy to replace them. But Yuan Yue remained indifferent, loud. Closed her eyes, concentrating her spiritual energy, then said, let you expand your horizon. Yuan Yue raised both hands, power rising, a move only usable on a full moon night. Ta Duong and Loyang Gaiet covered their faces, unable to hide worry. Loyang Gaiet stammered, that is. Yuan Yue held the two weapons with a proud stance. Loyang Gaiet realized they were royal-grade weapons. Yuan Yue inhaled deeply, regulating her aura. She lightly twirled the sword in her hand. Like a gust of wind past Loyang Gaiet, then swung the sword. She decisively launched a strike at the opponent. Just one move almost brought down Ta Duong and Loyang Gaiet. Spectators were horrified. It ended in an instant, it was. Someone exclaimed, Emperor Yun Qi. The ground was marked with countless water stains. Dathine and Loyang Gaiet showed clear fear. The purple fragments of Moon Master gradually vanished almost entirely. Yuan Yue said in astonishment, self-sacrificing to redirect damage. Dathine still refused to yield, shouting, do not be complacent. Butterfly-shaped light flashed. Yuan Yue widened her eyes in astonishment. Beams of light rushed toward her. Thanks to agile movement, she evaded the attack. Suddenly light flashed from behind. Even though she dodged, her skirt was torn at a corner. Yuan Yue looked at the hem, expression darkening. Immediately after, an explosion rang out. Yuan Yue had already positioned behind Dathine. She said coldly, the skills you collected are only that strong, which is why you were defeated. Jia Tian was stunned, seemingly unable to believe his ears, and muttered softly, what is this? Yuan Yue raised her sword, her tone firm. Why rely on the strength of someone weaker than you? Immediately after, Jia Tian fell under her sword strike, his body split apart by the fierce blow. Ta Yang tightened his cloak, murmuring for a moment, only one survivor left, so I've lost. Suspended in midair, Yuan Yue spoke with authority. If you had listened to me from the start, you wouldn't have fallen into this miserable end. He secretly drew a spirit talisman, still pretending to be humble. That's right, I was too arrogant, deluded into thinking I could defeat the Moon King. Ta Yang threw the talisman and shouted, Moon God Palace, let us sign the transfer contract. Lu Wei sat silently on a cloud, yawning and sighing. So boring it's already over like this. Anduin seemed to realize something and whispered, "That child." He speculated inwardly, perhaps she would become the next Ice Queen. Lu Wei could not help but doubt, astonished. Is this a joke? How could the Ice Queen at that level be touched by a supreme? Lu Wei's whole body suddenly trembled with fear. A massive surge of energy appeared, a brilliant ray of light shining directly onto the ground. Dust swirled, and in the blink of an eye, the entire city was reduced to rubble. Su Liang soared upwards and stopped in midair. His gaze quickly caught sight of Huan Yue's figure. Su Liang spoke, "Is this momentum that of an emperor?" Huan Yue immediately replied, "No, of course not." She stood up, leaning on her sword, and said gravely, "But one could say." Her sharp eyes flashed. "This person has 1 foot in the threshold of emperorship." Blinding beam of green light suddenly appeared. From within the glowing sphere, a foot slowly stepped out. The figure that appeared was a young girl with messy green hair, her expression lazy and somewhat indifferent. Seeing this, those around her couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What is this?" Lu Wei couldn't suppress his astonishment. "Ban Kui, isn't this the supreme of the Moon God Palace? How could she be summoned by Black Moon Chengshan?" At this moment, the system interface appeared before Su Liang, indicating that a new item had been unlocked and the number of illustrations had increased. The system displayed information. Within her body exists the bloodline of an emperor, regarded as a treasure by the Moon God Palace. Even the current saintess would struggle to form a contract, with combat strength nearing a king-tier beast, and she is hailed as the strongest supreme. This young girl with green hair is Jiu Zun Yu Lin, the supreme of the Moonlight System. Cheng Qi, lying on the ground, couldn't help but curse loudly. The Moon God Palace dares to meddle so recklessly, how shameless. Then the entire Twin Moon sect should charge as well. However, Yi Wu quickly stopped him. No need. If Black Moon Chengshan has signed a contract with her, it is entirely valid. From now on, she is the beast of this place. Yu Lin lazily yawned. He looked up, focusing on something in the sky. Suddenly, her expression turned pale. Standing on the shoulder of Lei Yue, Ta Yang asked curiously, "What's going on?" Yu Lin replied, "The moonlight here is abnormal." She explained further, "The distribution of Shan Guang Dai is also very strange. No matter how strong the moonlight is, it can't attract more than half of them from the North Territory." Upon hearing this, Ta Yang immediately speculated, "More than half of Shan Guang Dai from the North Territory." Yu Lin said dejectedly, "Forget it, whatever happens next is beyond my control." She turned her gaze toward Huan Yue. "For now, let's deal with the opponent first." Huan Yue still gripped her sword tightly, her gaze cold. On the other side, Yu Lin smiled with interest. "Ben Jai, so that's it." She began to gather a massive amount of power. Her fingers slowly became as sharp as blades. Energy beams suddenly appeared, swirling around Yu Lin's body. Huan Yue immediately adjusted her defensive stance, holding her ground. Yu Lin launched the first attack. 2 torrents of powerful energy collided head-on. Light shot out continuously, sparkling like flickering lamps in the night. Witnessing this, Ru Yue exclaimed in astonishment, "So fast I can't even see the movement." Yue Guang also remarked, "The beast of the Moon King can actually match Jiu Zun Yu Lin, who is nearing the Emperor tier." From a distance, Su Liang silently worried. "Since I met her, this is the first time I've seen her fight with such all-out effort." He didn't take his eyes off the battle, his thoughts racing. This really is the first time. Witnessed a top-tier battle of such grand scale with his own eye. His thoughts surged. Su Liang realized that ordinary humans could hardly intervene. After taking a blow, Huan Yue panted heavily. Meanwhile, Yu Lin maintained her composure, continuing to unleash her immense power. The energy condensed into a massive green sphere, 100 times larger than her body, lighting up the entire area. Huan Yue couldn't help but be stunned by this terrifying force. The figure gradually merged with the green light created by Yu Lin. That flow of spiritual power seemed as if it could tear the very sky apart. Even so, Huan Yue managed to break free, though her clothes were severely damaged. She gritted her teeth, and Su Liang silently thought, "I never expected." He was stunned when he realized even the jade rabbit was injured, proving that this power was truly astonishing. His thoughts continued to rise. If he remembered correctly, the Kayat Yue's physical condition would change over time and emotion. Because of that, its power would increase continuously. The jade rabbit crouched low, preparing to spring. Immediately after, it leapt forward, causing the rocks and trees at the starting point to be thrown up. Yu Lin and Huan Yue continued to fiercely engage in combat. Chen Yu Lin seemed to notice something unusual. A shadow of the jade rabbit suddenly appeared, quickly closing in and restraining her. Yu Lin anxiously shouted, "Hey, wait, why sneak attack?" The jade rabbit lifted her up into the air with its hands. Then it threw her forcefully down to the ground, creating a loud crash. Dust billowed up, and Huan Yue quietly observed from above. Her gaze became resolute, her sword raised to form an X shape, gathering spiritual power. Yuan Yue raised her sword high, the spiritual power swirling around the blade, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. In that moment her eyes grew cold and filled with killing intent. She delivered a tremendous strike to the ground, followed by a thunderous explosion. Ta Yang shouted in alarm, "This is bad." Princess Zhu Yue quickly lent a hand. Lei Yue raised her hand to gather power, chanting, "Dingjai Lei Shen Tianman Tan Yue." Sky immediately lit up with faint purple lightning, and dark clouds rolled in. Suddenly remembering something, Lei Yue turned her head to look behind her. From a distance, Yan Yue was slowly approaching. Her gaze was empty, yet beneath it hid a chilling, murderous intent. Lo and Gaiet gritted her teeth, thinking, where has Yan Yue appeared from at this moment? She immediately released her spiritual energy, telling herself to prioritize protecting Cheng Shan. Yan Yue continued to advance silently, as if nothing around had ever happened. A resounding sound tore through the air. Yuan Yue landed on the ground, accompanied by Yu Fei Tu. Jade Lin shouted angrily, daring to strike secretly, truly a petty villain. Her body returned to its original form. Jade Lin roared in rage, try feeling this terror. She screamed wildly, infinite jade winds bursting forth, countless crescent moons shooting from her body. 3 subsequent streams of force shot out, cracking the ground. The green moon touched, and immediately her moon form dissolved into vapor. She turned into mist, twisting to evade each attack. Yu Fei too did not have that flexibility. Yuan Yue landed and exhaled, thinking how dangerous it was, barely escaping the vaporization speed before the crescent moons formed. She told herself the only option was to hide behind this rabbit. Thought struck, fortunately even heavily injured it could self-heal. Hiding behind Yu Fei too, Yuan Yue calculated that prolonging would be disadvantageous. Delaying even a minute would suffice. Suddenly her eyes caught something unusual. A volley of sharp arrows tore through the air. Jade Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? She muttered irritably, could it be Yan Yue? Grinding her teeth in anger, she muttered, clearly almost finished. Yuan Yue seized the opportunity, thinking it was time to end it. She closed her eyes and swung the sword in her hand forcefully. Raising both hands high, she began to channel all her internal power. Su Liang thought briefly that this stance looked awkward. A force gradually began to take shape, and it condensed into dense layers of spiritual energy. Jade Lin could not help but feel uneasy at the scene. Yu Fei too remained firm. Behind him, a towering pillar of spiritual energy reached the sky. Jade Lin shouted, "Who exactly are you?" Her voice was commanding, "Quickly reveal your identity." Yuan Yue hovered, replying, "I am Yuan Yue." He spoke loudly, "If you survive this strike, I may consider taking you as a subordinate." Jade Lin sneered with contempt. She spoke harshly, indulging in vain fantasies. Then Jade Lin clasped her hands together. She chanted, shattering the jade wind. The observer froze, staring at the giant black hole hovering above, and she exclaimed that it was the ultimate technique of the 9-turn jade beast. Her voice echoed in Yuan Yue's ear, saying that once the black hole was touched, everything would be sucked in. Despite this, Yuan Yue remained calm, closing her eyes to perform the secret technique. Soon after, she transformed into a giant white flower deer, twice the size of the black hole. Its legs gently treaded the air. Its glowing horn stretched toward the black hole of the jade beast. Violent shockwave reverberated across the area. Dust rose, obscuring the vision. The audience was silent, the atmosphere tense as a drawn bowstring. Ta Yang laughed, saying it was completely inferior, truly a disappointing supreme-level battle. The 4 people, including Yuan Yue and Su Liang, along with Yan Yue and Yu Fei too, stood on one side. Ta Yang looked up at the sky, saying that was enough. Surely the gods would be satisfied. He spoke with hidden meaning. Now the real feast was about to begin. The person on the platform panicked, saying they couldn't see anything, and the observer reassured that it was just the night suddenly darkening. Bright moon gradually darkened, and thick clouds gathered to cover it. Su Liang closed his eyes to regulate his breath, silently admitting that his heart had raced during the supreme-level battle. When facing the emperor, he didn't feel as uneasy as he had imagined. Yuan Yue softly asked Su Liang if he was confident of victory. He just smiled meaningfully in reply. Then he confidently said that he didn't think he would lose. Yuan Yue asked in doubt, really? Su Liang smiled, saying it sounded arrogantly similar to Ru Yue Fuang before. In his mind, unfamiliar fragments of memories related to Black Moon Cheng Shan began to surface. These weren't exactly memories, but more like illusions. For example, the previous incarnation grew up at the Moon God Palace in the northern region, or the image of the mother of the previous incarnation. There was even the story of the previous incarnation, once recording in English to verify the memory. But one day, all those memories were erased by a mysterious existence. Therefore, there was no such thing as a soul transfer. The previous incarnation was indeed him. From the moment he was born, Su Liang carried the memories of his previous life to this world, but was forced to erase them 3 years ago. It wasn't until 2 months ago that he began to recover part of those memories. Pulling away from his thoughts, Su Liang thought seriously that existence was far beyond his current ability. He looked at the full moon that had just emerged from the shadows, recalling the words of Black Moon Changshan. 3 years ago, he had forgotten a very important spiritual beast, and that was the reason he became a messenger of the gods. This moment, a giant leg lifted high. Its eyes looked down at the ground, which had been stomped into a small crater. The giant creature was the moon-eclipsing beast, the Moonlight System level Emperor. Its gaze swept across those who were hiding. A white defensive shield appeared with a clear crack. Su Liang squinted thoughtfully as he realized the protective shield was nearing its limit, hoping the creature would not harm the innocent. It looked down and muttered, unsure of the current era, only knowing that the Black Moon had weakened considerably. Shadow Kai Ling perched lightly on his eyelash, asking in a deep voice who the opponent was this time. He quickly replied that to summon Shadow Kai Ling, he had sacrificed 20 years of his life, all just to confront a disciple of the god. Hearing that phrase, it showed interest, especially noting the title of disciple of the god. Then it scanned the area that had just been destroyed. It muttered that the will of the Black Moon followers had faded by more than half. Perhaps the Black Moon sect was nearing its end, and if so, it would fully enjoy the final battle, while in the distance Su Liang's figure gradually appeared. He remained calm, his gaze unwavering as he looked straight at the creature. In Su Liang's hand was a vial containing the rare essence of Fei Yingfen Tong. Yuan Yue immediately recognized the vial and could not hide her astonishment. Without another word, he directly opened the vial. Su Liang slowly poured the entire contents to the ground below. This action left Huan Yue and Yan Yue stunned, mouths agape in shock. He could not hold back, questioning how such a precious emperor-level essence could be discarded so easily, and what he was actually planning. Su Liang only smiled, explaining that the action would help them determine direction more easily. Yuan Yue froze, completely failing to grasp the significance of that explanation. Suddenly sensing something unusual, she immediately turned to look back. In the stands, everyone also widened their eyes in astonishment. Quan unconsciously asked in disbelief, "What is that?" In the distance, golden specks of light appeared in the sky. Lights approached and became clear, revealing themselves as Su Liang's Shanguang Dai. Su Liang closed his eyes slightly, his steady voice resonating in the air, declaring himself the master of the Moon Wisdom Tome. In the base, everyone clearly heard the declaration of the Moon Radiance disciple, as Su Liang summoned all Shanguang Dai in the northern Fu. Witnessing this, Shadow Kai Ling was also astonished. In moments, countless Shanguang Dai flew over, forming a majestic formation. Yuan Yue stared in wonder at the glowing beings flying around her. Suddenly Su Liang's voice rang out, affirming his desire to make a pact with all of them. Vision recalled that a few days earlier, Su Liang had asked Shanguang Dai to deliver this message to their kind. Many had cheered excitedly, and the Shanguang Dai in the nurturing area also flew off together. The same phenomenon occurred in other cities, as Shanguang Dai automatically ended their pact with former masters. Inwardly, he calculated that to avoid attention, he had hidden them across the northern territory. Seeing the sky filled with Shanguang Dai, Su Liang was pleased, remembering the plan to only summon them when the Emperor's battles began. The Moon Wisdom Tome now automatically opened. Sheng Qi, sitting in Yu's lap, curiously remarked that it seemed the Emperor of the Moon King was about to appear. The Moon platform was startled as the Moon King's beasts unexpectedly abandoned their masters and flew away. In the sky, Su Liang was accompanied by Shanguang Dai, while below, the beasts lined up behind him. Yuan Yue was horrified by the scene, while the Quan gravely assessed that they were retreating. She looked up at Su Liang in the air and unconsciously muttered about what was about to happen. Su Liang hovered in the sky. The Quan confirmed that this place would become the battlefield of the emperors. He suddenly looked up and asked whether the contemporary moon god was watching. Looking at the full moon above, Su Liang wondered if the moon god ceremony's opening had pleased the deity. Brushing off gloom, he slightly curled his lips, saying if the moon god had awakened, let him enjoy this miraculous moment. Observing all this, Shadow Kai Ling silently cursed, for though not a direct threat, the sheer number of Shanguang Dai was troublesome enough. It closed its eyes, calculating carefully, realizing that even with full effort it would be difficult to defeat him instantly. Shadow Kai Ling looked at Su Liang hovering, understanding it could not disrupt the god's enjoyment. Meanwhile, Su Liang smiled contentedly, sensing the decisive moment approaching. The system continuously displayed notices about the pact being made with Shanguang Dai number 130,030,7486 at a low level. The Moon Wisdom Tome also trembled violently, as if reacting to the event. Suddenly, the book stopped at the emperor-level index, leaving Su Liang puzzled as he could not turn the page. His expression darkened as he realized only one final step remained, perhaps the most difficult page to open ever. He recalled the notes in the Moon Wisdom Tome, and had once thought it could unlock the god's power. However, Su Liang realized that much information from the 7 mysteries had been deliberately hidden. Those records warned that the Moon Wisdom Tome was merely a tool created by the gods. Unwilling to accept this, he believed his original power must exceed the tome's limits, and at that moment a Shan Guangdai flew beside him. At the same time, thunder and lightning roared across the sky. Su Liang's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. The Moon Wisdom Tome finally turned to a new page. A beam of light centered on Su Liang shot straight into the high sky. Wu Wei was so astonished that she lost her balance. She fell to the ground, muttering that even their emperor would be cautious under such pressure, wondering what was happening. Suddenly, a voice rang from behind, noting that it was no surprise the southern territories were also in chaos. Wu Wei turned cautiously and realized it was Shang Yue. Shang Yue smiled with interest, saying that whether the Moon King represented Northern Fuck or not, she could still reach the end of the Moon God Empire with him. Then Shang Yue turned and walked away, muttering that there was no need to continue observing. Wu Wei stared in shock as her figure faded from view. After a while, she exclaimed in astonishment, wondering when Kang Yue Dai Dai had appeared behind her, causing panic. Lu Wei indignantly shouted, calling her a terrifying female demon. The scene shifted to the sky, where the Shan Guangdai had gathered in great numbers. They arranged into formation, gradually forming the shape of massive wings. Everyone below widened their eyes in amazement at the magnificent sight. Yi Yu and those around her could not restrain their emotions and knelt. Tears ran down her cheeks as she trembled, saying her lifelong wish was to witness this miraculous moment. Ha Yang was also terrified by the scene, stammering whether he could withstand it. Shadow Kai Ling looked up at the sky and fell silent. Suddenly, a faint sound shattered the quiet atmosphere. Ha Yang sensed something unusual. Horrified, looked toward Shadow Kai Ling and shouted. Tears appeared at the corners of Shadow Kai Ling's eyes. It laughed madly and said the little demon again wanted it to confront the presence before it. Its trembling voice admitted that though brief, the Black Moon sex mission had reached its end. Shadow Kai Ling closed its eyes, accepting its fate, and resolutely declared that this was the end. It must stop. Ha Yang was thrown back as Shadow Kai Ling's voice demanded he obediently witness the conclusion, for this was no longer their era. Duong was restrained by Loyang Gaiet, his terrified eyes fixed on her. Kai Lin widened its eyes and questioned, an envoy of the deity, I have never heard of such a thing until now. It turned its gaze toward Su Liang, voice full of astonishment. There is even a deity envoy at this level. At this moment he stood tall above, silently observing everything below. Behind Su Liang was a colossal figure, a member of the 12 palaces, guardian of the Kim Deep Palace, the brilliant monarch of the Dia people. Ha Duong muttered weakly, so it turns out, this is no longer a battle of emperors. His Beiya wings trembled slightly. His entire body erupted with dazzling radiance. Light made everyone in the base dizzy. Many fainted under the pressure. Ouyang Gaiet fared no better. She was strongly suppressed by this power. Hoa Ngai Yan Yue and Ngayet Kwang were all affected. Even Bang, though, could not escape the suppression. Luke Vi shouted, trying to resist. What kind of power is this? Its mere aura is enough to shake a 6th-tier existence. He was thrown back by the residual force. A scream of horror rang out. Even the central territory could barely withstand it. Kai Lin silently observed the scene before it. Struggled to speak, voice full of satisfaction, truly an honor. In this life I have no regret. Watching the approaching light, it muttered, after I disappear. The beam accidentally swept across it. Hoping to merge with the moonlight, its body gradually dissipated as it spoke. Before completely vanishing, Kai Lin left a final message, eternal and enduring. Its eyes became calm, as if fully accepting its fate. Then the light passed through. Kai Lin completely vanished from this space. As the dark clouds dissipated, the night fell silently. The crescent moon quietly appeared. The desolate battlefield, Yuan Yue and Yan Yue lay motionless in the craters formed by the impact. Su Liang slowly ascended, his small figure hovering in midair. He slightly bowed his head, letting out a heavy sigh. The same scene again. Painful memories surged back. Many years ago he too was alone amidst ruins, losing everything. He had been astonished at the world's worship when he was arbitrarily hailed as Moon King. Back in the present, looking at his hand, he pondered, this time I haven't lost my memory, so the past must not involve back Duck and Gaiet Junchu. Suddenly his eyes widened as if realizing something. Su Liang murmured, so that means. Quickly returned to the stronghold. Before him only rubble remained. He exclaimed, indeed, The protective shield has been destroyed. He calmly observed each person lying motionless to make his judgment. Fortunately, there were no serious casualties. Perhaps they had been protected by bitch Hai Kai Kung Ngayat and then retreated. Su Liang slowly approached Ngayat Quan, thinking perhaps she did not know he had lost his memory, hence her worry about the emperor battle. Seeming as if to stop caring, he quietly passed by, internally calculating the path to restore himself. Su Liang's back gradually receded. He told himself he must regain all lost memory. His gaze stopped at Ta Duong trembling on the ground, murmuring this one. Su Liang recalled, the expenditure of 20 years of lifespan is an ancient secret of the Hack and Gaiet sect. He thought gravely, in other words, whether you win or lose today, you cannot survive, so what is the point of this battle? Just then Ta Duong gradually woke, interrupting his thoughts. Indeed, the deity did not watch over me. Su Liang asked frankly, you risked your life just to fight me. Is it because you believed the moon god ceremony reward could save you? The unexpected question made him silent for a moment. Then Ta Duong sneered boldly. Su Liang, you ask such a ridiculous question. His weak voice rose, being a member of the Ngayat Kwang system, to surpass the strongest in the system. What's wrong with that? Even lying still, he spoke clearly, as long as I defeat you, life is not something I cannot abandon. He strained to lie straight, laughing mockingly. Unfortunately, the price is too great. Perhaps even the deity sees this as a farce. Ta Duong raised a question. Why must humans try to please the gods? He squinted, answering himself, at least today I fought freely. That is enough, isn't it? Looked at Su Liang skeptically. You feel satisfied too, right? Ta Duong half joked, half serious. In the end I finally gave you a headache, didn't I? Su Liang glanced aside and slightly nodded. Indeed, it was an extremely arduous battle. Then he closed his eyes, no longer intending to tease him. Ta Duong laughed, thanking him for letting him hear a comforting lie. Moon King, remember what I am about to say. It may relate to your memory loss. These words made Su Liang's eyes widen, lips pressed, listening attentively. Ta Duong spoke with effort. The one I faced that year could very well have been back Duck and Gaiet Jun Chu. He recalled, then continued, but no matter how many times that scene repeated, the abnormal feeling never disappeared. That event caused 1/3 of the northern region to vanish, yet no one mentioned where the missing went. A major question arose, could they have been simply forgotten, shocking Su Liang. Sparks began to appear around Ta Duong. He spoke intermittently, Moon King, what happened that year was definitely not simple. His body gradually dissolved into the wind, leaving a final message before disappearing, take care of yourself. Having spoken, Ta Duong completely vanished, leaving only a spark floating before Su Liang. He stood silently for a long while. The words he just heard filled him with unease. Su Liang looked up irritably. As the last of the Hack and Gaiet sect vanished, the organization ended, yet I feel no joy. He clenched his fists, reassuring himself that the cause of his memory loss had nothing to do with the Hack and Gaiet sect. He reached out to touch the sparks reflecting his face, contemplating what caused 1/3 of the northern region to be forgotten. I still cannot grasp. Su Liang clenched his fists again, his whole body trembling. Not long after, he reluctantly relaxed his hands. In the vast dark space, he stood alone, sighing and letting go of his heavy heart. Su Liang ran his hands through his hair helplessly. Why do I feel so burdened, though the immediate danger is over? He said wearily, whatever the future holds, for now I can rest briefly. Su Liang gently flicked his robe behind him. He lay back on the ground, wanting to rest after a long journey. A few hours later, a voice echoed in the space. It seems everything has ended. Luke Vi frowned, scratching her head. Just the echo of the aura made us dizzy for hours. Lan Don beside her added, after all, that was back Duck and Gaiet Jun Chu. He turned to look around, frowning. The audience must have left already. Luke Vi's eyes suddenly widened. Her face pale with fear, Lan Don immediately looked along. He gaped, sweat pouring as a white fox appeared right before her. Ipung Gaiet closed its eyes, exuding arrogance and majesty. From afar, Mphai quickly leaped over obstacles to approach. Raised both hands, smiling with eyes narrowed, asking, what do you think, Van Vuhai? Mphai looked at Keeping Gaiet, probing, was the moon god ceremony I organized impressive enough? Excitedly it gestured, the pieces of Ngayat Dia are gradually converging, but the Thap Hyen and Bok Luke clans still have not moved. What should we do? Just then a voice called out to stop. The present moon god, stop. Do not continue to interfere with the moon god god ritual. Jai Yue opened his eyes, coldly emphasizing, "From now on I will not allow you to stir up trouble in the northern region." Yin Fei froze upon hearing this, glaring at Jai Yue in front of him. But in just a moment his attitude completely changed. The fear vanished, replaced by a bright smile full of delight. How fierce. Yin Fei jumped around Jai Yue, mischievously explaining, "You misunderstood. I didn't interfere with the moon god ritual." His eyes gleamed brightly, rubbing his chin slyly as he continued, "Rather, a little demon snatched away Yue Zhai Wang and won in the battle among the emperors." After saying that, he blinked, acting spoiled. This deserves to be praised. Not waiting for Jai Yue's reply, Yin Fei continued talking and turned to leave. "You don't need to worry about lacking candidates anymore." After walking a bit, he turned back, pulling at his eyelid, sticking out his tongue, teasing, "Chun by Jai Yue, sir." Jai Yue did not respond, only coldly watching until Yin Fei disappeared. He remained standing still as before, slightly squinting. In his gaze there was a subtle trace of helplessness that was hard to notice. Soon after, that gaze slowly lowered. The person falling into his sight was Huen Yue, lying motionless on the cold ground, her body limp. Nearby Su Liang with his handsome face, peacefully asleep, making anyone unwilling to disturb him. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, as if hiding something unpredictable. After a long silence, Jai Yue turned and left, his figure gradually blending into the white clouds. Half an hour later, Liu Wei was still covered in sweat, her lips trembling. She clenched them tightly, swallowing nervously, clearly panicked. Didn't dare move, unable to believe she was still alive. Liu Wei realized it was the Lord of the Sea of Fortune from the White Deer clan, the one who created the 7 celestial pure by Jai Yue. Also the present moon god, Sile Kai Yue Tai Yin Fei. Pure by Jai Yue had been absent for 20,000 years. Even the previous moon god ritual did not attend. Liu Wei whispered anxiously from their conversation. It seemed the two gods were still in opposition. Lan Duan beside her stammered, "Gods never cared about our existence." He hurriedly suggested, "Pretend we didn't see anything. Absolutely do not reveal it." Liu Wei could only nod repeatedly. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of spiritual power passed by, causing both to get goosebumps. The two quickly turned around. Liu Wei gasped, "Who was it this time?" Wu and Gong Yue appeared before them, directly asking, "Did a god just pass by?" Liu Wei frowned, thinking, humans can even sense gods. Lan Duan was also surprised, not knowing when they had arrived. Gong Yue stood on Yuwu's hand, looking up to confirm. They had already left, no need to worry. Liu Wei awkwardly pointed, "Enough. Stop pretending to be a god. Who are you?" Yuwu closed his eyes and introduced himself. "I am Bai Yiwu, the manager of the beasts from the Moonlit sect, just a mere mortal." Liu Wei and Lan Duan still clasped their hands and listened. "The two of you came to the northern region without being able to welcome you. I apologize on behalf of the Bitch Yue Empire." Yiwu lifted Gong Yue with a smile. "This esteemed sir has something to say." In the form of a bird, Gong Yue silently opened her emerald eyes, staring intently. Her cold gaze made the two of them turn pale. Suddenly, Liu Wei knelt down, as if encountering the supreme being. He was confused, thinking that just one glance could cause such a reaction. Could this person be? Gong Yue flapped her wings, leaving Yiwu's hand. In the blink of an eye, her body shone in the air. The dazzling brilliance left Liu Wei stunned. Her green hair fluttered and her voice rang out, "That person is still as detestable as before." The woman in green before them was Bai Haiji Gong Yue, the 7th of the 12 moons, one of the 3 pillars of the Moonlit sect. She coldly warned, "You have violated the rules by entering the northern region without permission. You are not allowed to leave or send messages for a year." Her threatening voice made the two bow their heads in fear. Otherwise, Xingmei Yue and Duanghong Tian would suffer disaster. She closed her eyes and added, "Although I cannot interfere with the outcome of the moon god ritual, but with the moon god palace, you have already broken the first rule." She raised her hand as if pulling a bow, her 2 fingers aimed at them like arrows of warning. Above, the Sagittarius constellation began to connect in the sky. Her posture was exactly like the legendary archer guarding Sagittarius. Soon after, 4 swirling black vortices appeared in the air, spinning violently, signaling danger. Her figure swept past the swirling vortices. Then she stopped in front of a giant cannon in the sky. Gong Yue coldly lowered her hand, her sharp gaze fixed straight ahead. The light at the tip of the cannon gathered, spiritual energy converged into a blinding point. In the blink of an eye, a white beam of spiritual energy shot out, spiraling violently as it sped away. The energy tore through the wind like lightning, piercing through many tall mountains. Ahead was the moon god palace. Beam of light crashed down, shaking the heavens and earth. The mountains shattered into pieces. In just moments, the impact site turned into a giant crater, black smoke billowing up. The two messengers stood amidst the devastation, their eyes filled with astonishment. The ruler guarding the moon god palace in splendid attire stepped forward. The stream of energy continued pouring down, as if wanting to crush everything. She bowed her head and pleaded, "Mistress of the moonlight, we did not intend to provoke you. Please calm your anger." She turned around and shouted, "Who sent Jiachu and Yuluo to the battle? Step forward." Just then a slow step forward was heard. Sipai clasped his hands, his dejected face standing before the ruler, as if accepting punishment. The ruler coldly declared that from now on, Sipai was erased from the 10 pillars and must leave the moon god palace within 3 days. She merely replied with a soft yes. Sipai silently walked under the dim crescent moon, her lonely figure stretching long, then stopped to lean against the wall. Took out a photo, her gaze focused on it. Gripping the photo of herself with the white-haired person, she sighed, "Why does everyone say the northern region branch doesn't exist? Clearly my sister said she would take charge." Sipai whispered, "What happened 3 years ago? Can you answer me now?" He looked up at the crescent moon, softly calling Su Liang my grandson. Switching scenes to Su Liang, he was still lost in dream. Gradually he opened his eyes, astonished by the unfamiliar scene. Su Liang sat up, wondering where he was. He looked around but still couldn't figure out where he was. A small shadow appeared in the distance, blurry. It was Yin Fai with bright eyes and long ears. He stared and exclaimed. After a few seconds, Su Liang recognized it and shouted, "Moon Guang Rabbit." He bent down, incredulously muttering, "Why is there a Moon Guang Rabbit here?" Unable to resist, he reached out to touch it. Before he could touch it, Yin Fai had hugged him tightly, struggling and shouting, "Pervert, what do you want to do?" The sudden action threw him into panic, sweat pouring, mind in a whirl, unsure how to respond, constantly wondering what was happening. Regaining composure, Su Liang frowned and asked directly, "Wait, can you speak?" Observing its confident demeanor, he realized that high-level spirit beasts speaking human language were rare, and low-level ones almost impossible. He jumped up, pointing as he demanded, "Stop pretending. What exactly are you and where is this place?" Yin Fai, expecting praise but met with questioning, sighed and complained, "How rude. I even brought a gift for you." Su Liang leaned back in astonishment, repeating, "A gift." It smiled lightly and nodded, "Yes, a reward from the moon god's ceremony." Playful Yin Fai circled while recounting the remaining items of the moon tribunal, like supreme mind fist, rebellious female breed, and immortality. It looked at him with a meaningful gaze and asked Su Liang, "What do you want?" Without waiting for an answer, it continued, "Ah, I forgot. My Kai scroll has already been taken by you." Gasped, muttering, "Your Kai scroll, so you are." After careful observation, Su Liang recognized its identity. The current moon god, Tai Yin Fai, the victor from before. He pressed his lips, thinking, so this is the guide in his dream, but the moon god's replacement was not him. Yin Fai lifted its head and spoke bluntly, "All right, no more beating around, host of the Golden Butterfly Palace, I will explain." Casually proposed, "Join my side and win this moon god ceremony." Su Liang was shocked, objecting, "What are you saying? I am an envoy of moon radiance. We are naturally opposed." Yin Fai smiled faintly, voice full of implication, "You still don't understand." Its body gradually transformed into human form, then extended an invitation. "Have the Golden Butterfly Palace stand with me." In the form of Shang Yue, it continued, "Isn't it that you want to defeat Kang Yue Dai Dai?" Su Liang could not help but be stunned by this new form. He turned away, feigning indifference, but Yin Fai continued its temptation. "Whether as Shang Yue or stronger than me, I will help you defeat easily." It approached, lightly touching his shoulder as a provocation. "Your weak friends could not do that, could they?" Yin Fai whispered, "Your moonlight hair is just a diluted version through generation." With that, a stream of mystical pink energy enveloped Su Liang. He gently lifted his chin, stroking his cheek, voice enchanting, "Abandon everything. I will give you power and perfect lineage with the most beautiful creature." That moment, Su Liang's eyes widened as if seeing something. He suddenly remembered those who had journeyed with him. Su Liang immediately shoved Yin Fai away. He said decisively, "I refuse." It asked in surprise, "Why, I can fulfill all your wishes." Yin Fai stroked its hair, adding, "Those once on your side were like you but ultimately chose me." Reached toward him, voice seductive, "Your existence is important, so even if you sulk, it doesn't matter." Su Liang quickly grabbed its wrist, refuting, "No, you are wrong." His voice grew cold. "The moon god may grant wishes, but cannot decide the ultimate victor." He frowned, hitting the weak point. "You are tempting me because you fear I will be the last to sit on the throne." He spoke continuously, causing Yin Fai's expression to darken. "You have no right to underestimate my comrades. One day I will lead them to victory." Su Liang continued, I will defeat all your envoys and claim the moon god ceremony throne. He spoke coldly before Moon Radiant's triumphs, wait in despair. Hearing this, Yin Fei glared, full of anger. Yet it did not act, only laughing. Immediately after, it tilted back and laughed wildly, restored its original form and left his grasp, saying, "Very well, envoy of Moon Radiance." In its cute rabbit form, it challenged, "If you are so confident, I will wait and see." Its eyes gleamed, emphasizing the Phoenix Hair Palace will also return, and my perfect successor will reappear. The space around them twisted into a dark circle, gradually sank into it, taunting, "The undefeated eclipse era awaits you." Before disappearing, it called Su Liang's name repeatedly, and mentioned the Tai Yin Fai faction, leaving Su Liang stunned. 3 white beams of light suddenly passed in front of him. Su Liang closed his eyes and leaned back. His body gradually vanished from that space. His eyes closed as if filled with thought. In his mind echoed the vow to fight to the end. 10 days after the Emperor battle, everyone was rebuilding their homes together. Figure stood on the cliff, looking down, suddenly hearing a voice at his ear ask, "How is it going?" A doubt whispered, "Can you sense anything?" A Lin shivered, replying, "Terrifying. 10 days have passed and the aura of the 2 overlords still lingers." He looked up, saying, "Before the climax of the moon god ceremony, we must finish investigation and evacuate early." A data assessed, the 10 yin pillars are half gone, the Phoenix Hair Palace is about to descend, the monster era is coming. He turned and asked, "In your view, what are the chances Su Liang becomes Moon King?" A Lin was silent for a few seconds as if calculating. Then she replied softly, 0.08%. Dat was astonished, how could it be so high? Lin said nothing and opened a book to check. It recorded the probabilities for each region, and for the northern domain, Su Liang is 0.08%. He immediately trusted, "If it is your judgment, it must be accurate." Dat recalled 3 years ago, a full moon lasting 30 days caused the gods to sleep. Though unlikely, that person must be among the Moonlight Envoys. Su Liang once said, "Those numbers represent the probability of defeating the gods." Back in the present, he worried, once discovered, the opposing sect would pursue relentlessly. The 4 words, "annihilate completely," echoed like a harbinger of disaster. Scene shifted to a simple hut on the battlefield, with 2 guards outside. Su Liang lay on the bed, eyes closed as if still in deep sleep. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. First person he saw was Huan Yue. Turns out he was resting his head on her lap. Huan Yue was slightly surprised as he woke. He immediately urged, "You're awake, get up, you've been sleeping for days." Su Liang still looked dazed, then closed his eyes again, letting her frustration show. In his heart, he silently called for the Moon Tribunal. Immediately, the Beast Information Panel appeared and updated. Bai Moon Monarch Moon Kwang System, Emperor Tier. Currently sealed due to the low level of the host. It can only be unlocked after cultivation and reaching 7 stars, or temporarily activated by integrating explosive energy from the simultaneous appearance of 100 billion low-tier Shanguang Dai. Currently 137,422,834,056 low-tier Shanguang Dai of the Moon Kwang system are also sealed, so the host cannot summon them all. During the full moon up to 100,000 can be summoned, at other times only 10,000. Additionally, there are Jade Tail Fox of intermediate Moon Kwang system with Kuat and Gaiat constitution, and Ho Trung and Gaiat of high-tier Moon Kwang system. He frowned slightly in thought, originally thinking that when Yue Zhai Wang turned against him, he would be stripped of authority, but it seemed the other party had no such right. When Yue saw Su Liang still seemingly asleep, so she flicked his forehead lightly. He was awakened with a reminder, "Hey, didn't you hear that?" A lump formed on his forehead from the impact. Su Liang reluctantly opened his eyes, turned, burying his face in Huan Yue's lap like a child pouting. Faced with this childish act, Huan Yue could only be speechless. Still with his face in her lap, he lazily asked, "How many days have I slept?" At that moment, Yan Yue stepped forward, arms crossed, replying, 10 days. Hearing this, Su Liang sprang up in surprise, coughing slightly to hide his embarrassment. Seeing the 2 women facing each other in the tense atmosphere, Su Liang's expression darkened, silently lamenting that he had forgotten Yan Yue's presence. He hurriedly waved his hands and feet to cover his embarrassment, trying to remain calm, then asked, "How is the situation now?" Yuan Yue, sitting beside him, slowly recounted, "The school is being rebuilt. The northern region is relatively peaceful, but the central region." Yan Yue continued, "Yuan Yue th letter 1EA5T10 has appeared in the central region and is frantically attacking the 10 yin pillars. The Moon God Palace can only hold out for half a month at most." Su Liang listened intently as she said that once all the 10 yin pillars are destroyed, the legendary protector of the Phi-Tho Palace will be resurrected. She closed her eyes slightly, voice half vague, half solemn. By then, the true secret of the moon god ceremony will be revealed. Su Liang leaned forward, asking seriously, who exactly is the protector of the Phi-Tho Palace? Yan Yue replied with a sorrowful expression. She once led Huan Yue th letter 1EA5T10 to pursue the final victor of the moon god ceremony in the previous era. She continued to explain that person was originally the 8th palace among the 12 moon dai palaces, guarding the Phi-Tho Palace, and is now the leader of the Tai Am 10 Moons faction, Fat 2 White Jade Bell. Next words left Su Liang utterly astonished. The master of the Fat 2 White Jade Bell was none other than the Moon King of the previous era. That information struck him like a bolt. Su Liang's eyes widened as he recalled someone. He remembered the tragic scene, with scattered bodies lying everywhere. Below the steps were countless corpses, and atop the peak sat the throne of authority. He wondered if the ultimate victor of the previous moon god ceremony had been the strongest being of the Moon Kwang system. Su Liang immediately felt a question arise. How could such an existence betray Moondia to become the leader of the Tai Am 10 Moons faction? He pondered and suddenly realized, if she had won the previous moon god ceremony, why would she need to resurrect? Thinking this, Su Liang asked frankly, why then was she sealed? Yan Yue blushed slightly, answering vaguely, I am not sure about this, because after falling into a deep sleep, I do not know what happened. Observing her expression, Su Liang quickly sensed something unusual. It felt as if she was hiding a secret. At this moment, Huan Yue silently watched Su Liang without blinking. She seemed troubled, inwardly thinking, why are they so silent? Could something have happened in my absence? In Huan Yue's imagination, the two were holding hands happily, causing her headache and wondering if she was being kept from a private secret. Thinking this, she unconsciously clenched her hands tightly. Soon after, a painful cry rang out from the hut, startling the surrounding birds into scattering. Su Liang stepped out laboriously, footprints still clear on his back, hugging a tree, and asked bitterly, what exactly did I do wrong? Turned back, inwardly blaming himself for acting too harshly and resolving to seek justice later. Yet he did not notice someone being escorted ahead. After setting aside his own affairs, Su Liang finally paid attention to the scene. He saw the woman bound with red cords and blotched seals, and realized she was Ku Chien Ngok Lan. With a face showing clear exhaustion, Ngok Lan glanced at Su Liang, gritting her teeth in anger. Su Liang stood silently watching as Ngok Lan was continuously escorted forward by the two others. The other person kept hurrying without pause, quickly walking away. That made Su Liang glance back, his gaze heavy with thought, wondering if it was only a temporary pact. Would he not share the same fate with Cheng Shan? Yu and Gong Yue stood on the shoulders and bowed, greeting, Master. We are about to depart for the Bu Empire. Seeing him silent, she asked again, what is your next plan? Yu's words left Su Liang pensive. A plan? He recalled the fierce battle, before only thinking about surviving the War of the Emperors. He had never considered the future, and the proud image of the ghost suddenly appeared in his mind, as if he had found the answer if confronting the current moon god. So the next goal was clear. Su Liang began outlining a new direction. First, he needed to strengthen the team, overcome all challenges to reach the conclusion of the moon god ritual. His eyes grew cold, immersed in the vision, only then worthy to face that arrogant god and pull her from the high throne. Lost in thought, he did not notice the call beside his ear, Master. Yu bowed and called repeatedly, Master. Su Liang suddenly spoke. Let me come along, causing her to pause and blurt out, Huh. Found a plausible reason and smiled lightly. I have never visited the Bu Empire for sightseeing. Yu froze for a moment, her pupils widening. She awkwardly raised both hands and nodded, yes sir. Hearing this, Su Liang turned away, stroking his chin and thinking. The location of the Bu Empire seems close to the relic from 3 years ago. He wondered if returning there could he trace the truth of the past. Yu stood behind, watching Su Liang's back, sensing something different. The master seemed to have changed. She recalled his previous sternness and compared it to the cold aura that once followed the god. Then the image of his radiant smile just now made Yu blush. She whispered, he now. The scene shifted to the northern border, where a large bird spread its wings and soared through the sky. Yu gently placed her hand on her stomach, bowing in greeting, sorry for troubling you to come all this way. She brushed her hair lightly and continued, even if the master does not need protection. The woman with the bird mask nodded, I understand. Our task is to ensure he does not feel bored throughout the journey. Silver Rabbit also reminded, all right, always stay alert. The three stood on the bird's back looking into the distance. Su Liang widened his eyes observing the scene, exclaiming, so beasts can do this too. Seeing the hot spring amazed him. Not only restaurants or inns, but even hot springs could be constructed. This time, Yan Yue was lying relaxed on a red chair, eyes closed, enjoying the space. In the spring, Zhang Yue soaked, looking extremely comfortable. He quietly stepped in as Huan Yue played. Splashed water toward the white rabbit, making it raise its paw in surrender. It turned to see him and cheered, "Finally you have arrived." But Su Liang still pondered whether to do something on the back of Cloud Step chasing Moon, confusing Huan Yue, who urged him. "What are you standing there for? Come down," he asked in bewilderment. Su Liang suddenly realized, wait a moment. Though they were beasts, all had female forms. He closed his eyes and entered, hesitant but thinking he could not miss the hot spring. Moreover, there were no secrets between master and beast. Su Liang slowly removed his shirt, took off his clothes, and quickly jumped into the spring. Immersed in the warm water, he exhaled in relief, feeling very comfortable. Seeing him relax but keeping distance, Yuan Yue developed a bold idea. Slowly approached, causing him to ask in surprise, "What are you doing?" It touched his cheek lightly, eyes sparkling, voice full of implication. "I once read that when a man and woman bathe together, they feel embarrassed." Squeezed his cheek reproachfully. "Why do you have no reaction?" He froze, thinking this foolish dear. He squinted and replied, "Aren't you the one running around in beast form every day? What's the difference between land and water?" Yuan Yue retorted, "No, you are surely pretending." It circled around to observe more closely. Must check clearly, it thought, cannot let him have the upper hand again. Determined not to miss the chance to uncover secrets, it slowly lifted its leg from the water. In a blink, its front leg became a slender hand beckoning Su Liang. Immediately after, Huan Yue transformed into a beautiful young woman. Following the momentum, she leaned into him, causing Su Liang to awkwardly support her. His face flushed, heart in turmoil. Wait, this. The close contact made him even more flustered. His whole body felt hot, mind spinning, wondering what is happening, while she rested her head on his chest, whispering, "Strange, why did she become human so soon?" Yuan Yue's eyes suddenly widened. She exclaimed, "Huh." Looking at herself, she asked in bewilderment, "What is this?" She looked up at him, and Su Liang quickly turned his face away. Yuan Yue continued staring without looking away. She suddenly jumped up, making him even more flustered. Taking advantage, she moved closer with a mischievous smile, asking quickly, "Tell me." Su Liang blushed and turned away, while she enjoyed teasing, "Isn't this straight out of the story?" She curiously explored, realizing Moon King was like a normal person. Su Liang blushed, saying, "You misunderstood Moon King. I am just a normal person." Yuan Yue doubted, "Clearly I have found your weakness. Why are you so calm?" Hearing no reply, she moved closer, asking, "Your reaction should be different." Unable to stand it, Su Liang held her and shouted, "Stop playing." He struggled, annoyed, flinging his hand away. But his hand accidentally slid to a sensitive spot. Yuan Yue's eyes widened, body stiffened. Su Liang also froze for a few seconds, feeling the unexpected contact clearly. Yuan Yue's expression changed from playful to horrified. Her face blushed, words becoming stammered. Su Liang also opened his eyes wide to look at her. Seeing that reaction, he gritted his teeth, appearing embarrassed. He pulled her into his arms. Su Liang leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Don't get too excited. You understand the charm of the Three Beauties clan." Yuan Yue began to worry. His voice deepened. After doing that, she thought she could leave easily. Yuan Yue was silent, then suddenly shouted loudly. Thinking she would scream, unexpectedly Huan Yue bit down hard on Su Liang's shoulder, causing sharp pain. The bite made him wince, the pain spreading through his body as if it could shatter the entire house. Yan Yue, resting leisurely, was also awakened by the piercing sound. Just as she was about to ask what happened, she saw Su Liang stroll out, his face full of disappointment. Seeing her notice the bite marks on his neck, he hastily explained they were just insect bites. Saying that, Su Liang turned and walked straight out, leaving his sister standing dumbfounded. Yan Yue pursed her lips coldly, remarking, "Truly calculating." Leaving the bathroom, Su Liang folded his arms, pondering why he had the urge to sign a contract with her to understand the Master Beast connection. But at his current one-star realm, having previously signed with a supreme tier, he could no longer summon her. Thinking so, he touched the bite on his neck and sighed. Such contact as today was hard to describe. The scene shifted to North Bitch Yue Empire, where modern skyscrapers were densely packed. Su Liang's crane landed on the rooftop of a building. The luxury here made him marvel, truly a prosperous empire. In contrast, the silver rabbit and white crane focused only on Su Liang's collar, wondering why he kept pulling it up. You explained that Bitch Yue Empire had only recently flourished due to a ban by Master Sagittarius, who had said technology 10,000 years ago surpassed the current by far. However, hearing that, Su Liang turned back to listen attentively. Yu continued, all originating from the full-scale battle between two overlords. At that time, all electronic devices were completely destroyed, causing science to regress tens of thousands of years. Su Liang asked in astonishment, were all the devices in the world destroyed? She nodded, adding that the disaster had claimed billions of lives, and the two overlords were heavily punished afterward. Manhwa stood aside, thinking inwardly, this fool doesn't even know who the two overlords are and still wants to help me. Bing, who likely joined the moon deity ritual because Phi-Tho Kung hadn't been completely subdued, his anger suppressed for 10,000 years. Thinking so, she sighed quietly with worry. Su Liang should stay out of it, or consequences would come quickly. At this moment he spoke loudly, all right, next we stroll, you just bring us here. Immediately the wind rose. Yue transformed into a mount for him to ride. Strong wind whipped up dust, making the girls squint in discomfort. The dust settled, his figure had vanished. The silver rabbit looked up at the sky, asking if they still remembered Su Liang's original form. White Crane asked, you mean the day Tian Yuan appeared? You also said, how could we forget? The silver rabbit shook its head in disappointment, never expecting the leader to bring pets on a stroll. The white crane nodded, previously thinking he had no emotion. But Yu reacted strongly, stopped talking. Her voice grew somber, remembering that day. The ones who feared and respected Moon King most were not outsiders. It was us who witnessed the miracle firsthand. In her mind now only the grandeur of Su Liang remained. The scene shifted to the white mountains of North Beach Tian Yuan, shrouded in mist, where a strange chasm existed. Looking down into the abyss, Su Liang said that was why this place was named so. He instructed his subordinates, I enter alone, let no one follow, they bowed immediately. From afar, two in the team observed his actions. One asked why Moon King suddenly returned, the other suspected something had changed. She said she sensed divine aura, danger exceeding Princess Yun even. Dat said he would check, telling the other to stay in the room. Alin flinched, but Dat only instructed if he died, escape immediately and increase odds for Moon King. He also conveyed through a dream for everyone to gather at North Beach to unite in destruction, while Su Liang and Yue delved deeper into Tian Yuan. He observed around, wondering why it felt stifling despite daytime. Seeing his caution, Yue asked if he was lost. Closed his eyes, no, just an uneasy intuition, something strange here. Saying that, he continued walking, thinking the main offices of Song Yue sect and Bitch Yue Empire were nearby, any problem would be noticed. He went deeper, Su Liang thinking that even with lost memory, following the old path could recover traces. He believed there would be clues here. Yue only sighed silently. The atmosphere was grim, unaware someone silently followed behind. That person was A Lin. After tracking far enough, she flicked her hand lightly. Strange object like a black dome appeared in the sky. It hurtled down the mountain chasm at extreme speed. In the chasm, Su Liang observed the ground, noticing meticulous preservation, no footprints. Suddenly he widened his eyes in shock. Yue had no time to react, crashing into him. He asked drowsily what happened. Su Liang ignored her, focusing on what lay ahead and exclaimed in disbelief. Before him was a purple notebook on the ground. He was surprised as it was his diary. He recalled arriving in this world still in modern identity, likely always carried it, so it remained intact. Then, due to amnesia, he had left it behind. Notebook lay forgotten. Without hesitation, Su Liang rushed forward. Yue, though confused, followed closely behind. Suddenly a hand swiftly snatched the notebook. A woman wearing an exquisite Huajai appeared, holding the notebook, rejoicing. She quickly opened it excitedly, thinking it was divine guidance. Immediately after, she froze. Inside were messy English letters and meaningless drawings, leaving her puzzled whether the guidance was too complex. Liang and Yue also froze seeing her appear. Sensing danger, Yue immediately stepped forward to ask who she was. Su Liang tensed, calculating, feeling extreme danger despite not knowing her realm. Called out Yue, who appeared immediately. Huajai silently looked at the blue blade and horn before her. Without a word, Yue coldly lunged forward. She leapt high then slashed down, golden light exploding, dust clouding the air. Su Liang observed, surprised the power seemed not too extraordinary. Huajai remained unmoved, unharmed. She innocently asked, what are you doing, wishing to fight in daylight? Three on this side showed annoyance at such a strong opponent. Su Liang thought silently, she is right, this is what light-based beast masters usually avoid. Looking up at sunlight filtering through the rocks, he wondered what to do if forced to fight in daylight. Huajai said again, Su Liang, I currently have no reason to fight, so I shall leave first. Witnessing that, Yue could no longer keep calm and rushed forward. Wanting to leave was possible but had to leave the item in hand. Su Liang also shouted to wait. In that moment he was stunned, almost unable to believe his own senses. The aura even surpassed the supreme tier, clearly the bearing of an emperor. Su Liang stood watching Huajai's figure fade into the sky, his mind in turmoil. Yue Zhai Wang showed no movement. How could someone not of the moonlight system conceal the Jade Sea Sun Palace moon all the way here? Who exactly was behind it? Suddenly Qiu Hua Jai spun around and asked, could it be that you understand the inscriptions on it? At that, Ada's face gradually sank into a dark, calculating expression that sent chills. Do you know what once happened here? The chill radiating from her made Su Liang even more shocked, his throat tight, unable to speak. Qiu Huajai chuckled softly. I changed my mind. I want to directly examine your memory. She slowly extended her hand forward. From it shot countless black strands like tentacles straight toward Su Liang. Yuan Yue reacted extremely quickly, immediately rushing to block in front of Su Liang. She raised a purple aura to stop the rushing dark energy. Those black strands suddenly hardened like sharp blades, piercing through Huan Yue and causing pain so intense she could not react. Su Liang shouted, ignite star Yan Yue, manifest yourself. Yan Yue blade immediately appeared in his hand, blocking her giant hand in time. The two massive forces collided, creating a violent shockwave. Su Liang was thrown aside, coughing violently. Just escaping the danger line, he sighed inwardly. Without Yan Yue's immutable attribute, he probably would not still be standing here. The scene became chaotic. Yuan Yue lay motionless on the ground, making him extremely worried. Just a casual strike from the opponent and it was like this. Thinking so, Su Liang forced himself to stand. This was the price for daring to confront an emperor in broad daylight. Qiu Huajai spoke indifferently, give up Su Liang. The moonlight system's miracle only shines under the full moon. She withdrew her hand, voice full of arrogance. You are completely no match for me now. Qiu Huajai claimed to be the leader of the Bai and Divine sect, slowly advancing as she spoke. Don't expect luck either. The Archer Palace will not detect what is happening here. Proudly declared it a divine blessing granted to the Bai and Divine sect. Even the sanctuary cannot trace our presence. Those words made Su Liang furious. He gritted his teeth and inhaled deeply to stay calm. Then he replied calmly to Ada, you are not wrong. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Su Liang slowly provoked, but that was no reason for you to cherish my childish doodles like treasures. They are just messy to look at. Qiu Huajai showed slight annoyance, momentarily unable to respond. Then she laughed confidently. As long as I read your memory, everything will be clear. Yet she still wondered, if you had been here before and returned now, could it be that Su Liang's legend had lost part of his memory? Hearing this, Su Liang stiffened, his body frozen, eyes wavering, unable to speak. That reaction made Qiu Huajai even more ferocious. Her voice trembled, the corner of her eyes wet. So it was you. She covered her face and sobbed, I have witnessed that existence. You only lost part of your memory, so that means you have. Seeing her cry violently, Su Liang did not understand what happened but remained silent and alert. After a long while, Qiu Huajai screamed in rage. From now on the Bai and Divine sect will confront the Twin Moon sect to the end. She pointed at Su Liang, loudly declaring that I will personally defeat you right here. After the challenge, she shouted, the power erupted, tearing her clothes, revealing her body with countless bizarre mouths all over. Behind Qiu Huajai appeared an ancient maple tree with blazing red leaves. That scene made Su Liang suddenly understand a clue about the memory loss, though the current situation was extremely unfavorable. Qiu Huajai did not speak much, just signaled, and an attack shot out immediately. The red maple obeyed and erupted with fierce energy. Red leaves swirled everywhere and formed a tornado at incredible speed. Facing that attack, Su Liang gripped Yan Yue tightly, ready to confront it. Just before the leaf tornado hit, Yuan Yue rushed out to block in front of him. She used all her power to release energy and stop the red leaf storm. The violent clash churned the ground, scattering debris everywhere. Su Liang was thrown back, while Huan Yue lightly landed. Through the dust, he could vaguely see that she was still standing there. As the smoke cleared, Huan Yue's body was covered in wounds, her clothes torn. She could no longer stand firmly. Shortly after, Huan Yue collapsed in front of Su Liang and lost consciousness. He saw the purple stone on her forehead fall to the ground and shatter. Su Liang reached out and gripped Yan Yue. His hand clutched the hilt tightly, trembling uncontrollably, his voice hoarse. He swung the blade fiercely in anger. A series of blue moonlight streams shot out wildly. Facing the counterattack, Qiu Huajai stood still, yet none of the slashes could reach her. She slightly frowned, wondering if it was just an illusion earlier. Looking at Huan Yue lying down, she thought that the guy seemed to have collapsed before taking serious damage. Qiu Huajai coldly snapped her fingers, releasing another strike. Su Liang took it directly, letting out a painful groan. But that strike still could not knock him down. Blood flowed at the corner of his mouth, but he held the blade tightly, refusing to yield. Su Liang, inwardly frustrated, the daytime made the gap too large. The supreme intellect of the Moonlight system was outmatched by a normal emperor. Yu Huajai sneered, "Stop struggling, Su Liang. You will never defeat me. Honestly, I also cannot easily finish off a disciple like you." He continued in a sweet tone, "Although the grudge from 3 years ago is real, I can still retreat and wait for the day to repay." Yu Huajai smiled, "So obediently let me see your memory. You also want to know what happened that year." Su Liang remained silent, trying to brace himself to stand straight. He looked at her with cold eyes, raising the Yan Yue blade toward the opponent. Yu Huajai responded disdainfully, "Seems the negotiation failed." She leisurely took step after step closer. In the blink of an eye, Su Liang saw her standing before him less than an arm's length away. Suddenly, a large mouth on her chest opened wide, releasing a dense black tentacle. It reached out, forcing him to use all his strength to defend. But just as he thought he had the advantage, Yu Huajai suddenly realized something was wrong. Su Liang slightly curled his lips, inwardly relieved that her continuous approach gave him time to figure out a defense. The reason was that in the beast-raising challenge, Hu Zhongyue had stored a large amount of food. By absorbing it, his shield recovered at a rate of 5% per second. Not willing to fall behind, Yu Huajai soared and unleashed successive fierce attacks. The ground beneath cracked once again. While defending, Su Liang calculated mere defense was useless. He had to find a way to take her down quickly. Yu Huajai seemed to lose control, muttering continuously that it was impossible. The mouths on her body appeared increasingly. That frenzy pushed Yu Huajai's combat power to a fiercer level than ever before. He struggled desperately to fight back, but his initial confidence quickly gave way to unease. Damn, the attacks were too fast and relentless. His arm was almost numb. Spotting an opening in his offense, a tentacle immediately seized the opportunity and lunged. It aimed directly at seizing the Yan Yue sword from Su Liang's hand. However, the sword suddenly reacted, flying up on its own and creating force to knock the tentacle away. Su Liang was stunned as he realized the sword was moving by itself. A phantom hand appeared, gripping the hilt of the sword tightly along with him. It turned out that it was the spirit of Yan Yue, the embodiment of the Qing's sword. Seeing Su Liang still in shock, she gently reminded him that he still needed to save the person and focus all his strength on the battle. The battle continued, and despite being knocked back multiple times and crashing into the rocks, his fighting spirit remained unshaken. His tenacity enraged Yu Huajai to the point where she nearly went mad. This time, not just one or two mouths, she used all the mouths on her body to launch her attack. Overwhelming power sent Su Liang flying backward. In the maze of tangled tentacles, Su Liang struggled to defend, and silently realized that the opponent's attack speed had significantly increased. Yu Huajai laughed with delight, thinking that he couldn't resist because after all, he was just a puppet of the Moon Butterfly Palace, and the mistress would never bury herself with him. It was best to surrender. Just then, the Yan Yue sword unexpectedly emitted a mysterious light. This sight stunned her, her face filled with disbelief as she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Regaining her composure, Su Liang confidently swung the glowing sword with great force, striking down with power. The moonlight erupted fiercely, shooting high from the crack and illuminating the space brilliantly. At the same time in the gorge, the red-leafed maple tree was also cut down by Yu Huajai's brutality. Shortly after, the black tentacles began to fade away. All the mouths on her body simultaneously spewed dark red liquid. Yan Yue sadly admitted that the last bit of strength in the sword's shell had been exhausted. Without looking at Su Liang, she coldly questioned how long he would let her ramble on. After all, he was the Moon King and still had to defeat Bing Hu and the Moon Rabbit Palace, but with his current power, it was truly disappointing. His words left Su Liang speechless. Inside, he questioned what he was doing, realizing that he was nothing more than an ordinary king in name. Despite her severe injuries, Yu Huajai arrogantly provoked, believing that in the daylight, he could never defeat her. She continued to yell mockingly, expressing her hatred for those in the Moonlight system who always acted arrogantly, and believed that after the fall of the glorious era, those who once dominated would meet tragic ends. It was truly laughable. However, Su Liang remained calm, unmoved. Seeing this, she continued to scold him, reminding him that the era ruled by the moonlight had long since faded into the past. Despite the harsh words, Su Liang remained silent, seemingly lost in thought about something else. Ignored, Yu Huajai roared in anger, but her opponent still did not respond, causing her to shake in frustration. In her fury, she sent all the tentacles towards Su Liang, shouting that she would end his life. At this moment, Su Liang calmly spoke up, admitting that she might be right, but that was also why he was standing here. He slowly declared that he would ascend the throne under the moonlight, ensuring that evil beings like her would never have a chance to appear. His words left Qiu Huajai confused and unsettled. Suddenly, Su Liang shouted loudly, asserting that this was the meaning of his existence in this era. The sound echoed, reaching the sky. Immediately, a beam of light ripped through the clouds and shone down directly onto the deep gorge. The brilliant light enveloped Su Liang, bestowing upon him immense power. At the same time, it caused Qiu Huajai's tentacles to retreat in fear. She exclaimed in astonishment, unable to understand what was happening. Su Liang remained silent, calmly absorbing the energy from the light. Quickly, he summoned Yue Zhai Wang and began calculating, using the 700 times he had drawn cards to devise a plan to defeat the king. He raised his hand high and boldly called out, 700 consecutive draws. Yue Zhai Wang soared up, expanding impressively in midair. The system in his mind announced that many new cards had been unlocked, with the number of illustrations increasing, showcasing Moonlight system abilities at the supreme level. Around Su Liang, 700 purple cards appeared, arranged in a circle around him. Reading this information, he realized that even without the king, there still existed extremely rare ancient beings. A confident smile gradually appeared on Su Liang's face. He loudly declared the abandonment of the contract, turning everything into spiritual energy points. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the purple cards shattered simultaneously. The shards merged together and were absorbed entirely into Su Liang's body. His body ignited with a mystic reverse flame, and he silently rejoiced as he realized that absorbing all this energy could propel him directly to the 6-star level. However, he still felt it wasn't enough, as with just 5-star power, it would be difficult to defeat the king. With an idea in mind, Su Liang extended his hands towards the sky and declared he would return everything to the Moon Butterfly Palace, as he no longer needed it. His words immediately caused the purple light to react unusually. Su Liang quietly observed the energy shards slowly dissipating. He confidently thought that with this massive energy, the Moon Butterfly Palace would surely benefit greatly. However, the system provided an unexpectedly surprising result. The progress of unlocking the monarch entity was only at 0.001%. Su Liang froze, his body feeling like it was turning to stone. His heart screamed in shock at the minuscule number, indicating the enormous energy requirement, almost unbelievable. Looking at his trembling hands, he realized he had exhausted all his energy and felt as ridiculous as ever. Meanwhile, Qiu Huajai had prepared herself, ready to continue the battle. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared, causing her to widen her eyes in amazement. A stream of light from the sky fell onto the position where Su Liang was standing. Even he was surprised when he realized it wasn't the Moon Butterfly Palace absorbing the energy, but the 100 billion Shan Guang Dai from earlier. It turned out that this brilliant light was formed by their power. Space and time seemed to warp, causing Qiu Huajai to panic and scream as the sky suddenly sank into darkness. Looking up, she was astonished to see a giant moon appearing overhead. Then, glancing at Su Liang with a bewildered look, she silently calculated how to find his weakness. He had forcibly changed the celestial phenomenon, proving that he was definitely not just an ordinary messenger. On Su Liang's face appeared the smile of a victor, reminding her that if she had obediently returned the diary, things wouldn't have gone this far. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light pierced directly into Qiu Huajai's heart. The light then erupted powerfully, splitting the nearby ancient tree once again. Tentacles on her body slowly vanished, her form merging with the red leaves floating in the air. Before completely disappearing, she smiled faintly and admitted that Su Liang was the true victor. After saying that, Qiu Huajai vanished into the void, leaving only the red leaves falling everywhere. Su Liang silently watched the red smoke dissipate, then drift away from the gorge. He sighed in relief, muttering that it was difficult to understand how she could still claim victory after vanishing. Once everything was calm, Su Liang relaxed his body, slumping down, sighing in exhaustion. Finally, he lay flat on the ground, closed his eyes to enjoy the quiet, and decided to rest for a while before continuing his plans. Suddenly a sound echoed from the void, startling Su Liang, the voice confidently declaring that they had won. From behind the cliff, a young woman in a flowing black dress stepped out gracefully. It was Ju Meng, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Qiu Huajai. Ju Meng approached the red leaf still lying in the blood and said, "Qiu Huajai, everything unfolded exactly as you predicted. Lucky that you let me hide in the shadows beforehand. Had both appeared together then, they surely would have been defeated, so even witnessing her sister's demise, she had to restrain herself and remain hidden. The melancholy on her face quickly gave way to a triumphant smile, for now she believed failure was impossible. Zhu Meng calmly advanced toward Su Liang, scornfully saying that even if he surpassed the disciple realm, the outcome was already determined. With a firm tone, she declared that Su Liang, the supposedly invincible, would end here. Hearing this, Su Liang was furious, yet in truth he was exhausted, barely able to resist. As Zhu Meng intended to approach further, Huan Yue's surprised voice suddenly rang out. What is happening? Why is the moon appearing? During the question, Zhu Meng curiously turned her head toward the source. Huan Yue slowly awoke, full of questions, thinking had she really slept until night. Still dazed, she suddenly realized a strange gaze was fixed upon her. At the same time, she saw Zhu Meng standing near Su Liang, who lay weakened on the ground, clearly harboring ill intent. Huan Yue immediately became alert, took a defensive stance, and confirmed to herself that the opponent was not human. Indeed, the woman before her was another emperor. Zhu Meng looked at Huan Yue with disdainful eyes. After a moment of observation, she sighed and sneered. Judging from the battle just now, this girl posed no threat. Looking at Yan Yue, she continued to deride that the blade had exhausted its final strength and was no longer dangerous. Then Zhu Meng murmured calculations, concluding the only one to be wary of now was the hegemon of the Archer Palace. She estimated the opponent would take about 5 minutes to descend, but due to unpredictability, it was best to resolve it within 1 minute. In fact, 10 seconds would suffice. Thinking this, she lazily flicked her hand. Instantly, a giant black umbrella appeared in the air, completely blocking the bright moonlight. Suddenly, a few drops of water fell on Huan Yue's cheek. She looked up in surprise, wondering if it was raining. Indeed, a rain poured down on the positions of Huan Yue and Su Liang. At this moment, Zhu Meng arrogantly declared her identity as Zhu Meng of the Bai and Divine Sect, Wu Shang Ming Yi, and from this moment, the era of the moonlight would end by her hand. It turned out the strange rain was created by the giant umbrella in the sky. However, this was absolutely no ordinary rain. Scalding drops corroded wherever they fell. Yan Yue lying on the ground was drenched completely. The spots on Huan Yue touched by the rain began to burn fiercely. Su Liang suffered the same fate. Su Liang gritted his teeth to endure, yet the physical pain was nothing compared to the helplessness of being unable to resist. Just then, a white cloud flew over and wrapped around Su Liang's body. In the blink of an eye, he was transported out of Zhu Meng's sight. Zhu Meng immediately recognized this as the veiled domain of the White Deer clan. Huan Yue exuded a powerful aura, her cold eyes staring directly at Zhu Meng. After a moment of thought, she calmly spoke to the opponent before acting. You have made 2 mistakes. Huan Yue's words stunned Zhu Meng. Clearly, she did not understand where she had gone wrong. Huan Yue continued. First, you assumed I posed no threat, which irritated me greatly. Second, you should not stand before the White Deer clan at night. As she spoke, she raised her hand to her head for the familiar purple jade piece, only to be startled that it had vanished. Looking at her empty hand, Huan Yue thought the item had disappeared, yet she was not overly concerned. She had never lacked treasures, her eyes flaring purple-pink as she clasped her hands to her chest. From it she drew 2 brilliant divine swords. These were the pair of special swords named Wu Zhuang and Yun Ji. However, Zhu Meng showed no fear, instead mocking with a laugh, thinking her opponent was just bragging. Zhu Meng spread her arms and shouted loudly, sneering that someone at the supreme level dared to act arrogantly in front of her. The corrosive raindrops immediately turned into black, murky water, like polluted river water. In her mind, they all changed direction, charging straight towards Huan Yue. However, Huan Yue's body suddenly dissipated like smoke right before her eye. This scene caused Zhu Meng to gasp in surprise. Her opponent had vanished. Before she could understand what was happening, her arm was instantly split into 3 parts. Zhu Meng's heart panicked, unable to believe it because just moments ago, her opponent couldn't even touch Q Hua Jai. The unresolved event made her even more disoriented, unable to even see Huan Yue's movements. Nevertheless, Zhu Meng still found it hard to accept the truth, as Huan Yue's aura was clearly at the supreme level. Huan Yue held the twin swords, her aura like a divine being descending to the world, making Zhu Meng wonder how a supreme could surpass a king. The atmosphere between Zhu Meng and Huan Yue became so tense it was suffocating. Holding her severed arm, Zhu Meng reassured herself that her opponent was likely just showing off. Shortly after, her arm began to regenerate in a strange way. Zhu Meng quickly moved her joints, preparing for the next confrontation. The scene left Huan Yue stunned. her eyes clearly filled with surprise. She stood still, gripping the two swords tightly in her hand. Seeing this, Ju Meng smirked provocatively and confidently used her skill, Yuyi Ama. Yuan Yue slowly raised her twin swords, her body trembling slightly, but she still tried to remain calm. Just as she was about to strike, she was shocked to realize she was being held by something. Ju Meng smugly declared that this time her opponent was completely powerless. Yuan Yue was suspended in a colorful spherical barrier, surrounded by sharp black spikes. It was said that the void realm of the Bailu tribe could not be broken, but only a king could completely pass through it. Soon after, Yuan Yue disappeared, leaving only the chaotic barrier and black spikes, with Ju Meng's contemptuous words that a supreme like her couldn't oppose a king. The black energy mass slowly spread, engulfing everything around it. Finally, it disintegrated into dark purple-black wisps of gas. Seeing her opponent defeated before her, Ju Meng gloated, mocking that an ant dared to act arrogantly. Rubbing her chin arrogantly, she pretended to be modest, saying that defeating a supreme was nothing to be proud of. Turning her back with a victorious look, she thought that the void realm had shattered and the Moon King would have no place to hide. Suddenly something made Ju Meng panic, her face turning pale. It turned out that Yuan Yue was still intact, standing solemnly right behind her. She calmly said that 10 seconds had passed and Ju Meng still hadn't fulfilled her threat, making her bored. Yuan Yue slowly walked forward with overwhelming presence, her feet firmly planted on the ground, unwavering. Yuan Yue lightly closed her eyes, feeling the energy converging around her. When she opened her eyes, divine power surged, and she coldly said that although her mother had passed, she would still be furious if her legacy was destroyed, and the consequences would be dire. Ju Meng's face darkened, cold sweat dripping as she realized Yuan Yue could pass through the entire void realm. Yuan Yue slowly moved closer, coldly explaining that the Bailu tribe's understanding of death was entirely different from other creatures. She walked, she adjusted her hair neatly, softly apologizing for not being able to return earlier, then decisively concluding that the battle should end here. Ju Meng froze, her eyes wide with astonishment. Before Ju Meng, there was now only emptiness mingling with the scent of moon flower. She lifted her head, reproaching herself inwardly, Q Hua Jai, I misjudged. I should have informed everyone immediately. But then Ju Meng told herself no, perhaps this outcome isn't entirely bad. She stood still, powerless as the pink threads tightened around her body. Alone in the dark space, Ju Meng would at least not take anyone else with her. Finally, she smiled with contentment, for this was the complete initiation ritual. Ju Meng's body disintegrated into countless fragments. The black bow she cherished also shattered into pieces. The fragments were swept into the misty smoke by the wind, leaving only Yan Yue quietly lying on the ground. Upon waking, Yan Yue reflected on the initiation ritual that had just taken place. She fell into thought, uncertain when she would be able to return. Under the dark night sky, a swirling pink halo appeared between the cliffs. Yan Yue turned sharply, startled, toward the light. It turned out Su Liang was unconscious, hovering at the center of the pink halo. As Su Liang began to fall, Yan Yue quickly rushed to catch him. Holding Su Liang in her arms, she silently understood why Bai Lu had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Looking up at the sky, Yan Yue was pensive. The 12 moon constellations still held their positions firmly. Night was a full moon, gloomy and silent. After a while, Su Liang woke up, and Yan Yue quietly watched him bow his head and sit on the stone. Holding a diary, Su Liang flipped through each page as if tracing memory. His hand trembled as it touched each sheet of paper. Suddenly, Su Liang gritted his teeth and tore a page in a surge of anger. Yan Yue was stunned, not understanding why he acted that way. After tearing the diary to pieces, costing him blood, Su Liang bowed his head in silent exhaustion. Suddenly, Su Liang jumped up decisively. He adjusted his collar and said softly, "Let's go." Yan Yue asked anxiously, "Is that really okay?" Su Liang responded coldly, "Sooner or later I will remember. No need to look again." As he stepped onto the path ahead, he said, "After defeating those two emperors, I recalled some things. The power of the Bai and divine sect seems tied to forgetfulness." Su Liang reasoned clearly, "Then if I destroy the entire Bai and divine sect, my memory will be restored, right?" Yan Yue remained silent, understanding that his anger stemmed from her departure, fueling his hatred for the Bai and divine sect. Above the mountain crevice, Wai Wu's group had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yan Yue and Su Liang appear, they shouted in unison, "Great Sect Leader." Silver Rabbit and White Seed hurried forward, respectfully asking, "Great Sect Leader, may we ask what happened?" Su Liang did not answer but asked, "Archer Constellation, during the last moon god ceremony, You survived by evading the trial, correct? Everyone was astonished. Wai Wu's face went pale, unsure how to respond. Su Liang looked at her with a cold gaze and said, I do not know your plan, but I hope next time we will not become enemies. Silver Rabbit and White Seed were both shocked. Wai Wu's eyes welled with tears as he watched Su Liang's back disappear. Thinking, the moon has changed, night has fallen, Bai Hai and Yue cannot fail to notice, yet they did not come to help. Silver Rabbit and White Seed shared a question. Why did Su Liang warn the twin moon sect? What exactly happened? The moon constellation on Wai Wu's shoulder sighed deeply with worry. Watching Su Liang's back fade, a silent promise arose. Next time will not be the same. All members of the Archer constellation stood silently. No one spoke. A thought flashed through Silver Rabbit's mind. Su Liang is much more formidable now than 3 years ago. Perhaps recently he has regained his true self. Su Liang walked solemnly, silently calculating. Even though his memory is not fully restored, he still remembers the core matters. He recalled that this world not only has the 5 realms of the mortal world, but also far more mysterious holy lands. Under the moonlight, Su Liang pondered, realizing the territories of the holy lands seem vastly larger than this planet. The image of a woman flashed through his mind. He wondered how a sovereign with the power to destroy planets could coexist with a human without ever being eliminated. These thoughts battered Su Liang's mind with pain. He shook his head to clear his mind and told himself, forget it, there's still more important information. Thinking of the cycle of creation, Su Liang realized that before the last moon god ceremony, only 6 moon constellations remained. After the upheaval, only 4 pillars stood firm. Su Liang looked up at the moon, speculating that the return of the golden butterfly constellation signals major upheaval. At the northern edge, where rocky mountains reach the clouds, lay a region called Cloud Mist Sea. Yuan Yue walked alone on the white clouds, her gaze resolute, but suddenly she paused. She looked up at the mysterious sky above. Before Yuan Yue appeared a long staircase, leading to a wondrous ceiling gate amidst the clouds. Ahead of the gate, 3 girls were already waiting. The first was Yun Qi, an emperor-level moonlight system. Bowing respectfully, Yun Qi paid respects to Elder Tai Dai. Next was Ling Yao Kong Kue, emperor-level moonlight system, respectfully said. Ling Yao Kong Kue pays respects to Elder Tai Dai. Last, with a composed demeanor and bright smile, was Princess Yun, paying respects to Elder Tai Dai. Yuan Yue slowly approached the gate, accompanied by the respectful subordinates. Princess Yun followed chattering, Elder Tai Dai, have you awakened your bloodline? According to the agreement, we need to form a covenant to represent the Bailu clan in the moon god ceremony and defeat the 7 mystics. Yuan Yue did not respond, only silently pondering for a moment. Princess Yun continued, Kang Yue Dai Dai, Twin West and Moon King are all enemies with Bailu blood and you. Victory will be easy. Yuan Yue remained silent, not uttering a word. Finally, out of annoyance, Yuan Yue coldly uttered, leave. Her words stunned Princess Yun, leaving her speechless. Both Yun Qi and Ling Yao were also extremely shocked by this reaction. No longer cheerful, Princess Yun asked in doubt, you are so angry. Has something happened in the real world? She sighed and quickly entered, well, there is still time. As a princess with mixed human and beast tamer blood, nearly 9-star level, she reassured herself that she would gradually build relationships later. Elsewhere, under the crescent moon before the moon god palace gate, the 3 main moonlight system forces had ruled this region for thousands of years. Moon god palace held supreme status, and notably all core members were beauties. Rumor had it that any male born here, even half-blood, would be sent to the southern or western regions. In the area full of tall chain pillars, despite having once claimed the moon god emperor title, the flying horse was sealed under the 10 yin pillars, suppressed by successive generations. The chain pillar absorbed rays of golden light from the sky, now serving as the 6th sealed pillar of the 10 yin pillars in Moon God Palace. The flashes of light grew denser, striking directly at the central pillar. 2 female disciples present at Moon God Palace shouted in panic, quickly send a warning signal. A chain on the pillar suddenly broke. Immediately after, Guang Long appeared coiling around the pillar, roaring fiercely. It was Guang Long at emperor level, one of the 7 stars protecting the moon. Looking at the frail young girls supporting each other beneath him, the dragon spoke in a deep voice, scolding, why are they all so small, it really disappoints others. He raised his head, speaking wearily, after all these years, there are only so few descendants of the goddess left. Below, everyone encouraged each other, Lord Lu Pai is about to arrive. Hang in there. In that situation, Zhao Yue asked softly, Master, is this all right? If the 10 yin pillars are destroyed consecutively, the 10 moons will descend. Sealing the Phoenix Court will likely disintegrate sooner or later. Wang Long now revealed a heavy expression of worry. A mysterious sound echoed, responding to Zhao Yue, do not worry, I will handle it. He asked in surprise, really. She doubted because of childhood memories. You would not be like when I was 6, relying on me to buy you orange comic books. Not just once, she had been deceived repeatedly, so she asked cautiously, will you make me help you in the bath every day again? In response to her suspicion, he answered firmly, really. Zhao Yue sighed, all right, I will trust you one more time, I am leaving now. Before leaving, she turned and asked, Master, by the way, where did my cultivation resources disappear to? Wang Long replied calmly, I consider them eaten, leaving everyone with the echoing roar. The sky was clear and blue with layers of white clouds creating a peaceful scene. In the air, the lunar light whale of sage rank carried guests of the Holy Land Three Kings selection as it glided by. The interior of the lunar light whale was luxurious and fully equipped. A beautiful woman and her daughter were admiring the view when suddenly a Shan Guang Dai flew by. Little girl squealed chasing the golden butterfly. Mother, look, it's so beautiful. The butterfly leisurely flew forward. Then it perched on the white sleeve of someone. That person was Su Liang. He pulled his hat low to avoid being recognized, surrounded by countless golden butterflies. A few nearby girls glanced and whispered, Shan Guang Dai with white hair. Is he cosplaying the Moon King? The Moon Lord is in the northern region, probably just a fan. Amid the whispers and surrounding butterflies, Su Liang silently bowed his head. He smiled bitterly. Why don't they consider that maybe I am the Moon King? Suddenly a voice echoed in his ear, have you decided? There is still time to turn back. Yan Yue, hidden nearby, reminded him, if news of your solitary arrival to the central region spreads, the lunar light forces will awaken their ambition. Su Liang sighed, I do not doubt the archer of the court. Even if she has her own plans, she would not harm me. Staying in the northern region has lost its meaning. He recalled receiving a letter a few days ago from one of the 4 lunar generals, saying they had found a way to help him break through and arranged a meeting in the central region. Thinking of the discreet figure, a shadow of a black rabbit flickered at his feet. If memory serves, he was once a subordinate of Gong Baoping, not allied with Tai Yin, so he could be trusted. Pondered to avoid revealing his identity. He must conceal his eyes and use the vision of Shan Guang Dai to scout the path. Compared to human vision, Shan Guang Dai's sight was broader and much more convenient. Thanks to it, he could observe from the dining area to the pool on the ship. Looking at the clear sky, Su Liang reminded himself the urgent task was to unite the 4 lunar generals and regain power for Moon Lord Bei's reappearance. In his mind flashed the figure of Huan Yue. The Yun chasing Moon might not return for many years. He worried again for Yan Yue, as the spiritual power in the sword container was nearly depleted. Wei Zhai Wang's accumulated lottery draws were also all used up. Su Liang grimaced, thinking, encountering another emperor might require preparing a farewell letter. Suddenly the lunar light whale emitted smoke, seemingly lost its direction. Passengers panicked, what's happening? Are we about to land? This route should take much longer. A pink-haired woman anxiously asked if they were passing a battlefield, and the person next to her reassured, even if Huan Yue's lost stars engage, it wouldn't be enough to stop the Holy Land ship. But then a strong golden light struck the lunar light whale, causing it to tilt sharply. The ship seemed wounded, emitting a groaning sound. Everyone staggered, some were even thrown off the deck. In a hidden corner, Su Liang quietly stood up. He opened his eyes wide, sensing that familiar pressure clearly. Dark orb carrying the aura of an emperor was approaching. Su Liang froze, could it be that I am this unlucky? A few people angrily pointed at the orb, who dares attack the Holy Land ship? The 3 Kings selection will not forgive. The orb replied calmly, I am not affiliated with the Moon God Palace or Huan Yue's lost stars, nor do I wish to provoke the Holy Land. It claimed to be one of the Jiu Meng of the Bayan and Divine sect. From now on, anyone leaving the northern region must pass my inspection. Black-purple aura spread, do not fear, I only erase memories, consider it a short nightmare. Passengers fell one by one, coughing violently. Amid the unconscious, Su Liang was surrounded by azure light. Thinking clearly, Qiu Huajai and Wu Shang Mingyi had died. The target is in the northern region. I must uncover the truth. Su Liang bowed his head and muttered. A swarm of butterflies seemed to understand and disperse. His consciousness gradually faded. Let me see your memories. How exactly did they die and what happened 3 years ago? He lay on the floor, eyes closed amidst countless doubts. In a field of red spider lilies appeared an ancient house. The Bayan and Divine sect had already been forgotten by the world. Tens of thousands of years ago, the sect had once dominated a region, with a god guarding under the code name Bayonet. After accidentally intervening in the moon god ceremony, the god was gravely injured and sank into deep sleep in the spiritual world. Followers were expelled from the 5 realms and 3 holy temples, fled to a distant island, and gradually forgot. Tens of thousands of years later, a descendant discovered the god-given power had increased significantly. Many wearing red robes lifted pink orbs, believing the Bayan god was about to return, driving them into frenzy. Yet the joy did not last long. Overnight, the power vanished. The awakened god fell back into deep sleep. It was no different from the fate of the 12 moon stars long ago. Time passed, followers dwindled, power weakened. Only 9 emperors remained united as Jiu Meng. But they did not give up, seeking to exploit the chaos of the moon god ceremony to uncover the truth. Now the Jiu Meng orb appeared. Missing this opportunity, when the dust settles, they will have no other chance. It hovered in the mysterious void. The orb resembled an eye opening. Within the eye were 3 bizarre pupils. It looked into the followers' memories reflected in the azure light, wanting to know what happened that year. A desperate voice echoed, "If you exist in this memory, please answer." Jiu Meng observed for a long while before blurting, "Why are all these trivial matters?" For it was a girl cosplaying, rubbing her cheek against a rabbit. It sneered, "Is she happy with such low-level pets?" Others smiled brightly at a large scorpion, capturing a high-rank one and feeling so elated. The orb was annoyed. Why has a third of the northern region map disappeared, yet no one remembers? Moved to another section, telling itself, whatever, this is only the first group. Jiu Meng approached for a closer look, eyes unblinking, dark red tears gradually trickling from the corners. Suddenly something made it widen its eyes, as if another flight was approaching from behind. The image of Yan Yue with half-closed eyes, gripping her weapon tightly, appeared clearly. It was the supreme-level divine weapon called Yan Yue Needle. The Jiu Meng orb observed with a strange gaze. Though it was only a weak supreme-level being, it seemed to still hold something worth investigating. For the enormous mass of information, it habitually decided to skip the memories from the past year. A series of memories appeared, and the might of the golden butterfly bow was so powerful, even blocked by the memory layer, it still had a strong impact on it. It was so excited that it didn't dare blink, for a whole lifetime was like a breath to it, making it curious to see the fate of that person. Yet time quietly passed by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 minutes had passed. Not getting any results, the Jiu Meng orb realized something was off. Why hadn't the memory ended yet? When was she born? Looking at the dense data before it, it was stunned to realize that she seemed to have existed longer than even itself. Amid countless blue glowing cells, one cell emitted a striking golden light. The Jiu Meng orb immediately moved closer to observe more clearly. Its eyes focused, never blinking once. From the corner of the Jiu Meng orb, drops of blood tears silently fell. That night a brilliant full moon illuminated the city, where a grand and magnificent building stood, the Palace of Moonlit Death. At that time, a woman held Yan Yue tightly in her hands and slowly walked forward. Surrounding her were various colored orbs, including the Yan Yue needle and the bone harmony. The woman gently lowered her weapon, softly apologizing for not being able to accompany the moon god to the end due to her limited lifespan, then moved toward the stairs leading to the statue of 2 merged women, the exquisite symbol of the twin palace of moonlight. She stood in deep thought under the full moon and spoke, "The world's most powerful weapon like you surely will not avoid this battle." After speaking, she poured all her strength into throwing Yan Yue forward. On the rugged mountain range, an overwhelming aura erupted, echoing into the sky. At the same time, the surrounding data cells shattered into pieces. Blood continued to pour from every part of the Jiu Meng orb. It had been severely injured. Beneath the clear sky of the new day, the Jiu Meng orb from the Bitter Abyss sect lay motionless on the floor, still bleeding. It helplessly realized that it was in the third moon palace, the twin palace of moonlight. Thinking of the twin palace statue, it weakly remembered the strike capable of piercing the void, the crescent moon's soul shot. Jiu Meng orb grew sluggish. Just one remaining bit of power in the memory was enough to injure it. Why had no one ever warned it of this? It reminisced about the path leading to the statue in the Twin Palace, where a ruler capable of confronting the hidden Twin Palace in the northern region once stood. It tried to fly up into the air, but helplessly realized it could not hold on any longer and needed to return quickly to heal. While thinking this, something unexpected caused the Jiu Meng orb to pause, as if it had just discovered something. Upon seeing Su Liang unconscious on the floor, it froze. This man seemed very familiar. Jiu Meng Orb immediately recognized him as the person who had lost his memory. With bloodshot eyes, it hesitated, wondering whether it should view his memories. If it interfered with a powerful being, the consequences could be unimaginable. Suddenly, the Jiu Meng Orb regained its clarity and rejected the thought it just had. Looking at the unmoving figures on the floor, it reminded itself that its own safety no longer mattered. It was a rare opportunity to meet someone with amnesia. Perhaps he had witnessed the existence of the gods. Despite the constant bleeding, it was determined not to retreat from this chance. Thinking this, a purple blob of mucus shot out from the core of its body. The blob stuck to the body of a nearby woman. Not just her, but most of the people around were similarly affected. The mucus slowly gathered into the shape of a person and gently landed. It continued absorbing the remnants to complete its new body. It turned out to be Jiu Meng's orb taking human form, then moving towards Su Liang with the intent to read his memories. It extended a soft, jointless hand. Jiu Meng's orb became extremely excited upon realizing what it had been anticipating. A brief glance at the face was enough to identify this person as Yue Zhai Wang. Its hand trembled, yet it reassured itself that it only needed to overcome the fear of life and death to continue observing. Though temporarily in a human body, it meticulously shaped itself, then bent forward, determined to find the solution to the collapse of power, the slumber of the divine, and the secret of the full moon miracle 3 years ago. Suddenly Su Liang froze, momentarily speechless. He could not believe he was in such a strange cosmic space. Su Liang looked at the faint system panel before him and noticed a new entry unlocked along with additional illustration. The text on the panel continued changing, displaying 6th Moon Dark Journey Nightmare of the Emperor Realm, the 6th Dream in Jiu Meng of the Bai and Divine Sect. Just by skimming, Su Liang understood everything and was astonished to see that this youth's body carried mixed blood related to the Moon Clan, which Yue Zhai Wang had detected. Glancing around, Su Liang wondered if this was the dream world, where the 6th Moon Dark Journey was testing his path. He suddenly remembered Jiu Meng's orb of the Bai and Divine Sect had once blocked the Sea Strike ship. Realizing their true target was not just him, but all the people of the northern region. Thinking of this, Su Liang felt a headache, rubbed his forehead, and mocked himself for simply encountering bad luck. Then he continued observing the panel, noticing his memories return to the time he joined the academy and were approaching the event of destroying the Blood Moon Sect and founding the Twin Moon Sect. Su Liang was curious because, despite being the subject of the memories, he could not access this deeper layer of memory. Suspended alone in the air, facing countless fragments of memory, he wondered if the Emperor's power was sufficient to enter the deepest layer. Su Liang smiled confidently, thinking he had nothing to lose, so he decided to observe further. Meanwhile, in the real world, Jiu Meng's human form still extended its soft hand toward the unconscious Su Liang, hoping to uncover the ultimate truth. Half awake, Su Liang tightened his hold on Yan Yue and thought that the adversary would certainly pay a heavy price. At the same time in the dream space, Su Liang was astonished to realize that after part of his memory awakened, he had seemingly become another person within his own recollection. He gave a bitter smile, feeling the experience was truly novel. The screen displayed scenes of Su Liang being admired and respected by many. Jiu Meng's human form tensed, waiting for the critical moment to arrive. However, the anticipation was met only by a distorted image on the screen. Pupils of Jiu Meng's orb widened, revealing clear anger. The sky gradually darkened, forming a perfect full moon night. Gentle moonlight shone down, illuminating the village nestled among the jagged mountains. Suddenly, the wooden houses in that light vanished in an instant. The sinking hollow gradually filled with crystal-clear water. The lake quickly became calm and tranquil. In the middle of the lake, a figure stood out, drawing all eyes. It was Su Liang floating in the gloomy atmosphere. Jiu Meng's orb's pupils nearly popped out at the sight of such a despair-inducing presence. Its body gradually dissolved like water swept by the wind. Realizing this was the punishment and warning for daring to confront the Bai and Divine Sect, and understanding that 3 years ago it should have retreated. Its body gradually vanished, leaving only a few drips of slime. The space suddenly became fragile like glass, shattering into pieces, yet this information had to be transmitted. In a corner of the Sea Strike ship, the orb of the Bai and Divine Sect carried resentment, affirming there was no need to investigate further, for Yue Zhai Wang had surely killed Qiu Huajai and Wu Shangming Yi. Soaring into the sky, it reflected that this youth had surpassed the limits of mere aura and disciple, forcing the union of all Jiu Meng members to defeat him, which was also its final purpose of existence. The travelers on the ship gradually woke up, each feeling dizzy and in pain. Su Liang gradually regained consciousness, eyes scanning around in astonishment. He had already fled, why couldn't I follow him from his perspective to the end, being forced to exit midway while searching memory? Watching the trajectory of the Ju Meng orb, his heart weighed down with thought. What had it witnessed that made it leave in such haste? Could it be that the god of the Bayan and divine sect truly had a connection to me? Quickly regained his spirit and determination. No, he must keep it here at all costs. In Su Liang's mind, the memory before his coma was still vivid, when he had summoned a swarm of glowing butterflies, and now surely millions were gathering, wandering throughout the area. Around where he stood, countless Shan Guang Dai emitted shimmering golden light, their numbers in this central area 4 to 5 times greater than in the northern region, leaving him unafraid of any opponent. Suddenly, Su Liang remembered something and muttered, "Wait a moment." Observing the dark aura blending with the wind rushing forward, he realized that the 6-moon wraith had lost direction while fleeing. Su Liang could not help but feel that his plan was not yet truly perfect. Suddenly, the Seahawk flared brightly as if about to explode. A swirling black hole appeared in the center of the ship, generating vortexes that easily pierced everything. In an instant, the Seahawk dived downward at an incredible speed. The ship was immediately split in two, causing passengers to panic and scream as it began to plummet. The Ju Meng orb was also swept along, helplessly lamenting that it was so close to escaping to relay news to Yue Zhai Wang, and wondering what this weapon really was. Before facing the tragic outcome, it managed to cast its gaze toward the glowing light nearby. A golden dragon soared upward, casting its gaze down at the smoking Sea Hawk with evident suspicion. It wondered why its escape path had led to the battlefield of the 10 Yin Pillars. That golden dragon was Lunar Radiance Guanglong, sighing that it had inadvertently damaged the Heart King Selection's ship, this time likely unable to avoid trouble. Angrily scolded the Ju Meng orb, blaming everything on this small creature, an outsider to the lunar clan daring to interfere. The orb immediately retorted, saying it had initially mistaken the other for an emperor sent by the Moon God Palace to join the battle. Their argument grew loud, even considering silencing everyone involved. In another corner, Su Liang pushed himself up after the collision. He tensely read the information appearing before him. A new pet had been unlocked, the number of illustrations increased. Lunar Radiance Guanglong was an emperor-level creature, one of the 7 stars of the full moon, previously victorious in the Moon God ceremony under the command of the Phoenix Court, and its power exceeded Yue Zhai Wang's capacity to analyze. Reading this, Su Liang could only smile wryly, lamenting that today truly brought misfortune when even an emperor-level being appeared in this situation. Looking at Guanglong and the Bayan and Divine Sect orb before him, he silently thought that he was no longer the weak human of the past. Su Liang's eyes sharpened as he looked ahead, realizing the opportunity had arrived and the 6-moon wraith could no longer escape. Confidence showed on his face as he noticed the glowing butterflies were nearly fully gathering. Emperors were beings born to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Their presence could create devastating effects upon the world. Most emperors were bound by deities after making pacts and had to guard their territories. Without special circumstances, they would not appear or act casually. Yet even among emperors, their power exceeded the imagination of other beings. Thus, humans classified emperors into 3 ranks: Overlord, High-Level Emperor, and Ordinary Emperor. Among them, overlords could subdue ordinary emperors with their mere presence, possessing powers capable of spanning oceans or controlling the power of waning moons. There were also beings like Ice Rain Celestial Lancer capable of altering a region's climate, or the 3 Kings selection holding the Holy Sea Temple, able to destroy entire planets if fully exerted. Among high-level emperors, names like Fai An Fan Dong could cover 10,000 miles of sky merely by spreading their wings. White Holy Clan even had the ability to maintain the sun and moon cycle of the western region. Ma Yue Dai Lac, immortalized in the Moon God Palace, was also a representative of this rank. Finally, about 90% of emperors were ordinary, yet even in this group existed individuals with absolute dominance. They were nearly undefeatable, exemplified by a being awakening after 1,000 years, easily overwhelming the entire Moon God Palace. Lunar Radiance Guanglong was one of the famous members of the 7 stars of the full moon. At this moment, it exhaled a chilling breath and said in a deep voice that there was no choice but to silence all, for it was not yet ready to confront holy land-level forces. After the previous attack, the sea eagle whale wobbled violently in midair, opening its mouth to emit a painful roar. Guanglong summoned a blinding beam of light, muttering that if a formal war with the Holy Hall was to begin, They must at least wait for the 10 moon realms to fully awaken. Immediately, a series of light beams shot like bullets toward the Sea Eagle whale. Passengers on the spacecraft were violently shaken, continuously colliding and panicking, calling for help. The cries grew increasingly desperate. Just then Yan Yue asked Su Liang about his next plan. In a hazy form, she stepped forward, seriously explaining that although her body could not be destroyed, they still faced imminent danger. After speaking, she looked at Su Liang with suspicion, seemingly guessing something about him. At that moment, Su Liang reassured her not to worry, as the Shan Guang Dai he sent earlier had already quickly gathered here. He watched the glowing butterflies flying around, excitedly thinking that stopping the first attack could provide a chance to hold the enemy back. Despite the chaotic scene, Su Liang remained calm, announcing that the number of Shan Guang Dai he could control had increased from 10,000 to 6 million. With a determined gaze, he said Hu Zhang Yue's shield was about to be restored, and holding out for a moment would allow them to detect and counter the Emperor's attack. No sooner had he spoken than a huge, radiant golden sphere appeared behind the Sea Eagle whale. Guang Long began accumulating energy in his hands, coldly threatening that if blame was to be placed, it should be on their own weakness. Just a second later, he spread both arms, light bands formed, and he roared the name of the technique, Stealth Sever. In an instant, passengers' bodies showed cuts from the light. Beams seemed capable of tearing everyone into countless pieces. Just then, Su Liang put all his strength into defense, as the Sea Eagle whale suffered increasing damage. Seeing the innocent passengers, he silently apologized, knowing he could only protect himself and not save them all. Those struck by the invisible slashes fell into critical condition, their bodies losing color, but unexpectedly the wounds vanished and their lives were restored. Su Liang was astonished by this strange turn of events. Guang Long also paused for a few seconds, stunned and exclaiming in surprise. At that moment, a pair of slender legs of a young woman gradually appeared in midair. A woman wearing a white cloak hovered, attracting the attention of both Guang Long and Su Liang. She crossed her arms, forming a crescent moon symbol, and commanded, "Transform, sun and moon." Then the woman spread her arms like butterfly wings. The crescent moon symbol rotated alongside the brilliant appearance of the sun. Witnessing this, Su Liang could not believe his eyes, stammering in astonishment. Guang Long also gaped, unable to hide his shock. In an instant, sunlight spread through the space, dispersing the dark sky. The falling Sea Eagle whale gradually vanished under the sun's heat. At this time, the Jiu Meng sphere also fell into extreme confusion. Wounds around it dissipated into smoke, startling it as it realized its body had been healed. Guang Long trembled, realizing the woman's identity, a high-level emperor. The woman calmly explained that she merely restored everyone's life state to 24 hours prior, while memories remained intact. In a cold voice, she affirmed that the Bai and Gan divine sect was truly guilty for continuing to interfere in the moon deity ritual, endangering innocent people in the northern region. The Jiu Meng sphere stared at her, not daring to blink. Maintaining composure, the mysterious woman coldly declared a death sentence. Immediately afterward, the Jiu Meng sphere vanished in midair. Witnessing this, Guang Long could not help but retreat in fear. The woman instantly turned her piercing gaze toward him. In horror, Guang Long turned and fled forward to escape. Sensing the situation, she slowly declared Huan Yue 7 stars a member of the Moon Deity Empire, saying that eliminating outsiders was justified, but the plot to kill Wang Xu and Fai Chu would be reported truthfully to the Holy Hall. Huan He rushed forward, hearing these words, panicked and shouted, "Who is that, truly ostentatious?" Huan He's figure gradually shrank to a mere speck of light, still wailing from afar, "That arrogant demeanor truly irksome." The woman silently followed with her eyes without a word. Then she turned, speaking slowly, "Yue Zhai Wang is magnificent. According to the covenant, I will take you to a place to quickly raise your realm. No matter how many riffraff gather, they cannot change the outcome of the moon deity ritual. Surely you understand, no need to waste miracles." Then she transported Su Liang to a frigid region blanketed in thick white snow. Before leaving, she left a brief message. "Next time you return, you must have the strength to defeat Fai Tho." The biting cold around made Su Liang sneeze violently. His body trembled, face pale, clutching himself and panicking, asking what is happening. His breathing grew rapid, face nearly frozen. He could only cry out in despair, too cold. Cheeks flushed from the cold, he continuously marveled at the unusual atmosphere carrying the aura of creatures, sending shivers down the spine. Observing the surroundings, he silently confirmed this was the eastern region. A question quickly arose: why am I in the eastern region, a place more dangerous than the holy region for a normal beast master? At this moment, he recalled the moment before being transported, when he was flying and ambushed by Guang Long. The image of the mysterious woman gradually formed in his mind. Before losing consciousness, he sensed the aura of a moon general. Still trembling, Su Liang wondered if the fourth moon general saved him. Why did Yan Yue not appear as well? Sudden cold wind cut through his thoughts. Immediately he called Hu Zhang Yue. Her shield enveloped him against the cold, and after a sigh he said, finally better, nearly frozen. He held the mask over his eyes to observe, thinking in this condition Shan Guangdai could not be used nor could he wear the mask. His face darkened, painfully exclaiming, so now I am completely alone. Quickly assessing, Shan Guangdai and Jade Tail Fox could not fight. Yan Yue and Step Cloud Huan Yue were separated. Hu Zhang Yue's shield nearly depleted. Nose red from the cold, unease rose as he thought if Hu Zhang Yue ran out of energy or met an enemy, consequences would be severe. Thinking so, Su Liang stepped forward slowly, reassuring himself that survival was the top priority. His steps grew heavier, voice stiff from the cold. Walking further, still only vast snow and ice with no one in sight, he asked desperately into the void, which way should I go? At that moment, Hu Zhang Yue noticed someone appearing. Su Liang immediately widened his eyes, looking ahead. From afar in the cold wind, three dark figures approached, the distance narrowing and their forms becoming clear. Su Liang gasped in astonishment at the unexpected. Three girls in thin clothing walked through the blizzard. He realized they were ice people. The three opposite looked at him with vacant eyes but said nothing. The tense silence made him uneasy and instantly on high alert. Unexpectedly, the three ice people silently passed by without hostile action. This reaction left Su Liang very surprised. Suddenly they stopped. The girl with twin buns turned with cold eyes, asking, humans, far from the mine is very dangerous. Cannot you return? Best go back to rest. Hearing this, Su Liang immediately turned, surprise clear on his face. Images of the fearsome ice people he once knew appeared in his mind. He recalled information from the network, realizing the ice people did not hate outsiders as rumored. When the three girls curiously looked at him, he stammered, then said frankly, I am lost. What should I do now? Looking like a lost rabbit, he pleaded for help. Could you show me the way out? The girl with twin buns tilted her head, replied, if lost, just follow the area with the strongest moonlight aura. He stepped closer, observing, then asked doubtfully, you are not from the moonlight system. A short-haired ice person also stared, muttering strangely, may be mistaken. I will arrange to transfer you to another mine. Su Liang quickly stepped back, waving his hands, embarrassed, saying no need, I belong to Moonlight Authority, just got cold so slightly disoriented. Saying that, he turned, realizing this was the Moonlight Authority's mining area. A question arose, why does the ice region have Moonlight Authority mineral mines? Without further thought, Su Liang wandered forward, while the three girls continued to watch. The girl with twin buns muttered, humans are really strange. Half a day later at the Moonlight Authority mine, with tents lined at the snow mountain base, Su Liang finally arrived, his steps heavy, breath exhausted. Seeing the scene before him, he rejoiced but could only manage a few weak words. Immediately after, he leaned and lost balance from exhaustion. He fell onto the snow, murmuring, finally arrived. Breathing heavily, he realized Hu Zhang Yue's shield was about to disappear and understood why this place was deemed dangerous. Remembering Huan Yue, he regretted that if she were here, a few seconds would have freed him. Thinking so, he pondered, eyes on the distant sky. After recovering some strength, he sprang up curiously. Strange that in the ice region moonlight aura was denser than at the academy. Seeing the energy flowing, he marveled as fatigue vanished and Hu Zhang Yue's shield was recovering. He approached the tents, speculating this was linked to the moonlight mineral vein. Observing warmly dressed residents, he wondered why beast masters were not restricted by ice people as rumored. Suddenly he turned as if sensing something behind. Behind him appeared a high-level moonlight pet, great moon basin flower, gazing with admiration. Su Liang smiled proudly, thinking its gaze showed it was suppressed by his Moonlight Authority aura. He raised his hand to snap, thinking to gather information all he needed was. Before acting, he stopped as massive figures appeared before him, astonishing him. It turned out to be a group of beasts staring at him, emanating a tense atmosphere. Then they began loudly arguing in their own language, leaving Su Liang silent. The endless dispute left him exhausted and worried, not understanding what was happening. Overwhelmed, he covered his forehead and demanded, all right, line up and speak one at a time. The first was a blue-haired boy with ox horns, crying and begging, please take me home. I was sold here and forced to mine for 3 years to earn money to return. Next, a pitiable bear girl spoke in despair. Currency in the eastern region is different, so our assets are useless. A thinly clothed dog shivered from the cold but said, though ice people do not imprison us, The harsh climate makes survival impossible beyond a few days, completely unable to leave. Finally, a wolf boy wearing a doryman bell cried, saying he was only traveling but now trapped, unable to go home. Su Liang understood them through Hu Zhongyue's special translation ability. After thinking, he reassured the creatures that he understood and would find a way to get them out. Then he seriously asked if anyone knew why the eastern region had so many moonlight mineral veins and how they functioned in low temperature. Suddenly, a butterfly appeared behind, answering, "This mine was previously sold to Bing Hu by Protector Gong Baoping, the sect leader." Hearing this, Su Liang was immediately shocked. He turned to find the sound source, puzzled why in this desolate mine someone called him sect leader. The voice owner was a high-level moonlight Qing Yue, smiling and explaining it was a member of Song Yue sect, once lost in the eastern region while scouting the enemy. Its wings fluttered excitedly, proudly saying, "Just a look into your eyes reveals it immediately. Though not daring to believe your presence is for me, the appearance of a figure of your caliber surely signals a major event." After hearing the words just spoken, Su Liang remained silent, not responding. Despite that, Hui Than's gaze still gleamed with admiration. His heart stirred. If the great leader were to notice me, my future path would surely be wide open. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "All right then, explain the situation here to me clearly." Hearing this, Hui Than was overjoyed, his wings fluttering continuously as he respectfully replied, "It is a great honor, my lord." Su Liang turned around, his expression darkening as he began to analyze in his mind. Actually, I had already guessed some of it. His cold gaze swept over the myriad of creatures behind him. A large question arose in his mind. Being brought to this moonlight or vein might not have been by chance. He remembered the woman who had teleported him here and silently speculated that this might have been done by one of the four moon generals. That moment, Hui Than happily approached and curiously asked, "Master, this mine is currently controlled by Fei Ying Fen Tong, one of the three jade eagles. Did you come to reclaim the ore vein?" Upon hearing this, Su Liang was stunned, his mind filled with questions, and he exclaimed in surprise, "How come I didn't know about this?" Quickly regaining his composure, he cleared his throat a few times to conceal his confusion. His sharp gaze turned towards Hui Than, his tone serious. "The specifics cannot be revealed." Hearing this, Hui Than hurriedly apologized. "I truly overstepped my bounds, my lord." He raised both hands in apology, stammering, Then let me continue to introduce the details of the situation in the mine." Without hesitation, Hui Than quickly began. "First, the moonlight crystals in this ore vein can only be mined by moonlight system beasts. Other systems cannot touch them. Therefore, the miners here treat us quite kindly. In addition to accumulating mobile resources, we can also absorb the crystals to enhance our strength." He pointed towards a nearby cave and excitedly added, "Not only those of us who cannot leave, but also many supreme-level experts come here to cultivate." Upon hearing this, Su Liang understood, his gaze softened. He muttered, "So that's how it is." He pondered deeply, realizing that this place was not exactly a prison, but more like the Moonlight System's territory for survival. A new question arose, and Su Liang asked Hui Than, "In such harsh conditions, how does the ore vein operate and how are the crystals processed?" Hui Than seemed somewhat hesitant, replying, "Sorry, my lord, I am not sure. But I once heard a supreme-level expert say that at the end of the ore vein, there exists a very special moonlight system life form." Hearing this, Su Liang was taken aback. His hand that was stroking his chin dropped. Just then, Hui Than announced, "We have arrived at the entrance." He led Su Liang into the mine at the foot of the snowy mountain and carefully reminded him, "My lord, be very cautious when entering." Hui Than continued to warn, "The moonlight concentration in the mine is highly unusual. Weak beings like us faint after only 1 km, and even supreme-level experts rarely go beyond 3 km. Hearing this, Su Liang froze in surprise, thinking to himself, "How can it be like this?" His determined gaze focused deep into the mine as he wondered, could the moonlight concentration really cause a supreme-level expert to become dizzy? Standing before the cave entrance, he deduced, there must be pressure from a higher-level entity hidden deep inside. He confidently concluded that something extraordinary was concealed within this place. Sweat ran down his cheek, and a sense of unease rose. This entity might be the reason the moonlight ore vein functions in the eastern region. After careful consideration, Su Liang raised his hand and said to Hui Than, "You've worked hard. I will proceed from here on my own." He slowly entered the mine, speaking as he went. "Once I finish this task, I will take you out of the eastern region." Hui Than was overjoyed upon hearing this, his heart filled with happiness. Although he did not understand the great leader's intentions, he sensed that a major change was about to occur. Watching the falling snow, Hui Than thought to himself, the unchanging throne of Binghu in the eastern region after 1,000 years may soon face a challenge. Meanwhile, Su Liang had already advanced deep into the ore vein and was halted by the light ahead. Before him were colorful crystals scattered along the path, but Su Liang continued to move forward. His curiosity led him to glance at the dazzling crystal, silently thinking to himself that such low-concentration crystals were so common in the moonlight set. Remembering Hui Than's words about the weak beings only going 1 km and the supreme-level experts around 3 km, his gaze grew firmer as he pressed deeper. Despite the increasing number of crystals around him, he did not falter. The deeper he went, the more cautious Su Liang became. This immense pressure could not have been maintained by ordinary monarchs. After walking a bit more, the light completely vanished, leaving only the pitch-black night before him. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned Shan Guangdai to illuminate the area. The glowing butterflies flew into the dark area, but a powerful aura suddenly sent them flying back. Su Liang was shocked, holding his head with his hand, worried as he thought, I've only gone 1 km and I'm already starting to feel dizzy. Nevertheless, he did not give up and continued to summon the H letter 183 Trung and GUY letter 1EC7T shield. His steps became steadier, and the sound of his footsteps echoed in the silent space. But only a few steps later, the system displayed a warning message. Next message stunned Su Liang. Host, please leave immediately or you will face mortal danger. He stopped, silently worrying. Only 1 km and the pressure is already so overwhelming. Looking at the shimmering shield around him, he felt more at ease, grateful that H letter 183 Trung and GUY letter 1EC7T was assisting him. H letter 183 Trung and GUY letter 1EC7T, full of energy, raised a sign saying, okay, confirming that they could continue. Seeing this, Su Liang hesitated no longer and slowly advanced, thinking, let's keep going and see. After more than 10 minutes, he had traveled 3 km. His steps grew heavier and his strength began to wane. Gritting his teeth, he looked ahead, worried that he could not sense the end of the ore vein. The feeling of being swallowed by the depths of the ocean sent a chill down his spine. The pressure here was as terrifying as the bottom of the sea at 10,000 meters. The Shan Guangdai continued to fly forward, while he wondered how far he was from the core of the ore vein. Standing still, the fear welled up as he wondered what could be hidden inside. As the glowing butterflies began to weaken, Su Liang hesitated more. If he continued, the risk of death was very high. He stood there torn inside, wondering whether he should continue. His hand clenched tightly before trembling. He desperately thought of losing Huan Yue and Yan Yue, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness flooded him. Then he released his hand, bitterly blaming himself. With my beast mastery at the first star, I can hardly achieve a miracle again. Su Liang turned to leave, his face darkening, seemingly having decided to give up. But just as his next step touched the cold ground, the image of Nam M letter 1E5C Ba, the Moonlight King-level spirit, suddenly appeared in his mind. Next came the proud face of Jiu Meng, and the scene of the Moonlight Dragon destroying everything on the spaceship. Finally, the fierce, fiery gaze of the Red Moonlight appeared. These memories caused Su Liang to stop. A determination to never give up rang in his heart. He stood in the suffocating space, telling himself, if I continue like this, I will never surpass the moon god right. His gaze was firmly set on the dark cave, his will to conquer ignited. If I turn back now, I am unworthy of the title of Moon King. He sat down on the cold ground, cross-legged to meditate, determined to cultivate until he had the strength to reach the very end of the ore vein. Until now, he had only stayed at the first star level because all his strength had been devoted to nurturing the dormant Kim Deep. When Kim Deep awakened, Su Liang was determined to take full advantage of the abundant energy here to cultivate. The aura around him grew thicker and more powerful. After a while, night had fallen outside, and the snow continued to fall relentlessly. Inside the ore vein, a powerful energy orb suddenly appeared, shining brightly. At the same time, a fierce energy erupted from Su Liang's body, tearing through the space. A large crack appeared on the surface of the energy orb. In the blink of an eye, the orb exploded, and a colossal energy column pierced through the mine's ceiling. Amid the shattered rocks, Su Liang appeared majestically, with the image of the glowing butterfly that had just broken through to the second star level behind him. He stared in shock, thinking that only those who reached the fourth level had such colorful halos. Could it be that I truly have superior talent? Closing his eyes to feel it, he realized that every aspect, from his physique and energy to his senses and lifespan, had clearly improved. When he opened his eyes, Su Liang's gaze became sharp and confident, and H letter 1ED3 Trung NGU Y letter 1EC7 TS limit had also been raised, allowing him to go even deeper. The 10 yin pillars are 10 seals guarded by the moon god palace. The legend says that if they are broken, the ancient moon demon god will awaken. For over 1,000 years, countless curious youths came to cause trouble, yet all failed before the 10 sound pillars. Now, the moon god ceremony has started. UNUA 7 stars appeared. The moon god palace gradually weakened. 9 layers of seals consecutively broken. The final sound pillar stood at the edge of the northern region, perhaps avoided by UNUA 7 stars, who had never set foot here before. Yet when the 9 seals were broken, they ultimately could not restrain themselves and acted here. As UNUA 7 stars subordinates acted, they were suddenly stopped hundreds of miles from the 10 sound pillar. A woman hovered in midair, voice full of annoyance. 3 of you together against one, aren't you ashamed? It was Han Yue, a high emperor of the Moonlight System, leader of Huan Yue 7 stars, angrily shouted, I am Han Yue. On what grounds do you dare interfere with the 10 sound pillar seal? She pointed at the black hole emanating energy in the distance, voice sharp. To oppress me while being a noble emperor, you truly underestimate rank. 3 dark figures gradually appeared before the black hole, 2 smaller figures on the sides, and a large one in the center with wings on his back. One in the middle was Jing Hong, a high emperor of the celestial void system, one of the 3 supreme powers. She looked at the enraged Han Yue and calmly said, the decline of the moon god palace is irrelevant, as long as the end here still exists. If you are dissatisfied, then try to defeat me. No need to worry about consequences. During this, Han Yue suddenly became cautious, the madness on her face fading, glancing at the one beside Jing Hong. She was shocked to realize it was someone from the White Saint clan in the western region. Her gaze settled on Bai Si, a high emperor of the Moonlight System, emotions complex, and also the 4 moon generals of the Twin Moon sect. This time Bai Si smiled gently, said, do not be impatient. The Flying Horse Palace has not awakened. Before the hegemonic ban is lifted, we can do as we please. She crossed her arms, slowly issuing a warning. Moreover, this era no longer belongs to you, and the future may not be yours either. After speaking, she gently turned her wrist, eyes still coldly fixed ahead. Han Yue angrily pointed at the 3, gritting her teeth. Eastern region's 3 Jade Immortals, White Saint of the Western region, and the Twin Moon sect, I will remember. Before finishing, Han Yue's figure vanished without a trace. Jing Hong looked at the scene in surprise. Then she glanced at Bai Si and asked, where did you take her? Bai Si raised her hand, smiling lightly, replied, Northern Region Sanctuary, Cloud Mist Sea. Before she finished, Jing Hong shook her head. That is no less than a tragic ending. Soon after, the 3 shifted into thick clouds. Jing Hong said, out of respect for friendship, I will guard for only a month. After that you manage yourself. Even if the Flying Horse Palace revives, it cannot yet reach its peak. Why are you in such a rush? Hearing this, Bai Si hesitated slightly. Then she smiled and said, those not of the Moonlight System would not understand. As head of the 4 moon generals, I see the final chance for victory. Gaze stern, she slowly said, if it were that person, even the previous Moon King would struggle to match. At the same time in the northern region, a colossal pillar of light pierced the mountain, stretching straight into the sky. Su Liang appeared again with imposing aura, light exploding fiercely around him. Back in the mineral vein, 10 kilometers deep, rocks fell with loud clattering after the strong shock. Su Liang's hair lightly fluttered in the wind. Sharp eyes and a crescent moon were clearly visible. After harsh training, he had reached the 4-star realm. Looking at his hands, he thought, it took half a month to reach 4-star, yet 5-star was still insufficient. Eyes full of confidence, he realized he could unleash his full supreme intellect power. Thinking of Yan Yue and Huan Yue, his mood sank, sadness rising. Now he had no one to activate that power with. Su Liang looked ahead, telling himself in this state, perhaps he could reach the end. Upon reaching 4-star, the world before him seemed completely transformed. He could clearly see the flow of each aura. Clenching his fists, he decided to advance, sensing the terrible pressure emanating from a life form. Yet caution arose, for such a willful and powerful existence he rarely encountered. Advancing further, he slightly tilted as he sensed something. On the narrow path ahead, a flash of light excited him. Perhaps he had reached the end. Closer he got, the stronger the aura became. Without hesitation, Su Liang immediately summoned his strongest defensive layer. The door just a short distance away, he took a deep breath for courage, then stepped firmly forward. The dazzling light made him close his eyes. As the light faded, he opened his eyes and found himself in a mysterious chamber at the end of the mineral vein. Before him, a figure leaning against a luminous crystal. It was a red-haired woman, large horns on her head in a state of rest. After a while, she slightly looked toward the entrance. Seeing him appear, she cautiously reached out to probe. Su Liang froze, mouth agape at her strange appearance. She sat up, asked in surprise, "Human, how did you get here?" Suddenly rocks shattered and fell continuously. The surrounding cliffs also began to crack. The entire mine area started to be affected. All scenes reflected clearly in Su Liang's eye. His face turned pale, breath rapid, telling himself it was just an illusion. Body trembling, he gripped his robe, thinking the aura too strong, imagining annihilation. Still unsettled, he breathed heavily, sweat pouring continuously. After several breaths, he smiled slightly, confident he had overcome it. Looking ahead, he thought reaching here was the right choice. Though steps trembled, he advanced, telling himself to reach the end of the moon god ceremony. This time, Yue Zhaiwang began turning the pages. A notice appeared, new beast unlocked, illustrated images added. Looking at the woman before him, he resolved, even at a cost, he must achieve his goal. Information appeared, Moonlight Dragon, Noble Emperor Huang Wang, weakened state. Huang Wang once belonged to Aquarius Palace, among the 12 lunar zodiac palaces. Renowned, once daring to challenge emperors under the full moon, vanished after failing before Bing Hu. Knowing this, Su Liang was stunned, realizing Huang Wang was still alive right before him. He called out Huang Wang and she rose. Su Liang stepped forward, hand extended, saying, "I am Yue Zhaiwang, here to take you away." His hand hovered in the air, facing cold silence. After a moment she asked, "And then what? Where do you intend to take me?" He asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Her expression darkened, pressing, "Have those others been defeated, or are you merely mortal?" She stepped back, eyes full of disdain. A lowly realm dares to claim a name. Eyes sharp as blades, voice furious. "You dare plot to seize me." Immediately, the aura in the room erupted violently, as if wanting to blow away the ceiling above. Su Liang was momentarily stunned by the sudden event, instantly activating the protective shield of Hu Zhongyue to brace himself. But he could not help but be horrified, realizing that the pressure alone carried terrifying destructive power. A large crack appeared on the protective layer, causing Su Liang to panic further, thinking that Hu Zhongyue's shield might soon be unable to withstand it. Unexpectedly, the pressure abruptly stopped. At that moment, blue chains from behind tightened around Huang Wang, causing her to cry out in pain. Witnessing this, Su Liang quickly deduced that she had been sealed by Bing Hu's power here. After the incident, Huang Wang seemed exhausted, and Su Liang approached to inquire about her condition. Facing her, Su Liang smirked teasingly, pointing out that she who once mocked him for weakness was now trapped, powerless to challenge an emperor yet still showing pride. Hearing the taunt, she gritted her teeth in anger and shouted with rage, "You." Then she loudly rebutted, catching Su Liang by surprise, asserting that it was not that she did not wish to leave, but with his chaotic level, how could he possibly rescue her? Huang Wang of the lower sect continued firmly, saying that even if Bing Hu did not appear temporarily, as long as Tam Bich Tiu manifested, she absolutely would not die here. He even pointed directly at Su Liang, coldly declaring that he was the one certain to perish in this place. Despite the harsh warning, Su Liang remained astonishingly calm, sighing lightly and remarking that it was a pity that an emperor of her renown would show fear before Tam Bich Tiu. Then he smiled and gently added that she should not misunderstand. He had no intention of helping her escape. Regaining seriousness, Su Liang's eyes shone with determination, as he explained they needed to defeat Tam Bich Tiu to leave the eastern region openly and honorably. These words left Huang Wang momentarily stunned, unable to respond. Thoughts began to stir in her mind that this man before her might not be as simple as he seemed. She slightly parted her lips, her thoughts spreading with an increasingly clear premonition. However, Huang Wang suddenly hugged herself, eyes full of caution, concluding that Su Liang might just be an excessively naive person. Su Liang reached out to Huang Wang with gentle eyes, quietly waiting for her response. She looked at him in surprise, her lips trembling yet still hesitant to speak. Seeing Huang Wang recoil, Su Liang asked in astonishment why, and she candidly explained that she feared being infected with mental retardation. Hearing this, he could only sigh helplessly, reassuring himself that he should not have expected too much from persuasion alone. As he pondered, Su Liang slowly sat down beside her, realizing there was still enough time to seize this opportunity to break through to the 5-star realm. Seeing his actions, Huang Wang could not help but be curious, tilting slightly to observe. He quietly leaned behind the chair, remaining silent so Su Liang could focus on cultivation. After watching Su Liang cultivate for a while, she silently surmised that someone capable of enduring such pressure and arriving here could not be an ordinary useless person. Huang Wang propped her chin, her gaze distant, her mind drifting through vague thoughts, lost within her own power. Foolish and weak people who always make promises. Over the years I have met too many of them. Memories suddenly surged, The youth back then also reached out to her, identical to the current moment. The dream of meeting the outer world's tribes still lingered, along with forgotten things like Guang Long, the beast tamer of the eastern vein. Back then, Huang Wang innocently held that hand as in a fairy tale, beautiful and dreamy, enough to start a legend. Regrettably, everything was stopped from the very beginning. He sat silently beside the boy's corpse, shedding no tears, uttering no words, only a painful quiet, because their talent simply could not help me unleash my power. Since that incident, Huang Wang carried a deep mental wound, gradually closing herself off, no longer hoping to leave. Therefore, I turned this cave into a place full of pressure, isolating everything, leaving no hope of escape. She remained silent, yet a faint glimmer shone in her eyes, as if hope had not entirely faded. At this moment, Su Liang's whole body radiated a golden aura, forcing her to admit that his talent was indeed somewhat intriguing. Thus, Huang Wang became interested, asking the little devil, "Which power do you belong to, and which emperor is backing you?" Su Liang replied coldly, "The Moon Sect." She curiously asked further, never having heard who was the founder. A few seconds later, Huang Wang laughed mockingly, saying that the title Yue Zhai Wang of the 4 stars sounded ridiculous. Yue Zhai Wang is ultimately just a 5-star in the womb. By the way, you still haven't answered which emperor stands behind the Moon Sect. Could not hide his annoyance, silently cursing. Why does she talk so much? Has she been trapped so long that she's gone mad? Even so, he answered, the one behind the Moon Sect is me. I am not only Yue Zhai Wang but also represent the northern region, the Moon God Temple. According to what she said, even trapped here she could know what happened in the northern region half a month ago, right? Huang Wang suddenly listened attentively. Ho Trung and Gaiet took out a ring and presented it before her. At the sight of it, Huang Wang immediately recognized it with astonishment. It was the northern region king's realm, the token to unlock the Moon God Temple. Su Liang continued, "Fire Huang Wang. You once said Yue Zhai Wang in the womb is ultimately a 5-star. He slowly stood up, continuing, "It sounded grandiose, truly the style of that person." Su Liang stared at Huang Wang, saying seriously, "Isn't that the natural-born beast king of legend?" He unleashed his potential, his body glowing, luminescent butterflies swirling like a dance of awakened power, then said, "Though the emperor behind the Moon Sect is Sagittarius, I am the master of the Golden Butterfly Palace." The dazzling light made her instinctively raise her hand to shield her face. He slowly approached, saying, "My enemies are the Pegasus Palace and the 10 Moon Sect. I will surpass the previous Yue Zhai Wang and claim the final victory in the Moon God Temple." Once again, Su Liang steadfastly extended his hand, sincerely saying, "We have something to offer Bing Hu. Even declaring war on the eastern region is not impossible, as long as she joins us." Huang Wang seemed hesitant, reluctantly extending her hand in response. When the two hands were about to touch, an invisible force suddenly appeared, pushing her back to her original position. Bound by chains, Huang Wang desperately bowed her head, muttering, "I've seen it already. Even if you have kingly power, so what can a 4-star beast tamer like you break the Eastern Vein's defenses? Even if making a contract with me, I could not appear." Su Liang remained silent, quietly listening. She smiled faintly, her eyes empty, no longer hopeful. "If one truly wants me, surpass the 7 stars before speaking." He asked seriously, "Fire Huang Wang, if we leave here and you are free, what would you want to do?" Answered his own question, would she continue fighting Bing Hu Tam Bich Tiu? Is that the enemy we need to defeat? She answered immediately, "Didn't the old lady Sagittarius tell you? I bear no grudge against the eastern region. On the contrary, Bing Hu and Master Thai Lian Thien were always friends." Huang Wang clenched her trembling hands, the long-suppressed resentment threatening to explode. "Back then I attacked Bing Hu only because she did something unforgivable." She gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling, her voice full of hatred. "If not for Bing Hu, Master Thai Lian Thien would not have." At that moment, Su Liang's expression suddenly tensed, alert. Huang Wang immediately realized as well, both sharing the same thought. Someone was approaching. Outside, a thunderous explosion struck the mountain peaks, brilliant light tearing through the gloomy sky. The cave shook violently. She looked up, saying that was one of the 12 heavenly shields of the eastern region. "We have been discovered." Huang Wang hurriedly warned, "You must leave quickly. If you are the contract bearer of the Golden Butterfly Palace, you can still handle a normal emperor, right?" Upon hearing this, Su Liang paused in thought. "Actually, I cannot handle it." He still pretended to be calm, saying, "I do not need to flee. I still have unfinished business in the eastern region, and you have yet to speak fully. Lord Shui Lion Tian is the protector of the Bao Bing Palace, correct?" Huang Wang was stunned, eyes wide in astonishment. Su Liang continued, "Everyone knows that Bao Bing Palace was once defeated by Kung Fai though. But you claim this involves Bing Hu. Can you explain clearly to me when leaving the eastern region? They had no idea that a giant bird was silently approaching. This moment, Su Liang could not contain his frustration, repeatedly questioning, if it truly involves Bing Hu, is one battle enough? Does she deserve thousands of years of imprisonment? He spoke loudly, persuading, better to wait until we leave here and then defeat her properly again. As the bird's claws touched the ground, the immense pressure cracked the earth. Su Liang turned back in astonishment. The system announcing a new beast unlocked, the illuminated illustration count increased. It was Delay Tiu, a Heaven Void type Emperor-level beast, one of the eastern region's 12 heavenly shields belonging to Tam Bich Tiu under Phi An Fan Dong. He immediately questioned Fire Huang Wang, asking who this human was. Why here if you intend to flee? This time Bing Hu will not show mercy as before. Huang Wang hesitated, not answering. Delay continued to remind, do not forget Lord Bao Bing Palace's instruction, forbidding her from seeking revenge on Kung Fai though. Before he could finish, Su Liang calmly interjected, too noisy. He stepped forward, resolutely sarcastic. What right does one outside the Heaven Void system have to interfere in our affairs? If Bao Bing Palace does not permit, then I, representing the Kim Deep Palace, allow it. The traitor Kung Fai though must be defeated. Hearing this, Delay angrily shouted, what did you just say? Su Liang lost patience, unhesitatingly grabbing Huang Wang, asking what she was still hesitating about. He pulled her up, coldly questioning, could it be that you ignore Kung Fai thou's betrayal and killing of Bao Bing Palace? She froze, looking at Su Liang, his voice no longer calm with Bing Hu's cruelty. Do you not wish for revenge? Truly weak. Just sign the contract. I will find a way for you to appear. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted. Delay roared in fury after this, whether Kung Fai though, Ten Moon Food, Tam Bich Tiu, or Bing Hu. He spread his massive wings, dense lightning rolling, arrogantly declaring I will defeat all, spare no one. Immediately, immense power descended from the sky onto the cavern, force seeming to crush everything. At this moment, 3 ice people previously encountered were roaming nearby. They were terrified by the loud noise. Girl asked anxiously, what is happening? Is it in the miners' area? In the cavern where Su Liang stood, everything was heavily damaged, the ground and cliffs severely cracked. Delay was overwhelmed by the immense pressure, thrown far, sliding and crashing into the cliff, dazed and incredulous. In the distance, Su Liang stood amid a vortex of white spiritual energy, formed from the aftershock of the previous attack. That was also the moment he successfully broke through to the 5-star realm. The beast control panel immediately appeared, updating information. Ru Yue, low-level Tiu Chap Butterfly sealed due to low rank. Mid-level Moon System and Gokvai Van Kayet. Emperor-level Moon System Bai Moon Monarch still sealed. Only unlocks at 7-star or with explosive energy from hundreds of millions of Tiu Chap Butterfly. Along with Emperor-level Moon System Huang Wang also sealed due to insufficient rep. Reading this, he calculated in astonishment. Reaching 6-star can summon an Emperor. Normally 7-star would be required. Su Liang clenched his fists, eyes determined, reasoning that reaching 6-star would allow him to freely utilize the power of Ko and Gayet Dang Tam Hoa Huang Wang. Seeing him stand deep in thought, Delay roared furiously, human, what are you doing? How dare you contract with Fire Huang Wang, and arrogantly claim to defeat Bing Hu. Su Liang merely glanced at him coldly. Delay continued to shout violently, sneering, only 5-star, you cannot even summon an emperor. A bolt of blue lightning suddenly struck. Outside the cavern, black clouds surged, thunder echoing, shaking heaven and earth. Su Liang looked up pensively, gaze deep and unreadable. Then he lowered his head with a sigh. He immediately summoned Hu Zhang Yue, and in the blink of an eye, a solid barrier formed, rapidly expanding to cover a vast area with surging spiritual power. Even as lightning struck directly, the barrier remained unmoved, steadfast. Witnessing this, even Delay was horrified, eyes wide, exclaiming, what is this? He broke into a cold sweat, his mouth agape in shock. How could this be? In utter panic, he screamed frantically. The entire mine and cavern behind him had completely vanished, leaving only a massive chasm that made him grind his teeth in rage. That bastard. Without hesitation, he shouted loudly, who exactly are you? Observing more closely, Delay quickly recognized the identity, weight, the regal demeanor, white hair, and those distinctive pupils. His gaze locked on Su Liang, growing more certain of his suspicion. Delay immediately bellowed, Yue Zhai Wang of the Song Yue sect, could it be that you intend to ignite war in the eastern region? Su Liang completely ignored him, closing his eyes slightly to calculate. Absorbing the entire energy of the mineral veins at once would surely be sufficient now. Soon after, streams of radiant golden-green immortal energy suddenly appeared behind him. Those enormous wings were proof that he had broken through to the six-star realm, the aura spreading throughout the space. Su Liang silently calculated, in the blink of an eye, 1/10 of the mineral vein energy had been consumed. Yet there were limits. This six-star state could only last about 5 minutes before returning to the 5-star level. The Lei trembled with fear, his face ashen. In contrast, Su Liang smiled confidently, everything unfolding exactly as planned. Immediately after, he stretched out both arms and shouted, "Huang Wang, heed my summons and manifest quickly." As soon as the words left his mouth, a blazing fireball erupted upon the wings, radiating heat as if to scorch the entire space. The fireball suddenly shattered, and Huang Wang appeared from within, obeying Su Liang's summons. Falling fragments of flame scattered around, she stepped forward with overwhelming presence and eyes ablaze with authority. As Huang Wang descended, small flames spread throughout the eastern region like a proclamation. The ice people all knelt respectfully, acknowledging that Lord Huang Wang had returned after thousands of years. Huang Wang gently approached from behind and placed her hand on Su Liang's shoulder. She softly called her master, inwardly thinking that after forming the contract, she now knew all of his plans. Her eyes focused on Su Liang's back. She could not help but marvel inwardly. Never before had she met someone so insane. His challenge to Bing Hu was by no means empty words. Su Liang turned back coldly, while Huang Wang remained pensive, the important thing being this man was certainly not a disciple. Su Liang said sternly, "Congratulations on regaining your freedom, you must already know the next step." He extended his hand and asked, 5 minutes, is that enough?" Huang Wang immediately understood, lightly stroking her chin in hesitation. Though it was not yet a full moon, 5 minutes could still suffice. After consideration, she nodded in agreement. It was worth a try, then grasped Su Liang's hand as a pledge. Without hesitation, Huang Wang released energy enveloping both of them and slowly ascended. Soon after, they shot into the sky at terrifying speed, leaving a streak of light tearing through space. The Lei was still in shock, muttering desperately, "This time it's truly over." Regaining composure, he widened his eyes in terror, shouting that he must immediately report to Lord Tam Bich Tiu. Later in the ice castle under the faint red moonlight, the scene appeared dreamlike. Su Liang appeared swiftly, hovering midair and silently observing. Huang Wang's voice rang in his ear, reporting about 4.5 minutes remained, asking if he was searching for something. Su Liang pointed directly at the castle and replied tersely, "Inspect everything to save time." He closed his eyes to concentrate, cautiously probing every fluctuation around. Energy from him quietly spread, spiritual energy, covering the entire castle area. Su Liang focused all his consciousness on the scouting. Through the castle, he saw a girl with blue hair and pale skin. Observing more closely, Su Liang guessed this girl was a beast tamer. Hovering in the air, he irritably wondered how many 8-star beast tamers remained hidden in the eastern region. Huang Wang immediately revealed she was the current Ice Phi, temporarily contracted with Tam Bich Tiu, a name that caught Su Liang's attention. Looking at the girl below, he deduced that he might need to defeat her to leave the eastern region. Su Liang's eyes widened as he realized a crucial clue. Wait. He immediately thought that this girl was the 3-meter-tall ice person from before, now disguised. A sudden announcement warned not to directly attack the eastern region royals without completing the necessary condition. Simultaneously, Ice Phi received a similar warning about avoiding direct confrontation unless the opponent inflicted serious harm. He immediately understood and shouted, "So it's you, Yue Zhai Wang, do you wish to declare war?" A scolding voice rang out. Ice Phi quickly covered her ears. The other person demanded release after being detained too long. Dong shouted angrily that letting Fire Huang Wang escape would have unpredictable consequences. Ice Phi pouted, complaining she was an ice element beast tamer, not spatial, then remembered Tam Tu Bok Tiat had left over a year ago. Hearing this, Fendong furiously scolded her to stop talking nonsense. Afterwards, she pondered, realizing both Jing Hong Duok Fin and Tam Tu Bok Tiat were absent. An incredible coincidence. Fendong assessed the situation. Ice Phi would need at least 3 minutes to summon herself, while both sides remained alert. Su Liang frowned, continuously observing the surrounding. He scanned every corner until discovering a black aura escaping from a hidden angle. His eyes lit up, inwardly saying, "Found it." In the room full of items, a purple mirror stood out at the center. When the mirror opened, a mysterious black orb appeared inside. Examining it closely, Su Liang was puzzled why the opponent still wanted to summon Tam Bich Tiu. As Ice Phi shivered from the cold, Su Liang guessed that touching Bing Hu's treasure would break the limits of the Moon God ceremony, and the battle was about to erupt. Su Liang called Fire Huang Wang. She replied that about 4 minutes could still be maintained if unobstructed. though battle energy was dwindling. He raised his hand to reassure. As long as he left the eastern region, everything would be fine. Su Liang decisively summoned Hu Zhongyue. The creature immediately appeared and glided silently past the mirror. When Hu Zhongyue vanished, the item inside the mirror disappeared as well. Mission completed, Su Liang and Huang Wang withdrew without hesitation. Ice Fi panicked and shouted, then angrily realized Bing Hu's treasure had been touched. Ben Dong coldly declared she would not let Su Liang leave easily, promising to meet again at dawn. Meanwhile, Su Liang and Huang Wang were still racing at extreme speed. Watching the moon slowly set, Huang Wang anxiously called Su Liang but received no reply. At this moment, he focused on the orb in his hands, realizing something was wrong. Keen intuition, Su Liang recognized it as the sword sheath of Tram Tin Yan Yue. Though a weapon of the 7 mystic frost flower beast, the black orb had completely lost vitality. Without hesitation, he called the Moon Kai archive system for verification. Instantly, information displayed it was a component of the upper mystic moon frost flower. Su Liang read carefully and realized the sword was made from 4 parts: blade, core, soul, and lock. The holder of each part was clear. The blade belonged to Yue Zhai Wang, the core to Yan Yue, the soul to Yue Xing, and the lock to Bing Hu. Su Liang turned pale, realizing Tram Tin Yan Yue had never mentioned the treasure had 4 parts. He reasoned that Bing Hu keeping this secret since ancient times made sense, yet this trip still yielded valuable results. Lost in deduction, Su Liang completely ignored Huang Wang's insistent call. He stroked his chin, smiled with satisfaction, and decided to leave this matter for Yan Yue to handle for now. Losing her composure, the girl shouted close to his ear, "Nai Su Liang," making him startle out of his vague thoughts. Huang Wang warned anxiously, "Though your speed is fast, it is no longer a full moon night, darkness has long passed, we must cross the eastern border." Though her eyes revealed confusion and doubt, she spoke politely, "I do not wish to doubt you, but with this strange control panel, it is hard to trust completely." Unable to contain himself, Huang Wang asked directly, "Even a supreme-level opponent you cannot handle?" Hearing this, Su Liang had no choice but to admit the truth. Immediately after, his entire list of pets appeared on the system panel. Among them Bei Yi of Lord level, Emperor rank, but currently the pet master had not reached the level to summon. Moonheart Fire Huang Wang reached Emperor level, needing 6-star rank to summon. Middle rank Hu Zhongyue can be summoned. Jade Tail Rabbit of Kayat Yue Physique middle rank can also be summoned. Low rank Tian Guang Dai can be summoned, but in limited number. He glanced at Huang Wang and suddenly understood. After signing the resonance contract, she saw his system information. 5 minutes passed. Temporary rank from 6-star would drop to 5-star. Fire Huang Wang could not appear further. There was indeed no other way. She doubted immensely, blurting, "What is this? Did you not say you had a Kayat Yue beast?" Forced to smile, explaining helplessly that since it was not a full moon night, the power could not manifest. Even on a full moon it would struggle against Emperor rank. Huang Wang stood silently in space, face full of astonishment, muttering in disbelief, "Kayat Yue Physique, how can this be?" Her voice deepened with a trace of regret. Indeed, without a full moon night, it cannot fight effectively. Huang Wang slightly bowed, focused on Jade Tail Rabbit, quietly saying if that day was also a full moon night, how fortunate it would be. Seeing the little rabbit sleeping adorably, she gently remarked that it was merely a branch of the holy beast Am-Phi's bloodline. Standing behind, he could not hide his regret, saying even the highest deities would not notice the flaw of the Kayat Yue physique. She unconsciously repeated the words, "flaw." Huang Wang immediately stood up, objecting sharply, "Nonsense. How can a Kayat Yue physique have a flaw?" With a serious expression, she affirmed the Kayat Yue physique was the most perfect form, the ultimate masterpiece of the moonlight. The sky was suddenly dyed with winding pink clouds, spreading like waves of color. Both sensed the change at the same time, startled, then exclaimed in amazement, "This is..." In an instant, the sky was covered with radiant peach pink. The Ice Clan below looked up in shock and prostrated. A girl exclaimed, "Tam Bich Tiu, Bei Ying Fen Tong has appeared." Delicate peach petals danced in the wind, creating a magical scene enveloping the space. He was suddenly held in midair, causing extreme confusion. A few seconds later, he regained composure, eyes sharp, staring straight ahead. Facing him was Fen Dong with huge, dazzling butterfly wings. She coldly declared, "Give up. 3 days have already passed." With a detached gaze, Fen Dong spoke with hidden meaning. "You surely understand the consequences of this action." Though expecting to be stopped, he remained tense, biting his lip, secretly amazed by the opponent's terrifying speed. Facing Fei Ying Fen Tong, he heightened vigilance, telling himself that now even a single step toward the eastern border was impossible. Fen Dong coldly commanded, "Return the item of Bing Hu, then follow me for interrogation and punishment. This way I can spare your lives." In response to the warning, He silently stared straight ahead without replying. A strong voice sounded, warning Fei Yingfen Tong not a chance. He startled, turning. Even Fen Dong showed astonishment. Immediately, spiritual flames gathered around, swirling into a circle blocking his path. Huang Wang appeared, eyes cold, voice firm. Even if I fall here, I will not turn back. The rabbit palace is about to be unsealed. I must destroy it with my own hands. Fen Dong frowned slightly. She lowered her voice persuasively. If it were you, you would understand me. Before Huang Wang could finish, Fen Dong closed her eyes, analyzing. Fire Huang, are you still stubborn? Bing who participating in the moon god ceremony is not for revenge. Just wait for the ritual to end and all will be settled. Huang Wang fell silent, eyes pensive and hesitant. Fen Dong stated firmly, your eastern border will defeat Phi Tho Palace and 10 Moon Feast, then all will conclude. She clasped Huang Wang's hand, voice deep but full of determination. Fen Dong seriously warned, until that time, I absolutely will not allow you to put yourself in danger. In her anger, she pressed with questions, if you can't even win, how can you go to the Phoenix Fox Palace and face Bai Yuetang? Huang Wang awkwardly replied, it seems I have started to waver. Unable to hold it in any longer, Su Liang pushed Fen Dong's hand away, shouting loudly, enough. He directly refuted, defeating the Phoenix Fox Palace is the matter of our Moonlight sect. Outsiders from the eastern region should not interfere. Su Liang continued, I don't know what happened between the two of you, but, looking directly at Fen Dong, he warned without compromise, go back where you came from. If not, the consequences will be unpredictable. Hearing this, Huang Wang exclaimed in shock, you. Fen Dong ground her teeth, trembling with anger, you dare. Her face turned pale with anger, still unwilling to yield, sarcastically stating that he was just a mere believer. Fen Dong continued confidently, after the Moonlight sect faded, only a small miracle remained during the 12 full moon nights. The Moonlight source is exhausted. The moon god's ceremony this time may be the last joy for you. After speaking, she angrily pointed at Su Liang's face, shouting loudly, how dare you speak such arrogant words in broad daylight. Suddenly Fen Dong froze, her face showing an unusual look of confusion. She slowly turned toward the light, her face vague, muttering, what is going on? Fen Dong stared at the distant horizon with a bewildered expression. In the space, the system simultaneously issued notifications about the data chain. 10 seconds ago, still fast asleep, the jade-tail fox suddenly opened its eyes wide. Su Liang murmured in a deep voice, the moon. In his Duan Yue eyes, the image of the bright full moon began to appear. As soon as he finished speaking, in the midst of swirling black clouds, the moon slowly revealed itself, its light spreading across the sky. At the same time, on the northern border coastline, the full moon had risen high, its shimmering light reflected on the clear water. In the center of Jiu Gu, Elder Xing Mei Yue gazed at the sky in astonishment, exclaiming, I say. She looked in confusion at the person kneeling behind and asked, what are you doing? That person was the Moonlight Goddess, the Moon Guang Long at the supreme level. Hearing the question, she looked up in confusion, unsure how to respond. Yue Zhai recalled the life and death battle earlier, trembling as she explained. During the battle, when I activated the skill, I had already been defeated. Though she had just resurrected, she was still panicked and extremely nervous. Crying uncontrollably while recounting, she had inadvertently activated the skill once more. Mei Yue had no time for reproach, helplessly saying that with the supreme level, the full moon simulation could only last up to 5 minutes. The moonlight shone on the sea, both stood in silence, sensing an uneasy premonition, hoping no major event would occur. Back at Fen Dong's side, she stood frozen, astonished at the sudden appearance of the full moon, unable to believe her eyes. Su Liang lowered his head, thinking briefly, realizing that perhaps everything was related to. The image of the jade-tail fox appeared in his mind. Although the full moon simulation wouldn't affect the Emperor level, there were only a few seconds left before Huang Wang would be recalled. Huang Wang stood silently beside him in this critical situation, while Su Liang placed all his hopes on the jade-tail fox. Seeing the jade-tail fox appear, Fen Dong immediately burst into laughter. She covered her mouth and sneered, her voice full of contempt, just a mid-level jade-tail fox. Receiving no response, Fen Dong became even more pleased, continuing to mock Yue Zhai Wang. Is this the power that gives you such confidence? She pointed at the moon, coldly stating that the full moon simulation from the supreme level only lasted 5 minutes and could not change the outcome of the battle. Su Liang kept his eyes closed, remaining silent without refuting. He ignored all the mockery, turning around to focus all his attention on his loyal beast. Su Liang calmly asked, when we were at the first star level before, you never used your full strength, right? He continued, his voice deeper, I understand that the limits of the crescent moon body have already surpassed that level. Yu Fei too silently listened. Immediately after, Su Liang pointed toward Fen Dong, sternly commanding, "Do you see that emperor in 10 seconds surpass her?" Without hesitation, he summoned Hu Zhongyue, who immediately appeared upon receiving the order. In an instant, a series of ore veins appeared before Yu Fei too. Seeing this, Huang Wang couldn't help but widen her eyes, thinking to herself, this must be the resource they rely on. The jade-tail fox immediately extended its hand, tightly gripping a block of ore vein. Continuously stuffed it into its mouth, chewing it vigorously without hesitation. Fen Dong stood frozen, her face blank as if there was a system error, her mind filled with question marks. It devoured the ore veins endlessly, the sound of chewing rapid, the command ringing in its ears, causing it to become even more frenzied. Its eyes reddening, "You are my trump card," quickly becomes stronger, transformed. Su Liang shouted loudly, "Meet my expectations immediately." The jade-tail fox kept swallowing without any sign of stopping. Su Liang silently observed that chaotic state, feeling a hint of regret. The contract with Fen Zhongyue and Yan Yue was different. The first star level had restricted it too much. He pondered, his face tense, having just reached the 6th star. Could the full moon night bring him closer to the 7th star to defeat the emperor? Seeing the two girls still hesitating, torn with inner conflict, Su Liang guessed the reason. Fen Dong was still attached to old feelings, hence she had not made a move. In this urgent situation, he was worried. Huang Wang was about to disappear. At that point, the chance of death was very high. Huang Wang's gaze carried some sadness, her voice full of doubt. "It's the full moon. Why is it still now? Could it be the guidance of the moonlight?" He sank into memories, wondering if Shui Lion Tian had foreseen this day. It wasn't luck or strength, but an inevitability from birth, for I believe a miracle will come. The full moon hung high, growing brighter, but still gave no answers. With questions in her mind, Huang Wang asked Su Liang, "Why did you refuse the invitation of the crown princess before?" He casually replied, "Nothing special. He considered our team as trash. So I refuted him. My fox is not defective. Didn't you all say the crescent moon body was useless before?" The jade-tail fox was still focused on chewing the ore veins, not paying attention to its surrounding. Mentioning the goal, his voice became firm. "One day I will crush the Phoenix Fox Palace and the 10 Crescent Beast under my feet." Feeling the determination, Huang Wang was stunned. As if understanding, she nodded slightly, slowly saying, "That's right, you're not wrong." She clenched her hand, trembling, firmly stating that the crescent moon body is not a waste. She shouted, as if releasing something, "The crescent moon body of the Aquarius Palace is definitely not useless." The words that seemed to be buried now rang out clearly, surprising Su Liang. Regaining composure, he hurriedly asked, "Wait, what did you just say?" An image appeared in his mind, causing him to become excited. One of the 7 miracles, the bearer of Aquarius, also possessing the crescent moon body. Su Liang suddenly understood. So this was the reason why the Phoenix Fox Palace could defeat Aquarius. Finally, the answer appeared. Because it was not the full moon night, the crescent moon body could not unleash its power. Huang Wang lowered her head, murmuring, "That's right, on the full moon night, Shui Lion Tian will not lose. I've always believed that." She blamed herself, "Only I cannot defeat the Sun faction, so weak and powerless." After a moment, she gathered her courage to ask Su Liang if one day I can face them. Before she could finish, he immediately agreed, showing absolute trust. Receiving the answer, she smiled faintly, feeling the trust clearly. Then she stepped forward, spreading her arms to embrace him as a thank you. He didn't react, only standing still, as her form gradually dissolved under the moonlight. Su Liang watched as everything happened so quickly, catching him by surprise. Fen Dong was furious, grinding her teeth and shouting, "Hua Huang, are you still so stubborn?" Saying that, she immediately gathered her energy, and her wings spread wide. While still embracing, Huang Wang whispered, "Before the battle, Shui Lion Tian had separated the life force from the crystal core." Su Liang widened his eyes, his mind racing. "What?" She continued to whisper, "If the crystal core is condensed, the entire essence of the crescent moon body could be." Before she could finish, the decisive moment arrived. Huang Wang vanished, leaving Su Liang stunned. Quickly regained his composure, thinking, "She vanished. I return to the 5th star. If I die, she will also suffer heavy damage." After piecing things together, Su Liang guessed this was the reason Fen Dong hesitated. Seeing her hesitant face, he told himself, "This hesitation is enough." Without hesitation, he shouted loudly, "Hu Zhongyue." Immediately, a massive ore vein formed, the spiritual energy surging. At this moment, Fen Dong's eyes flickered with astonishment. Su Liang smiled triumphantly, realizing this was what Hua Huang Wang had once held, belonging to the throne of Aquarius. Among the ore veins, the throne stood out, embedded with a purple gem, which was the life crystal core. Purple gem bore the Aquarius seal, emitting an ancient mysterious aura. He called loudly Yu Fei too. Upon hearing his call, it immediately turned its head. Understanding his intent, it used its long hands to lift the throne. Then it tilted its head back, shoving it straight into its mouth. After that, it chewed it happily. Ben Dong panicked and shouted, "What are you doing? Stop immediately." Su Liang coldly laughed, replying smugly, "Stop. How could I? This is." He growled, "This is the miracle created by the crescent moon body." Jade Tail Fox began to transform, its whole body radiating strange spiritual energy. Witnessing this, Fen Dong was terrified and stepped back. She was curious, wondering what its new form would look like. Even Su Liang couldn't predict, so he immediately summoned a defense. The massive silhouette of Yu Fei Tu appeared, faintly resembling a divine beast. Yue Zhai Wang appeared, announcing a high level. Then came a new announcement: Moon Guanglong, Supreme Level, Aquarius Moon Jade Triton. Su Liang was stunned, achieving the Supreme Level in such a short time. But the next announcement lowered the level: Yu Fei Tu, Intermediate Level. It dropped even further: Moon Guanglong, Low Level. The notification board was chaotic, the letters changing continuously. He was confused, not understanding what was going on. Is it out of control? When the smoke cleared, its new form was revealed. Su Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. Fen Dong couldn't hide her disbelief either. In the blink of an eye, it reverted to a lower level, named Moonlight Fox. It stood there under the gaze of both. At this moment, she was utterly shocked, her words halting as she uttered the two words evolution failed. The woman clenched her fists, angrily reproaching, truly disappointing, Fire Huang, you have lost miserably. Fen Dong pointed directly at Su Liang, scolding him relentlessly, saying the Bao Bing Palace throne should not be given to a human like him. Despite the direct criticism, he remained silent, not reacting. Su Liang's eyes widened, terror rising to make him forget to blink. Seeing that frozen expression, Fen Dong sneered and asked, "Evolution failed, so you're worried about keeping your life, right?" Suddenly Su Liang smiled mysteriously, softly repeating the word failure. Immediately after, before Fen Dong's scornful gaze, he declared firmly, "No, this is true perfect evolution." A notification panel appeared with information. Low-level Moon Guanglong, Yu Fei Tu, and Gok Kayat Khan, Qit and Gayat Physique. Su Liang carefully watched the moon record reading the content, then said, "Thank you Fire Huang Wang, according to the contract soon." His gaze full of confidence as he slowly declared, "On the full moon night I will appear before them." Then Su Liang turned to warn Fen Dong, "I advise you not to oppose it." He smiled challengingly, continuing to threaten that if it bore a grudge, the undefeated 10,000-year legend of Tam Bich Tiu would end. Hearing this, Fen Dong suspiciously looked at Yu Fei too, thinking a low-level being could bear a grudge. The adorable face of the pet made her more cautious, wondering if this was true strength or just a trick. Su Liang spoke, "Today I do not wish to make a big deal, I will spare you. Later I will personally take the final piece from Bang Hao." Saying this, he turned his back, called Yu Fei Tu and left, leaving Fen Dong behind. Scornful words enraged Fen Dong. She gritted her teeth and asked, "What did you say?" Immediately after, she spread her massive wing. An overwhelming aura instantly radiated. The butterfly wings slowly closed. Surging power shook the land and sky, scattering debris everywhere. As the wings nearly closed, the only gap remaining was where Su Liang and Yu Fei Tu stood. Suddenly, the wings stopped midair, as if blocked by an invisible force. Fen Dong was stunned, shouting, "What is this?" Seeing the wings held tightly, unable to close, she wondered where this power came from. Her face darkened, thinking it might be the Moon Pool King. But seeing Su Liang remain calm, she immediately dismissed that thought. At that moment, a white orb appeared between the wings, radiating brilliant light. Dazzling light prevented Fen Dong from opening her eyes. The orb, created by Yu Fei Tu's skill, stood at the center, blocking Fen Dong's technique. Su Liang looked solemnly at the little rabbit hovering in midair. Yue Zhai Wang explained that this was the power of the Bao Bing Palace Protector, capable of forming a full moon night at any time with a 30-day cooldown. Reading this, Su Liang thought, even if he did not understand why the moonlight power still worked after being destroyed, this evolution inherited old traits and generated new power, truly a perfect rebirth. Watching Fen Dong's wings return to normal, he exhaled, confident this time he could easily leave the eastern region. Fen Dong remained terrified, continuously wondering why this had happened. Suddenly, a dazzling light from above shone on Yu Fei Tu's head. The image of the Aquarius constellation gradually appeared above it. Fen Dong was so shocked she froze, unable to speak. Yu Fei Tu waved her tiny hand, bidding farewell to Zio, who died. Powerful auras swept past as he continued waving. Fen Dong replied, "Hoping you won't disappear too soon." Yu Fei Tu smiled brightly and quickly responded, "Same to you." Immediately after, a violent explosion erupted, shaking the space as if torn apart. Rocks and earth were thrown into the air, scattering in all directions. The shockwave spread across the sea, raising huge waves continuously. In a deserted part of the ocean, a massive water crater appeared. On the shore, Ting Mei Yue looked at the sky and murmured, "5 minutes are almost up. The full moon is nearly gone." An Yue immediately jumped up, joyfully asking, "Really?" She observed happily and announced, "Then we are about to return." Suddenly, on the full moon appeared giant butterfly wings flapping vigorously. Dan Yue froze for a few seconds, then asked, "What is that?" Immediately after, a sharp beam of light swept across the giant butterfly wing. An Yue fell in panic, while Mei Yue stood frozen in shock. Across the eastern region mountains, a massive beam of light swept through, energy exploding violently. Beam stopped at the base of a large mountain, creating a strong shockwave. When the dust cleared, a gigantic crater appeared at the foot of the mountain. In the sky, Emperor Lei dashed forward like the wind, loudly calling Master Fen Dong. Fen Dong sat amidst the devastation, calmly muttering, 10,000 years have passed, and finally I feel such intense pain again." She looked up at the sky, assessing that the opponent had not used full strength. Lying on the ground, she spoke, confusing Emperor Lei. "No, the artificial moon is utterly useless." Then she slowly stood up, continuing that if that is the case. Gliding past Emperor Lei, she resolutely declared, "Next time we meet, the victor will be determined." Watching Fen Dong depart, Emperor Lei stared in shock. The blood on the wings shocked him further when he realized the undefeated master of 10,000 years had been seriously injured. Switching scene to another sea, a strange figure appeared in the sky, causing ripples on the water. Nearby was the southern region, with countless high-rise buildings interspersed with greenery. The peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a massive explosion like a meteor strike. People on the streets staggered from the tremors. Beneath the roots of a giant ancient tree in the southern region, Su Liang sat amidst the lingering dust. He held Yu Fei too tightly, painfully thinking that Dan Yue's full moon night had ended, and Hu Zhang Yue had also reached his limit. Looking at the sleeping rabbit's face, he marveled that after evolution it could contend with Fen Dong, even if the full moon night was only an illusion. Su Liang's gaze was resolute, determined that next time he would exert full strength to decide victory with Tam Bich Tiu. At that moment, a pair of long, slender legs approached. The person greeted, surprising Su Liang. It had been a long time. It turned out to be Kang Yue Dai Dai. She looked cheerfully at him. Su Liang thought the welcome this time was truly grand. Soon after, she led him on a tour of the southern region, starting from the inner area of Shang Yue Holy Sanctuary. A magnificent scene unfolded with skyscrapers, surrounded by countless exotic plants. While Su Liang was still astonished, Shang Yue introduced that this was his first time in the southern region, a world covered by gigantic plants. She lifted her head high with pride, continuing to introduce Vidao Yuan as one of the 7 outstanding wonders here, famed for its botanical sanctuary spread across the archipelago. Countless giant plants served as homes for powerful beasts, including creatures of supreme and emperor ranks. He turned to Su Liang, still astonished, and excitedly explained that the number of visitors in the southern region was many times greater than the combined total of the central, western, and northern regions. Truly magnificent. His gaze remained fixed on the majestic scene ahead, and he blurted out in amazement, "Unbelievable." Two continued strolling through the southern region, Su Liang thinking silently that despite the 3-year pact, they did not seem entirely in sync. Curious glances from those around made him even more flustered. Walking together like this still felt hard to believe. After walking some distance, Shang Yue spoke up, remarking that such an opportunity was indeed rare. She looked directly at the bewildered Su Liang and delivered the shocking news that Yue Zhai Wang and the western region twins, Yue Xing, had simultaneously appeared in the southern region. Hearing this, he froze and asked again, "Wait, you mean the western region twins are here as well?" His mind quickly connected to information he had heard about famous swords and their masters in different regions. From that, he was certain that the blade of the supreme Xuan Yue Frost Flower was in Yue Xing's hand. Shang Yue then explained that with the full moon approaching, the beasts of Yue Guanglong were preparing to ascend, and Yue Xing too, surely he didn't know. Hearing this, Su Liang looked puzzled, muttering the words ascend. He immediately became alert, thinking she had no idea that Fei Ying Fen Tong was chasing him here and must be misunderstanding his purpose. Yet Su Liang still had a major question. What exactly did ascending mean? He awkwardly scratched his head, pretending to understand, mumbled, "That's right, ascending," then became flustered and couldn't continue. Seeing his obvious pretense, Shang Yue nearly laughed. She laughed and said that Yue Zhai Wang was busy, so it was understandable not to know the leisure activities in the southern region, but after speaking, Shang Yue quickly stepped forward. She pointed far ahead, excitedly asking him if he wanted to try the experience since they were here. Su Liang scratched his head shyly, hesitating to answer. When led to the place, he gaped in astonishment at the majestic scene before him. In the bustling city rose a colossal pink plant reaching the sky, its branches twisting like silk ribbons. This was the holy sanctuary of the heavenly island circle of the southern region. On each branch were endless stairs, crowded with people striving to conquer them. Su Liang asked in shock if this was ascending, moving even slower than mountain climbing, yet even the 8-star beast tamers participated. Shang Yue explained that this was the entrance to the 10,000 m high heavenly island circle sanctuary, and no one had reached the top to date. Focusing on the spirals before him, Su Liang asked again, really, no one had reached the top. He replied that the highest record was 9,999 m, and ascending became increasingly difficult, so perhaps no one would break it in the future. Those words made Su Liang more perplexed, and he curiously asked why. Shang Yue quickly explained that each meter of height represented recognition from Master Dao Yuan for the creature in the world. When encountering a powerful individual, the aura of Master Dao Yuan would change, increasing pressure and resistance with height. If the challenge was overcome, the conqueror's beast power would be recorded at that position for future generations to admire the peak achievement. She pointed to the junction between the straight trunk and the spiral, noting that below 5,000 m it frequently changed, and above 8,000 m it was nearly impossible to break without sufficient strength. During this, Su Liang felt the heavenly island circle was extraordinarily mysterious. While he was still thinking, Shang Yue suddenly pointed ahead and told him to look. The leaderboard at the foot of the heavenly island circle displayed the impressive records of the top powerhouses. He added that the board only showed the top 9, and those who made the list would be remembered through the ages. Su Liang was surprised to learn that Yue Zhai Wang's predecessor had once ranked 6. He looked at Shang Yue, thinking that the strongest emperor of the era only ranked 8. Shang Yue smiled, explaining that she was satisfied with her current position, as the top 6 were 9-star beast tamers considered semi-divine, while Yue Xing likely came to set a new record. At that moment, a young girl appeared at the foot of the heavenly island circle. Turning to Su Liang, he propped his chin and thought seriously, realizing ascending was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling him, mentioning the unparalleled fame of Princess So Dai Yun when she topped the board. Huang Wang from the space of beast pets continued, recounting that she had been one step from the peak, but no one knew what she had seen. Su Liang reflected on the title Princess So Dai Yun, regarded as the emissary of Yun Wu Si. Huang Wang shook her head, denying it, saying calling her an emissary was an understatement, for she had signed a contract with Emperor Bai Lu, reigning over the world for 10,000 years. Su Liang's gaze followed the heavenly island circle, and Huang Wang advised that if he lacked confidence, it was best not to attempt it. Hearing the mention of revealing one's trump card, Su Liang hesitated, his doubt clear. Suddenly Shang Yue reached out her hand. Su Liang looked at her in surprise. She smiled meaningfully, held his hand firmly, and asked if he wanted to try. Sunset fell, golden light filling the sky, creating a warm and romantic scene. The girl with a solemn expression was Yue Xing, twin of the White Saints' top family of the eastern region. After a period of contemplation, she lifted her head, recalling that her ancestors had once held the 2nd and 3rd positions on the leaderboard. She silently read the leaderboard once more. With a serious tone, she asked if surpassing 9,000 m this time would have her power recognized. Yan Yue of the TR letter 1EA7M tin. Yan Yue stood right beside her. In the dim light, Yan Yue reminded that ascending was extremely difficult, and even current descendants of Liu Xuan had not surpassed 9,000 m. Hearing this, Yue Xing looked displeased, her gaze full of irritation. She resolutely replied that trying would show the result. Facing her determination, Yan Yue could only remain silent. She recalled ascending to 9,966 m with her master, understanding the harshness of surpassing 9,000 m. Watching Yue Xing advance step by step toward the heavenly island circle, she thought each step would face tremendous pressure. At that moment, system notification boards suddenly appeared before everyone. Reading their content, everyone was astonished. The crowd gathered, chattering excitedly, prompting Yue Xing to observe with curiosity. Suddenly, the crowd parted to create a wide path leading directly to the heavenly island circle stairs. Yue Xing watched intently in the direction everyone was looking. Realizing something, her eyes widened in shock. Shang Yue and Su Liang appeared with dignity, 4 young girls around them maintaining order among the crowd. Wei Xing froze as she recognized Kang Yue Dai and her companion. Seeing Su Liang's composed demeanor, she was astonished to realize he was the contemporary Yue Zhai Wang. Yan Yue's image also noticed him. He suddenly realized something unusual about Su Liang. Half a month ago, Yan Yue of TR letter 1E7M Tin had been transported to the eastern region, along with Su Liang. In an instant, she sensed a familiar aura akin to her master from 10,000 years ago. Therefore, she immediately departed to track the source of that aura. In the western region, a great sword suddenly appeared before Yue Xing, astonishing even the 8-star beast tamer. To gain recognition from Yan Yue of TR letter 1EA7M Tin, Yue Xing decided to challenge herself here. Yan Yue continued watching Su Liang, her mind overwhelmed by thoughts of how, in just half a month, his aura had become comparable to the top powerhouses. Questions suddenly arose in her mind. What had he experienced to rise from 1 star to the peak of 5 star? At that moment within Su Liang's pet space, Huang Wang angrily scolded. What vain thoughts are you having? That is the 5-star ascension realm. She stepped closer, her tone harsh. Do not speak of 9,000 meters. Even 8,000 meters is just a distant dream for you. Shang Yue smiled at Su Liang while Huang Wang continued to criticize. Have you considered the consequences of failure? The heavenly island is under the attention of the whole world and the sanctuary. He ground her teeth in anger, her cold gaze fixed on him. The Tai Yin faction will also know your formation and trump card. Why not wait until after breaking through 7 stars before returning? After the rebuke, Su Liang calmly replied, You Huang Wang, I do not have much time left. He looked at the giant heavenly island ahead, speaking slowly. The moon god ceremony has reached this stage. I cannot wait a few months or half a year to stabilize cultivation. His eyes lifted to the ranking board, his voice resolute. If I get the chance, I must act immediately. I want to know what those on the board achieved after ascension. He began muttering the names of each person on the ranking board. Huang Wang gradually calmed, explaining that everything from fate, destiny, experience, insight, fame to divine attention they all achieved. Shang Yue still smiled as Huang Wang's words echoed, whether 10,000, 100,000, or millions of years later. Future generations of beast tamers will look back at their glorious era with admiration and awe. Hearing this, Su Liang spoke gravely. No, you misunderstood. I do not care for illusory glory. I only want to know if the real reward is worth risking everything. Huang Wang was slightly surprised, not yet understanding his intention. Immediately, Su Liang smiled confidently. If I create an unprecedented miracle, how will the world react? Finishing, he summoned hundreds of glowing butterflies flying around him. The butterflies spread toward Shang Yue, while Su Liang thought to himself, a lifetime opportunity comes only once. Glowing butterflies also flew toward Yue Xing, but what she noticed was his words. Su Liang raised his head, declaring firmly, I must reach the peak of ascension. Huang Wang still objected, that is impossible. Even 9-star demigods have never attempted ascension at 5 stars, let alone the peak. Yue Xing quietly said to Yan Yue, coincidentally, Yue Zhai Wang's previous master had also appeared. She opened her eyes slightly, curious as she looked at Yue Xing. Shortly after, Yue Xing resolutely declared, let all of the southern domain witness who truly deserves you in this era. As time passed, dusk gave way to a bright full moon. Reporters all filmed at the base of Heavenly Island. Crowds gathered densely. The MC appeared with a microphone, excitedly announcing, Though is present at the Ascension event watched by the whole world. Su Liang and Yue Xing stood on either side of the stairs, looking straight at each other. Who is the strongest beast tamer of the era? The camera shifted to Shang Yue. Views surpassed 1 million, many believing someone would break Kang Yue Dai's record. Su Liang and Yue Xing stared at each other, their eyes burning with the will to win. Huang Wang anxiously asked one last time, Do you really want ascension? Su Liang firmly replied, I believe I can conquer this challenge. There seems to be something waiting for me at the peak. I have a strong premonition that I will surpass all, and it is more than just a premonition. Su Liang said decisively, as soon as I saw that list, I knew I had to succeed. Huang Wang was surprised by his fierce determination. Finally she sighed, very well, I will create a sensation with you. Inwardly she thought, deep down she too had been anticipating this seemingly impossible miracle. Su Liang stepped onto the first stair. Just one step, he was 1 meter from the starting point. Strange swirling energies appeared on the ground below. He continued advancing, with invisible pressure behind him. Everyone had to step back, a frightened girl said. Luckily Shang Yue Saint Lord set up a protective barrier. Fierce energy surrounded he thought, was this the supreme pressure of a Triton from the start? Nevertheless, he continued to step forward, realizing the huge difference between high-level pets and Triton. Full moon reflected in his eyes. If the challenge were only at high level, anyone could climb easily. On the other side, Yue Xing also advanced step by step with determined eye. After a while, she glanced back to observe her opponent. He was still slowly climbing each step. Yue Xing showed irritation, turned her head, and continued ascending faster. Huang Wang reported, Yue Xing kept turning to look at you. He replied coldly, no need to care, my goal is the summit, not to compete with her. Hearing this, Huang Wang sighed, truly a cold man. At the lower corner of Tian Dao Huan, a voice called out, are we just going to watch Yue Zhai Wang climb? It was Tian-O, ranked 7th, asking what if he surpasses his predecessor. Cold voice answered that is irrelevant. Yue Zhai Wang and Yu Fei too have nothing to do with Tam and Gaiet Thup. The shadow of a rabbit-eared beast appeared, warning that if she were surpassed, it would be her own disgrace. It sneered, if he cannot surpass 8,999 meters, it means he has not mastered his power, then we will act. Tian-O was stunned with astonishment. She bowed her head and replied, yes, my lord. Clenching her trembling fists, she told herself that she had been too ordinary but was chosen by Tam and Gaiet Thup as messenger. She clenched her fists tightly, determined to make her mark in history today. A figure in a black robe with red trim appeared behind Tian-O. He watched the shadow of he climbing step by step. Thinking to himself, the deaths of Thur Hoa Ko, Wu Shang Ming Yi, and Lucan Gaiet Yu Han in the northern domain must be connected to him. He coldly laughed, if he cannot control his power, he will not surpass 8,999 meters, then the miracle ends. He had climbed quite high, the moonlight drawing nearer. At the same time, Yue Xing's steps suddenly paused. She had reached the intersection near 3,000 meters. Enormous pressure descended. She had to raise her hands to block in front, exclaiming the triton pressure was terrifying. Yue Xing stopped to recover, realizing she was near her limit. She suddenly remembered where had Yue Zhai Wang reached. Inner demons rose, making her shyly look back despite deciding not to, feeling embarrassed. But the angel inside opposed. What if he is faster just by looking once? Two thoughts wrestled fiercely, to look or not to look. Finally the angel won, raising the victory board proudly. Yue Xing slowly turned her head back. She widened her eyes in astonishment. What is happening? He still climbed slowly step by step, reaching only about 1,000 meters. Hello, someone sighed, why so slow? Is Yue Zhai Wang a fake? Another said his expression remains calm. Surely he has his own plan. A girl asked if Yue Xing reaches 8,999 meters first, will he not be recorded? Someone next to her replied, perhaps he has a different plan. At this moment he had reached the intersection point, stopping calmly to wait for something. In the stillness of the summoned beast space, he gently asked Hu Zhongyue if it was finished yet. It turned out that the reason he moved slowly was because, along the way at each level of the moon lake, it lingered, refusing to leave, insisting on absorbing almost all of the pressure before continuing. After absorbing the pressure at the stopping point, it slowly closed its eyes again. Then it slowly opened its mouth and gently uttered two words, evolution. These words left Su Liang astonished. Looking at Hu Zhongyue as it began to unleash its power, he asked in shock, could the moon lake still evolve further? Then thought seriously, a high-tier summoned beast was already difficult to defeat by Yan Yue. If it continued evolving, what level could it reach? His gaze turned to the tree branch that reached high into the sky, silently glad to realize that if it needed to absorb a large amount of moonlight pressure to evolve, then Tian Dao Huan was the ideal training ground. In his pupils the full moon was reflected, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly as he thought that ahead, countless pressures from emperors were waiting. Those below couldn't help but wonder at his smile, constantly asking what was going on, while a woman from the Song Moon sect anxiously shouted, great leader. She covered her eyes with her sweat-soaked hand, trembling as she said, if you fail before Yue Xing, the reputation of the Song Moon sect will suffer greatly. At that moment Bai Si-Fai and Gaiet Bao, who was sitting on the cloud, also noticed Su Liang's ascent. She silently observed without making any comments. Soon after, Yue Xing reached the 5,000-meter mark. She stood proudly with two blades crossing above her head, surrounded by multicolored moons, affirming her identity as a Moonlight System Emperor, Zhou Hua Long Yue. The crowd below was astonished, cheering when they saw Yue Xing reach 5,000 meters with exceptional speed thanks to the Emperor's blessing, while the woman from the Song Moon sect collapsed in despair. After that, all eyes turned to Su Liang. Many speculated that he had only reached 3,000 meters, so it would be difficult for him to reach 7,000 meters before the full moon ended. Su Liang continued moving silently. Even Long thought that with his current speed, it would be difficult for him to surpass his limits tonight. He slightly closed his eyes, as if sensing something. At that moment, a brilliant barrier behind Su Liang slowly expanded, and he calmly thought that while the end of the full moon was the stopping point for others, for him, it was the beginning. A large streak of water began to appear on the surface of the multicolored barrier. As Su Liang reached the 5,500-meter mark, where Hu Zhongyue broke through the giant barrier, transparent water flowed around like soft silk ribbon. Hu Zhongyue had evolved into the Moonlight Emperor system, known as Jinghua Shui Yue, with the battle skill Sync, which increased the shield's capacity and absorbed all fluctuation. When it reached its limit, it would explode, along with the refraction skill that dispersed the attack's power, leaving only a small part of the initial force. This information stunned Su Liang, and he gaped, wondering if he was seeing things. He stood silently, gazing at Jinghua Shui Yue before him, feeling confused as he thought about the figure 180 times and the incredibly hard-to-believe ratio of 1/10. Nevertheless, he continued to move forward, analyzing in his mind that the normal attacks of the supreme level could almost not diminish the strength of this shield. What was even more astonishing was that even future attacks from the Emperor level could be resisted multiple times. Soon after, Su Liang had reached the 5,600-meter mark. He stopped at the next step, silently waiting before turning around to ask if he needed to continue absorbing pressure. Before he could hear an answer, the sight of Jinghua Shui Yue with a bulging belly left him stunned, and he continued to ask more questions. After letting out a loud burp, it gruffly urged Su Liang to move forward quickly. In response to this, he could only stiffen his face and silently sigh at how fast the absorption speed was. At this moment, a girl exclaimed in astonishment that Yue Zhai Wang was slow at 3,000 meters, but by the time she reached nearly 6,000 meters, she moved as fast as lightning. Another person speculated that perhaps Yue Zhai Wang's first summoned beast had appeared, but their cultivation level was not enough to see it. The girl from the Song Moon sect anxiously asked, "The full moon is about to end while Yue Xing has surpassed 8,500 meters. I wonder what Yue Zhai Wang is planning." Soon after, the flag of the Moonlight Emperor system, Platinum Battle Soul, the only weapon of the Bai Sheng clan, flew in the wind. Yue Xing's body was covered in wounds, her blood soaked her clothes, and she was trembling incessantly. She wearily sat down at the intersection of the layers, gripping the flagpole tightly, and resolutely declared that she would not stop. Each heavy step of Yue Xing still persisted, moving forward. She reached the 8,900-meter mark. An immense pressure slammed down onto her body, as if trying to push her back. Despite being exhausted, the woman still clutched the flagpole tightly in her hand. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to call out, "Look carefully, Yan Yue." With her endurance nearly at its limit, Yue Xing crawled up each step, resolutely declaring she would overcome everything. Her hand, covered in injuries, reached forward, her will still firmly asserting that she would become the ruler of the moon god ritual this time. That arm continued to rise slowly, and she silently promised Yan Yue that they would walk together in the future. Finally, the woman's foot firmly landed. Immediately, a notification appeared before everyone's eyes. The ranking was updated, with the 7th position being the Queen of the Three Kings selection, 8.999 m, the 8th position held by Nanyu Kang Yue Dai Dai 8.999 m, and the 9th position by Zai Yusong Zai Yue Xing 8.999 m. Upon reading this announcement, the audience below erupted in cheers. Kang Yue Dai Dai also happily clapped, congratulating her achievement. At this moment, Yue Xing looked up at the high sky, and her body slowly fell from the heavenly island ring. She lay motionless on the large flag. A satisfied smile appeared on her face, and despite her exhaustion, she whispered that she had done it. Being ranked alongside Kang Yue Dai Dai and the Queen of the Three Kings selection, two renowned powerhouses, completed the official 9-position leaderboard. After that, she gently turned her gaze to the side and quietly asked, "How is it?" Yan Yue was silent for a moment, then despondently spoke, saying that she still could not reach the 9,000 m mark. Eyes turned toward Yue Xing, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Yan Yue quietly thought that, being a descendant of Liu Shuan, it was hard to accept that she was only able to reach this level. She then carefully looked away and wondered where Su Liang's stopping point was now. Meanwhile, Su Liang calmly moved forward and had reached the 8,000 m area. He scratched his head and hesitated, saying that from this point onward, it would be the domain of emperor-level superpower houses. Despite the terrifying pressure around him, Su Liang still advanced calmly, aided by the protection of the glass flower moon, which made him almost unaware of the pressure. He frowned slightly when he realized that from 5,500 m to 8,000 m, the evolution level of the glass flower moon had not reached 5%, indicating that this area was unlikely to help it reach the emperor level. Just then, Huang Wang suddenly spoke, praising him, startling him, and commenting that his climbing journey was incredibly light, unlike anything seen before. She sat cross-legged in the space, delightfully stating that the glass flower moon lifeform within his body exuded such ancient energy that even she had never heard of it. Just as she finished speaking, a gruff voice questioned whether she was implying that he was an old man, leaving Huang Wang stunned. The glass flower moon crossed her arms, annoyed, continuing to ask if she considered her a mere antique. Outside, Su Liang was also surprised by this conversation and speculated that after evolving to the supreme level, her ability to express herself had become clearer, though there were still some issues with her perception. At this moment, the jade white fox kept repeating the words "old man," causing the glass flower moon to lose her patience. It rolled around in the space, grumbling those words in frustration. Unable to tolerate the teasing, the glass flower moon pointed at the jade white fox and loudly retorted that she was the old one. Su Liang could only sigh, quickly speaking up and requesting that both stop arguing. Below, two women were astonished and discussing it, with the short-haired girl exclaiming that Yue Zhai Wang had passed 8,000 m without stopping, while the ponytailed girl speculated that he might be heading toward the 9,000 m mark. However, another woman thought it unlikely, as the full moon was about to end, and when that moment passed, the moonlight system would lose its inherent advantage. Silent, Cheng Yue looked up at the bright full moon shining brilliantly. A look of unease appeared on her face, silently agreeing with the previous opinion. She understood that no matter how mysterious the moonlight system life forms were, they could not hide when the full moon gradually faded. When daybreak came, breaking the 9,000 m mark would be nearly impossible, and even maintaining a position above 8,000 m would become incredibly difficult. These doubts made her heart even more troubled, and even she couldn't explain them. Watching Su Liang's calm figure moving forward, Shang Yue quietly wondered what that man was plotting. He lowered his head and waited, now at an altitude of 8,500 meters. A massive storm arose, red air swirling fiercely into a tornado reaching straight to the sky. Ben Dong appeared, spreading butterfly wings and hovering above to look down. As soon as he saw her, Su Liang immediately recognized her and said, "So the pressure at 8,500 meters is from you." Ben Dong did not answer, her gaze full of irritation. Seeing her silence, Su Liang smirked and continued, "Even your own essence could not defeat me, so this pressure is nothing to flaunt." As soon as he finished, she immediately shrank her form. Zhang Yue suddenly appeared behind Su Liang, opening its mouth to swallow Fen Dong whole. Ate fully satisfied, then belched lightly. Then Zhang Yue vanished into the void, leaving faint traces of air, while Su Liang quickly searched for something. He raised his head to silently watch the full moon above. Moonlight still shone gently on the ground. Suddenly the moonlight vanished, blending into the night. Then a long staircase appeared leading to a strange place. Su Liang observed quietly. Those below looked up, surprised, wondering why Yue Zhai Wang suddenly stopped. A woman spoke, "The full moon is gone, 3 days nearly over. Perhaps Yue Zhai Wang intends to give up." Suddenly a brown-clad woman pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look quickly. Yue Zhai Wang has sat down." Above, Su Liang did not ascend the staircase but sat cross-legged to meditate. Closed his eyes to calculate. Fire Huang Wang, moonlight though, glass flower moon shield. Wait until I break 6 star then proceed. This is not my endpoint. Finishing the thought, the moonlight shone brightly again. After a while, the gray-haired woman said, puzzled, 3 days nearly over. Could he really give up? The person beside her continued, "Is the legend of undefeated Yue Zhai Wang ending this way?" Lam Hoa could not bear it, angrily rushing towards Su Liang, shouting to finish off Yue Zhai Wang. Mo Dong nearby noticed and exclaimed in shock, "Huh, it's you." Lam Hoa quickly executed a technique, her body glowing before disappearing. Immediately, a streak of light like lightning shot into the sky. Elsewhere, the cat-footed net trembled slightly. Wei Xing lay severely wounded on it, groggily opening her eyes. She was startled seeing the scene before her. Seeing the lightning striking the sky, Yue Xing wondered in shock why he appeared here. Lightning struck directly above Su Liang, who sat meditating, yet he remained unscathed. Sitting amid smoke, Su Liang opened one eye, at the same time a laugh echoed. What a pitiful sight. The one who appeared was Van Thatch, moonlight though system, emperor-level moonlight type, arrogantly declaring he would slay Yue Zhai Wang before hundreds of millions. Su Liang quietly looked at the book before him, the system announcing a new pet unlocked and incrementing the entry count. The system panel showed that the high-level emperor was the victor in the previous moon god ceremony. The detailed abilities could not be read by Yue Zhai Wang. He calmly said, "Huan Yue 7-star, though you are weak, at the Tai Yin level you are considered high. Is it too early to admit defeat now?" During this, Van Thatch Thatch gritted his teeth in anger, shouting, "What did you say?" He roared, "I am not an ordinary HUNUA 7-star. I am a subordinate of the Third Moon Lord, not of the same rank as those others." Seeing him shout, Su Liang casually twirled his ear and replied, "Yes, got it." His eyes suddenly turned cold, voice like steel, asking, "Is it just you? There is still a worm sneaking around below." Hearing this, Gao Yun immediately turned around in surprise, asking what. Behind it, a whirlwind rose, forming a circle. A figure in a cloak appeared before him. She threw off the cloak, revealing a jet-black body with strange patterns. It was Zai Ha of Huang Quan Destruction, by Gan Divine Sect, the Fourth Dream. Zai Ha spoke, "If you already know, then those deeds were indeed done by you, Moon King." As she spoke, she advanced toward Su Liang, asserting, "I am here." Before she finished, Gao Yun angrily shouted, "Get lost, do not steal my prey." Suddenly a vast space opened, flashing terrifying purple lightning. Observing behind Shang Yue, people anxiously asked whether to intervene. If Yue Zhai Wang had trouble, the southern domain would be in danger. Shang Yue looked forward, not answering immediately. She closed her eyes, thinking for a few seconds. Finally, she said to wait and see. He has not called for help, so he is still in control. Above Su Liang, purple lightning continuously flashed. Shang Yue thought to herself, perhaps his slow start was to lure the opponent out, not to ascend the heavenly ladder. Zioha gradually emerged through the mist. She said coldly, "The full moon has set, whether Yue Zhai Wang or you, the outcome will be the same. My patience has limits." Hearing the arrogant words, Gao Yun glared at Zioha with murderous intent. Suddenly Su Liang laughed. His laughter was loud enough to confuse the other two. Both were surprised by Su Liang's unusual reaction. He propped himself up, sneering, "You two ants dare to contest the right to fight me." In an instant, the smile vanished from his lips. Face filled with killing intent, he shouted coldly, "In 10 seconds, be gone from my sight." Gao Yun and Zioha froze, staring at Su Liang. Zioha gritted her teeth angrily, asking again, "What did you just say?" Gao Yun also shouted furiously, "How dare you?" He immediately cast Cloud Star, countless bolts of lightning striking from above. Lightning crashed down where Su Liang sat, his figure glowing at the center of the attack. People below panicked at the thunderous strikes. Observers sweating thought if this hit the ground, half the southern domain would face disaster. Through the smoke, Yue Zhai Wang's figure gradually became clear. He stepped forward, body untouched, completely unaffected by Gao Yun's attack. Seeing this, Gao Yun shouted in horror, "How is this possible?" Above Su Liang, the system showed Qin Hoa Thai and Gaiet shield still at 95%. He smiled, reminding them, "You only have a few seconds left." Gao Yun choked on his words, angrily growling, "You." Zioha behind also shocked and furious, unable to understand how a human could withstand an emperor's strike. She rushed forward, suggesting to join forces with Gao Yun. There was no time to delay. If the Moon Sect came to rescue, all effort would be wasted. Gao Yun showed contempt, replying coldly, "I told you to get lost. Did you not understand?" Van Thatch spoke while pointing toward Su Liang sitting there, asserting that a moonlight beast tamer who had advanced this far could not retreat. Elsewhere, Bai Si quietly used a magical orb to monitor Su Liang's entire battle. Van Thatch smiled coldly, saying that if he stopped at 8,500 meters and was rescued in humiliation, that scene would be more entertaining than killing him immediately. Hearing this, Zioha silently agreed. If Yue Zhai Wang retreated now, the outcome would be little better than death. He quietly watched Su Liang and lowered her head, certain he would fight to the end. The previous attack seemed to have brought him closer to the Six Lai realm, with only a small step remaining. Just a few more strikes would suffice, he thought, and looked directly at his opponent. Su Liang calmly reminded, 3 seconds remaining. During this, both widened their eyes, feeling both anxious and angry. At this time, the moon had gradually hidden behind the high mountains. Night sky lightened, signaling the approach of dawn. The crowd below looked up in astonishment, some shouting that the sun had risen. Moonlight remained cold and composed, hearing a comment that 8,500 meters might be Yue Zhai Wang's limit. Zhang Yue maintained an expressionless face, listening to the cheers for the final battle under the moon. Turning back to Su Liang, he continued to warn, 2 seconds remaining. Van Thatch could wait no longer, his eyes wide with tension. He gritted his teeth and unleashed the super-level Fen Star technique, summoning rolling black clouds. Zioha patiently awaited her opportunity. Red eyes reflected intense swirling energy. Above, black clouds formed a massive vortex covering Su Liang below. Those below were terrified by the spreading lightning, covering their heads to shield themselves. As Van Thatch's attack subsided, Su Liang's figure gradually emerged from the smoke. Van Thatch and Zioha were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The system panel displayed glass flower moon shield still at 93.6%. Su Liang wondered in amazement why two emperor-level experts combined had only reduced less than 2% of his defense. The black smoke gradually dissipated completely. He widened his eyes in surprise at the sight ahead. Yan Yue suddenly appeared, intercepting the attack with her weapon, and Su Liang called her name in astonishment. Yue Xing from afar could hardly believe her eyes, exclaiming in fear. She wiped the sweat from her brow, puzzled why Yan Yue had chosen him over her. Yan Yue turned to ask Su Liang if he was in trouble. Su Liang asked in surprise why she was here. She exhaled lightly, explaining that sensing a familiar aura drew her to see the successor of her former master. Hearing this, Su Liang understood and looked upward. His gaze rested on Yue Xing sitting above. He asked meaningfully, while she replied that she would reclaim what did not belong to the other. In Su Liang's mind, a speculation about the soul blade of Upper Yan Yue flickered. He smiled, propping himself up to say her appearance was perfectly timed. Su Liang extended his hand, inviting, "Let us conquer the peak together." Yan Yue appeared surprised by the invitation. Yue Xing exclaimed in shock, unable to believe what she just heard. Van Thatch laughed mockingly, taunting that even a half-god of the ancients had failed, so how could he succeed? Su Liang ignored him, continuing to read the system panel. Van Thatch sneered, thinking a small 5-star beast tamer could not surpass that limit. Suddenly he froze, eyes wide in astonishment. Yan Yue accepted the invitation, placing her hand on Su Liang's. Brilliant light immediately flared, enveloping the two. Su Liang held Yan Yue, both staring coldly at their opponent. Energy connecting them created a strong wind radiating outward. Above, a black jade orb appeared, radiating mystical light. Yan Yue reached out to catch the orb, looking puzzled. She exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting he could obtain the blade core from the eastern region. Su Liang smiled, saying it was merely a prearranged gift. Yue Xing murmured in shock, seeing Yan Yue siding with Yue Zhai Wang. Van Thatch and Xiao Ha realized the truth, shouting that the two had formed a contract. Su Liang confidently told Yan Yue that after conquering the peak, he would defeat Yue Xing. He walked past Van Thatch and Xiao Ha unhurriedly, declaring he would reclaim the locking blade in the eastern region. Both stood frozen, watching them depart. Liang's decisive action stunned Van Thatch. He broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe what had just happened. As the two continued to ascend, Van Thatch grew more anxious, for even with the moon gone, Yue Zhai Wang's power remained undiminished. Soon, they reached a height of 8,999 meters. Yue Xing stood dumbfounded, stammering, 8,999 meters. She recalled memories, this place being the territory of the Supreme Emperor. The aura of Jing Hong had nearly taken her life here. Yet Su Liang stepped lightly, as if unburdened by pressure. He looked upward, wondering if he could reach the 9,000-meter mark. Suddenly, Su Liang felt a strange pressure, causing him to hesitate. The system panel displayed that the glass flower moon shield was at 60%. Sweat rolled down Su Liang's brow as he realized even a glance of the pressure could sharply reduce his defense. From behind, Xiao Ha and Van Thatch simultaneously lunged to attack. A cold voice echoed, stating Yue Zhai Wang's journey had ended. Van Thatch threw a punch, declaring he had held back because of the moonlight alignment. Xiao Ha continued, the full moon had set, and the final light disappeared. Both affirmed that although he had created feats under the moon, by day he was only an ordinary beast tamer. Those below watched every development above attentively. Moonlight glanced in one direction, and noticed Kang Yue Dai preparing to intervene. Zhang Yue held an umbrella, eyes cold and ready to act at any moment. Bai Si was also prepared to provide support if necessary. Su Liang remained firm on the steps, calmly calculating his next move. He bowed his head and let out a hoarse laugh, his voice full of sarcasm. Full moon day and night, that faint, artificial moonlight just now is also called a full moon. If that is all, it is no different from ordinary daylight. Xiao Ha and Yunshi froze, their eyes wide in astonishment. The crowd below was also stunned, listening intently to Su Liang's explanation. Ultimately, from the start you were wrong, from thought, concept to perception, all fundamentally flawed. Spectators gaped, and he asked as if awakening everyone, why cannot the moon rise again after setting? Why cannot a full moon be restored once lost? Zhang Yue listened in shock to every word. What if I intentionally let the moon rise again? Bai Si, ready to act, also stopped midair, listening carefully. What if the full moon is forcibly recreated? A sneer curled at his lips as he said, the little ants before me only know to jump and scream meaninglessly. Su Liang shouted, his eyes full of ridicule, looking down. Open your eyes and behold the true moon from 10,000 years ago. Suddenly, countless golden butterflies appeared, flying around him. Zhang Yue immediately recognized, lowering the umbrella in her hand slightly. In an instant, the sky darkened, the air grew heavy, and a cold chill spread. People below cried out in alarm, "What is happening? Why has the sky suddenly darkened?" A giant moon appeared behind the sun. Shouts of astonishment rang out, "What is that?" Brilliant moonlight shone, and the tide rapidly rose. The light illuminated Shang Yue's face. She was stunned to realize it was the moon from 10,000 years ago. Constellation Aquarius appeared on the moon. Shang Yue shouted, "That is the moonlight power of the Aquarius Palace." One of the seven wonders, the Aquarius Palace, had been recreated. Su Liang stood near the moon, seeing the moment was ripe, and said, "Very well, we can begin." He emphasized truly to ascend to the peak. He turned his back and left, leaving only the instruction, "Do not let them disturb me." Guang Tho appeared, adorably blocking the stairway. Yunxi and Zio Ha were so astonished they gaped. Guang Tho smiled cutely, raising its soft arm. It flew into the air, its whole body emitting dazzling light. Spirals of blue energy swirled around Guang Tho's body. In an instant, it transformed into human form. Jade-green eyes slowly opened. A flowing white dress with a soft fluffy tail. Two long rabbit ears like lightning atop white hair. Guang Tho became a cute young maiden in a bold short dress, her cold gaze looking upward. She raised her delicate hand to observe. Her jade-green eyes slowly turned this way. Yunxi and Zio Ha stood frozen, staring at her like an unimaginable creature. The woman below shouted, "What is happening? Just meeting her has scared an emperor to flee." Shang Yue was extremely astonished, thinking this was a pet transformed into human. Looking at Guang Tho's form, she wondered what realm it had reached. At the edge of the southern domain, a black streak passed through the sky, snow-covered ground churned. It was Zio Ha dashing at supersonic speed, his red eyes spiraling. Shang Yue glanced over, marveling that in just a few seconds he had reached the southern domain's edge. She looked again at Guang Tho, thinking that to make a high-level emperor so fearful, what exactly is this humanoid being? Guang Tho spread her hand like snow, catching the golden butterflies. Then she gently clenched, crushing them in her palm. A golden light flashed from her hand like the edge of a sword. She gained momentum and raised her arm high. Then she threw the light forcefully. It shot into the sky at terrifying speed. The immense power created a whirlwind, tossing people and uprooting trees. Golden beam pierced through the southern region's edge. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Zio Ha, making her turn back in fear. Light passed through her body, hitting the center precisely. A violent explosion rang out, shaking the entire sky. The strong aftershock disintegrated Zio Ha, leaving only scattered traces on the ground. Guang Tu stood on the steps, remaining silent. Witnessing this, Su Liang thought in amazement that this was indeed the perfect crescent moon form that Huo Huang Wang had mentioned. Abandoning moonlight to achieve the fullness of full moon, the ultimate evolutionary form. After dealing with the target, Guang Tu turned to look at the next one. Yunxi stood on the opposite tree, eyes wide, not daring to make a sound. Fear made him break into a cold sweat, and at this moment he understood a truth. Yunxi trembled, realizing that if he moved, thinking so he was about to speak, could it be? Guang Tu's figure instantly vanished under the moonlight. Just seconds later, she appeared before Yunxi with a fist descending. Facing the strike, Yunxi despairingly thought he could not escape. At that moment, a golden beam from afar shot through, sweeping Yunxi away in an instant. The beam continued straight into the sky, causing black clouds to swirl violently. Its power was enough to pierce the city's barrier. People below panicked and shouted. Yunxi's silhouette appeared on the barrier. Someone cried, "He's about to fall." Shang Yue frowned, realizing the opportunity had arrived. He kicked off and soared into the air, quickly rushing to the position where the barrier was pierced. Shang Yue raised her hand, releasing a powerful energy. The force shattered the barrier like glass, fragments falling thickly. She tried with all her strength to stop Guang Tu's golden beam, but the power was too great, making Shang Yue grit her teeth to resist with difficulty. Finally, the energy in her hand dissipated. The golden beam continued onward. A crescent-shaped blue moon streaked across Shang Yue's cheek, leaving a long wound. Golden beam shot straight down toward the crowd below. Shang Yue turned in panic, shouting, "Master Dao Yuan." The people below closed their eyes in despair, waiting. Suddenly, the golden beam changed direction, passing by them without causing harm. It plunged into the nearby forest, causing a massive explosion. The girls stared at each other, asking what had just happened. Guang Tu glanced down below with cold eyes. Shang Yue hovered in midair, her face showing clear astonishment. Even as a petal lightly fell, she remained motionless with an unchanged expression. Huang Tao silently observed, without uttering a word. Then it turned and left immediately, not attacking anyone further. Returning to Su Liang, he turned his back and praised, "Well done." Holding Yan Yue's weapon, Su Liang continued, as if everything had been fully prepared. He quickly stepped onto the front steps. The three ascended to the higher floor together. Su Liang's eyes gleamed red as he commanded, Move, Hua Huang Wang. A small spark flared above his head. Fire swirled, and he emphasized that this is our era. At the northern edge, the magic orb no longer displayed any additional images. Issy was utterly shocked, her mouth agape in amazement. She exclaimed in surprise that Huang Wang's heart of fire still existed, and wondered about the true power of the Aquarius Palace. Originally, Yue Zhai Wang was sent to the eastern domain, solely because of the mineral veins there. Watching Su Liang's figure, she wondered what the vassal king had done in the eastern domain. Footsteps lightly touched the highest area. Suddenly, a system panel appeared, radiating brilliant light around it. It displayed the rank: Yun Wu Hai So Dai Yun Princess 9999 M, Western Domain So Dai Lion Ren 9998 M, Anonymous Liu Xiu Xuan 9966 M, Anonymous Tian Nu 9422 M, and Eastern Domain So Dai Bing Fei 9361 M. Su Liang had just reached 9996 M in height. A terrifying force immediately erupted around him. He used Yan Yue's weapon to form a barrier for defense. However, the effort failed as the barrier was broken in an instant. Su Liang was pushed back a few meters and let out a low, cold snort. Above his head, a streak of red flame ignited again. The fire swirled and shot flames forward. A fireball exploded, leaving sparks scattered in the air. Su Liang gritted his teeth, gripping his weapon to withstand the pressure. Tremendous force sent him sliding, leaving streaks of light on the ground and tossing up stone. Su Liang's heels reached the edge of the area and finally stopped. Ground showed deep friction marks, evidence of a fierce resistance against that force. His eyes rested on the system display. Rank 7 Yue Zhai Wang 9000 M, Rank 8 Tam Wang Xuan O Wang Mu 9998 M, and Rank 9 Southern Domain Kang Yue Dai Dai 9998 M. The crowd below was astonished, some exclaiming that Yue Zhai Wang had entered the domain of a master, while a fanatical woman declared she wished to join the Twin Moon sect and pledge absolute loyalty. Yue Xing sat on the ground, unable to believe her eyes, as someone shouted that Yue Zhai Wang had never considered her a rival from the start. Once no longer pushed back, Su Liang stood still for a few seconds. He felt something strange and wondered if it was truly over. Su Liang flexed his shoulders, thinking this was merely a minor blow from the master, lighter than expected. Yan Yue beside him praised, saying Su Liang had become the leader of the era, which was sufficient. He smiled, adding that anyone who reached 9000 M had always been a 9-star demigod, yet he, at 6-star level, had surpassed all imagination. Hearing this, Su Liang remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed straight ahead. Huang Wang approached Body of Flame, advising that after breaking through 9 stars, he should try again, not using his ultimate just to gain a few meters. She emphasized that if the goal is to conquer the peak, one should not be too stubborn in the present moment. Suddenly, a strange sound came from afar. The three felt puzzled and listened intently. Su Liang looked up, wondering what the sound was. In the dark sky, a white object suddenly appeared. Surrounding it were strange electric currents, shaped like a piece of skin. It turned out to be the eyelid of a fiery red demon eye, sparks dancing around it. Shang Yue was astonished, realizing and exclaiming that this breath was the power of a master. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from above, startling her. Lam Hua on this side clutched her head, clearly baffled. She realized in shock that after the body disintegrated, only the spirit of Lord Jade Rabbit Liu Xing remained. Yun Shi appeared suddenly, excitedly shouting that Lord Tam and Gaiet she had returned. Full moon summoned by Yue Zhai Wang had inadvertently shaken the seal of Tam and Gaiet Shi. Yun Shi smiled smugly, declaring that his death would provide the complete coordinates for Lord Ngayat Shi. He continued, asserting that Yue Zhai Wang would not remain arrogant for long and would face the punishment of a master, the red eye being Infernal Moon, the victorious battle spirit from the previous moon god ceremony of the Moonlight system at Emperor level. Looking at the entity, Shang Yue thought such power should not appear in the early stage of the moon god ceremony, yet it revived alongside the ancient moon. Her gaze shifted to Su Liang, wondering how he would resolve this situation. Su Liang looked up at the towering steps ahead. He calmly stated that today was his only chance in life. The moon and the miracle would not wait, so he would neither hesitate nor falter, having resolved this from the moment he stepped onto the heavenly island. Yan Yue and Huang Wang listened attentively, both eyes wide in surprise. Su Liang smiled confidently, affirming that whatever happened, he would overcome all to reach the peak. Hearing this, the two looked at each other in astonishment. Yan Yue asked whether they should reenact the Black Moon sect battle to summon the Golden Butterfly Palace again. However, she felt that this method could at most maintain it briefly to stop Tam and Gaiet Shi or advance a few hundred meters. Su Liang smiled, replying that the previous miracle was only a test, as he believed the Black Moon sect remained under divine oversight and must be restrained. Hearing this, Yan Yue looked puzzled, a question mark clear on her face. He stepped closer, gently stroked Yan Yue's head, and looked straight into her eye. Su Liang winked, saying everyone would understand if they watched closely. Red eye of infernal moon lowered, the surrounding sparks crackling fiercely. She laughed loudly in excitement, declaring that the Lord was about to fully break free from the seal, and Yue Zhai Wang's end had come. Suddenly, a brilliant light tore through the night sky. Seeing this, he was startled, wondering what was happening. Lam Hua was equally dumbfounded, as a golden butterfly appeared beside her. Suddenly, a brown-haired woman looked up and shouted, urging everyone to look above. Seeing a swarm of golden butterflies, everyone quickly realized it was Guang Dai, the miracle from the imperial battle. Sensing the opportunity, She smiled smugly. He shouted loudly that it was the moment, and immediately the golden butterflies emitted rays of golden light. The rays soared into the night sky, forming clusters of dazzling fireworks. Gao Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead, laughed loudly, then asked mockingly Yue Zhai Wang, "Do you really think we are completely unprepared? You have run out of tricks, truly a ridiculous man." Hearing those taunts, Su Liang's expression darkened immediately. He closed his eyes slightly, a mysterious smile flickering at the corner of his lips. In an instant, Su Liang's demeanor changed. His round eyes opened wide with confidence, emphasizing that he was only joking. Hearing this, Gao Yun laughed scornfully, taunting him not to speak too boldly or others might laugh. Suddenly the crowd stirred, everyone pointing and shouting, "Look quickly." Even Gao Yun turned around, surprised, saying, "What is happening?" All of them looked up to observe the Guang Dai flying around Tian Dao Hua. The crowd gasped in amazement upon realizing that those Guang Dai were completely unharmed. Gao Yun panicked, veins bulging in his eyes, retreating while shouting, "How is this possible? Such low-level creatures stopping an emperor's strike." Meanwhile, Su Liang stood still, his demeanor calm as if nothing had happened. Turned his head, eyes cold, and slowly said that last time was merely a joke. The audience continued to witness the spectacular scene. Behind them, not only the Guang Dai were flying. More appeared Tianyi of the Moon Sect, a high-level, powerful creature. Next was Xin Yue Zhai Yin, a high-level moon Guanglong, radiating strong presence. Observers were bewildered, asking in astonishment how so many high-level creatures could appear. Were they all summoned by him? Shang Yue stood beside, closing her eyes slightly, replying briefly no. She opened her eyes, looking elsewhere, then said it was not over yet. Shortly after, Guang Si Wang, a supreme-level Guanglong, appeared majestically. Observers widened their eyes, stammering in shock. Supreme level. Did not stop there. Hua Fei Yue, another supreme-level moon Guanglong, appeared in midair. At this moment, even Yan Yue could not hide his astonishment, exclaiming in surprise. Finally, Jin Wei Tianyi appeared, a majestic supreme-level moon Guanglong, overwhelming the entire scene. Huang Wang looked on in stunned amazement, exclaiming that this was truly a miracle. The scene before them left everyone in awe as if witnessing a wonder, the celestial carriage like the tip of a nose. On one side the eye of the sovereign, on the other the ancient full moon. Su Liang spread his arms wide, smiling confidently, declaring that it was still not enough. He wanted to reach the peak. His current strength was still lacking. He taunted arrogantly, "Move forward quickly." Hearing this, Yunshi froze, exclaiming, "What, he can still continue." Manhua stood beside, looking up, stammering, unable to speak. She raised her hand to feel it, voice trembling lightly, still there. A pair of wings as white as snow gently appeared. That was the ephemeral Silver Dream, a supreme emperor-level existence of the moon lineage. Spectators gawked in amazement. That was the Silver Dream, the true body of the Twin Moon Sect's headquarters on Tianfu Island, never expecting to witness it firsthand. Icy also froze at the sight, unable to believe her eyes. Then she smiled with sentiment. When the Twin Moon Sect was first founded, I invited him but was refused. She realized his place, smiling bitterly, saying, "It's over. Turns out I am the ridiculous one." He stood there helplessly, continuing, "Grand Master Moon, please stop." The giant eye in the sky also paused at the series of surprises. Su Liang was unconcerned, still standing there with a confident smile. Turned and stepped forward, decisively saying, "Let's go. No need to pay attention to that thing in the sky." Su Liang added, "I need to use your power for more meaningful things." Immediately after, the Kim Yu began to converge. They quickly formed a pair of massive wings behind him. The wings flapped lightly once. Su Liang instantly vanished from the steps in the blink of an eye. At that moment, only a speck of light remained flashing in the night sky. Through the live feed, everyone buzzed. Yue Zhai Wang suddenly disappeared. Where had he gone? Soon after, his legs appeared again within everyone's sight. Observers looked up, eyes wide, stammering, truly unbelievable. Shang Yue had a similar expression, completely dumbfounded. Icy also gaped in astonishment. The screen now blazed brilliantly. The ranking board appeared. Yunwu Haiso Princess Dayan 9999 M. Western Region So Great Lover 9998 M. Anonymous Liu Zuxuan 9966 M. Anonymous Celestial Maiden 9422 M. Eastern Region So Great Bang Fei 9361 M. Tai Yin Arrow Yue Zhaiwang 9300 M. Moon Projection Yue Zhaiwang 9299. The crowd saw Su Liang calmly rise to 6th place and shouted in unison, 9299 M. He murmured, just one step away from surpassing this era, onward. When the image of the moon appeared in his eyes, Su Liang paused for a moment. The system announced the discovery of new moon lineage special physiques, including Saint Moon Physique, Decisive Moon Physique, Absolute Moon Physique, and Heavy Moon Physique, all recorded. Detailed information appeared. Absolute Moon Physique can only contract with moon lineage pets but has extraordinary compatibility, even favored by emperors. Heavy Moon Physique requires divine bloodline and allows free evolution control of moon lineage pets. Finally, the system announced that after unlocking all special physiques of Moon Guanglong, the user could choose one to inherit. After reading, Su Liang exclaimed in astonishment, Absolute Moon Physique. He turned to ask who possessed Absolute Moon Physique. Among these Guang Deep, there was one such individual. Su Liang's words shocked Yan Yue and Huang Wang. He stopped to think, sensing that something was wrong. At the same time, he summoned the Yue Zhai Wang tome, which glowed in his hand. He gently took the book, then directed it toward the moonlight beasts behind him. Instantly, a notification of special physical attributes appeared. His eyes widened. The Absolute Moon Body had been activated. He suddenly realized that the owner of the Absolute Moon Body was himself. In the space of the heavenly island loop, a loud burst of laughter echoed. He held his stomach, laughing heartily without stopping. Onlookers stared in confusion. Yue Zhai Wang, what happened suddenly? Officials in Shang Yue also looked up, their eyes full of bewilderment. He held his face and murmured, so this is the root that made me Yue Zhai Wang. Looking toward the moon, he said in a low voice, since birth, the moonlight has gathered within me. After speaking, he decisively cast his robe backward. With the moonlight reflected in his eyes, he smiled confidently, let's go, for you have chosen me. Coldly declared, I am responsible for bringing you to the pinnacle of this era. No sooner had he spoken than he, along with the moonlight beast, continued up the steps. At that moment the heavenly island loop shook violently, a pressure from above pressing down. The crowd below staggered, shouting in alarm, earthquake. Could Yue Zhai Wang collapse the heavenly island loop? He did not stop, stepping forward with the will to reach the summit. Now he had reached a height of 9,300 meters. Before him, another moon shone brilliantly. It radiated streams of mysterious golden aura. He raised a hand to shield his face, closed his eyes, and let out a soft groan. He opened his eyes, he looked puzzled. Before him was a figure, a giant rabbit with a small figure on its shoulder. The rabbit was Fat Tu by Ngok Khan, guardian of the Phi Tho Pavilion, the 8th pavilion of the 12, and the one on its shoulder was Tai Am Zhen Dan Xian Yue Zhai Wang. He concealed a dangerous smile behind a gloomy face. Su Liang's eyes flashed, noticing something unusual. He felt a strong murderous aura. In the distance, Yan Yue and Huang Wang also looked toward it, radiating intense aura. Huang Wang gritted his teeth, recognizing the giant rabbit, the 8th pavilion master of Yuan Yue Dio, leader of the 10 moon beasts, Fat Tu by Ngok Khan. Yan Yue frowned, her gaze cold, her face full of displeasure. That Yue Zhai Wang with a cute appearance smiled coldly at them. At this moment Ngok Khan moved slightly, raising its arm, closed its eyes, extending its arm straight toward Su Liang. At the fingertip appeared a thin membrane, creating ripples like water. Su Liang stared, dumbfounded. Before he could react, Ngok Khan's giant arm had passed through the membrane, appearing directly in front of him. He once again felt a shock deep in his mind. Massive energy burst erupted, leaving a long streak of light across the night sky. Ho Trung Ngayat was pushed backward, his body flung away, face showing clear pain. The glass flower moon shield completely vanished. On this side, Huang Wang also let out a scream, raising his hand to block, but the flames were still repelled, the protective layer of fire shattering. The light-shaped rabbit looked even more miserable, half of its body having been blasted away. Previous attack from Yukon had left a massive scar of destruction across the moon's surface. Su Liang's eyes widened once more, the full moon in his sight now transformed into a crescent. As the golden light gradually dissipated, his body instinctively leaned backward. Su Liang retreated to the edge of this floor, his body poised to fall straight down. Zhang Yue witnessed this and was utterly astonished. Bai Si, holding the orb, displayed the same look of shock. Those below all shouted in unison, "Yue Zhai Wang has fallen, could he have failed?" A feat so astonishing yet still unable to surpass the predecessor Yue Zhai Wang. In their minds, the 9,300-meter mark seemed to be the limit of this era. While Su Liang continued to fall freely, mocking and disappointed words rang out repeatedly. Suddenly he spoke, saying, "After all, Yue Zhai Wang and Gong Fei though were only as much as that." Hearing this, Bai Si was even more astonished, left speechless. Su Liang opened his eyes and looked up, confidently asserting that the moon god festival of the previous era was insignificant. In midair, a pair of radiant golden wings suddenly appeared behind him. Those below reached out to catch the falling golden dust, their eyes filled with amazement. Zhang Yue stood stunned, exclaiming, "What is that?" Before everyone appeared the second pavilion of the moon's splendor, guarded by Bai Yi, moon monarch of the golden butterfly pavilion. She stood silently, stammering that this was no longer an illusion, almost condensed into a real entity. Those wings lifted Su Liang back up, continuing his conquest of the tower. The former Yue Zhai Wang, sitting on Yu Kan's shoulder, witnessed this, her expression full of confusion. In an instant, he returned to this floor, standing directly opposite her. Su Liang looked over and smiled, saying he wanted to experience the strongest power of the previous generation, but the result was only a trivial illusion. The smile on the former Yue Zhai Wang's face vanished, her eyes darkening. He sneered, provoking her to appear in person if she wanted to stop him. No sooner had he finished speaking than a golden whirlwind immediately formed where Su Liang stood. The whirlwind swept past Yu Kan and the former Yue Zhai Wang, causing their images to gradually fade. The illusion of the floor guardian also shattered into pieces. He left everything behind, continuing up the steps toward the next floor. Live display suddenly lit up, showing a notification before everyone's eye. The content clearly showed, Rank 6 Moon Splendor Yue Zhai Wang 9301 M. Rank 7 Moonlight Former Yue Zhai Wang 9300 M. Amidst the starry sky where the shattered moon floated, a halo appeared as praise for this achievement. Zhang Yue was completely stunned by Su Liang's superior ability. Far to the north, Bai Si also showed equal astonishment. Representative of the eastern domain could not hide his surprise either. At the moon god pavilion, Zhu Yue looked at the moon in silence. Back at the heavenly island loop, Su Liang continued forward under the escort of Jin Wei Tianyi. Huang Wang and Yan Yue looked at each other, their eyes full of amazement. Huang Wang thought to himself that this moment must have been felt by the entire moon court. Yan Yue remarked that although this position was not the peak of the Phi Tho pavilion, it was the limit for the former Yue Zhai Wang as a demigod. Su Liang's progress was proof that the contemporary Yue Zhai Wang had truly surpassed his predecessor. Suddenly Huang Wang called out to him, her tone serious. She reminded him that at this height, he would face similar existences. The image of the former moon appeared, emphasizing that she and the Phi Tho pavilion 2,000 years ago belonged to the 10 great Tri-Kings. Huang Wang added that even in the monster era 10,000 years prior, they were only gatekeepers at the peak of the Ba Jia. TR letter 1EA7M and Gaiet's eyes remained fixed, red veins emerging. As he stepped forward, Su Liang suddenly halted. His face darkened, as if wanting to speak for a long time. He turned to look back, his voice irritated, saying this was truly bothersome. Bai Yi immediately understood, needing no further explanation. Its wings trembled and glowed, preparing to unleash power. Countless images of small moons appeared on the wings surrounding the golden light. A low sound resonated, and the eyes on the wings opened in unison. TR letter 1EA7M and Gaiet immediately cracked, ready to shatter. Bai Yi's terrifying presence made onlookers cover their ears. Many cried out in pain. A notification appeared, warning that in the early stage of the Moon God Festival, Ba Jia were prohibited from attacking each other. This warning appeared directly before Su Liang after Bai Yi's action. Ignoring all warnings, he shouted angrily, ordering everyone to be silent. Su Liang beat his chest, declaring himself the contemporary Yue Zhai Wang, master of the moon scripture. Before the moon, he arrogantly challenged who could punish, who deserved, who had the authority to punish him. TR letter 1EA7M and Gaiet completely shattered into tiny golden sparks falling from the sky. After a while, all disappeared, leaving only faint dark clouds. Soon after, the dark clouds dissipated, revealing a bright full moon. Su Liang stretched, exhaling in relief, feeling extremely comfortable. He looked up, noting only a few hundred meters remained to the peak. Then Su Liang took out the beast control panel and observed closely. Information displayed the Moonlight system at Emperor level. The Moon Monarch sealed status required 7 stars to unlock, along with a list of beasts and summoning limits under various conditions. Su Liang thought that as the beasts in the contract stabilized, his realm would advance closer to the 7-star level. He promised himself the breakthrough moment would be when he stood at the peak. Without hesitation, Su Liang clenched his fists, determined there was no reason to fail now. He continued upward, telling the beasts to explore the power of the demigods of ancient times with him. Jin Wei followed behind, beginning to gather energy. After a month, they condensed into a radiant golden sphere behind Su Liang. The sphere gradually transformed into a pair of dazzling, powerful wings. Zhang Yue looked up in amazement, realizing it was a golden aura formed from immense energy. Su Liang stood proudly, his aura exploding, the wings fully formed and shining brilliantly. In the blink of an eye, he shot upwards, leaving a golden trail along the heavenly island loop. Observers were utterly astonished. No one could clearly see what happened due to the incredible speed. Upon reaching the next floor, he stopped, and the wings gradually dissipated. Su Liang then firmly planted his feet at the 9,361 m mark. Wang Wang behind said this was the limit reached by the first Ice 5 from the Eastern Domain 26,000 years ago with the 9-star demigod realm. Just as she finished speaking, a streak of pure white light suddenly flashed before her eyes. Streams of icy spirit energy blended together, the cold aura spreading at an astonishing speed. While Su Liang was still stunned, Wang Wang continued, saying that the first strike had already broken the 7 mysteries of the upper moon melody. Before him, a radiant figure gradually took clear shape. It was Ice Fae of the ancient eastern region, who had brought honor to the supreme bloodline of the Donghu clan, Ice Feather Celestial Killing. Su Liang marveled inwardly, realizing this was one of the 7 wonders, the true form of Ice Feather Celestial Killing Hu. Looking at the giant ice formation, he thought the power from 20,000 years ago had been extraordinary, and now it was even more unpredictable. Su Liang smiled slightly, understanding that with his current strength, he could not yet defeat them. He quickly realized this was only an extreme trial created by a demigod, merely a simulated figure before him. Aya's wings appeared once again, spreading wide with overwhelming energy. Pressure radiated from the heights, but Su Liang was confident that merely demonstrating his combat ability would suffice. Instantly, the giant ice shattered, and the figure of Ice Fae gradually dissipated. In the blink of an eye, as light flashed, he soared to a height of 9,422 meters. Unexpectedly, Su Liang passed through this region without stopping, continuing straight upward. Zhang Yue exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting the Heavenly Maiden's limit at 9,422 meters to be surpassed so easily. The ranking appeared: First Eastern Sea, Princess Sodai Yun 9,999 m. Second Western Region, Sodai Lion Enhan 9,998 m. Third Liu Suhaiyan 9,966 m. Fourth Moonlight, Yue Zhaiwang 9,965 m. Heavenly Maiden, honored as Eternal Star 9-rank demigod, had a body that could vanish but a divine spirit that endured infinitely, said to have lived over 100,000 years. She had witnessed the calamities of the White Deer clan, the supreme blue disaster of the Yun Zhai era, and participated in the Moon God Festival for the first time. Even thousands of years ago, she personally sealed the winner of the Moon God Festival from the Tai Yin faction. Light blazed from every step of Su Liang as he moved through Tian Dao Huan. Zhang Yue looked up in amazement as the 9,422-meter limit of the Heavenly Maiden was completely broken. Su Liang remained calm, wondering why, even as a mere shadow, he could sense the Heavenly Maiden had let go of resistance. He speculated that the Heavenly Maiden had once confronted the Tai Yin formation. He closed his eyes briefly, lost in thought. Opening them with determined eyes, he resolved that regardless of the reason, he would not waver. Su Liang confidently stepped onto the next level. Suddenly his gaze paused, showing a hint of surprise. He stared intently at the guardian of this level with wide eyes. Familiar blue hair fluttered lightly in the wind. The opponent at 9,966 meters was a young girl wielding a great sword. At that moment, Yan Yue called out to Su Liang. She stepped forward, quietly expressing gratitude for returning to this place. Yan Yue continued, saying this was a chance to recall memories from 10,000 years ago. Su Liang looked at the sword with 3 rotating light spheres, recognizing it as the Upper Moon Frost Flower. He focused intently, confirming this was Yan Yue's previous master. This girl was Liu Suhaiyan, one of the 4 major noble clans of the Western region. Suhaiyan had a naturally frail body and lived only 26 years. Knowing her time was short, she carried the Upper Moon Sunflower and Upper Moon Lyre. The person she had defeated was the strongest guardian of the Gemini Palace, sparking the feud between Moonlight and the Seven Mysteries. Su Liang admired inwardly, knowing that despite her brief life, she left a brilliant mark on history. Yan Yue reminded him to be cautious. This opponent far surpassed the shadows from before. Su Liang seriously responded that this was obviously the case. Tu Xuan looked at the sword, still silent since the beginning. He spoke up, asking what was the point of cultivating and becoming strong if in the end one could not surpass the limits of a mortal. As soon as she finished speaking, she spun the sword decisively. The sword immediately plunged into the ground, causing the earth to crack. 3 light spheres split apart, turning into streams of air. These streams of air spiraled around the sword like a flow of energy. This move was called Second Segment Comet, Upper Moon Frosted Flower. The sword disappeared, replaced by a whirlwind beside Tu Xuan. Yan Yue frantically reminded Su Liang to be careful. He widened his eyes at the warning, realizing the attack was about to hit. From afar, at the 9,966 m mark of Tian Dao Huan, 3 rings of light in purple, blue, and green radiated overwhelming pressure. A gigantic sword appeared in the air, its size matching that of Tian Dao Huan. Yi was cut off, her body showing signs of disintegration. Su Liang was also shaken violently, his blood surging, causing his 7 orifices to bleed. He collapsed face first onto the ground, his body suffering heavy injuries. Sheng Yue witnessed the scene with immense horror. Bai Si was also struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in place. Yan Yue stood silently for a few seconds, unable to speak. She suddenly froze when she heard Su Liang's voice, realizing what had happened. He slowly stood up, muttering that this was the true meaning of the precious sword. The golden wings on his back appeared again, and he said the energy from the contracts was gradually completed. Wiping the blood at the corner of his mouth, Su Liang confidently announced that he had temporarily broken through to the 7th star. Wounds on Bai Yi's body also began to heal. The image of the gigantic sword slowly vanished into the void. Su Liang took a deep breath and thanked them, stating he would remember this. Tu Xuan closed her eyes, then opened them and looked directly at him. Her figure gradually faded and then disappeared completely. Su Liang silently thought that the shadow from 10,000 years ago couldn't cause real harm, but the golden butterfly bow was still effective. He speculated that the celestial maiden back then must have only sensed a trace of aura, which made her stop without proceeding further. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Su Liang sighed in relief, thinking that if he hadn't broken through to the 7th star, the consequences would have been unthinkable. He ordered Bai Yi to continue towards the golden butterfly bow. Ranking board appeared before his eyes once again. First place Fen Wuhai, First Great Princess Yun 9,999 m. Second place Western Region, First Great Love of the Ages 9,998 m. Third place Yue Dio, Yue Zhaiwang 9,997 m. Flash of light shot up to the peak of Tian Dao Huan. Su Liang stopped at the 9,997 m mark. Looking around, he realized that after temporarily breaking through to the 7th star, the resonance of the Yue moon body had become significantly stronger. He vaguely sensed hidden auras, like moonlight rulers sleeping across the world. Closing his eyes, Su Liang reminded himself that the most important thing ahead was still the goal before him. He raised his head, telling himself that this journey was truly the final leg. The audience shouted loudly at the screen, "Look, the ranking has changed again." At this point, Tan Yue Zhai Wang Su Liang had climbed to 3rd place with 9,997 m. Someone else excitedly said, 9,998 meters, he'll meet her soon. The person next to him asked in surprise, "Who are you talking about?" She turned back and replied, "Are you stupid? Of course, it's the one with a beauty beyond reality, chosen by the 7 great wonders to be the owner of Zaifu." On the high floor, Su Liang opened his eyes wide in astonishment. In front of him stood a girl wearing a wedding dress, the one praised for thousands of years as the most beautiful woman of all time, the first love of the ages. It is said that her beauty even moved the gods. I always wanted to see it with my own eyes, but right now, that face is still covered by a veil. Light breeze blew, making the veil flutter, revealing a corner of her elegant face. That gaze captivated Su Liang, causing him to blush as if an invisible thread connected them. His hand clenched tightly, trembling slightly. The two of them stood facing each other, silently gazing at each other. Su Liang wondered what was happening, why his blood was boiling wildly. Looking at her face and figure, he felt that such beauty should not exist. Even he himself could not compare to a fraction of her. No wonder the first love could only be passed down for one generation. After the first generation wore Zaifu, perhaps in her eyes, there was no room for anyone else. She, along with the descendants of the 4 holy clans of the Western region, was like the bright moon, perfect to the point of being unblemished. Perhaps only this way could she enter the sight of Zaifu. His gaze at this moment seemed to be pulled away in a confusing manner. Beiyi also appeared, with flashes of golden lightning in her wings. In his mind, a voice called urgently, Su Liang. Wang Wang anxiously shouted, Su Liang. He screamed at him, trying to snap him back to reality. It was only at this moment that Su Liang snapped back to reality. Yan Yue stood in front. Wang Wang warned not to be enchanted. You are in great danger, since entering this area you have been targeted. Around the first love, many shadows from a beast tribe appeared. Su Liang recognized them and immediately asked, who are they? They are the clan leaders of the Eastern Hu tribe and the Hai Tai tribe. There's also the ancestor of the 4 holy clans of the Western region. In addition, there is the clan leader of the Bai Lu tribe, and even a few Yue Zhai Wang appear. Su Liang understood that anyone who was enchanted by the first love's appearance would have their power controlled. He suddenly realized, no wonder the Yue Zhai Wang had lost control earlier. This was the true nature of Zaifu, one of the 7 great wonders, the infernal prison chaos universe red chain. Su Liang smiled slightly, indeed a troublesome combination. His face radiated confidence. Once he broke free from control, those shadows would be nothing but illusion. This surprised Zaifu somewhat. Su Liang closed his eyes, slightly bowed his head as if satisfied. He stood still, pleased that after breaking through to the 7th star, he had truly reached the realm of the 9th star semi-deity. Lightning like celestial power continuously struck down without stopping. Golden lightning swept away the shadows, causing them to dissipate quickly. A month passed and only the first love remained standing there. She smiled slightly, showing a satisfied expression. Su Liang remained calm as Zaifu gradually disappeared. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. The semi-deity will appear after 500,000 years. We will meet again soon. The final remnants of shadows merged into the darkness. Those words left Su Liang stunned. He couldn't believe it. The remaining shadows still had consciousness and could communicate with him. He wondered, not only did she know he had reached semi-deity, but also spoke of meeting again. What was going on? He looked up, his eyes full of doubt. Then he closed his eyes, letting it go. It wasn't the time to think about this. His gaze shifted upwards to the next step, no matter the truth. The system displayed the current rankings. First place was Fen Wu Hai, with Princess Yun of the First Love at 9,999 M. Second place was the First Love of the Western region at 9,998 M. Su Liang was certain that nothing could stop him from reaching the peak. He closed his eyes, exhaled, and continued forward. Su Liang silently took each step on the final stair. Each step carried thoughts and determination. Suddenly, a rustling sound made him stop. He paused, the sound hadn't ceased. He froze, looking toward the source of the noise. His body felt as if floating. This was the height of 9,999 M. He focused, realizing he had entered Fen Wu Hai. It is said that Princess Yun of the First Love once pursued the First Love, but failed, and then meditated on the Tao in sorrow. He then allied with the great Emperor Bai Lu to suppress the world for 10,000 years, invincible, just a step away from the peak. The Bai Lu clan moves unseen, and Fen Wu Hai became a holy land. Su Liang wondered where Princess Yun and the true form of Bai Hu Jai were. Suddenly a purple light flashed past his neck, dangerously close. Su Liang stood still, his body began to lose its color. He recognized this as the soul separation technique, called Ling Jai Xing, infinite and eternal. He tilted backward, falling into a state resembling a deep sleep. Amidst the black cloud, an eerie voice echoed, in the spiritual realm, dreams are eternal. Shadow fell into Fen Wu Hai, where Princess Yun of the First Love stood at the height of 9,999 M. Su Liang's handsome face gradually appeared. Princess Yun covered her mouth and smiled. Whether breaking through to the 7th star or holding the golden butterfly bow, no one could break the mist of the supreme Bai Hu Jai Bai Lu clan. After speaking, she gently touched the cheek of Jai Yue. Her voice echoed, sink down, surrender to despair, as his body continued to fall. Suddenly Su Liang spoke, that's enough. The woman was taken aback. A series of green squares appeared around him. Su Liang ordered the golden butterfly bow to restart, and the green dots gradually disappeared. He looked at Bai Yi in her female form, asking if she understood the mechanism. He spoke sternly, if we meet again, I'll know how to deal with it. Bai Yi whispered, this is really hard to solve. He continued, I didn't expect that after 10,000 years of sleep, the Bai Lu clan would have someone like this. The endless eternal technique of Ling Jai Xing had been completely seen through. He gently blew a breath full of tenderness through her eyes, making me realize that one of the 2 children was no longer here. He could only remain silent inside, thinking how strange her preference was, who would whisper so close to someone else's ear while talking like that. Su Liang looked into the distance and murmured, first-generation Princess Yun, the supreme Bai-Hua tribulation. It seems that if a conflict occurs, neither side will easily determine the winner. At this moment, the sky was still covered by thick dark clouds. Bai continued to whisper gently in his ear. Su Liang muttered softly, "The ability of the golden butterfly bow is to regenerate the life of its host and itself countless times." The young man smiled confidently. "If my favor runs out, Neng can actively restart the battle state first." Su Liang declared loudly, "My child, the one who holds the moonlit miracle, when facing an opponent of the same level as you, how can I be at a disadvantage?" At this moment, a golden circle appeared in the sky with a deep indentation on its surface. First-generation Princess Yun listened quietly, meaning that if the battle continues, the one who runs out of favor first will certainly be her. Su Liang raised his head high, confident that this battle would undoubtedly be his victory. Standing before Bai Yi, he coldly warned her, "If you're afraid of facing me directly, you should better stay silent. Otherwise, I will use all my strength to crush you." She sneered, "Such big words, how can you say them without feeling embarrassed?" Su Liang did not respond, only answering with a gaze full of confidence. The first-generation Princess Yun stood next to Jai Yue, calmly saying, "The next time we meet, we will officially settle who is superior." Suddenly, countless golden lights swarmed throughout the space. It turned out that Bai Yi had transformed back into a green butterfly, shielding in front of him. The system rang, 1 Moonlight, Yue Zhai Wang, 9.999M2 Yun Wu Hai. First Grand Princess Yun, 9.999M. Everyone witnessed the scene around them in shock. Yun Wu Hai of the Bai Lu clan had dissolved. Yue Zhai Wang had surpassed the supreme Bai-Hua tribulation. Shang Yu exclaimed in astonishment, could he have surpassed the era from 1,000 years ago? Bai Si covered her mouth and trembled, just a few more steps. Su Liang pondered, telling himself that he was about to witness the scene that the first Grand Princess Yun had once seen. Looking at the seemingly endless stairs before him, he thought, even if I fail, I will still have a legendary name and easily dominate this era. Su Liang stared intently at the towering tree, wondering how the world would change if he succeeded. He lowered his head slightly, feeling as though time on this path was stretching endlessly. Suddenly Su Liang's eyes widened. He realized something was wrong. Looking at the two shadows ahead, he understood that it was not the era that created the first Grand Princess Yun and the first lovers, but that they together created this era. My dream is not to go back to the past to compete with them at their peak. Su Liang firmly stated, I will not regret, for those are just afterimages. He clenched his fists, thinking that the events of 1,000 years ago no longer mattered. The present is what I pursue. People will be amazed by me. Without hesitation, Su Liang continued walking. For I was born in this era, and this will be the age of Yue Zhai Wang. He raised his voice, I am Yue Zhai Wang of this era. In the blink of an eye, Su Liang stepped through the barrier gate. As soon as he stepped inside, he widened his eyes in surprise. Standing alone in the white space, he felt extremely unfamiliar. Suddenly a voice rang out, catching Su Liang's attention. Is someone coming again? Before him appeared brown threads with a proud tone, moonlight, quite rare. The last time a moonlight entered here was 1,000,000 years ago. The threads formed into a puppet and said that the time has not yet come. At least 300,000 more years are needed to gather the 9 Beastmasters. The puppet continued, right now you are not qualified, it's not because of you, but because the time has not yet arrived. Su Liang exclaimed in shock, what? Puppet continued, go back and dominate this era and leave your mark. After 300,000 years, I will awaken you again. He frowned and stopped, wait a moment. Just as Su Liang was about to say more, the puppet flew off. His body was unexpectedly sucked back into the barrier gate. Su Liang reached out, trying to stay and find out the truth. Quickly grasped the gap in the gate. Su Liang curled his lips in a mysterious smile, softly saying, victory or defeat here. Those words even surprised the puppet. Su Liang's whole body erupted with terrifying energy. He exclaimed in astonishment, so this is the 3-star realm. His eyes blazed, reflecting the butterfly's shape in his pupils. Magnificent Fire Kai King. Stepping forward with ethereal blue spiritual power, Su Liang sighed, truly exhilarating. He stretched and murmured, for me it's only 8 stars, but in the eyes of mortals, this existence surpasses a 9-star demigod. Su Liang pondered, has the absolute moon body fully matured? The sleeping positions of Virgo, Gemini, and the Peacock Palace are deeply imprinted in my memory. The puppet was stunned. How could a realm above 9-star demigods appear in this era? Predictions clearly indicate the next era is the time of heroes converging. Seeing the terrifying spiritual power on him, it was full of doubt. yet at least 300,000 years would normally be required. Meanwhile, branches below began to sprout, stretching straight toward the golden circle in the sky. Everyone shielded their eyes and shouted, "Too bright, my eyes can barely stay open. What on earth is happening? This light is too dazzling, I can't see anything clearly." Zhang Yue, with peach blossom pupils, could not help but be astonished. She looked at the golden gate before her anxiously. "Su Liang, what have you seen? What is happening behind that door?" Puppet asked blankly, "How did you do it?" Su Liang maintained his dangerous smile, staring directly at it. A hurried voice sounded by his ear. "Hey, hurry up." Wang Wang shouted in pain as her spiritual energy surged. "I can't endure this anymore." Her body swelled like a balloon, complaining that after absorbing all the energy of the eastern region veins, she was now so full she could not bear more. Su Liang felt guilty but said, "Even so, I must borrow a bit of your final strength to temporarily break through to 8 stars. Sorry for the trouble." Facing the puppet, he commanded, "Move aside, I must continue. I'm not going to wait another 300,000 years." Puppet froze at Su Liang's words. Wasn't surpassing the demigod the purpose of this gate? After speaking, he quickly strode forward. Su Liang passed through the puppet, coldly declaring, "Whether I have the right is my decision alone." He spoke gravely, "You are merely the remnants of the ancient era. Do not call yourself a deity." Hearing this, the puppet was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. It hurriedly chased after Su Liang, continued walking alone in the silent space, and before long his figure gradually disappeared. After a while, he opened his eyes wide. Su Liang looked around in confusion. Having climbed to 10,000 meters, yet the world seemed unchanged. But system notification. Registrant Yue Wang Yue Dio. 6-star realm. Trait, Absolute Moon Body. Skill 1, Yue God Ceremony. One-time reward when conquering the Heaven Island Pinnacle. Upon use, removes all restrictions of the Silent Lord, awakens all sleeping demigods, and allows a royal identity to confront all challengers of the era. Skill 2, 12 Yue Dio Palaces. One-time reward when ascending the Heaven Island Pinnacle with the Yue Guang Envoy identity. Upon use, summons the Golden Butterfly Palace and Bao Bing Palace, while the full moon power in the holy temples briefly becomes a permanent state. Looking at the system panel, he murmured, "I have 2 new skills again." Su Liang considered, "The first skill brings no direct benefit to me. Using it will shake the entire world." He said excitedly, "But the second skill is indeed the perfect reward for me." Looking at the 2 maps before him, Su Liang thought, "As long as I am in these 2 holy temples, I will not lose to anyone." He sighed, showing fatigue. Su Liang opened his palm, hesitating, but now is still not the right time. Looking into his palm, he pondered, "Now I have dropped from 8 stars to 6 stars, hardly a match for the ancient 9-star demigod." Su Liang whispered to the system, "Let alone the top 3. He suddenly realized, no, almost forgot, it is no longer the top 3. The system displayed a notification, showing first place as Yue Wang Yue Dio reaching 10,000 M. Second as Princess Yun of the first generation Yun Wu Hai at 9,999 M. Third as the lover of the first generation Western region at 9,998 M. And fourth belonging to Liu Xiuxuan with 9,966 M. Below, the crowd was tightly packed, thronging together. Su Liang stood alone above, observing with the majestic air of a sovereign. The women below cheered in unison, some even shouting their desire to pursue Su Liang. Conversations buzzed, some curious about the reward for Yue Wang conquering the peak, others asserting that the Yue sect was unbeatable and eager to join. Everyone continued discussing, unable to believe that with Yue Wang's talent, he could reach such heights today. Under the crescent moon, murmurs still echoed, many believing it would take hundreds of thousands of years for Yue Dio to reappear. A woman sitting on the moon spoke in a low voice, saying the situation had reached this point, and all they could do was prepare thoroughly for the approaching era of chaos. She continued, asserting that the man's power would alter the order of the gods, while Su Liang slowly descended. Yue Xing clutched the flag, trembling as she looked at him in silence. Su Liang glanced at her with sharp, cold eyes. His gaze was like a blade, terrifying Yue Xing to the extreme. He silently passed through her without a word. Suddenly, Su Liang leaned close to Yue Xing's ear and whispered that he only had 1 month. Not long after, she awoke and screamed in panic. Yue Xing jerked upright, hitting her head on the ceiling. She then fell back onto the bed, clutching her head in pain and crying from the impact. Bewildered, she exclaimed that something was wrong. Yue Xing reached into the middle of her firm waist. Instantly, she pulled out a spherical orb colored red and blue. With tears in her eyes, Yue Xing resolutely declared that the true spirit Yan Yue was hers, and no one was allowed to take it. He cried out in despair, saying that even if Yue Wang were stronger than the semi-gods of 50,000 years ago, she would not easily surrender the treasure. The scene shifted to a small, elegant and quiet courtyard. Su Liang sat by the window, murmuring to himself, wondering why he heard someone calling him, questioning if it was just an illusion. He accessed the system to retrieve data about the 10th palace in the 12 Yue Dao palaces, where Kong Kuegong was guarded. The system quickly displayed information about the emperor-level Yue Guang system, Taiyu Zhou Yan Ming Wang, along with data indicating that the guardian of Kong Kuegong had been sealed underground by 4 ancestors of the 4 holy clans of the western region, with a humorous note that the peacock was very beautiful. Su Liang looked at the information in confusion, not knowing what was happening. He turned to ask the 2 girls on the bed if they knew anything about Kong Kuegong. Yan Yue replied that she wasn't very clear, only knowing that after the guardian of Songzai Gong was severely injured, Kong Kuegong and Bao Bing Gong were added to the 12 Yue Dao palaces. Wang Wang added that the peacock had participated in the Yue god ceremony 3 times over more than 10,000 years, had been sealed in ancient times, was released due to the emergency of the former Yue Zhai Wang, but the contract was unexpectedly annulled. Su Liang rubbed his chin, recognizing the problem as complex and deciding he must personally go to the western region to investigate. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside. Zhang Yue ran in, shouting that something serious had happened. He rushed in and asked if Su Liang had seen the online news, because the candidate for the title of Princess Yun had appeared. Hearing this, Su Liang was stunned in surprise. Zhang Yue raised 3 fingers, shouting that not 1 but 3 heirs had appeared. Seeing her urgency, Su Liang wondered why her previously cold image had vanished. She cleared her throat softly, showing a semblance of composure. Zhang Yue brushed her hair back, turned, and explained that it was a direct message from Master Dao Yuan, hence the peculiar tone. Su Liang stood silently, unsure how to respond. After a moment, he calmly said that even if Princess Yun had 3 heirs, it wouldn't affect anything. Zhang Yue lowered her head when a strange voice suddenly spoke, saying that Su Liang's conquest of the peak had broken the era's limits and awakened the monsters of the Holy Land. Su Liang looked around in bewilderment, searching for the speaker. From the center of Zhang Yue's chest, a peach blossom petal flew out with a voice explaining that each era's holy land would attack the beast masters of the time. The petal hovered above her waist, pointing at Su Liang, blaming him for everything. Su Liang pointed at the petal, asking if it was Dao Yuan with the grandiose tone. Dao Yuan introduced itself as one of the 9 branches of peach belonging to the 7 oldest wonders, existing for millions of years and still indestructible. Su Liang muttered that he hadn't expected the ancient wonder to be such a small creature, making Dao Yuan flare its petals in anger. It warned that if Su Liang dared to release that power, it would not forgive him. Zhang Yue wondered about the type of power Dao Yuan was referring to. Su Liang immediately frowned, saying nothing. He reached out and grabbed Dao Yuan in front of Zhang Yue's chest. Zhang Yue was startled, instinctively leaning backward. Su Liang gritted his teeth, questioning how Dao Yuan, who managed Tian De Huan, could reveal information. Pressed tightly, Dao Yuan could only stretch out one hand, struggling and pleading for mercy. Dao Yuan explained with difficulty that countless gentle creatures existed in the southern region, and when the ancient monsters awakened, it could not bear to let its descendants fight. Both looked out the window toward the ancient peach tree in the courtyard. Dao Yuan tried to persuade that it managed Tian De Huan for peace, while Su Liang considered that the southern region had little war, so science and tourism flourished. Su Liang released his grip, making Dao Yuan sigh in relief. Standing on his palm, Dao Yuan enthusiastically proposed an alliance, promising that Tian Dao Huang would help him seize the Yue God Emperor throne if he didn't activate that power. Zhang Yue stood nearby, closing her eyes silently as if agreeing. Su Liang glanced at her, wondering if they truly had no intention to contest the Yue God ceremony. Zhang Yue smiled warmly, returning his gaze. She extended her hand, explaining that the southern region participated in the Yue God ceremony every year. She recounted that in the past, the southern region's Tian De Huang and the 4th palace of Yue Dao were allies, jointly managing the Yue God ceremony 3 times, but after the 4th palace disappeared, they no longer provided support. Su Liang speculated that the 4th palace might be Hua Xin Gong. A series of thoughts flashed in his mind, realizing there was no need to use that power now, nor to be overly cautious. However, he still wondered if possessing this power meant that in the future, he would inevitably have to use it. Seeing him silent, Shang Yue asked if he still couldn't make a decision. Dao Yuan flew back in front of her chest, proposing a bold idea of intermarriage. It excitedly suggested that Su Liang and Dao Dao could marry to solidify the alliance. The idea made Su Liang even more flustered, and he blurted out in astonishment. Half a month later, at the border between the western and southern regions, a scarlet light shot down into the vast sea of clouds. A high-ranking empress of the Tai Yin Guang Yue system, half human and half fish, sat upon a rock. She frowned angrily, realizing the seal was weakening, suspecting it was a sign from Master Dai Shi Yue Shi. The woman looked up at the black sky with swirling red lightning. The scarlet light then struck the sea surface directly. In the air appeared a giant butterfly, surrounded by countless Shan Guang Dai fluttering across the sky. Su Liang stood on its back, looking down and commanding the clearing of obstacles ahead. Below, the Yue crowd gawked in awe at the terrifying pressure, not knowing who the figure really was. From the mountain peak surged a mystical golden energy, accompanied by a familiar voice echoing, the Moon King of this era, who once surpassed Princess Yun's first generation and her first love. Pausing for a moment, the one who had conquered the Tian Dao Huan peak continued, causing Jiao Yue to spin around in shock and yell, "What?" He raised his hand, spiritual energy gathering in his palm, emphasizing each word, "You are not guilty." Huang Wang said coldly, "It is merely that you were born in the wrong era." She hurriedly stepped back, recognizing his identity. "You are Huang Wang, the one who once subdued the battlefield alone. I have heard of you long ago." Zhao Yue smiled bitterly. "I fear tonight will be difficult to survive intact, but the Tai Yin faction will not overlook this." Suddenly, from Huang Wang's position burst a blazing red flame. The combat skill Fire Moon Red was unleashed. The flame immediately surged toward Zhao Yue standing there. After the impact, the surrounding water only rippled with small waves. Zhao Yue suddenly sensed movement behind her. Huang Wang used his red-orange eyes to sense and assess the situation. Without turning, she already knew who was behind. "So you are still alive, Bai Si." Huang Wang guessed, having seen the power of Aquarius recover. "You came to find me." Bai Si smiled gently. "I remembered you and came to reminisce." But the reply was only cold, disappear. She sighed, still as hot-tempered as before. "Then I will speak directly." Bai Si said seriously. This time the Moon King left not only to confront Yue Xing, but also to seal the Kong Kwai Gong in the western region. Huang Wang turned away, hesitatingly replied, "I cannot reveal." Bai Si frowned in warning. "Why did you not warn him about the danger of Kong Kwai Gong, the very place that once caused the Moon King to perish in the Moon God ceremony long ago? Last Moon God ceremony 2,000 years ago, the Flower Immortals withdrew. Kong Kwai Gong rose, Fei Tu and Yue Zhai Wang rebelled, while Centaurus remained neutral, leaving only Aquarius and the priestess capable of fighting." Bai Si continued, "Lord Shui Lion Tian ultimately did not grant power to Fei Tu Gong. Instead, she participated in the millennial battle and entrusted everything to the female palace and the celestial maiden. From then, Moonlight and the Sun withdrew from the historical stage, and the events of Kong Kwai Gong harming Yue Zhai Wang and forging the Moon Scroll, you must be aware." Huang Wang silently turned away, avoiding the other's gaze. Before leaving, Bai Si left a message, hoping this time we will not repeat past mistakes. Huang Wang remained silent at the warning. Shortly after, she disappeared from the cliff. Her next goal was to quickly pursue Su Liang. Huang Wang's radiant golden spiritual energy brushed past the butterflies of light, but in the end, she silently followed his back from afar. This time Su Liang received a message from Shang Yue. "The western region sent an invitation and I will arrive soon. The third prince selection and Yun Wu Hai must also know. The candidate for Princess Yun will soon emerge. Be careful not to delay the battle with Yue Xing." Su Liang pondered, his expression solemn. He thought, after reaching the peak of Tian Dao Huan, the constraints of the realm weakened, so the holy envoy appeared so quickly. He considered, if that is the case then. The image of Huan Yue's smile appeared, making him wonder if he would soon meet Xiao Lu again. Scene shifts to the western region. A person and a small chair stand beside a large round arena. That was Xiao, who dozing lightly. Meanwhile, Yue Xing crossed her arms, eyes closed with a look of discomfort. As if sensing something, she muttered, "Have they arrived?" Yue Zhai Wang. Xiao, who was awakened, rubbed his eyes and said, "Another has arrived, the aura is not friendly." Xiao, who raised his head and yawned, do not underestimate. Long ago the first Princess Yun left Yunwu High at the 8-star realm and quickly reached the peak of the world. Girl replied sluggishly, I believe Lord Hun Sha will handle this matter with full effort. Yue Xing changed the topic. Chief, do not mention Princess Yun, I prefer to hear about the first lover. Xiao Hu could only shake her head in exasperation at such childishness. Suddenly the girl frowned, saying they have arrived. Yue Xing also turned to look. Black butterfly appeared in the sky, its wings piercing the clouds. In an instant, Beiya faced the two. Yue Xing raised her head with vigilance. Su Liang landed on the stand, smiling provocatively. So this is where the duel takes place. He looked around and remarked, the space is quite spacious. Yue Xing clenched her fist, body trembling slightly. Io, who stood behind, silently observing the two. She recalled Yue Xing's words that Yue Zhai Wang would not take Yan Yue. Now she could only think silently how stubborn this girl is. Xiao, who sat cross-legged, going straight to the point, Yue Zhai Wang, the match will take place 10 days after the full moon, understood. Su Liang calmly listened. The winner will publicly possess Yan Yue. Xiao Hu announced, most of the western region's people will attend. Please follow the rules. Su Liang smiled in agreement, that is obvious. Suddenly, a gray aura appeared beside him. Auras converged toward the arena. Through the mist appeared a woman with 2 branches on her head. That was Hai Yun, the second Princess Yun of Yunwu High. She arrogantly declared that in 10 days this arena would be used by her. Su Liang observed her silently from head to toe. Xiao, who was also surprised, and stood up. He stepped forward while advising, their match is only the beginning. It will not affect the contest between her and Lord Hun Sha. Xiao, who compared, it is only the appetizer before the main feast, leaving Yue Xing stunned. Yun crossed her arms, her displeasure obvious. With no choice, Xiao Hu let it pass up to her. Su Liang said nothing further, turned and left. Xiao Hu called after him, do not run away then, Yue Zhai Wang. Hai Yun also threatened, after I defeat Hun Sha you will be next. Su Liang responded indifferently with a single up. He glanced back, winking playfully, I am not interested in you. After the full moon I still have to meet 2 other Princess Yuns. Hai Yun immediately changed expression, anger choking her words. Energy around her surged violently. Su Liang also emitted radiant golden spiritual energy in response. The two faced each other, signaling an intense clash was about to occur. Those below could only stand silently watching. Io, who worried, is there anyone to stop them? These two are about to explode. Spiritual energy around Su Liang rose like a storm. Yun's eyes blazed, her aura no less imposing. The two stood still, their gazes meeting in the atmosphere where the winds grew stronger by the moment. Suddenly, something unexpected made the girl flinch slightly. Hai Van briefly showed a look of scrutiny as she gazed at the person opposite her. Girl let out a small cold huff, puffing her cheeks and turning her back to leave, but still glanced over her shoulder to say she would return on the full moon night. Immediately after, Hai Van disappeared into the misty fog. 3 others remained rooted in place, momentarily unable to regain their composure. They had no idea why the girl suddenly retreated. After a while, Su Liang finally dared to let out a sigh of relief. He furrowed his brow, wondering if she had received a warning from somewhere, but no matter what, he had no intention of letting them off. Su Liang weighed between Huan Yue and Hai Van, understanding that to win the Yue God ritual, he must first surpass princesses like Xiao Lu. He continued pondering, not too concerned with the second princess, but more focused on the bloodline of the first princess with the Tai Shang Bai Hu Jai. At the same time, he wondered about the third princess, who came from the lineage of Meng Zhai Yue, hoping to find clues related to Xiao Lu. Turning around, he reminded himself that his battle would occur on the full moon night before the Princess of Yue appeared, and after acquiring the Dao Pa, he must immediately head to the eastern territory. Shan Guangdai fluttered around Su Liang, and he murmured that when the second Princess of Yue challenged Hun Sha, the first one would face Bing Hu. In the blink of an eye, Su Liang completely vanished into its bright golden radiance. Gently landed on the back of Ba Jai. Lost in thought, Su Liang realized that if the first Princess of Yue could hold Bing Hu for a while, he would have a chance to reach Kong Kwe Gong, and then move to the eastern territory to find the last piece of Yan Yue. Yue Xing looked up at the starry sky and whispered, has he already left? She rubbed her chin in thought, feeling strange upon hearing that the Moon King owned the divine white deer as a pet, but behaved that way towards the Princess of Yue. Xiao Hu glanced at her and reminded her that instead of thinking about that, she should focus on the battle that would occur in 10 days. Yue Xing clenched her fist and confidently analyzed that they had scattered all of the Shan Guangdai throughout the western territory, making it difficult for the enemy to gather quickly. so Yue Zhai Wang would struggle to repeat his previous miracle. She immediately visualized that glorious scene. With her hands clasped, Yue Xing confidently asserted that he could not reach the seven-star realm nor use Yan Yue, and if he tried, she could completely oppose him. Zio, who could only silently watch her with a strong aura, completely opposite to the hesitant demeanor from before. Girl sighed lightly and softly said that she also hoped it would come true. Both of them looked off into the distance, unaware that a Shan Guangdai was hiding nearby. Through it, Su Liang seemed to have heard the entire conversation, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile. He confidently thought that everything could go according to plan, but no one knew that he still had a secret card left unused. The moonlight illuminated his face, showing that all the plans had been carefully calculated from start to finish. Their true goal was not Yue Xing but Kong Gong, which was sealed in the Western Territory. Su Liang gently stroked its long ears and set his sights on finding the seal's location first. This had to be done before taking advantage of the fact that Hun Sha was being restrained by the Princess of Yue. He patted Yu Fei Tu's head, muttering that he would use the true power of Aquarius to overwhelm everything here. Su Liang gently called Yu Fei Tu, causing its sparkling eyes to open immediately. At that moment in the Western Territory, the crescent moon had risen to its peak in the sky. The Shan Guangdai all flew deep into the silent forest. 3 of them suddenly stopped on a branch. At the earth prison of the Wood Saint One clan, 2 women guarding the area suddenly noticed someone appearing before them. They immediately bowed respectfully and greeted, "Yu Wangmu, my lord." Yu Wangmu of the Hai Tai One clan of the 3 Kings selection slowly walked forward. This was the endless prison holding the most dangerous criminals, overseen by Lord Hun Sha. At the same time, the souls of the 4 Saint Emperor clans after death were also stored here to create a powerful aura. A woman respectfully reminded that after finding the target, she should leave immediately and avoid alerting the deep existences within, including the rebellious emperor of the Eastern Hao One clan, the remnants of the 7 Empty 7 mysteries, and the guardian of Kong Gong. Yu Wangmu quietly pondered the warning. She gently closed her eyes and replied that if it were not for the disturbance caused by Yue Zhai Wang thousands of years ago, Kong Gong would still be sealed at the 3 Kings selection. Yu Wangmu softly said that she had only come to visit the ancient clan members and would leave shortly, also apologizing for the disturbance. Upon hearing this, the 2 women exchanged glances, as if silently signaling each other. The gate was immediately opened to welcome her. The 3 quickly advanced deeper inside. At that moment, a Shan Guangdai clung to Yu Wangmu's robe and followed her in, where the surroundings turned dark, with chains and iron bars covering everything. She gently closed her eyes, listening to strange sounds echoing from behind. In that moment, Yu Wangmu's expression became calm. 2 women turned around to inform her that they had reached the limit and could not proceed further with her. Pointed down the stairs, saying that the area beyond was the domain of the emperor. With no other choice, she nodded in agreement and decided to continue the journey on her own. The 2 women watched emotionally as Yu Wangmu's figure gradually disappeared down the stair. She maintained her calm demeanor, showing no fear or worry. After walking a while, Yu Wangmu greeted the Kai Wang and asked if he intended to release the protector of Kong Gong. Seeing the Shan Guangdai on her robe, she reminded herself that she almost forgot that this creature couldn't respond to speech. Based on her guess, the Western Territory seemed to welcome the release of Kong Gong, as they hadn't strengthened their defenses, and concluded that the opponent was someone Yue Xing would struggle to stop. She turned her head to express the opinion that the only way to hinder the opponent was to let him release Kong Gong himself. Looking up as she walked, Yu Wangmu softly said that her time was limited, so she could only discuss this matter here. She then continued deeper and entered a small tunnel. Soon after, Yu Wangmu stopped before a giant fish. The creature opened its eyes wide and observed her intently. Without flinching, Yu Wangmu faced it directly, and the fish spoke, asking her to return. It growled that no one could convince it and would not sign a pact with anyone until they defeated the 3 beauties of Snow White. Yu Wangmu gasped, "Bai Mo." Before her stood a pure white dolphin with pale yellow eyes. Bai Mo Kai Hai, the High Emperor of the 3 Kings selection. Silently thinking, she recalled the story from years ago when the 3 Kings selection proposed marriage to Bing Hu, with Bai Mo Kai Hai and the 3 beauties of Snow White as the main characters. Back then, Bai Mo took the form of a human with white wings, wearing pure clothes and a delicate headscarf. The noble status of the Hai Tai One clan, Baimo once thought the three beauties of Snow White were unworthy, but eventually failed and left the Three Kings selection in disgrace, wandering to the Western Territory. Yu Wangmu realized that the Western Territory didn't imprison Baimo, but that it had willingly stayed there. She tightly clenched her skirt, gathering all her courage to speak. Yu Wangmu loudly requested that Baimo Kai Hai return, as the Hai Tai One clan and her old friends were all hoping for his return. Upon hearing this, Baimo immediately expressed his anger, sighed in frustration, and coldly said that the envoy of the Hai Tai One clan was as boring as before, then asked her to leave. Hearing these words, Yu Wangmu anxiously called out Baimo Kai Hai's name. However, it turned its back and left, leaving her behind, only able to shout, "Please stop." Behind the glass, Yu Wangmu showed a confused expression, not knowing what to do next. Baimo's actions left the Queen Mother filled with disappointment and frustration. She walked in a daze, muttering that everything had failed. Baimo Kai Hai was far too stubborn. Suddenly a voice rang from behind, asking, so persistent, startling her. The Queen Mother hurriedly looked around and called out, "Who is there?" A glowing golden butterfly appeared at her waist, speaking, "I see you have no respect for the dignity of an emperor, right?" The Queen Mother bent down in shock and exclaimed, "Yue Zhai Wang." She burst into tears, asking, "What do you mean? I was already sad and you still tease me." The golden butterfly sighed, saying, "You understand nothing. How could empty pleasantries move anyone?" Su Liang spoke through the butterfly. "What she wants to hear is that you will defeat Tam Tu Bok Tiat for her, even if it means facing Bing Hu directly." He asked again, "Understand?" The Queen Mother could only stare blankly at the golden butterfly. Hearing this, the Queen Mother said in alarm, "How can you say that? Wouldn't that offend Bing Hu?" She shouted, "I had genuine affection for you, yet you want to make me an enemy of Baimo Kai Hai just for amusement." Su Liang thought from the other side, "Wait, why suddenly so clever?" The golden butterfly flew in front of the Queen Mother. It flapped its wings hard against her cheek, making her cry out in pain. Su Liang yelled, "Stop talking nonsense. Quickly go to the Kong Kwe Gong area and see." He continued, "What kind of existence is Kong Kwe Gong? I need to see it with my own eyes to believe it." The Queen Mother held her cheek, silently watching the butterfly. Hearing this, the Queen Mother said softly, "Yes." She continued down the steps, the golden butterfly following behind. As she walked, Su Liang thought about the rumor that clans chosen by Tam Vuong Tian rarely refuse requests from others. He wondered, could that be true? The Queen Mother cautiously moved forward. Suddenly she saw something, her face showing astonishment. Before her were three doors: a blue door with a snowflake symbol, a purple door with a diamond containing a circle, and a green door with a circle symbol. She was so stunned she could not speak. Su Liang watched from afar in shock, realizing that besides Kong Kwe Gong, this place also held two more powerful beings. Behind the green door was Shang Xuan Yue Yu Jai, a moon system emperor, her ring cracked, only the shell remaining, her body damaged. Behind the blue door with the snowflake symbol was Liu Sha, ice system emperor, holding a young woman captive. Su Liang recognized her as the criminal emperor of the Eastern Queen clan. After observing, the Queen Mother said softly, "It is not convenient to stay here. I will show you Kong Kwe Gong and leave immediately." She moved toward the purple door, where the interior was still unclear. She approached, she saw a woman sitting inside, gazing at the sky. The girl quietly admired the moon, eyes distant. That was Taiyu Zhouyan, bright emperor of Moon Guanglong, a high-level emperor. The Queen Mother thought, she guards the 10th palace, oversees Kong Kwe Gong, and holds the record for eliminating the most tyrants in this era. Zhouyan turned back, smiling, and asked, "Lost?" "The left path after leaving here leads to the Bai Mo Kai Hai detention area." The Queen Mother unconsciously replied, "Huh." Su Liang watched silently, thinking, according to legend she was easily enraged, so why is she so calm now? Suddenly, from another door a voice called as a hand grasped the bars, "Do the people of Tam Vuong Tian want to contract with me?" The Queen Mother looked over, seeing a woman with long white hair, delicate black horns, introducing herself as Bing Zai and telling them to endure the cold a little. Su Liang recalled that Liu Sha had rampaged through the eastern region over 50,000 years ago before Bing Hu appeared. He remembered her standing amid the desolate battlefield and thought that because of her terrible hunger, she had caused a great disaster, eventually suppressed by the three great sanctuaries. In other words, this monster had once confronted the first Princess Yun. The Queen Mother stammered in panic, "Hey, hey." At that moment, a voice came from the green door. "Stop dreaming, she belongs to the Three Kings selection." The voice came from the cracked ring and continued, This obedient little girl won't sign a pact with you. Su Liang thought Yu Jai was only a shell. Every time she made a move, it caused irreparable damage to herself and would eventually fall into eternal slumber. He understood that she was imprisoned because she couldn't control her power, having caused casualties even greater than the battle between Bing Hu and Fai Tho Gong years ago. Bing Zai laughed and said, "I was just speaking casually. The one in the laughing robe guards the Western Territory. Even if a pact is signed with this girl, she can't leave here." The Queen Mother was flustered, only knowing how to silently watch. Bing Zai continued, "It has been a long time since anyone came here. Let's do this." She said, "Little treasure of the Three Kings selection, we won't make things difficult for you." The cracked ring remained silent, listening. Bing Zai added, "All you have to do is tell us if anything big has happened outside recently." Zhou Yan smiled and observed. The Queen Mother softly replied this. The Queen Mother anxiously thought, these three great lords were very gentle in their speech and attitude, completely different from the rumors outside. If it's just that, then telling them about Yue Zhai Wang's ascension shouldn't be a problem. It was dark, and outside the ruins, a voice could be heard. "It's been several hours." Ling Yue turned to ask her companion guarding the door, "Has Lord Yu Wangmu still not come out?" Companion thought for a moment and replied, "The girls from the Hai Tai clan used to cry and run out within 5 minutes." Hearing this, she worriedly said, "Could it be that Lord Yu Wangmu has managed to persuade Lord Bai Mo Kai Hai?" At this moment, the Queen Mother was sitting on a chair, looking at the three doors. She recounted the events outside, from defeating Aquarius Palace, Shang Xuan Yue, and Tian Kai of the Seven Great Miracles, to Fai Tho Gong and the four great lords of Tai Yue winning in the Yue God ritual. The Queen Mother continued, but during the celebration that day, Bing Hu suddenly appeared, throwing everything into chaos. The battle with Fai Tho Gong spread throughout the Central Territory. Bing Zai listened intently. Yu Jai also listened as the Queen Mother recounted how countless beings had fallen, and the remaining 4 members of the Ten Yue Xiu had all been gravely injured. Zhou Yan listened quietly. The Queen Mother continued, "And finally the divine will appear to stop them." Bing Hu was forced to retreat to the Eastern Territory, while Fai Tho Gong and the old Yue Zhai Wang recuperated and greeted the celestial maiden Xiang Shi. After finishing, she said, "That's the entire story of the previous Yue God ritual." The three remained silent after hearing it. Yu Jai said, "When my true form shattered, Fai Tho Gong appeared not long after, and yet they defeated Tian Kai, not bad." Bing Zai laughed loudly, 3 against 1 and they still died. What's there to be proud of? He shrugged and said, "After all, the Yue God ritual is just a game of strength. Whichever side is larger and stronger wins." Bing Zai added, "But I once met a master who could suppress all factions." She clenched the bars tightly, angrily saying, "The Tai Shang Bai Hu Jai, that person's endless foggy world truly has no loophole." Bing Zai, full of anger, continued, "If given the chance, I want to fight her again." Zhou Yan heard this and said, "Oh, that rookie actually won the Yue God ritual." He casually leaned back in her chair and said, "Despite relying on an incident, they still had strength. The old Yue Zhai Wang was indeed very strong, otherwise, he couldn't have caused such chaos in the Three Kings selection and then safely withdrawn." The Queen Mother nodded in agreement after hearing this. The golden butterfly fluttered above her head and spoke, "Hey, why is it still not done?" Su Liang on the other side said tiredly, "Tell them to talk about their own story, I'm so bored." The Queen Mother replied after hearing this, "Yes, yes." She instinctively said directly, "He asked me to pass on the message, hoping you all would tell us your story." 3 fell silent again after hearing this. The Queen Mother was puzzled, completely not understanding what was happening. Su Liang covered his face, helpless and not knowing what else to say. He slid his hand out and said, "Just tell them that the mysterious existence inside her body wants to hear. Hurry up." Queen Mother hurriedly complied and said loudly, "He says the mysterious existence inside my body wants to hear." The atmosphere fell into silence once more. Yu Jai spoke up, "How strange. One of the great lords of the Hai Tai clan is curious about our matters." Her face darkened, sinking into deep thought. She replied that she was a child of the Three Kings Spring, and their old matters were hardly worth mentioning. Zhou Yan stepped toward the door and said, "Tell me more about the events of the current era." She gently passed through the door barrier and asked, "The new moon god ritual has begun, right?" Wang Mu was stunned and exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. Su Liang witnessed it and was also astonished. Zhou Yan approached and continued to ask, "Who is the Yue Zhai Wang of this cycle?" Facing Wang Mu, she asked further which pavilion the person behind him belonged to in the Moon Clan. Zhou Yan smiled and asked, "Has he ascended the heavenly island loop, and where is he now?" Her expression stiffened in thought. having been imprisoned for 50,000 years, yet still able to radiate such powerful aura. She lightly touched Wang Mu's face, reassuring that she had no ill intent and would not harm her. Zhou Yan added that all she needed was for Wang Mu to answer obediently, while Yu Jai silently observed from behind the door. Bingzai also held the door tightly, quietly watching everything. He continued to request, speak about the Ba Jia behind the current Yue Zhai Wang and his rank on the heavenly island loop. Wang Mu tensely bowed her head, whispering that it was 10,000 meters. Zhou Yan frowned and asked again, "What did you just say?" Wang Mu raised her head and loudly confirmed that half a month ago, the contemporary Yue Zhai Wang had conquered the 10,000 MP. Suddenly a violent storm arose outside. Ling Yue and her teammates panicked, shouting, "What is happening?" Inside, debris fell clattering. The door of Bingzai shook from the enormous force. Zhou Yan emitted a chilling, murderous aura, saying it meant a figure surpassing even the first-generation Yun princess had appeared. That act astonished everyone, maintaining such terrifying aura after being imprisoned for 50,000 years. Zhou Yan covered Wang Mu's mouth and interrogated her, causing her to panic and unable to respond. With an excited expression, she continued asking who the protector behind the current Yue Zhai Wang was. Wang Mu replied that it was the second pavilion, Golden Butterfly Pavilion, asleep for hundreds of thousands of years. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan's eyes showed clear surprise. Suddenly she opened her mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and lunged forward. Wang Mu screamed in terror. She closed her eyes tightly, waiting for something dreadful to happen. But nothing occurred. Wang Mu peered around. She saw Zhou Yan chewing a butterfly, calmly saying she was just a bit hungry, and asked where they had left off. Wang Mu blankly uttered a confused sound. Blinding white light suddenly appeared above their heads. The light startled Wang Mu immensely. Zhou Yan immediately grew cautious at the abnormal phenomenon. Both realized it was Hun Sha of one of the 7 great artifacts, as a white scarf appeared after the light. Wang Mu widened her eyes in astonishment and called out, "Great Hun Sha." Su Liang spoke through the orb, warning Wang Mu that this place was dangerous, and advising her to leave immediately. Hearing this, she became uneasy and agreed to leave. Wang Mu immediately turned and departed. Su Liang sternly reminded that he had warned many times not to do useless things, and suggested using power to exchange for freedom. Liu Sha objected, saying while the first-generation lover existed, Su Liang was not qualified, so do not overthink. A voice from the bracelet asked how many puppets he had defeated before entering. Zhou Yan lazily replied about 14 Ba Jia, around 70 to 80% of the forces. Hearing this, the bracelet exclaimed that the first-generation lover had spent hundreds of thousands of years accumulating Ba Jia, yet over 70% had been destroyed. It continued, stating that with the current strength, Zhou Yan still ranked among the 7 great artifacts, and asked about the current level. He coldly replied that the opponent had been heavily injured for too long, so seeing a new strong figure made them uneasy. Liu Sha warned that if she did not quickly absorb their power, her position would be threatened. At this moment, Su Liang's voice trembled with fury. He unleashed power and anger. A pure block of ice immediately shot toward Liu Sha. The nearby bracelet was also heavily shaken, quickly vanished before Zhou Yan's calm gaze. Su Liang panted after the attack, thinking he did not wish to make enemies of them. The original plan was to proceed step by step, but Yue Zhai Wang's sudden summit ascent disrupted all calculation. Therefore, he had to enter the final battle in his weakest state. After a while, the energy sphere around him gradually dissipated. Zhou Yan asked in surprise, "Already gone?" She emitted a dark, unpredictable aura. Then suddenly, Zhou Yan smiled subtly. At the same time, at the Moon Sect headquarters on Tianfu Island, Su Liang stood in thought, stroking his chin. In his mind appeared the image of Zhou Yan. He chewed a butterfly while saying Yue Zhai Wang would meet her on the full moon night. Su Liang thought to himself, this woman was truly unpredictable. Perhaps she sensed Hun Sha's aura approaching and acted deliberately to avoid detection. Otherwise, with the Western domain's vigilance, Hun Sha would certainly have recognized his view. More importantly, Kang Kuegong likely discovered it very early. Only when Wang Mu mentioned the Golden Butterfly Pavilion did she fully confirm. The one behind the silk light butterfly was the current Yue Zhai Wang. Su Liang suddenly sensed someone approaching and turned around. Wang Mu sulked, scolding that he had hidden far away to watch everything. She jumped off the jellyfish, lamenting how dangerous it had been and nearly caused a huge problem. Wang Mu moved closer, constantly scolding. She said if Hun Sha had not appeared in time, the situation would have been dire. He blamed him for almost putting her in danger, leaving Su Liang stunned. He immediately shouted back that it was also her fault for only requesting information and not talking recklessly. pointed out that her thoughtless words made others wary, leaving Yu Wangmu bewildered. She was so angry that her hair stood on end. Su Liang frowned, urging her to quickly provide information about Kong Kuegong and why the Western domain seemed unconcerned about him liberating that place. Stop beating around the bush, speak clearly, Yu Wangmu said seriously. She trembled and replied that the concubine's family could not refuse requests from others. Yu Wangmu turned her face away, explaining that according to the elder's analysis, this would be detrimental to the entire world and have the greatest impact on him. Lord Hun Sha originally did not want to release Kong Kuegong, but that would reduce your chances of victory in the Moon God ceremony. Su Liang furrowed his brows at this. She continued, saying that Kong Kuegong's unpredictability was the only factor that could break his current undefeated streak. Su Liang asked in a low voice, so even if I sign the contract, I still won't have complete control over Kong Kuegong and will have to bear the consequences, right? Yu Wangmu silently nodded. Su Liang's expression darkened, muttering that this price underestimated him too much. Compared to the mighty enemy about to be faced, this dangerous variable was truly not worth worrying about. The 12th moonlight diadem was sealed right before his eyes, with the identity of Yue Zhai Wang. Could he not rescue it? Even if there were traps ahead, it was still a challenge he had to face. Therefore, no matter what, Kong Kuegong must be released on the next full moon night. Su Liang suddenly asked, by the way, couldn't you have explained this more clearly? Yu Wangmu showed an expectant expression, her eyes seemingly asking for praise. Su Liang calmly replied that the previous explanation didn't show much intelligence. Had she done it intentionally before, causing her to be stunned by the criticism of her IQ? Yu Wangmu burst into tears, loudly reacting that how could Yue Zhai Wang say such a thing to her? Su Liang unexpectedly placed his hand on her forehead. He said that he would be cultivating here recently, and if any danger occurred on the full moon night, she must save him. While speaking, he patted Yu Wangmu's head, promising that if the Three Kings selection faced trouble in the future, he would also help. He looked at her with a serious expression, asking if she understood clearly. Yu Wangmu blushed, feeling extremely embarrassed. She loudly replied that she understood, and reminded that only 10 days were left until the full moon night that would determine the world's fate. On the full moon night, the grand arena of the Western region's Beast Tournament officially began. Below the stands, the crowd was constantly buzzing with excitement. A white flag was raised high, standing out prominently. Then the flag was firmly planted into the arena floor. Someone exclaimed in surprise that it was the Platinum War Soul of Yue Xing. The match was about to begin. A small foot slowly stepped onto the stage. It was none other than Yue Xing, marching forward with a confident aura. She stood tall under her white flag, a sphere of energy slowly appearing. Hu Sha spoke, introducing to everyone that today I will directly oversee the match. And as everyone has seen online, we not only invited Princess Yun, number 2, but also Yu Wangmu of the Three Kings selection, and Kang Yue Dai Dai of the Shangyu set. They will represent the two forces to ensure the match is conducted with absolute fairness. The crowd below cheered loudly as the two appeared. Discussions made Yu Wangmu feel extremely embarrassed. Everyone marveled at Yu Wangmu's beauty, believing that she was even more beautiful in real life than in pictures. Truly a rare beauty. Meanwhile, Shangyu remained calm. Her beauty was revered as exquisite, the goddess in the hearts of countless people. Yue Xing stood to the side, somewhat sad at the crowd's fervor for others. A normal beauty clearly wasn't the standout choice in this love game. She snorted coldly, pouting in displeasure. Yue Xing suddenly shouted, calling Yue Zhai Wang out to fight. The envoys of the Three Kings selection and Heavenly Island Ring were all present, with Lord Hun Sha as a witness. She declared that she would not let him easily take the Zhen Tian Yan Yue Dao. The sky, which was clear, suddenly became covered with dark clouds. From the clouds, golden beams of light continuously shone down. It was countless glowing butterflies. They were so dense that they nearly covered the stand. From above, a figure descended along the path formed by the butterflies. Someone exclaimed in surprise that it was Yue Zhai Wang Su Liang. When he landed on the arena, he stopped with complete composure. Su Liang lightly snapped his fingers. The glowing butterfly swarm immediately vanished in an instant. Many girls below the stands cheered passionately, praising Yue Zhai Wang, truly captivating. Taunt rang out, let's use some moonlight to dazzle those Western region people, making Yue Xing frown in displeasure. Suddenly, a small sphere appeared in front of her chest. The sphere detached from Yue Xing's body and hovered in midair. She handed it to Yu Wangmu, saying that it was the soul blade of Xuan Yue Shihua. Yu Wangmu took the gem with a look of astonishment. Su Liang also noticed this scene and glanced over. He slowly walked closer to the two. Yan Yue Dao appeared in Su Liang's hand immediately. He handed the sword to Shang Yu. Smiling, he said to hold on to it for a while, and he would take it back later. He whispered, "Keep an eye on that person from the Bai Lu tribe, don't let her snatch it." Shang Yu gently replied to reassure him, saying she would wait for him. After speaking, Su Liang turned and walked away. The audience below was confused, wondering about the strange atmosphere as they were supposed to be enemies with a 3-year pact. Yu Wangmu anxiously glanced at Shang Yu. At that moment, Su Liang loudly declared the start. He emitted a strong killing intent. That killing intent was directed at Yue Xing, startling her. Yue Xing immediately reacted, raising her hand to the sky to unleash her ultimate move. Bai Sheng Quan was activated, and a green vortex appeared. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, that was the current strength of Bai Sheng from the Bai Sheng clan. Su Liang silently understood that to keep Yan Yue in the western region, they had agreed to sign a contract with Bai Yi. Unfortunately, he had once thought that only Bai Sheng's first Grand Master could contend with the Emperor-level expert chosen by the Western Region King. The strength of the current opponent was also nearly on par with Hong Fen Fei Ying. Thinking this, he shouted loudly, "Moonlight Rabbit appear." The Moonlight Rabbit slowly appeared before everyone. Yue Xing called out, requesting help from Lord Quan. She suggested they first test the strength of the opponent. There was no need to protect her at this moment. The energy vortex grew more intense. Despite the overwhelming power, Yu Fei too stood firm, unshaken. A notification appeared, indicating that the Guardian of Aquarius had been summoned, successfully suppressing the Blood Moon entity and reducing its effective duration from 480 minutes to just 10 minutes. Su Liang smirked slightly. The idea of probing seemed ridiculous, as he never intended to fight one-on-one. Simply standing there, everything would naturally reach its conclusion. Yue Xing's vortex of power immediately surged forward, aiming to attack. Yu Fei Tu's gaze sharpened in preparation to defend, while Su Liang silently calculated that her Blood Moon entity would only last another 10 minutes. A halo suddenly appeared, surrounding its waist. However, in this brief moment, her sense of existence would reach an unimaginable level, possibly even the peak. That level had once been achieved by the Guardian of Aquarius. The light rabbit slowly raised its arm. It lifted its hand high, pointing straight to the sky, and suddenly swung it downward with force. Instantly, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. The blast created a massive mushroom-shaped smoke column. Shortly after, the dense smoke gradually dissipated. The surrounding area was almost completely flattened. Someone exclaimed in shock that they were still alive. Shang Yue observed silently, realizing that the outcome had been determined the moment the battle began. The Dark Queen also widened her eyes in astonishment, recognizing that this power was entirely an attack of imperial magnitude, leaving Yue Xing stunned after being struck. He reflected that only lands visited by the 7 Beast Masters had ever held such power. Yue Xing looked up at the girl in the wedding dress and called out, "Lord Hun Sha." It turned out Hun Sha had taken the blow, allowing everyone else to survive. She realized silently that this was legendary Yue Shai Wang. Without hesitation, Su Liang immediately turned to leave. He approached Shang Yue and the Dark Queen who were standing nearby. Su Liang retrieved Yan Yue and quietly said that everything was over. At the same time, he casually took the crystal from the Dark Queen's hand. She regained her composure, exclaiming in surprise that the object had not fully warmed yet. The girl in the wedding dress felt annoyed, thinking that if Yue Xing had won, she could have avoided the fight and swapped the blade with Bing Hu. Merely sealing Shan Guangdai had clearly underestimated Yue Zhai Wang. Suddenly Su Liang called out loudly, "Hun Sha." He declared that he would now go to free the Guardian of Kong Kuegong. Hun Sha could choose to stay out or intervene directly. His gaze turned cold, challenging her to try if she thought she could stop him. The girl in the wedding dress responded excitedly, interpreting it as a declaration of war and doubting he could do it alone. She still declared she would not intervene, daring him to act before Wang Quan and Tian Dao Huan. She affirmed that they would not let him leave the western region, then suddenly stopped speaking. In the sky, clouds coiled into a strange vortex. A figure appeared with a loud laugh, claiming to be late due to oversleeping. She realized silently that this was the ancient emperor of the White Deer clan, the 19-colored Moon Strider. Ai Yun transformed into human form and asked if the battle was over. She commented that it was only the prelude. Su Liang glanced briefly at the girl. However, he paid no mind and continued on his way. In the endless prison of the western region, a girl commented on the recent earth-shattering sound. Another curiously asked who had won the fight between Yue Zhai Wang and Yue Xing. Someone else asserted confidently that it was Yue Zhai Wang, wondering what the Western region king would think. They continued to discuss whether Hun Sha and Princess Yun were fighting, but a girl replied that strict surveillance was unnecessary as they would not be the first to suffer the consequences if anything happened. Suddenly, a girl sensed someone approaching and turned her head. Su Liang, expression cold, slowly advanced toward them. Three girls exclaimed in shock upon recognizing Yue Zhai Wang. He silently walked past them, forcing them to quickly move aside. Su Liang steadily moved deeper inside. Girls stepped aside, too stunned to speak. Soon after, all three ran away in panic. Meanwhile, Su Liang continued his journey deeper within. At the end of the path, 3 different gates gradually appeared before him. Seeing this, he furrowed his brow and observed carefully. Inside one gate, Zhou Yan sat smiling, waiting. Su Liang raised 3 fingers, stating he had 3 requests. She smiled faintly and calmly said to speak. He decisively made the first request. Under no circumstances was she to attack him. The second request was that the battle should not harm innocents. The final request was that he needed direct contact with her. Zhou Yan, with certainty, said these were extremely simple. She gently stepped closer to the door, then walked out easily without encountering any obstacles. Zhou Yan took out a sharp feather. He knelt respectfully and presented it. Su Liang immediately reached out to take it. Zhou Yan could not hide her joy, smiling brightly. Beams of light shot into the sky and collided. They then erupted into dazzling fireworks across the night sky. People below looked up regretfully, as everything happened too fast to see clearly. Shang Yue stood silently, quietly observing the scene. Hai Yun and her representative spirit appeared, automatically setting up a protective barrier. Girl thought that no matter how fearsome the attack, as long as it touched her, everything would dissipate. The Dark Queen quietly observed those in front of her, lost in thought. She silently observed the glowing gem among the 4 brides, which was the absolute defense layer of Master Hun Sha. The gem was actually a halo gradually dissipating, maintained by a defensive network formed from many powerful warriors, solid like a turtle shell. Wu Wangmu stood pensively beside Shang Yue, judging that it would be difficult to determine victory in a short time. Yun looked annoyed, softly clicking her tongue. Su Liang braced his hands on the ground, coughing uncontrollably. He clutched his neck in pain, silently thinking that perhaps the news about Yue Zhai Wang had been distorted. The brides suddenly turned into dry skeletons in tattered clothes. Yun lightly snapped her fingers. Instantly, the brides restored their original forms. The little girl frowned angrily, murmuring that this opponent was really difficult to handle. Yun silently observed the shrinking halo, realizing this was not a true manifestation but a semi-fused state with the host below. The woman in a white veil pondered, recognizing this as a familiar tactic of the Bailu clan, yet it would be a great challenge for the beast master. He sighed, mind in turmoil, eyes fixed on the source of the light. The full moon shining in the night sky stirred her heart. Perhaps Yue Zhai Wang had already arrived. Zhou Yan knelt on one knee before Su Liang, holding a feather in her hand. Su Liang took it, feeling the hidden power within. Suddenly small sparks appeared around, catching his attention. The system screen displayed information. Taiyu Zhou Yan Ming Wang Yue Guang System Emperor Level. Skills, Peacock Guardian Palace including Invisible Curtain Ming Wang Dance Curtain Opening. Su Liang assessed silently, though Kong Kuegong's personal combat power was formidable in terms of overall combat skill. He reread the information on the screen and speculated that the skill set was incomplete, lacking intimidation, mainly serving conventional close combat. Looking at the one kneeling at his feet, Su Liang felt that a guardian of the 12 Yue Dao palaces seemed too ordinary. A thought struck him that this was good. Perhaps Kong Kuegong's special ability would not pose a major threat to him. System screen turned off, leaving Su Liang with lingering thoughts about Kong Kuegong's legendary reputation and why the former Yue Zhai Wang had cancelled the contract. Zhou Yan then softly asked if he had made his decision. Zhou Yan bowed slightly as a formal greeting to Su Liang. He gently asked if Yue Zhai Wang had made a decision. Su Liang remained silent, giving no answer. His heart was in turmoil, but his hand clenched with determination. The situation had reached this point. There was no turning back. Su Liang softly said, "All right, make the contract." They touched hands, a flash of light appearing in the air. Zhou Yan immediately radiated brilliant light. Su Liang squinted in surprise, his face turning pale. System notification. Yue Zhai Wang appeared abnormally, undergoing recovery. System interface turned purple, updating information on the Peacock Guardian Palace. The system displayed new functions. Invisible Curtain Ming Wang Dance Curtain Opening Aura Shift Zai Xing Emperor Seat Curtain Opening Step 2 Absolute Order. Zhou Yan smiled subtly with a strange expression. Su Liang suddenly realized something, eyes wide in astonishment. A loud explosion sounded, boulders were thrown, blinding light enveloping the area. As the dust cleared, a huge crater appeared. Zhou Yan stood calmly in the center of the pit. On the opposite side, Su Liang coughed violently. He clutched his neck, astonished that the information about Yue Zhai Wang was so inaccurate. Seeing Zhou Yan radiate a strange blue light, Su Liang became cautious. The opponent had many combat skills and overwhelming momentum. Zhou Yan passed by Su Liang, disdainfully saying he was no better than the little demon of Phi Tho Palace. He coldly declared that the one claiming to be the leading prince was no greater than that. Su Liang trembled, clutching his neck to defend himself, thinking the compatibility between them was completely opposite. Surviving without being defeated was lucky. Zhou Yan braced herself, regretting that they could not fight together, so let everything follow fate. Sweat drenched his face. Su Liang realized something unusual. His 6-star realm was weakening. Looking at the full moon, Zhou Yan said there was still an important matter to complete before leaving. Straining to stand, Su Liang shouted, "Wait, what exactly have you done?" Zhou Yan immediately vanished into the void. She quickly appeared in another space. Zhou Yan's eyes scanned as if searching for a target. The full moon still shone brightly in the sky. She smiled slightly, seemingly having found what she sought. Soon after, Zhou Yan smiled coldly, casting invisible curtain tearing through space. Yun and the veiled bride faced off directly in the recently destroyed pit. The veiled bride murmured that this little demon was really difficult to handle. Yun laughed in reply, "You are no better." Suddenly, Yun sensed something behind her. The ground behind her suddenly cracked and collapsed in chunks. The veiled bride was astonished at the sudden scene. The sky turned purple. Zhou Yan's voice rang out, "I only want a position in the 7 wonders. Why is it so difficult?" She appeared with a slight smile, saying "Hi type Bing Hu," and Bao Bing Gong gave her no chance to duel. The veiled bride seemed to have anticipated this situation, thinking finally it has come. Zhou Yan arrogantly told Hun Sha that if she evaded again, she would defeat everyone present. Suddenly she paused in thought. Zhou Yan remembered Su Liang's advice not to harm the innocent during combat. This caused her a brief hesitation, and Zhou Yan lightly snapped her fingers. Her face became more sinister, murmuring that if they are all emperors, they cannot be considered innocent. Wu Wangmu shivered at this, face full of worry. Zhang Yue stood quietly observing everything. The veiled bride remained motionless. Her heart briefly stirred, everything unfolding as predicted. Lying on the fractured ground, Su Liang thought Yue Zhai Wang was not present here. Sweat pouring, he groaned. Could it be that he would fall here? Su Liang laughed helplessly and gradually fell into unconsciousness. A shadow silently approached Su Liang from afar. Zhou Yan remained thoughtful, believing Hun Sha was merely a shell. Once the energy depleted, there would be no resistance. Observing the brides ahead, she speculated that as long as they held out until Yue Zhai Wang's power was completely drained, everything would end. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind toward Zhou Yan, who dared to openly interfere in my battle. Zhou Yan glanced back coldly. Yun dashed forward at an astonishing speed, boldly declaring she would not spare the arrogant one before her. A sudden lightning strike hit her, leaving Yun stunned. On the ground, a blaze of fire erupted fiercely. Yun was forced onto the ground, grimacing in pain. Zhou Yan's sneer that even the eternal realm was beyond her reach. Yun trembled but tried to stand firm. Zhou Yan continued to taunt, saying she had defeated many emperors of the Bailu clan, while Yun was the weakest opponent not worth her concern. Yun forced herself upright, eyes filled with hatred, staring straight at Zhou Yan. She briefly glanced to the side, then spoke calmly, preparing for the next step. The veiled bride exhaled softly, seemingly ready to act. In an instant, she split into an identical duplicate. The other brides simultaneously created similar clones. They quickly formed a circle around the shimmering lake. Yun calmed herself, reminding herself to stay composed to sense the opponent's invisible aura. She looked up, observing both sides preparing to charge into battle. The veiled bride signaled Yun that it was time to deliver the decisive strike. Yun nodded slightly in agreement. She began to feel the powerful energy gathering around her body. Yun raised her hand, gradually controlling the rising power. Opening her eyes with a determined gaze, she confirmed she had grasped it. Zhou Yan turned her back to Yun, secretly thinking about being knocked back with just one move. Yun trembled but stood with full determination, believing that even without reaching the supreme realm, she could still fight. Zhou Yan immediately unleashed the peacock opening strike from above. The brides held their position, forming a solid defense. Zhou Yan charged at them with extreme speed. Pink streaks suddenly appeared, flying directly at the bride. The streaks pierced the veiled bride, leaving her no time to react. A mouthful of blood sprayed out in pain. Zhou Yan seized the opportunity, grabbing the bride's arm firmly. The veiled bride endured repeated fierce attacks, her body shaken by pain. A loud explosion rang out, the ground below starting to crack. Hai Yun stood amid the dust, intently observing ahead. He froze in thought, wondering how to defeat such a formidable opponent. Su Liang lay motionless beneath the rubble. His face was covered in blood, soaking his chest. Liu Sha sighed, explaining that the former Yue Zhaiwang severed the contract to survive, because this power consumed the host's life force. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan attacked even more fiercely, while Liu Sha added that each ultimate move further drained the host's vitality. Su Liang trembled, reaching his hand forward. His eyes were full of regret, thinking it might all be over and every effort wasted. Pale pink aura appeared, hovering before him. Hai Yun sat on the ground, breathing heavily in labor. She realized with alarm that the attack had been aimed straight at her. The brides had now turned into dry skeletons, yet the aura around remained deep and terrifying like an abyss. Seeing Zhou Yan's overwhelming power, Hai Yun wavered, her courage momentarily shaken. She clenched her fists, reminding herself that retreating now would mean she could never become the official Princess Yun. A voice echoed, encouraging Hai Yun, telling her not to fear. Veiled bride reassured her, promising to draw Zhou Yan's attention, for her power was nearing its limit. She advised Hai Yun to use her strongest move to end the battle, and Hai Yun immediately agreed with firm resolve. Hai Yun closed her eyes in prayer, pleading for power from the great Lord 19-colored moonstep. She unleashed the ultimate move, Spatial March, vanishing from the current space. The veiled bride was also drawn into another dimension. The bride returned to her original form, no longer a clone. Zhou Yan coldly remarked that at this level, that attack was insufficient to affect her. She turned away with reluctance, acknowledging that Su Liang had endured longer than expected and deserved her attention. Zhou Yan closed her eyes, softly stating her time was limited, and she prepared her next move. Opening her eyes, her face was filled with killing intent, determined to finish the opponent. The Dark Queen wailed in despair. The brides put all their effort into defense under tremendous pressure. Zhou Yan's overwhelming power made her smile with satisfaction. Suddenly she withdrew her gaze, sensing something unusual. A flash of light streaked through Zhou Yan in an instant. The sky seemed torn apart, forming a massive rift. The crack quickly spread across the surrounding space. Immediately after, Hai Yun emerged from the rift. She fell to the ground, gasping, saying the borrowed power could only be used once, but passing through Spatial March had succeeded. Hai Yun smiled in satisfaction. Though far from reaching the legendary realm, this result was enough. Suddenly, she sensed something unusual occurring. Hai Yun was surrounded by an invisible force, unable to move, shocked and confused. Zhou Yan gradually appeared amidst thick clouds, coldly stating that the move was still too immature. Her power seemed to increase, her tone full of disdain, asserting Hai Yun could not harm her. Hai Yun realized in shock that Zhou Yan's spiritual armor had completely blocked Spatial March. Zhou Yan reminded that she had fought the great emperors of the Bai Lu clan many times, so these moves were nothing new. She raised her hand, restraining Hai Yun, saying that even if she stood still, the opponent could not cause harm. Zhou Yan clenched her hand as if squeezing the air itself. Pressure made Hai Yun scream in pain. The invisible binding suddenly tore apart by a mysterious attack. Zhou Yan immediately glanced back, highly alert. Zhang Yue appeared to stop her, demanding Zhou Yan cease. She spoke calmly, suggesting the battle should end here. Zhou Yan laughed scornfully. With your strength alone, you dare dream of defeating me. He proudly declared, then all four of you attack at once. Suddenly the pink cord snapped. Zhou Yan froze, a thought flashing through her mind. Has the energy been cut off? Yu Wangmu looked at her in confusion. What is happening? Why did she suddenly stand still? Zhang Yue calmly explained, because Kong Kuegong stopped transmitting energy here. She turned her thoughts toward Su Liang, wondering what had happened on Yue Zhaiwang's side. On the other side, Su Liang lay on his back, the blood on his body having turned an unusual blue. Liu Sha gently reached into his shirt to take out something. He weakly spoke, "What are you doing?" Liu Sha raised the phone, saying, "I'm checking if you know any Frost Clan beast masters to call them for our retrieval." She looked at the friend list and sighed, heavens, all moonlight type, hopeless. Suddenly, Liu Sha noticed a distant echoing sound. She turned her head in puzzlement. What just happened? He closed his eyes, relaxing his body. Suddenly, he awoke. Around him was a blue sky and floating white clouds. He wondered where he was. A hand gently touched Su Liang's cheek. He slowly reached out and touched that hand. Su Liang's eyes widened as he recognized the familiar feeling. Jumped up in astonishment. "Is it you, Xiao Lu?" He looked around and said, "Have you been by my side since the heavenly island loop?" A voice replied, "Yes, but now is not the time to talk." He continued, making him pause, "The western domain is in chaos. I must stop it immediately." Su Liang responded at once, "Let's go, we act together." A flash of light appeared, ending their conversation. He looked toward the empty space ahead. His body gradually weakened and fell backward. He lost consciousness amidst the white clouds, still sensing something in his subconscious. He realized the connection to Kong Gong had been completely severed. Su Liang relaxed, for this place no longer belonged to the real world. Clouds rolled into a vortex behind him. This was the mist world. He opened his eyes fully awake. Su Liang jumped up, startling Liu Sha beside him, who gasped in amazement. The phone in her hand fell beside him. Glanced at the screen to read the message. The message read, "I am Bai Yue Zhai Wang, trapped in the infinite prison in the Western Domain, about to collapse. Send Frost Clan and 9-star Moonlight Beast Masters to assist." He helplessly looked at Liu Sha, who deliberately turned away. He inquired, "Do you not know that in this era 9-star Beast Masters do not exist? If you want to leave, fulfill one request of mine." Liu Sha glanced at him, then listened attentively. He turned back to ask, "But first tell me how you severed the connection with Kong Gong." She was stunned as she saw the scene before her. Radiant golden feather appeared before Su Liang, startling Liu Sha. Could this be? She exclaimed in amazement, "That is the mark of Bai Lu." The feather merged with Su Liang's body, forming gigantic wings behind him, the legendary infinite eternal universe journey. In the western domain sky, the moon remained full and radiant. Yu Wang Mu looked at Shang Yue as if signaling. Now everyone had sensed the disturbance. Zhou Yan gradually lost consciousness, bowing her head silently. The power from Kong Gong being cut made it hard for her to maintain her state. Shang Yue calmly declared, "Everything is over now, Kong Gong." Veiled bride spoke, "Obey and be bound, I can spare you a way to live." Yu Wang trembled looking at Zhou Yan, then at Shang Yue and the mysterious bride. Yu Wang Mu summoned all her courage to ask loudly, "What have you done to Yue Zhai Wang?" Shang Yue and the veiled bride simultaneously turned their heads in the same direction. Shang Yue speculated, could it be the princess of the High Clan? The veiled bride asked, "Does Yue Zhai Wang hold special meaning to you?" Yu Wang Mu awkwardly covered her mouth. Her mind appeared the image of Su Liang. Yu Wang Mu shyly lowered her head. A loud burst of laughter drew her attention. Shang Yue and the veiled bride immediately looked toward the sound. Zhou Yan landed, laughing arrogantly. He still proudly said, "It was only the energy being interrupted. What do you have to be proud of?" Though exhausted, Zhou Yan still spoke, "Then I will show you what despair is." Tilted her head back to the sky, black aura spewing fiercely from her mouth. Immediately after, Zhou Yan collapsed to the ground. Shang Yue observed carefully, a sense of doubt rising. Yu Wang Mu asked in confusion, "Is this power being gathered for her ultimate move?" Shang Yue replied softly, "No, her vitality is rapidly declining." Suddenly Zhou Yan screamed in pain. Large cracks appeared across her back, spreading rapidly. The veiled bride was horrified. 2,000 years ago I never saw such a technique, an unsettling premonition. Yun struggled to rise after the previous impact. She looked toward Zhou Yan in confusion. Intense light forced Hai Yun to shield her eye. Yu Wang Mu also struggled to resist the blinding light. The light softened, she slowly lowered her hands to observe. Yu Wang Mu widened her eyes in astonishment at the scene before her. Shang Yue immediately became alert to the abnormal phenomenon. The veiled bride anxiously followed the development. The moon was shrouded by black aura, descending gradually toward the ground. The veiled bride exclaimed in horror at this terrifying scene. Zhou Yan had exerted all her strength to pull the moon down here. She slowly stood, eyes satisfied. The ritual was temporarily complete. Zhou Yan turned around, speaking softly, "Next." Her eyes flashed with a cold light and a dangerous warning, "I will spare none of you." Instantly, she circulated internal energy, absorbing the surging power around her body, second level, Kai Ping. Hai Yun was violently shaken, his body thrown backward. Yu Wang Mu struggled to resist, trying to maintain the formation. The veiled bride turned to Shang Yue, loudly pleading, "Summon the heavenly island loop to assist, or none of us here will escape." Shang Yue silently resisted, feeling a twinge of envy, but recalled that not long ago the heavenly island loop had allied with Yue Zhai Wang, making help unlikely this time. Shang Yue gradually relaxed, but admitted that the power of the four of them alone was far from enough to resist Kong Gong. The water beneath the pit suddenly evaporated, drying up in an instant. Seeing this, Shang Yue could not help but feel puzzled. From the dust and smoke came a voice, "What is happening?" Only a moment passed, yet the world seems changed, leaving Shang Yue astonished as time seemed frozen. Kong Gong suddenly stopped, and everyone immediately heightened their vigilance at the stranger's appearance. A strand of silver hair gradually appeared through the smoke. Shang Yue instantly recognized a familiar presence. The newcomer quickly subdued Zhou Yan, gripping her neck and pressing her to the ground. Yu Jai hovered in the air, vibrating and radiating brilliant light. Liang yawned lightly and slowly spoke, but he walked forward leisurely, his tone relaxed, now feeling an unprecedented relief. Veiled Bride exclaimed in astonishment, if not Kong Kwe Gong, then it must be Supreme Mysterious Moon Yu Jai Liu Sha. She shouted in anger, Yue Jai Wang, have you gone mad? Intending to confront the whole world. The Veiled Bride worriedly reasoned, the reason I did not arrange protection in the prison was because a true seal existed there. Yu Jai gradually developed cracks, hidden deep within the bodies of the two, continuously draining their life force. She glanced at the one beside Su Liang, wondering that if the contract had not been signed, how had Yue Jai Wang accomplished it? Hai Yun was left stunned by what was unfolding before her eyes. Girl spoke slowly, recounting the endless journey across countless worlds. Hai Yun looked at Su Liang in disbelief, wondering if anyone in the Bai Lu clan had truly reached such a level. Yu Jai was infused with abundant energy, and part of the cloud and dust function from Yue Jai Wang spread into their bodies. Hai Yun's intent enveloped Su Liang and Liu Sha, allowing them to temporarily maintain an infinite life state without expending energy. A pillar of light suddenly shot straight down to the bottom of the abyss. The luminous figure immediately turned their gaze to the movement below. Zhou Yan trembled, struggling to utter 2 words before releasing them. He suddenly surged forward with fierce intensity. Zhou Yan wiped her tears and looked up toward the moon. She smiled confidently, Bai Si, so you are here too. In that instant of teleportation I failed to notice, truly an improvement. She spoke with a provocative tone, but that move would not work on him a second time. Suddenly Zhou Yan stiffened, unable to speak another word. She collapsed face down on the ground. Su Liang leisurely walked to stand opposite her. At this moment, Zhou Yan could only open her eyes in silence. Su Liang sat down, his voice tinged with reproach, truly a stubborn child. He gently placed his hand on Yan's head and said, it seems complete subjugation will take more time, today we pause here. Zhou Yan could only grit her teeth and speak each word, hate, detest. Rings of light immediately appeared among the crowd. The Veiled Bride exclaimed in shock, that is Bai Si's teleportation. Su Liang stood up, ready to take Zhou Yan away. The Veiled Bride pointed and shouted, how can the supreme tyrant I have preserved for tens of thousands of years be taken by you? Charge. From beneath her feet, streaks of light quickly spread. A puppet immediately appeared, a tyrant relic of the Tu Sheng clan created by offering a body under the guidance of the Western Region Queen Mother. Next, a mutant with a feline form appeared, the lover Bai Sheng. And a woman with bizarre hair emerged, the lover Mu Sheng. A young girl in blue attire quickly manifested, the lover Ling Sheng. Finally, a mutant with overwhelming firepower appeared, the complete lover. The Veiled Bride was secretly pleased, each one approaching the power of the supreme tyrant of the past. Kong Kwe Gong had been exhausted by them. The lovers immediately rushed forward to attack. Their sole target was Su Liang. Yu Jai behind him suddenly blazed with light. A strong blue beam shot straight into the sky. The lovers froze for a moment. Immediately after, the space became empty as if no one had ever existed. The battle techniques. Bei Kui Jade Nation. Green jade cracked slightly at one corner. Bai Si covered his mouth in shock. Only a few seconds remained to complete the spatial distortion. The Veiled Bride loudly ordered to stop him. There was no more time. He pointed at Yu Wang Mu, reminding them they still owed her a favor. Mother Yu glided past Thuong and Gaiet, casually asked again what favor. A sudden beam of light shot straight into the center of their chest. Thuong and Gaiet touched her chest, exhaling in relief. It was not aimed at us. Hai Thiep and Tin Lin surged forward, pursuing the target. Dao Vien followed behind, softly said, due to owed favors we must cooperate, act fully, please be gentle. Liu Sha spoke sarcastically. I intended to duel Hai Thiep or Dao Vien, but with a flawed will, so be it. She raised her hand, the gem had already shattered unnoticed. A massive ice spire immediately formed. Liu Sha warned coldly, do not waste my time. The Veiled Bride was surrounded by sharp ice spears, collapsing to the ground, facing the entire starry world. This progress seemed not bad. Su Liang turned, softly spoke to the Veiled Bride, then we shall meet next time. He slowly concluded, let the moon god ceremony reach its end, at a mysterious mineral mine in the eastern region, snow covering everywhere. Laborers struggled, pushing heavy ore carts through the thick snow. Suddenly something caught their attention. 3 loud explosions rang across the sky, accompanied by brilliant bursts like fireworks. As the light dissipated, 3 figures fell heavily from above to the ground. One lying on the ground was Su Liang. He thought silently that was dangerous, almost could not return. Luckily the acting was perfect, appearing completely exhausted. Fortunately, Hun Sha finally gave up, otherwise just the appearance of one emperor would have trapped us. Not far away, Liu Sha tried to move, but her body was too weak, helplessly. Beside her, Chao Yen lay sprawled, sleeping unaware of the world. Bai Si slowly stepped to where they had fallen. She sat beside Su Liang, gently said, "First, rest well. When you awaken, we must face an unavoidable truth." Scene shifted to the western region. Mother Yu was filling in the deep craters after the battle. Yuang Ungayat was also channeling energy into the peach tree in the garden. Ansha sat by the cliff, hugging her knees, burying her face in tears. Tears continuously rolled down her face. Unable to bear the anguish, she raised her face to the sky, screaming, "It's all gone, Yue Zhai Wang is gone. The treasures I accumulated over tens of thousands of years are lost. I do not wish to live." In the distance, Zio Hu and Yue Xing were startled into stillness by her wail. Ansha continuously wiped her tears, sobbing without end. Suddenly she noticed the sky was no longer dark. The moon had returned intact as before. From afar, the first love slowly approached her step by step. Ansha stood frozen in shock. That person gently said, "We agreed that from now on you would not cry, right? Unexpectedly, upon waking, I saw you cry like this. The dignity of the 7 great marvels was all lost by you." Gently lifted by her first love, Ansha's tears flowed again. She burst into tears, rushing into her mother's arms, sobbing, "Mother, I was bullied." Yue Xing, hearing from afar, exclaimed in surprise, "Mother." Zio, who casually reminded him, "Never mind, that's just a strange term of endearment between the two. No need to worry." But he suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait a moment. How could this be if that form of address were true? Someone from 50,000 years ago, how could they appear in this era as a first love? The scene shifted to the Yunwu Sea. Through the thick mist a white coffin lay, with 2 objects protruding from the lid. Suddenly the entire coffin shook violently. Su Liang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still tinged with hate. Immediately, he widened his eyes in shock as he recognized where he was. He lay amidst layers of piled bones, next to Huan Yue in her spirit beast form. She lightly placed a foot on his chest, gently shook him, and said, "Su Liang, I didn't expect you to grow up so quickly. It truly surprises me. You must be extremely careful. The first-generation Yun princess has awakened. The boundaries of the Yunwu Sea are gradually fading." He hurriedly grabbed her leg as if trying to hold on. Yet Huan Yue's body gradually dissipated into the white mist of bones. Her voice still echoed that perhaps they would meet again soon. Su Liang shouted at her, but in the end could not hold onto anything. Jolted awake from the dream with his heart racing. His arm still reached forward as if trying to grasp Huan Yue's figure. He recalled the recent dream had he met Zio Lu. Such a realistic feeling could not be an ordinary dream. Hearing the noise, Bai Si immediately stepped into the room. She bowed respectfully, reporting, "Master, you are awake. Yu Jai and Liu Sha are resting in the nearby tent." In another room, Liu Sha slept soundly, beside her the familiar jade bracelet. She continued, reporting that this was the Yun Wu base in the eastern region, with almost no visitors, even Bing, who had yet to discover their existence. Su Liang sat up and discussed the situation, thanking Bai Si and inquiring about the current circumstances. Bai Si responded candidly, "Master, I'm afraid we must abandon this plan. Her condition is severe, not only drained of power but also weakened in spirit, which is particularly dangerous for a beast tamer. Whereas an ordinary person would need 3 years to recuperate, you could recover in just half a year. However, this time we are forced to abandon the plan to seize the sword sheath." Su Liang asked helplessly, "What about the first Yun princess and Bing Hu?" She did not answer directly, only saying, "You should see for yourself." Then she cast a spell. A sphere of light appeared in midair. Looking at the scene inside the sphere, Su Liang suddenly realized this is not the eastern region but a battlefield in the space of a planet. On that battlefield, impacts emitted blinding flashes of light. Fragments of meteors shattered, drifting through space. He exclaimed in astonishment, "This power is overwhelming, far surpassing the battle between Hun Sha and the second Yun princess." Bai Si assessed that the first Yun princess was extremely powerful, even able to summon a flawed form of the supreme jade painting catastrophe, yet the battle remained fierce. Initially she was completely overwhelmed. Only when Kong Kwe Gong drew the moon closer did she reluctantly balance the battlefield. Then the moon returned to its original orbit. But at this moment, Bai Si hesitated and said no more. Su Liang softly replied, "I understand." From his judgment, the cloud energy on the planet had grown unusually dense. Because, as Zio Lu had said, the first-generation Yun princess had truly awakened. Bai Si advised that in this state, he absolutely could not intervene in the battle. Su Liang clenched his trembling fist, his voice full of frustration, but the final piece of the supreme mystical moon frost flower was just one step away. He could not easily give up. No matter the cost, must seize the sword lock, struggling to stand, his eyes filled with determination. Bai Si ran after him, calling out worriedly, "Master." Su Liang gripped his clothes, telling himself that despite exhausted strength, weakened spirit, a fatigued team, and unready battle beasts. All these were just reasons, unable to stop him. Because today Yue Zhaiwang Su Liang would face Bing Hu, and with that thought he adjusted his clothes and stepped outside. At the same time, on the battlefield beyond the planet, the first Yun princess appeared amidst the white bones in the cloud-chasing moon form. He tensed internally, realizing that Bing Hu had yet to unleash full power, only testing her. Suddenly, Huan Yue flinched alertly. Afar, she saw a powerful beam of light rushing straight at her. These were fragments of meteors speeding through space at a terrifying rate. Panicked, she intended to turn and retreat. In an instant, countless large and small rocks surrounded Huan Yue. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, trying to stay calm and focus on sensing her opponent's breath. She noticed a beam of light threading between the rocks. Huan Yue opened her eyes, concentrating all her spirit to observe. When the target entered her control range, she launched her attack, the bone field erased. A whirl of white bones surged, spreading throughout space. Huan Yue reached out to grasp the beam of light. She was silently pleased to have finally captured the opponent's essence. But her smile froze instantly as a hand pointed to her forehead. Bing Hu coldly said that the moment she struck was when the bone field stalled. Huan Yue was stunned, unable to believe what was unfolding before her eyes. Bing Hu launched a powerful strike, knocking her down onto the planet below. As Huan Yue hit the ground, a violent explosion erupted. When the dust cleared, a huge crater appeared on the surface. Lying in the crater, she silently realized this was Bing Hu's power, one of the 7 great marvels. The battle ended, Huan Yue fell into a comatose state. Bing Hu slowly descended to the ground, wearing an icy crown. The crown radiated the cold light of frozen crystals. Her long lashes were also coated with a thin layer of shimmering ice. Bing Hu stood silently beside the crater. Behind her, 3 beams of light shot down from above toward the ground. The pink beam was the 3rd green dart, Fei Yingfen Tong. The 2nd silver beam was the 3rd green dart, Feathered Wing Jing Han. Finally, the white beam, 3rd green dart, 3rd foot white snow. Bing Hu glanced lightly at the 3 who had just appeared. In the distance, a young girl laughed brightly and ran quickly to her side. She was the current Bing Fei, running hastily when she suddenly tripped over a small stone. The slip caused her to fall face down, landing right in front of Bing Hu's feet. The 3rd green dart witnessed this familiar scene, remaining silent. Bing Hong shouted, "What are you doing? Restore this place immediately." The contemporary Bing Fei lay sprawled, her face smeared, trembling and stammering, shielding herself with her hand. That action briefly surprised Jing Hong. After calming, she asked Bing Hu, "Do you need to prepare anything?" Bing Hu replied coldly, "A challenger has arrived." From her gaze, everyone saw a shadow gradually emerging from afar. Bing Hu continued, "He is here," and as the figure became clear, it was Su Liang. She believed this was the true plan of the Yun Wu Si, using the sacrifice of 3 supreme masters to awaken a being from 10,000 years ago. However, for a 9-star semi-divine to leave the sacred hall, there must still be a crucial condition. I do not yet know what that condition is, but one who ascended the 10,000-meter heavenly peach ring surely understands. Only 1 hour remains before the full moon vanishes. Yue Zhaiwang will use this frail body to face the strongest master of the era. Su Liang, under the title Bing Vu Thien Lan Hao, gritted his teeth and rose, stepping forward. Before him were 2 gigantic figures. One was Lei Tiude of the Celestial Void System, Emperor Rank. The other was Bing Hai Dong Than, also of the Celestial Void System, Emperor Rank. He forced himself past them, his whole body bearing tremendous pressure. Swift spirals of light encircled Su Liang's body. Lei Tiude looked on, mocking that the boy who left only a month ago returned like he was courting danger. In this half-alive, half-dead state, it would be better to stop. Yet he proceeded without hesitation. Bing Hai Dong Than smirked. Perhaps he intended to collapse before Bing Hu to attract attention. Facing the 2 giants, Su Liang's eyes remained calm, showing no fear. He loudly commanded, "Step aside. I am here to challenge Bing Hu." Those words surprised both of them. Su Liang quietly stepped past them, as if nothing obstructed him. Lei Tiude and Bing Hai Dong Than realized that, with Yue Zhaiwang having conquered the heavenly peach ring, he fully deserved to fight Bing Hu with all his strength. But would he be serious, daring to challenge one of the 7 great marvels in such a depleted state? Bing Vu Thien Lan Hao was the symbol atop the era's peak. Su Liang said coldly, "Absorb energy freely. I have been accumulating silently for a long time, whether facing Kong Kwe Gong, Liu Sha, Yu Jai, or Hun Sha, all for this moment." Now the 12 heavenly purities, 3rd green dart, and Bing Hu have all gathered. Unlike the remnants on the heavenly peach ring, they are all true forms. Su Liang spoke, "Show me the evolutionary limits of the Kin Hoa Thai and Gai." Finally, he stood before Bing Hu. Under heavy pressure, Su Liang panted with exhausted breath. Facing him, Bing Hu led the formation, Behind her were the third green dart. Cold air radiated from her. The chill sweeping across forced him to shield his eye. Su Liang gritted his teeth, struggling to stand firm. The third green dart exchanged glances but said nothing. However, the contemporary Bing Fei could not remain calm. She stepped forward and called out loudly. Bing Hong immediately pulled her back, covering her mouth to stop her from speaking rashly. A flash of light appeared, and everything around suddenly vanished. Su Liang spoke, "If you cannot defeat me within an hour, then you must accept one of my requests without refusal." Bing Hu responded coldly, "Yue Zhai Wang, if you came to provoke me then. Return soon, for our battle could end in a single moment." Su Liang summoned his weapon and gripped it tightly. When the weapon was fully manifested, he said, "The duration of time is for me to decide." The corner of Bing Hu's lips twitched slightly. Immediately after, her figure dissolved into a cold stream of light. Su Liang closed his eyes, focusing all his spirit. The space began to fill with falling snowflakes. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shot straight at him, startling him, leaving no time to react. The strike of light hit his body, sending Su Liang flying. With a single blow, Bing Hu propelled him into the sky like a meteor, surpassing the earth and heading toward the moon. Circles of energy appeared on the ground, and she gradually materialized at their center. After striking, Bing Hu merely flicked her hand as if defeating him were too easy. Everything before her quickly returned to its original state. Bing Hu declared coldly, "Today's lunar miracle ends here." Suddenly she heard Su Liang's voice, "Is this all your full power?" Bing Hu turned her gaze toward the moon. There Su Liang stood in the middle of a large crater, eyes fixed on the earth. Previously, the strike had propelled him from Earth to the moon's surface. In stopping, the impact forced him through the surface and continued onward. Only when he collided with a massive meteor did he come to a halt. The collision caused an explosion, shattering the meteor into fragments. Seeing Su Liang still standing, Bing Hu realized this was a being she had never encountered. An entity that had never appeared in the history of the world. Someone beyond all comprehension and ordinary laws. A completely new emperor. Bing Hu immediately charged to engage, creating a series of explosions around the moon. Earth Tam Bich Tiu observed the battle, wondering what power Yue Zhai Wang relied on to fight. Jing Hong thought to himself, with a body so depleted, how could he withstand Bing Hu's attacks? Another violent explosion erupted. After the smoke cleared, Su Liang tightened his blade and said, "Still 58 minutes remaining." He swung Yan Yue forward, thinking that this blade was only a concealing layer. In his mind, Su Liang understood that he could hardly face the Ice Queen directly. He closed his eyes, realizing that his ultimate combat power truly lay hidden deep within his own body. Suddenly, in Su Liang's determined gaze, a strong premonition arose that tonight they could create a true miracle with the Moonlight Sealing item. The system announced that the Moonlight Sealing item belongs to the Moonlight system, capable of absorbing all attacks and surrounding vibration. When it reaches its limit, it will trigger backlash, but at the same time, it enhances the defensive ability up to 5,832,000 times, dispersing the impact force, and after the cube is activated, it retains 1% of the initial power. Within 60 minutes, all damage will be erased, and when the state ends, all the damage will be returned to the opponent. The cooldown time is 30 days. From the central moon lake, the miraculous water moon until now, it had completely abandoned its attack ability, proving that the defensive power had evolved to the utmost level. Therefore, at this moment, there was no reason to fail. He slightly smirked with confidence. Su Liang floated among the layers of cherry blossom petals, his gaze fixed on Bing Hu with a provocative look. "Ice Queen, try and defeat me." She merely looked at him coldly, remaining completely silent. Bing Hu's body gradually became transparent. She transformed into a fierce beam of light, passing through the petals and charging straight at Su Liang. Su Liang activated the death state, completely immune to any damage, believing that all damage would be nullified within these 60 minutes. He decided to wait until the last moment to return all the damage, launching a final blow to finish the opponent. However, he still felt that something was unusual. Despite being much closer to the moon, the moonlight within his body was weakening more and more. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Perhaps the moon in the starry sky is just a fake, true energy source of the moonlight system. In reality, it existed on their very planet. After a series of attacks, Bing Hu finally spoke. So composed Yue Zhai Wang. "Do you think that relying only on defense can hold out until the end? Still, I must praise you. This shield is even sturdier than the turtle shell of one of the 7 wonders." Su Liang was momentarily startled when he heard the mention of the turtle shell, a symbol of the 7 wonders. "Wait, it seems the 7 wonders don't simply represent supreme combat power. In fact, they are extraordinary deeds that reach a certain realm, and from there, they are honored as the 7 great wonders. 7 wonders include the wonder of love, the wonder of the void 7 strings, the wonder of the moonlight bow of Aquarius, the wonder of the crystal sea, the wonder of the sky queen of ice, and finally the wonder of eternity, which perhaps Binghu is referring to. However, the world only knows the name Wonder of Eternity, while its true nature remains a mystery. Su Liang exhaled quietly, reminding himself that this currently did not concern him. He refocused and reminded, Ice Queen, you only have 40 minutes left. Binghu calmly replied, Oh, Yue Zhai Wang, you truly are a worthy opponent, even surpassing the previous Misty Demon. But it's still not enough to fill the void in my heart after the battle with Aquarius. The ice crown on her head slowly receded. Binghu spoke solemnly. Then let me see. Ice shards began to appear around her. Binghu officially entered her transformation state. The armor on her body began to crack. A massive surge of power spread throughout the space. Behind her, enormous ice wings appeared, and she coldly questioned, What do you rely on to be worthy of inheriting the Aquarius Palace? Upon reaching the extreme realm with 10% power release, the surrounding meteors were also covered by a thick layer of ice. Floating in midair, Binghu reminded, the one who calls himself king, if you yourself awaken this era then. Don't let yourself fall too soon. The process of her power release left Su Liang deeply astonished. Immediately after, she turned into a powerful beam of light and charged straight into the ceiling item. The enormous shockwave pushed Su Liang flying across the universe. Both headed straight towards the sun. When it collided with the sun, a violent explosion occurred. As the smoke cleared, a thick layer of ice appeared on the sun's surface. From a distance, a huge gap on the sun was covered with ice and snow. Binghu stepped back to observe, saying, This is my power. Yue Zhai Wang, I have trapped you in the heart of the sun and sealed the entire surface. You cannot survive to escape. Though this may amuse me a little, the outcome ends here. However, she suddenly noticed something unusual. After casting a sensing spell, Binghu was astonished. Impossible. Yue Zhai Wang's life aura still remained. Near the sun's flames, a small light gradually appeared. Inside that halo, Su Liang stood tall, completely unharmed. Su Liang silently calculated at the current speed, he needs about 30 minutes to escape the sun, while the sealing object continues to absorb energy. At the decisive moment, he will return all damage to Binghu, creating the finishing strike for this era. Amid the Milky Way, the ice layer grew denser. Binghu quietly increased her power to freeze the surface. Su Liang stepped closer to the sun's surface, counting down the time, 30 minutes, 20, then 10. In the final minute, the cherry blossom petals surrounding him became thicker than ever. Facing Su Liang, Binghu thought this man might rekindle her fighting spirit. He continued to release her ultimate realm to 20%. Su Liang raised Yan Yue ready to fight, determined to strike first at Binghu. Then he continued absorbing the sun's heat for another half hour. Even he could not measure the terrifying power of this strike. Cracks began to appear in the ice covering the sun. Binghu was astonished at this sight. She spread her ice wings, preparing to meet the attack. As the moment arrived, Su Liang swung his blade forcefully toward her, shouting, Come here, Ice Queen. The strike fell, completing the sealing object technique. Binghu erupted into a brilliant beam of light, triggering a massive explosion. From distant Earth, people could still observe the explosion in the sky. Thousands of fragments were scattered across space. These fragments flew toward nearby planets. They created countless large craters on the planet's surfaces. Tambich Tiu quickly flew up to avoid the dangerous fragments. After the smoke cleared, Jing Hong wondered in astonishment what level this battle had reached. She continued to be stunned when she saw another scene. In the distance, a powerful beam hurtled toward Earth. Su Liang appeared within a protective barrier, completely unharmed. Observing around, he realized the freezing range even exceeded the area of dozens of planets. He silently marveled, is this the power of the Ice Queen? Yet even after the sealed object's state ended, it continued absorbing attacks, and the shield value only decreased by about 10%. Here it is, I have won. That was Su Liang's final thought before his consciousness gradually faded. His body slumped, a hand as cold as ice caught his back just in time. Binghu quickly held Su Liang before he hit the ground. Her gaze lingered on the young man in her arms. The ice on her forehead cracked, then healed as if it had never broken. Binghu silently regretted, he nearly defeated me. Her hand gently brushed his face, a whisper filled with emotion. This feeling was unbelievable. Yue Zhai Wang, you must stay with me forever. Cannot leave so easily like in the Aquarius Palace. Since that full moon night, 3 days had passed. Princess Yun returned in a pitiful state, shocking the entire Lamb Kingdom. This proved that the 3 unmatched figures remained unsurpassable, not something the new era could casually challenge. Yet since that night, everyone realized the world was shifting, the number of Western region emperors clearly increasing. Even Princess Yun, despite her severe injuries, revealed nothing more. At the same time, in an ice cave in the eastern region, Su Liang slowly opened his eye. He asked in confusion, "Where is this place?" His body was naked, hair much longer than before. He checked and was stunned. All injuries from previous battles had vanished. Not only that, his strength had surged to mid-6-star level. Even stranger, in this freezing place, he felt no cold at all. The system reported that the absolute moon physique provided extreme ice resistance, tolerating -200 degrees. During this, he was astonished what had happened and where was Bing Hu. Was she still alive? Su Liang scanned the surroundings. Suddenly he panicked, calling out Bing Hu. Seeing her lying right beside him, he grew even more flustered. "Why am I sleeping next to her?" He still could not believe it, muttering to himself. "Have I transmigrated again? What is happening?" He looked with doubt. How could she withstand that blow and be fine? Something abnormal gradually surfaced in his mind. Looking in the mirror, he was stunned. Is this really me? Su Liang stood frozen as if turned to ice. He immediately commanded the system to check his body status. The system instantly switched to search mode. A large interface appeared before him. Numerous notifications appeared about absorbing the bloodline of the ice god, enhancing genes, improving ice resistance, and achieving absolute moon compatibility. Su Liang stood frozen. What is this? He guessed that this transformation might have been caused by the divine bloodline. He approached Bing Hu, realizing this could be a mutual benefit but still had doubts. He didn't understand her true intention. Suddenly, an invisible force pulled his hand towards her. He blankly called out. He lost his balance and fell. The fall caused him to land right where Bing Hu was lying. She cracked her eyes open, their gazes meeting with complexity. Su Liang sweated, his heart pounding rapidly. Bing Hu stared intently, gently biting her lip as if thinking. He was even more confused by her reaction. She reached out and lightly touched his face. Then she pulled him close and suddenly placed her lips on his. Before Su Liang could react, his face turned red. The kiss slowly deepened with time. The system then sent a notification about absorbing the ice bloodline, increasing strength and resistance. At that moment, Su Liang suddenly snapped back to reality. He immediately pushed Bing Hu away. He stepped back, covering his mouth and coughing softly, embarrassed. The system continued to report the acquisition of a new ability, dividing life into 7 layers, each layer recovering after 10 days. After reading, Su Liang was still confused. He looked at Bing Hu's life bar. He realized he hadn't defeated her. He had only reduced 1/7 of her life. He wondered why she had given him that power. He touched his lips, realizing the first kiss was no longer there. Bing Hu spoke reassuringly that he had won. She said he could ask for anything according to their agreement, and Su Liang immediately demanded the sword of CH letter 1EA7M Tin Yan Yue. She agreed instantly, saying that was his purpose in coming here and that she would guide him. He added that the system's void had no value to her. She just didn't want it falling into others' hands. Su Liang still asked, "Why give me that power?" Bing Hu smiled gently. He stepped closer, mentioning that Phi Th letter 1ED1 palace would soon appear, and he would definitely go there. She explained that she had to guard the eastern region, so she could only enhance his power. She walked slowly, her voice hesitating as she mentioned that B letter 1EA3 O Bin Nam had once left her. Afterward, she had to wait thousands of years before meeting him. Su Liang was shocked upon hearing about the perfect moon body that could cleanse all impurities. Bing Hu seductively suggested granting him another ice power. She leaned in and whispered a small condition, wanting to leave behind the bloodline of the strongest descendant with 3 combined systems. Hearing that, Su Liang froze as if turned to ice. He told himself, honestly, even in imagination, he only sometimes thought of the little deer and Yan Yue of the calm star. Su Liang scratched his head, pondering, but the heavenly system seemed incompatible with Han Bing, the 2 elements too far apart. The elder concubine saw this and immediately spoke, asking what had happened. Bing Hu deliberately teased Su Liang, saying that if he were the rare 1,000-year-old absolute moon. She leaned in, whispering that even if this were done, it would have no effect, right? Su Liang responded awkwardly, I am just thinking. Su Liang embraced Bing Hu and asked how powerful the descendant she mentioned would be. Wanted to confirm, meaning the next generation. He wavered slightly, asking if it was really strong. Bing Hu smiled and asked back, have you ever heard of the Supreme Azure Calamity? Bing Hu recounted, according to my knowledge, 50,000 years ago the Supreme Azure Calamity once birthed a bloodline with another white deer great emperor, but But then, she continued, then went completely silent. Can you guess why? She envisioned a goddess with a pair of long horns rising up. Binghu explained, no one has ever witnessed its existence. Perhaps it was sealed for tens of thousands of years to end this era forever. The true assassin was actually the entire White Deer clan, a powerful being blessed by many gods, possessing the strength to close an age. Perhaps that existence had silently awakened, while the royal princess was merely a facade. Binghu turned to look at Su Liang with an inscrutable gaze. Su Liang wondered, the power to end an era, really. Binghu thought quietly, relying solely on the 4 unrivaled monarchs of Golden Butterfly, Aquarius, Peacock, and Sagittarius was still insufficient. But if allied with the Eastern Empress, the Winter Queen, she asked Su Liang, what do you think? Are you moved yet? Binghu leaned close, whispering that our descendants will certainly not be inferior to me. She further seduced him by gently touching his cheek, saying he could contract with his absolute moon form. Su Liang closed his eyes in contemplation. He decisively grasped Binghu's hand. His face slightly flushed. All right, I agree, let's begin. Binghu happily responded, very good. He embraced Su Liang's neck, saying before entering the reproductive stage, first, part of the ice power must be transmitted to him, then he would receive a passionate kiss. The system displayed, absorbing the divine ice bloodline, compatibility increased, bodily activity increased, ice resistance increased, absolute moon physique fully fused. They spent the entire night together. The next morning, a new day began. System again notified, absorbing the ice bloodline, all stats continued to surge. Notification, ice fusion compatibility multiplied, divine bloodline broke limits, unlocking extreme cold realm. The extreme cold realm initially sealed most power, releasing it gradually to maximum. Only rapid breaths echoed in the cave. Su Liang lay down thinking, finally, a long day was over. Indeed, this did not happen once but repeated many times. Now any request from the Ice Queen, he feared, would be hard to refuse. Binghu said, Su Liang, we have finally reached the last step. This process will last about half a month. He asked, are you ready? Su Liang was startled. Wait, what did you say, half a month? A drop of strange liquid fell onto the water surface. Su Liang was surprised. Is this what she meant? Giving birth to a descendant, he asked, must I bleed for 15 days? Binghu replied, it will quickly complete. Later I will incubate, and you can be free in the cave. Su Liang remained confused, so it was already possible to produce offspring. Binghu smiled, of course. Did you think we would use primitive methods that would hinder breaking limits? Su Liang blushed from the disappointment. He sighed softly, very well. Binghu smiled gently, asking what he was thinking. He embraced him from behind, explaining that by human ways, we are companions. Even if he requested something excessive, I likely would not refuse. Su Liang blushed, awkwardly saying I. Binghu interrupted, but those matters. Wait for me to finish incubating before continuing. He spoke gently, the weapon is over there, take it yourself. Su Liang obeyed. System reported, host Su Liang, special physique, ice resistance, power increased. He thought, this harvest was truly great. Suddenly, he realized something. He entered the white space, before him was a blade. Su Liang touched it, realizing this was more concerning than imagined. He observed, then wondered about Binghu's device. He sat down, thinking understanding the other's mind was not wrong. He accessed Binghu's device. Su Liang exclaimed in surprise. The screen displayed strange information about a prominent account with large spending history and high title. Su Liang was astonished. Could this be a network addict? Turns out there is still signal here. An unexpected notification popped up. Su Liang was slightly confused. Breaking news appeared, new information on the Moon God Temple. The Tai Yin faction declared the Guardian will awaken on the full moon night, inviting powerful figures to Central Region. Viewing details, Su Liang realized more news concerned the Moon God Temple. Device displayed additional reports. All princesses failed. The Snow Overlord's status remained unshakable. Moon God Temple suppressed the Western region and captured 3 guilty emperors. A topic suggested attacking the Twin Moon sect, alongside climbing achievements and sharply rising followers. Accompanying images showed Moon God Temple, overpowering rivals and capturing enemies. Su Liang thought the image was imposing, completely opposite from the others. Comments poured in, praise and criticism mixed, some lauded, others mocked, all revolving around power and reputation. Su Liang could not help but be amazed, never expecting such a connection between himself and the Ice Queen. Returning to the icy cave, everywhere was covered in sharp, sparkling ice crystal. Su Liang spoke, the Ice Queen, Phitho Palace is about to awaken. I will go to Central Region to check the situation. Binghu frowned and asked, what did you just call me? Su Liang stood thinking for a moment. He changed the way he addressed her, my wife. Bing Hu replied cheerfully, very good, go ahead. Liang could only sigh in helplessness. Blocks of ice connected in succession to form a path stretching endlessly. In front of him appeared a cave entrance leading to another space. The light from outside shone blindingly, forcing Su Liang to squint. Then he could see the scenery ahead clearly. 4 women knelt simultaneously before Su Liang. Jing Hong showed absolute reverence. Bai Zhu looked colder and more imposing. Ben Dong remained silent, bowing deeply as if in complete respect. Su Liang smiled and said, let's go, girl. Come with me to the central region. The Yunwu mineral camp in the eastern region, snow covered everywhere. 3 girls trembled, holding each other and crying, begging not to eat us. We are not tasty. Liu Sha reassured them, I told you, I won't harm you. I just want to stop you from revealing information to the Ice Queen. Moreover, I have never eaten ice people. That rumor was just preparation for the battle with the Supreme Jade Calamity. 3 girls kept crying, making Liu Sha angrily shout, are you listening to me? A burst of laughter sounded. Liu Sha said irritably, stop laughing as well. Bai Si floated above a rock, observing from a distance. He thought silently, still no news from Yue Zhai Wang. These 2 sovereigns, especially Liu Sha of the Tong Hu clan, were recovering their strength at an astonishing speed. Bai Si worried she was only a high-level emperor. If they caused chaos in the eastern region, it would be hard for her to stop. Suddenly she sensed a strange aura. Bai Si looked toward Liu Sha, who was standing there. She flew over and spoke, who are you? Bai Si exclaimed in shock, Tam bitch Tiu. She thought silently, not only that but the current Ice Fi also appeared. What are they planning after all? Would the Supreme Being detect this plan? The atmosphere became extremely tense. Giant ice split in 2, forming 2 clear factions. A figure appeared in the misty haze. Su Liang stepped out majestically. Liu Sha exclaimed in shock, you are Yue Zhai Wang. I see froze, wait, why not the Ice Queen? Su Liang calmly said, Ice Fi, take Tambich Tiu and Liu Sha away first. Jai and Bai Si follow me. He assigned tasks. We split into 2 directions. Advanced to the central region from 2 lines to confront Phi Tho Palace and the lunar eclipse. Jing Hong and Bai Zhu responded in unison, as ordered. Bai Si was stunned by Su Liang's completely different aura. She wondered what Yue Zhai Wang had experienced in the past half-month. The central region, at the lunar axis area, the full moon hung high in the sky. Messages spread rapidly, the Moon King returns. This is Su Liang's era. The Tai Yin faction should accept defeat. Who can defeat Yue Zhai Wang? A cold voice rang out. Does the Twin Moon sect dare attack me online? If so, then prepare yourself. She declared, this full moon night the lunar eclipse will shake the entire world. With such weak forces, do you think Yue Zhai Wang is no longer a threat? Her gaze full of determination, then let's begin. She ordered the remaining 5 seals, destroy them all. Sky over the 10th yin axis was cold grayish blue. The full moon shone on the desolate land. A group in white cloaks silently advanced. Before them were ancient mystical stone pillars. One said, we leave other areas to protect the 10th yin axis, is that all right? In the distance, a thick layer of ice stretched to the horizon. Someone quickly reported, the 7th yin axis has been destroyed. The enemies are 2 high-level emperors. Immediately after, a light flared, another report came. The 6th yin axis was destroyed by a sovereign. A cold sovereign voice rang. It seems the lunar eclipse has completely allied. A woman descended from above, saying the Wind Moon sect was forced to release the last sealed force due to being cornered. 2 sisters shouted in unison, win. 3 masters gently descended before Zhao Yue. Zhao Yue bowed respectfully, sir. My strength is insufficient to prevent this great chaos. The mistress said solemnly, the decisive moment has come. Be ready to devote yourself. 2 silently looked at each other without speaking. A voice echoed in Zhao Yue's mind, telling her to accept. Under the dim moonlight, she tilted her head slightly, as if listening to whispers from deep within her mind. Her expression gradually calmed. She replied, I understand. The mistress smiled, hearing that I am at ease. She turned her head and said, and they are coming soon too. Elsewhere, 3 beams of gold, blue, and red light appeared simultaneously. A voice of amazement rang out, that's King Yue Dai Dai. Queen Yu gently bowed. 3rd King Xuan. Queen Yu presents herself. Next was Xiao Hu, Western Saint Clan, king of the Western region. And finally the 3 goddesses of the Bai Lu clan, 3 young princesses. The mistress smiled, saying, I used half the resources of Moon God Palace to persuade them. Under the silent night, the gray land sparkled like diamonds. Unfortunately, the eastern region was sealed, so the Ice Queen could not come. Explosion sounded in the distance. The mistress said, if she were here, even the lunar eclipse would not be formidable. Thunder tore through the sky. The mistress said in a deep voice, even Yue Zhai Wang in the past had to consider this situation. Phone was raised, cheers rang out, there he is. Kang Yue Dai Dai in real life. On the phone screen, the comments scrolled continuously, some asking why Yue Zhai Wang had not appeared yet. The three backup princesses of the Cloud Palace and the Yu Queen Mother had all arrived. The nearest Holy Land envoy had also respawned. Was that designed the Moonlight Saintess? She didn't look like a master at all. Someone wondered why so many powerful figures were invited just to deal with Yue Zhaiwang. Another replied that if you don't know, don't speak nonsense. Is Yue Zhaiwang really that strong? ABC Hector 666 shouted, everyone. Suddenly a foot struck her face with a loud, dry crack. ABC screamed, hey, who just hit me? Boss sternly stared at her. With her hand on her hip, the boss glanced and asked, Third Phi, what are you doing? ABC quickly raised her phone to explain, this is a live stream, do you understand? The boss stared at the screen with a confused expression. On the phone, her image appeared along with a flood of comments like, the beauty of the sovereign is amazing. Does the Moonlight Palace really have such a beauty? I didn't expect such a powerful beauty. So cute, I can't stand it. Get out of the way so I can take the first spot. ABC happily said, Sovereign, the times have changed. Just a few hours of rewards can cover the costs of Moonlight Palace's requests. I did this for the palace's funding. Huang Nguy letter 1EC7T silently glanced at her. Suddenly, lightning struck continuously from the sky. A massive explosion erupted. The blinding light made everything disappear into white. The six of them, including Thuong Nguy letter 1EC7T, Ti letter 1EC3, UH letter 1ED3, and Yu Queen Mother, along with the three princesses of the Cloud Palace, stood frozen in shock. White-robed creatures floated in the air, their voices echoed. The third moon eclipse was gravely wounded by the golden butterfly bow and hasn't awakened yet. The 10th moon eclipse also lacks the power to break the seal. One of them removed their hood and said, then the seven of us will destroy this place. The boss thought in shock. This is the event that happened in the Moonlight Shrine 10,000 years ago. The leader ended the four-wind streak of the Hua Xian Palace. Tin Tin removed her cloak, looked down at them. Her thoughts echoed, the lunar army, the second moon eclipse, Tianxing Zai. Elsewhere, Su Liang walked through the snowstorm. Tam Bich Tiu, Bang Fai of the era, and Liu Sha had already set out. He had to speed up too. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes wide in alert. Sensing behind him, Su Liang thought this aura. Looking at the two figures in front, he realized the situation was not simple. A red monster with a single eye grinning, standing next to a white cloak floating in the air. Beneath them were chains like tentacles. White Cloak spoke, Yue Zhaiwang, we both understand this is my last chance. The red monster continued. The power of the B letter 1EC9 NG letter 1EA1N divine sect has run out. I must eliminate you before the 10th moon eclipse takes control of the center. Su Liang thought, the B letter 1EC9 NG letter 1EA1N divine sect is cornered. These two clearly have no intention of leaving peacefully. He sighed softly, no, I don't understand. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards them. I don't understand what you are thinking. Su Liang coldly said, because I can't comprehend your self-destructive thoughts. A giant eye glowed in the dark sky. Its gaze seemed to pierce through space. Green circle hovered in the air, emitting a soft light but holding immense power. The white cloak and the red monster trembled and said, this feeling of fear is like being torn apart, this is. A silent but powerful glowing orb appeared. Its voice echoed, yes, surpassing time and space for 26,000 years. Today I have returned. Brilliant green lightning spread from Su Liang, he thought. CH letter 1EA7M Tin Yan Yue has finally returned to its original state. He grasped it, the mysterious blue light enveloped his body, emitting a divine aura. Su Liang thought, I didn't expect that after Yan Yue's shell returned, its form was also larger than before. The red monster and the white-clad figure stared in astonishment at the scene. Yan Yue hovered in the air, surrounded by a blue spiral and three orbs of light rotating slowly. Su Liang realized the blade shell was a shield created from energy. Su Liang's gaze flickered in surprise. Is this the complete seven mystery? A massive whirlwind surrounded him. His thoughts rang out. Now she has surpassed most of the emperors, even strong enough to face the Gemini Palace. The jade ring beside her also stood still before the sight. Thought if only my true body were here, things would be different. The white cloak rushed forward. The one known as the Kai King decided to determine the outcome. Su Liang glanced and calmly said, this commotion is indeed too large, but I won't let you disturb the Ice Queen. Ground shattered, pink light burst like lava, forming a fierce radiance. The purple energy ring swirled around, the beams of light interwoven into an endlessly moving formation. The red monster screamed in panic, what is happening? The white cloak also responded in shock. What exactly has happened? Pink magic enveloped the surroundings. Su Liang leisurely advanced, making them tremble. Who would have thought a peak sovereign would fear a human? Swept past the white cloak and red monster, the pink magic also enveloped their bodies. In the astonishment of his opponents, he coldly said, "It's time to say goodbye to the remnants of the B letter 1EC9 NG letter 1EA1N divine sect." Leaving the two behind, Su Liang continued walking forward. "Strike will end all the bonds from before." He raised his weapon high. A faint blue light began to appear. Then Su Liang thrust it deep into the ground, causing the earth to crack violently. The space twisted, glowing energy petals fluttered around him. The Yan Yue's blade pierced deep into the ground, sending a torrent of energy that cracked the foundation stone. The golden light spread like lightning. In the distance, the red monster, distorted with fear, screamed that this desperate sword strike reminded him of a past nightmare. He stepped back, his eyes filled with confusion at the explosive power of the Gemini Palace Protector. Bon Nguy letter 1EC7T, CH letter 1EA5N, H letter 1ED3N. From above, a massive green light pillar descended, tearing the sky apart. Energy waves spread, causing the mountain to tremble. Stones shattered and dust rose everywhere. Amidst the dazzling light, the figure of H letter 1ED3 I-Phi Yarn gradually disappeared. The rays dispersed into the air. In the floating red-pink light, Su Liang stood firmly on the dry earth, softly saying that he should have used only 1/10 of his power. This strike was no different from a nameless slash. I-C looked down from above at Su Liang, her face filled with astonishment. She exclaimed that the sect leader truly was terrifying. Before the floating jade ring, small cracks had appeared. Bai Si thought deeply that Yue Zhai Wang had absorbed most of the power, otherwise everything around them would have been destroyed. Su Liang calmly said, "All right, let's go," heading for the central region. Bai Si replied, "No need to teleport, we can reach it in 3 days." Su Liang coldly smiled. For him now, it didn't matter whether it was day or moonlit night. At the same time, below the tower, the crowd below was still shaken by the aftershock of the power just released. Everyone looked up at the sky where the thunder and lightning formed a web. CHI letter 1EBF UNGUY letter 1EC7T stood silently without speaking. The red-haired figure tightened her gaze, muttering that there were 7 sovereigns. The sovereign laughed coldly, commenting that this welcoming formation was indeed too grand. Others held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Tin Tin looked down and said that it seemed no one wanted to confront her. Suddenly she stopped, as if sensing something unusual. Yuang and GUY letter 1EC7T unexpectedly stepped forward, ready for battle. Drew a pink umbrella from her chest. Under the dark sky filled with thunder, Yuang and GUY letter 1EC7T stood silently, holding the pale pink umbrella, her gaze directed towards the figures floating above. The sovereign thought in astonishment that this umbrella was even more outstanding than a monarch's treasure. It was the upper lunar Ua Na L letter 1EA1C, and the Dai Di letter 1EC7P Liern Hoa's true form. Yuang and GUY letter 1EC7T calmly said that Thiern Dao Hoan had never participated in any large-scale battles in the Moonlight Shrine and had never taken sides. Tin Tin's gaze lowered when she heard Thuong and GUY letter 1EC7T say that it was all for the friendship with the disciples of Hua Xian Palace. Thuong and GUY letter 1EC7T coldly affirmed that as an ally of Hua Xian Palace, she must seek justice for them. Thiern Tin too. Upon hearing this, the girl couldn't help but laugh joyfully. Immediately after, Tin Tin burst into a hearty laugh, her whole body swaying. She laughed loudly, then mocked, "Friends, huh? If you want to take revenge for your mother, just say it directly." Yuang and GUY letter 1EC7T's face was now heavy with emotion. In the air, Tin Tin suddenly dove down, her hair flying, her face full of malice, her eyes brimming with killing intent. She shouted loudly, "If you want to leave, let me test the strength of Yue Zhai Wang, the one who has been the champion of NGUY letter 1EC7T, TH letter 1EA7N, T letter 1EBF 3 times. Column of blue energy struck the ground, sending a swirl of dirt and rocks into a blinding light vortex. Her voice rang out amidst the explosion, "Let me see the purity of your bloodline." At that moment, a violent explosion erupted in the air, dust and debris scattered in all directions. The powerful gust of light blew her hair back, forcing her to turn instinctively, bracing herself against the shockwave. The ground beneath was devastated as if an earthquake had just passed. The silhouettes of the warriors fell into the dense smoke and dust. Red Hair anxiously asked the leader, "Where are Kang Yue, Dai Dai, and the others?" She replied that they had shifted instantly and had been fighting earlier. In the central region near the South Sea region, a loud explosion rang out, rubble flew, and in the center appeared a source of brilliant energy. Yuang and GUY letter 1EC7T swung her hand, opening the cherry blossom umbrella for defense. Countless petals filled the sky, shielding her from the incoming blinding light. Cold snort rang out, accompanied by a murderous aura cutting through the wind. Tin immediately shot forward. Two beams of light collided like meteorites crashing, the space shook and energy exploded, creating a vortex of fury. Leader silently observed and decided, if the war has erupted, we should also choose an opponent and join the fight. Snow suddenly fell heavily. She widened her eyes in surprise. Among the ruins, the white structures were reduced to remnants covered in dust. A massive ice column stood tall in the sky, cold and sharp. On top of the structure, Liu Sha, along with the ice people and Jing Hong, silently observed below. On the opposite side, Thuong and Guy letter 1EC7T and Tin temporarily stopped fighting. She thought to herself, what an impressive momentum, indeed the Dong Huyi clan. Liu Sha shouted loudly, stop fighting, everyone look at me, I have something to say, causing the leader, Yu Vuong M letter 1EABU, and Ki letter 1EBFP and Guy letter 1EC7T to be confused. Liu Sha smirked, you guys are truly a bunch of fools. The mirror displayed an image, the legendary sand bitch Tieru, finally seeing the real person. The emperors really have style. But this snow maiden is as pale as a corpse, really hard to understand. Her IQ seems to have issues. The Tam M letter 1EF9 tribe is truly strange. The legendary Ice Queen must be even more stunning. Little Fox and Yu Vuong M letter 1EAB, Yu stared in shock ahead. The girl lowered her head and thought, this person and Yu Jai should have been following Yue Zhai Wang. Why are they interacting with Dong V letter 1EF1C Tam bitch Tieru? If so, where exactly was Yue Zhai Wang shifted to back then, while Liu Sha majestically faced the leader? Didn't care, smiled contemptuously, even if all of you rush at me, I wouldn't take you seriously. The pole, wrapped in chains, began to shake violently. The people in white robes flying above observed. One of them spoke, don't act recklessly. This person is not just causing trouble, let me handle it. Person removed their hood and ordered, you all continue observing. Best to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate the fake ruler of NGUY letter 1EC7T, TH letter 1EA7N come. After speaking, he charged directly towards Liu Sha. Light from his body flared up, tearing his cloak apart, revealing his true form. That was the fourth NGUY letter 1EC7T, TH letter 1F1C, Thiern Vu Distro, letter 1EA5, UTH letter 1EA7N. The girl standing next to the leader gasped. The fourth NGUY letter 1EC7T, TH letter 1EF1C looks like he's heavily injured, nearly exhausted. Leader looked at NGUY letter 1EC7T, TH letter 1EF1C's wound and sighed. It's just a surface wound, but it has persisted for thousands of years without fading. Hearing this, he touched the wound, trembling in anger. This is the mark left by the person who would later become Bang Vu Thiern Lan, I swear. Liu Sha pointed at NGUY letter 1EC7T, TH letter 1EF1C, and laughed loudly. Turns out to be a defeated general under the Dong Huyi clan. Her laughter caused the opponent's killing intent to erupt violently. Torrent of power surged up violently. From above, a stone descended, embedding deep into the ground. Liu Sha calmly walked through the storm. She gently raised her hand and blew out a light breath. Breath immediately pierced straight into the heart of the vortex. The storm gradually dissipated. Liu Sha stood in the middle, unharmed. Yuan Yue gritted her teeth in anger, unable to harm her. Liu Sha raised both hands, curling them like claws, looking ready to strike again. But the sudden movement was only a leisurely stretch. The mistress of the Dark Moon frowned. What was she doing? Before she could react, Liu Sha suddenly turned his back, leaving everyone stunned. A rock suddenly shot straight toward the group of the Dark Moon mistress. Liu Sha cheered, impressed. The effect was not bad at all. Gao Yun below shouted angrily, what are you doing? Is this amusing to you? Yuan Yue hurriedly intervened, leave it, don't fall for her trap. This one has fought against the previous generation before. She suggested, we should deal seriously with the Tai Yin faction rabbits first. Suddenly Yuan Yue was startled, staring forward in horror. In the sky, the third Yuan Yue, Lord of the Infernal Moon, appeared. Yuan Yue spoke, the third Yuan Yue, your injuries have finally healed. Can you open your eye to this extent already? From the rock came a cold voice, a bunch of useless fools wasting time. Why not kill him and end it already? The mistress immediately tensed, staring at it. Suddenly, a massive force shot out from the third Yuan Yue directly toward her. The mistress raised her hand, summoning all her strength to resist. Cracks began to appear on the energy shield. She smiled helplessly, accepting fate. With her strength resisting this far was the limit, master. The rest is yours. The force broke through the shield and pierced the overlord's chest. She fell to the cold ground, a black smoking hole appearing on her chest. The Dark Moon mistress screamed in horror, impossible. The famed overlord of the Moon Palace could not withstand a casual strike from the third Huan. Little Hu explained, it is said the Moon Palace leader was not powerful, yet Moon Palace remains the top force in Central Continent. At this moment the mistress's eyes became vacant, the corner of her lips stained with blood. Just then a familiar figure appeared in her eyes. That person was Zhao Yue. The mistress whispered in happiness, "Master, you finally came to take me." The person patted her head and praised, "You have maintained the prosperity of the Moon Palace for 1,000 years. Very well done. The rest, leave it to me." No sooner had the words left his lips, the overlord's figure completely vanished. Dark Moon Mistress was stunned. This was the sight of a favored pet returning to its master's space. But this cannot be. The 16-year-old saintess of the Moon Palace is the master of the overlord. Gao Yun and Huan Yue also could not believe what they had just seen. The third Huan Yue roared no. The one who signed the contract with the overlord was not her, could it be? Suddenly, streams of aura erupted from Chu Yue's eye. In the aura, a human shape gradually appeared. Everyone exclaimed in shock, "The celestial maiden." Huan Yue gritted his teeth. "This old woman is still alive. How much longer can she survive?" The celestial maiden silently manifested after breaking free from the seal. Dark Moon Mistress and Gao Yun were astonished. It was unexpectedly the celestial maiden. She turned to observe around and said, "As long as you fight well, there are still 27 hours before the moment of the 10,000-year event." Celestial Maiden leisurely took a step forward with a composed demeanor. Firmly stated that every moment of her appearance was incredibly precious. The Celestial Maiden spoke to the figure lying on the ground. Zhao Chu Yue first moved back a little. Immediately after those words, the body slowly stood up. Then Zhu raised her right hand, and an energy aura instantly enveloped her arm. A flute gradually took shape in her hand. Everyone was stunned when they saw the object. Yu Wang Mu anxiously hugged her arm in fear. The Celestial Maiden gave the order, "Let it sound, Phoenix Melody." The melody of the 7-string Phoenix Melody immediately resounded. The sound spread throughout the space, and no one could escape its influence. She crossed her arms, anxiously thinking about the upper Phoenix Melody. Sound gradually transformed, bursting into a blood-red hue like fiery flame. She realized that when the main body was condensed, the power of the beings who heard the flute would be forcibly drained by half. He confidently explained that the more people who heard the flute, the higher their realms would rise, and the main body formed would become even stronger. She believed that ordinary people hearing it would not be a concern, as long as the powerhouses were unaffected. Even if there were billions of ordinary beast masters, they would only be equivalent to a few emperors. At this moment, she noticed the creature in front of her. She screamed in panic, "Impossible that." She angrily shouted, "Who didn't cover their ears?" The laughter behind her caught her attention. How interesting. Liu Sha lay still, feeling the strength of her pet being drained while calmly commenting that this sensation was quite new. At that moment the phoenix soared into the sky. It charged towards the three She with an incredible speed. A loud explosion rang out, and a burst of fire lit up the sky like fireworks. She's third eye shattered into countless pieces. It gradually vanished into the endless void. Ai Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Just one move and the third She was already defeated. The Celestial Maiden held the flute, controlling the melody while being regarded as a semi-divine being from the post-ancient era. She slowly descended, her gaze focused ahead. Celestial Maiden quickly retrieved her flute. She hurriedly left, amidst the bewilderment of those around her. Celestial Maiden carried Zhao Yue and ran, shouting loudly, "Hurry up. If you delay, it will be too late." Immediately after, a massive surge of energy erupted, shooting straight into the sky. Ai Yun worriedly asked, "What's going on? Could it be that earlier was just a show and she's using all her strength now?" Yu Wang Mu pointed far ahead and shouted, "Look over there." A hole suddenly appeared on the iron staff, from which a terrifying power emanated. The panic-stricken warned that the guardian of the Flying Rabbit Palace, Bei Tu Bai Yu Qing, was about to awaken. The Celestial Maiden, while running, sighed, "This is too terrifying, Yue Zhai Wang. If you stay there any longer, you will lose the qualification of the Moon God ceremony." Zhang Yue opened her eyes, her face full of confusion, not understanding what was happening. She wondered just how much the other person had grown, as an endless surge of power raced ahead. In the central area of Donghaiyan, Su Liang sensed the auras of the Gemini and Virgo constellations quickly moving towards the west. He wondered if they were intentionally avoiding him. He closed his eyes. A strange black eye appeared on his forehead. That eye scanned the area, and as soon as it found a trace, Su Liang realized he almost missed it. In just a few seconds, they were almost out of his line of sight. He pondered deeply, speculating that the auras of the two constellations moved simultaneously, possibly controlled by the same beast master. a place near the distant western region. The celestial maiden and Zio Yue stood on a cliff, sighing in relief after escaping the detection rain. Zio Yue wondered why they had to retreat, thinking that even though the Flying Rabbit Palace was strong, it couldn't possibly defeat them, and couldn't understand why they had to leave the Moon God Palace. The celestial maiden gently explained that Zio Yue had misunderstood. He had originally prepared to confront the Flying Rabbit Palace, but the situation had changed. She worriedly explained that a terrifying existence had infiltrated the central area, making it impossible for her to let Zio Yue stay any longer. She had a premonition that if Zio Yue witnessed it firsthand, her fighting spirit would vanish and the qualification of the Moon God ceremony would also be stripped away. Zio Yue thought, as the Moon God ceremony's royal figure, how strong must the one who could make her lose her fighting spirit be. At the same time, at the stone staff wrapped in iron chain, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck, breaking the seal. From the dust, a figure gradually emerged. Yu Wangmu and Zio, who were terrified when they saw that scene. The Haiyun group was equally shocked. Yue Shi and the white-clad figures all placed their hands on their chests and respectfully bowed. The one who just appeared was the 8th Moonlight Origin Palace, the guardian of the Flying Rabbit Palace, head of the Tai Yin 10 Moon Yue Shi, Bei Tu Bai Yu Qing. Shang Yue and Ting Ting were nervously facing each other. Suddenly, Ting Ting was startled as if she had discovered something. She immediately turned her head to look behind her. Soon after, Ting Ting vanished, leaving Shang Yue greatly surprised. Shang Yue was confused, wondering why the other person suddenly left. Was something wrong? On the other side, a new situation arose, and Yu Qing stood tall. She took a deep breath to stabilize her aura. Yu Qing shouted loudly, "Binghu Celestial Maiden." Instantly, countless bolts of lightning struck the ground from the sky. Zio, who was struck by lightning, unable to react in time. When the lightning ceased, the girl fell unconscious. Yu Wangmu quickly used her strength to protect herself. Liu Sha's group stood on the cliff, observing the entire development. She licked her lips with excitement. Finally, a worthy opponent had appeared. A hand gently placed on Yu Qing's shoulder. An Yue Zhaiwang from the Tai Yin camp appeared right behind her. She snapped her fingers and said leisurely, "If you've come out, there's no need to be angry anymore." She smiled and greeted familiar faces like Dao Yuan, Hai Zai in a friendly tone. An Yue Zhaiwang looked at Liu Sha in surprise and asked why the Eastern Hu family was present, then raised her hand in greeting. Ting Ting appeared, joyfully calling out, "Bei Tu Bai Yu Qing, my lord." He remained silent, offering no response to the call. Yu Qing looked up at the sky, wondering if this was the moon of this era, so gloomy and blinding. She opened her mouth wide, beginning to gather immense energy. Yue Zhaiwang immediately noticed Yu Qing's unusual action. Ai Zhu watched in confusion and anxiously asked, "What is she intending to do?" She smiled lightly and replied, "I'm not sure either. This child is stubborn. Once angered, even I find it hard to stop her." The accumulated energy grew stronger and denser. Sensing the moment had come, she released the power into the sky, causing the ground to shake violently. The energy surged straight toward the moon. Upon impact, the moon immediately shattered into countless fragments. Those below could only watch as the fragments fell like a meteor shower. No one could believe the spectacle before them. Everyone was so stunned their mouths fell open. They marveled at the immense power they had never witnessed. Bing Hong exclaimed, "A strategy of this scale far exceeds our understanding." Su Liang stood silently, watching without uttering a word. He smiled with excitement. Indeed, fate cannot be avoided. At this moment, Yue Zhaiwang reported the newly acquired bodies. Heavy Moon Body, Crescent Moon Body, and Sacred Moon Body obtained from Fat 2 by Ngok Khan. Bodies like Absolute Moon and Heavy Moon allow selection of inherited bloodlines. Among them, Sacred Moon Body converts the pet's power into moonlight essence, maintaining peak state at night and greatly enhancing it during the full moon. Crescent Moon Body only reaches its peak on a full moon night. Absolute Moon Body limits contracts with moonlight-aligned pets, while Heavy Moon Body allows free adjustment of evolutionary paths via divine bloodline. Su Liang contemplated the Heavy Moon Body, realizing that description alone could not fully convey its true meaning. He concluded that witnessing the evolution of the Phi 2 Palace Guardian firsthand was necessary to make an accurate decision. Su Liang wondered which was the correct evolutionary path between Crescent Moon Body and Heavy Moon Body. He turned and said, "Let's test my strength to see the true limits of Phi 2 Palace." Jade Ring was astonished, unable to believe those words were directed at it. It worried its essence had long dissipated. How could this remnant body face Fat 2 by Ngok Khan? Yue Zhaiwang declared, "I will withdraw the reward immediately." Su Liang calmly replied, Yue Zhai Wang, I withdraw only once. You understand what I mean. He clarified, I will base future treatment on your response. There is only one chance, cherish it. Hearing this, it immediately flipped open the book. The system announced, the new library has been unlocked. Su Liang praised, very good, this is correct. I will grant rewards later. Suddenly it sensed a strange aura, impossible this is. The essence of Yu Jai appeared, moonlight aligned. Once a supreme existence severed by the supreme mystical moon 10,000 years ago. Jade Ring trembled and said, finally, after 70,000 years we meet again. It immediately rushed toward Yu Jai. The moment it touched her, the ring shattered completely. A new energy ring appeared, hovering around the neck. Su Liang commanded, very well, help me test the current strength of Phi 2 Palace. Yu Jai looked at Su Liang with deep eyes. He approached and lightly pressed her lips to his. Su Liang was stunned, unsure how to react. Meanwhile, the moon area destroyed by Yu Qing descended into chaos. Everyone remained alert, watching ahead. Tin Tin recognized her as the guardian of Phi 2 Palace, Bat 2 by Ngok Khan, once called the Moonlight Demon. The girl hiding behind the rock was terrified, unable to believe anyone could overpower Phi 2 Palace. Even Kang Yue Dai Dai had never done so. She desperately wondered if anyone in the world could confront Phi 2 Palace and Yue Zhai Wang. Just then Yue Zhai Wang noticed a sudden blue beam of light. Yu Jai smiled, gently materializing. When Yue asked who Hai Van was, the girl shook her head, saying she didn't know. Even Tin Tin in white robes did not recognize the identity. Liu Sha was astonished by this appearance. Yu Jai flew in front of Yu Qing, calmly saying, after tens of thousands of years, new arrivals still act arrogantly. Yu Qing asked irritably, who exactly are you? Yu Jai smiled, replying, never mind, only 4 people currently know my true identity. One is Thuong Haiyan and Gaiet, now in the hands of Thuong Haiyan Daido. 2 is the Heavenly Maiden, silently observing the battle from afar. 3 is Liu Sha, present here. Yu Qing gritted her teeth angrily, what? She shouted, your domineering tone is truly irritating. Yu Qing opened her mouth again, continuing to gather power. The energy surged directly toward Yu Jai. However, Yu Jai remained calm, smiling. The attack could not reach her at all. The energy above her head seemed fixed. Rocks and earth floated motionless around. Yue Zhai Wang was shocked. Could time have been stopped? Other Yu immediately denied it, not so. Yuang and Gaiet explained, it's not that time stopped, but the space around Yu Jai has been stretched infinitely. Yu Jai calmly flew into midair. Yu Qing angrily shouted, stop immediately. Unbeknownst to her, her feet had touched the soft white fur of her opponent. Yu Jai smiled gently, calling little one. When facing the Moonlight Demon, one should at least observe basic etiquette. Ivan recognized and shouted, that is Fat 2 by Ngok Khan. Girl hiding behind the rock was astonished, never expecting Phi 2 Palace to be so easily suppressed. Yue Zhai Wang pondered, sensing danger from the start, thus instructing Phi 2 Palace to retain its power. Looking back now, Yue Zhai Wang of this era is indeed not simple. Her laughter caught Yu Jai's attention, not daring to reveal even her face. Could Yue Zhai Wang really be so weak now? Yue Zhai Wang speculated that the other sent someone to probe, fearing the power in Phi 2 Palace's moon body. Everyone around fell silent, unsure how to respond to such thoughtless words. Yue Zhai Wang asked awkwardly, could he truly be that strong? She looked at Yu Jai with suspicion, asking if he belonged to the Gemini, Celestial Defect, or Sagittarius constellation. He calmly replied that, unfortunately, that was not the case, child. Yue Zhai Wang did not underestimate you. He only wanted to confirm if your current strength was worthy of his intervention. During those words, she gritted her teeth in anger. Ngok Khan's voice echoed in her mind, Elder, if Yue Zhai Wang has said so, we should temporarily withdraw for now. The current successor of the Yue Zhai Wang title is the covenant holder of the Golden Butterfly constellation. Not long ago, he even surpassed the ancient Princess Yun and reached the peak of the celestial island Lu. During this, Kai Yue Zhai Wang remained silent, but her eyes showed no submission. She saw Ngok Khan trembling violently and anxiously asked, wait, what are you doing? Does the Golden Butterfly constellation have anything to do with you? He almost went mad, replying, yes, I have sensed that the divine blood concentration within the Golden Butterfly constellation is the highest ever. Ngok Khan unexpectedly read out the stats. My hybrid blood concentration is 177%, the Ice Queen's is 180%, Dao Yuan's is 190%, and the Golden Butterfly has exceeded 195%. Although bloodline does not fully determine combat strength, Yue Zhai Wang now has a direct connection with this constellation. He wondered if this was the Moonlight's punishment for their betrayal, causing her to tremble. Ngok Khan seemed certain that this era would eventually end, but before that, no matter what. She still had to give her all in battle against the Golden Butterfly. As the divine blood in her body surged, and she immediately began condensing boundless power. Angak Khan was thrilled, the anticipation making him unable to restrain himself. Determined to break all obstacles ahead, he surged forward with full power, and the clash of two energy streams produced a deafening explosion and blinding light. Yu Jai lightly raised a hand to block the attack, calmly saying that if he did not want to waste energy or wanted to meet Yue Jai Wang. His hand quickly condensed energy, forming a massive hammer. Yu Jai launched a counterattack at Ngok Khan, saying that now he would witness his true power. The direct attack collided with the protective barrier. The defensive barrier immediately developed cracks. Shang Yue, seeing the dangerous situation, warned that this was the barrier set up by Dao Yuan. And Yue Jai Wang fell silent, her expression stern. She ordered full support and to end the battle in the shortest time possible. Observing the unfavorable situation, Kaiyan Yue Jai Wang thought that if the opponent were not a peerless master, she would not have had to expend so much energy. Seeing Yu Jai strike with ease, she could not help but admire that one of the 7 mysteries willingly served the Moonlight's envoy. Gritting her teeth, Kaiyan Yue Jai Wang commanded the unleashing of full power for a swift victory. Ngok Khan received the order with eyes full of killing intent. He smiled with excitement, his entire body brimming with energy. The clock hands pointed directly to 12 o'clock. A tremendous power immediately surged toward Yu Jai. Ivan exclaimed in astonishment that this was its true final form. Liu Sha expressed interest, noting that this power was nearly on par with Bing Hu. Yu Jai's energy shield began to crack. He smiled at his master, saying that sorry, his limit could only reach this far. Ngok Khan felt regret that with his current strength he still could not force Yu Jai to reveal the lunar form. Elsewhere, Su Liang quietly calculated that to probe, he had not yet signed a formal covenant with Yu Jai, so the two sides were not fully fused. Even hundreds of kilometers away, the terrifying oppression from Phi Tho constellation could still be felt distinctly. He thought that if it were his former self, he would likely have panicked long ago. Su Liang reassured, saying that it was fine, he had done very well. He should rest for a while. Yu Qing, hearing this, immediately prepared to deliver a finishing blow to Yu Jai. Her claws nearly touched Yu Jai's face, yet she remained calm, showing no fear. Suddenly, Yu Qing's expression changed drastically. She immediately darted rapidly in another direction. Yu Qing stood in front of Yue Jai Wang to protect her. Unaware of what was happening, she looked up at the sky. Mother Yu was also confused, seeing Yu Qing suddenly stop, wondering what had happened. Before she could speak, Yu Qing also noticed something unusual. Yan Yue suddenly appeared from above. Dao Vin angrily said Yue Jai Wang was heartless, caring nothing for their lives. Everyone was horrified to realize this was the complete 7 mysteries, Yan Yue Bone Flower. Heavenly Maiden exclaimed in shock, this cannot be, for the sword lock of the supreme mystical moon, Bone Flower, was in Bing Hu's hand. Mother Yu covered her face in despair, fearing that if it fell, no one here could escape disaster. Yan Yue continued surging straight toward Yu Qing. She spread her arms wide to shield Yue Jai Wang. A deafening explosion shook the entire area. The light from the energy beam made everything blinded. Mother Yu squeezed her eyes shut in that moment. Then she slowly opened them and looked forward. Mother Yu could not believe they had been saved. It was the power of Thuong and Gaiet that protected everyone. Her gaze remained calm, unshaken. Surrounding Thuong and Gaiet's body was an immense protective energy. The Heavenly Maiden thought that the Flower Immortal Palace sided with Kang Yue Dai Dai, making the situation extremely complicated. If the guardian of Flower Immortal Palace had appeared, the awakening of that one would surely not be far off. That was the one who had ruled the Moon God ceremony for 3 eras, known as the strongest semi-divine of 9 stars in history, Sacred Moon Body, Dao Moon King. Spirit elves lay motionless on the ground after the shot. Yue Jai Wang trembled, saying she had seized the Yan Yue blade from Bing Hu. Girl gritted her teeth and softly called, eldest. She was injured from the previous attack, weakly responding little by. Yue Jai Wang stared in shock at the scene before her. The tip of the Yan Yue blade pointed directly at her. Yu Qing raised both hands, putting all her strength into resisting. However, her power seemed insufficient to stop it. The tip of the Yan Yue blade drew ever closer. Yue Jai Wang called anxiously, little Bai. She trembled with a sense of helplessness. Yue Jai Wang stood up in fury, acknowledging that even Bing Hu had never forced them into such a predicament, while Yue Jai Wang herself had not yet revealed her true form. She immediately ordered little Bai to use all her power. Yu Qing closed her eyes, preparing to unleash her maximum strength. The energy ring above her head began to open and spin continuously. Sensing the moment had come, she raised her hand, channeling power directly into the sword. A thunderous explosion erupted as the power struck the ground. Everyone stared in horror at the Yan Yue sword embedded deep in the earth, exclaiming, has it pierced through already? Shang Yue responded coldly, not yet. Frostbone body was incredibly sturdy, still able to block the strike of Yan Yue Frost Blossom Blade. Tran Tin swung his blade at Ngok Khan but could not penetrate. She opened her eyes with a cold gaze. Ngok Khan immediately unleashed a massive burst of power. Yan Yue charged straight forward, the blue blade emitting a faint glow. Ngok Khan used all her strength to resist. Two struggled fiercely. She held Yan Yue tightly with her hands and tried to shift away. Orange and blue energies clashed violently. Ngok Khan released her grip, the ground trembling fiercely. Madame Yu Wang gasped, relying solely on her aura to repel the Yan Yue Frost Blossom Blade. Ngok Khan remained standing, flames flaring around her body. She began to concentrate her inner strength, the divine blood concentration soaring from 180% to 199.9%, her white fur turning a brilliant gold. Her entire white cloud body transformed completely, emitting a resonant whistling sound. Ngok Khan stood on the cracked ground, raising her hand to shoot out a powerful beam. Beam shot into the night sky, piercing swirling smoke rings, then erupted violently upon hitting the target. Shang Yue watched the sky, quietly realizing this move targeted a specific objective. On the opposite cliff, two girls, one tall, one short, stood observing. The celestial maiden did not understand, her blank eyes following the unfolding events. She tried to break free from her current state, ignoring the worry behind her. The celestial maiden clasped her hands, preparing to cast a spell. Before her, a ceremonial gate appeared in the gloomy sky. From the distant bushes, a large explosion rang out. She quickly concealed herself in the thick smoke. The celestial maiden stared at the empty gate before her, so tense she could not speak. On Ngok Khan's side, the aftershocks formed three large gashes in the ground. Yan Yue Zhai Wang stepped forward, clenching her hands, declaring coldly that no one would leave today. Ngok Khan continued to attack amid the desolate scene, undaunted by the provocation. Her eyes peered from beneath her hair, ferocious. She roared, "The celestial maiden, Yue Xian Palace and Yue Zhai Wang all must stay." Dame Yu Wang covered her mouth in shock. How could she know? Ngok Khan did not turn, calmly stating, after awakening, "All auras in Central Region fall under my control." No matter where the celestial maiden hid, she could still sense her. Ngok Khan also targeted Yue Zhai Wang, observing from the eastern sea. She distorted the air, confidently declaring everything was within her perception. Ngok Khan's hand shot out a fierce light. The beam sped like a meteor before gradually dissipating. A sudden shift occurred, surprising Ngok Khan. Shang Yue also showed a shocked expression. Just before Ngok Khan's attack, Liang appeared suddenly, eyes cold, facing her. While Kaian Yue Zhai Wang was still astonished, Su Liang had appeared behind the celestial maiden. He recalled having contracted with Yu Zhai. His extreme ice power unlocked to 120%. Su Liang smiled, though the Vong third thigh was frozen, it was still manageable. He stood firm, hair lightly fluttering, taunting, "What surprised, I am disappointed with the performance of the Zhang Yue form. Merely increasing the divine blood concentration means nothing to me." Those words enraged the opponent. Su Liang affirmed there was no need to worry about the Zhang Yue form any longer. Kaian Yue Zhai Wang refuted fiercely. The physique recorded in the moon record cannot be ignored. The absolute moon form has long vanished. But mid-sentence, she realized something unusual, not right. She stared at Su Liang, suspecting he was one of the rare Yue Zhai Wang who possessed the absolute moon form. Her gaze turned serious. Could he have gathered all the elements? Kaian Yue Zhai Wang shouted a warning. Zai Oba. Ngok Khan immediately swung her hand to attack Su Liang. A brilliant orange light appeared, an energy circle forming before her. Su Liang stood amid smoke, completely unharmed. Ngok Khan was astonished, unable to believe he remained safe. Su Liang focused, activating his skill. 3 black streaks appeared on his hand, along with strange marking. He looked at the system and decided it was time to choose his final physique. Su Liang closed his eyes, resolutely saying, "I choose." A blinding light burst forth, obscuring everyone's vision. Ngok Khan's face tensed. Su Liang hovered in midair, eyes shining brilliantly. Kaian Yue Zhai Wang was astonished. If not the Zhang Yue form, how could he reach this level? What inheritance did he receive? Su Liang opened his eyes, calmly replying, "This is not the Saint Moon form." System announced, the Absolute Moon dual form activated, using extreme ice power and inheriting the 12 palaces. The new power maximized moon system compatibility, removed realm limits, and allowed unconditional summoning of pets. Su Liang looked ahead, thinking no one said possessing the absolute moon form prevents further inheritance. New power made his aura explode, comparable to a demigod level. He stood firm with a confident smile. Shang Yue witnessed everything, utterly amazed. The celestial maiden also remained silent for a long moment. Tian Yue Zhaiwang could not believe it. One of the four major physiques cannot have such might. Zhu Liang looked at the celestial maiden, asking if she was the first envoy of Virgo Palace. He teased that her constant restriction of activity time was childish, but her ambition was admirable. Zhu Liang's attitude irritated her further, but she did not retort. He turned to Shang Yue, mocking Hua Xian Palace for always hiding in the next generation. Zhu Liang challenged the three forces Hua Xian Palace, Dao Yuan, Seven Mysteries, and Ne Luo, want to unite and attack. His words struck a nerve, showing their plan to end the era's struggle was far from simple. In the crowded space, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent, everyone lowering their heads quietly. Finally, Su Liang broke the silence, saying that the lunar eclipse move looked dazzling. He stood firmly on the ground with a composed demeanor, giving the impression that anyone unwilling to fight could leave. Today, he only wanted to deal with the Tai Yin subordinates. His eyes flashed, glancing in a specific direction. Immediately after, Su Liang flew into the air, followed by glowing golden butterflies. You are the guardian of the Golden Butterfly Palace of the Second Yu Territory, Moon Lord with 8 wings. A brilliant light erupted. The sovereign of the 10th palace, guardian of Kongzai Palace, Tai Yu Zhou Yan Mingwang appeared. Girl with long blue hair was the 7 mystic Yan Yue Xuang Ho. Yu Jai of the 7 mystic Blue Dagger Heavenly Palace was also present. The 4 girls now surrounded Su Liang. Calculated silently, in the extreme cold scene, increasing strength by 200% would suffice. There was no need to reveal all his trump cards today. A short-haired girl hid behind a large rock, her face full of panic. She sweated, wondering if this scene was something ordinary people should witness, and whether Yue Zhaiwang would notice her. Someone observed in shock. 4 sovereigns appeared while Su Liang was only a few stars. How could he sustain such enormous consumption? Jade Khan observed Su Liang's group closely, appearing and disappearing. After a moment of silence, she still did not comment. Zhou Yan smiled at Su Liang, calling him little devil, and saying it had been a long time since they met. Immediately after, she froze, noticing something unusual. Su Liang's expression turned serious. Catching his cold gaze, her smile instantly faded. Zhou Yan said seriously that from now on, no matter the punishment, she would not resent, asking if that was enough, master. Su Liang looked at her intently. Then he coldly replied, "As you wish, go." Zhou Yan bowed and left. He walked in 2 different directions. Su Liang silently calculated with the twin crescent moons, the consumption of the pet no longer affecting him. Watching her back as she left, he was confident that when her energy ran out, she would still return to seek him. Zhou Yan was naturally aggressive, so the battle officially began. A crescent of light appeared behind the jagged rocks. Purple light flared behind her. That was the combat skill triple segment Dawn Break. Successive beams struck down, shaking the ground violently. People hurriedly shouted for retreat. The panicked crowd fled to avoid being caught in the attack. A person in blue was struck by the purple light, the power so overwhelming that the robe dissolved, face full of horror. Jade Khan turned back angrily and scolded, "A useless bunch can't even dodge." She thought silently that letting the opponent continue would only increase casualties, needing to deal with that nuisance first. Jade Khan spat out a ring of bright fire, condensing into a brilliant sphere. Then all the energy suddenly dissipated. When the energy reacted back, she clutched her throat, nausea rising. Jade Khan looked ahead, stunned, not understanding what had happened. He cultivated again, trying to condense her power, but it all vanished in vain. Jade Khan raised her head, realizing who was blocking her. A blonde girl from Golden Butterfly Palace appeared. Purple lights continued to pour down, causing strong tremors in the ground. Tin charged forward with fierce momentum. A powerful strike hit Zhou Yan's stomach, seeming to end the fight. She still smiled mysteriously. She turned her head, eyes cold and determined. Splintered wood floated in the darkened air. Jade Khan clenched her fists tightly. Flames surged in her hands, activating Tai Yin power to become immune to energy and mystical elements, only affected by physical attacks. Zhou Yan turned back, still not understanding what was happening. Jade Khan raised her head, releasing an extremely powerful light, casting the combat skill Star Core Annihilation. Zhou Yan maintained her smile, appearing very intrigued. He countered with the combat skill Purple Star King Throne. A fierce attack struck, the ground splitting apart. A purple fireball rose from the ground, surrounded by a giant orange circle. In the air, both sides continued fighting fiercely. Amid the devastation and dust, Tin and Lunar Eclipse's group sat on the ground, many injured, some collapsed. Lunar Eclipse trembled, asking if the fight was over. Suddenly a scene horrified her. A giant pit appeared after the battle. Zhou Yan floated above, still smiling calmly. Jade Khan continued trying to condense an orange energy sphere. Su Liang immediately reminded not to use energy, as the opponent was immune to this type of attack. Yu Jai turned in shock. She immediately cast the Jade Beast technique of the Emerald Nation. The sky was dyed a brilliant green. Tintin and Lunar Eclipse felt their strength and momentum drain. The girl struggled to rise, muttering curses at her own body. Her hands felt stuck to the ground, unable to move. Tintin gritted her teeth, struggling in vain. In the air, Yanyue raised her great blade, eyes blazing. Green aura swept across the sky. Lunar Eclipse screamed in despair. Both were defeated in an instant, bodies disintegrating and vanishing. The pet forms gradually dissipated into dust. Wei Wang turned, worriedly calling Xiao Bai. She remained standing, her body shining as before. Jade Khan noticed a striking red streak appearing above her head. Clutching her wounds, Jade Khan still struggled, unwilling to admit defeat while the battle was not yet over. Jade Khan smiled coldly, then declared, "I will not stop. The strongest can only be me." The celestial maiden folded her arms behind and observed, her gaze following Jade Khan stubbornly standing in the circle. She reminded the fight was over, no matter how strong, she could not surpass those four sovereigns. Seeing Su Liang still standing in place, the celestial maiden added, "It is impossible to advance before Yue Wang." Su Liang made a decision. After all, Dai had once been a member of Moon Radiance. "Then let her leave in glory, I allow it." "Thank you." The golden butterflies shone brilliantly in the darkened sky. The beasts gradually disappeared. In moments, all that remained was a thin wisp of smoke hovering. Su Liang told Zhou Yan that he permitted her to perform a spectacular finale. She smiled lightly in response to the thanks. Zhou Yan faced Jade Khan directly. The two transformed into streams of light rushing toward each other. Collision caused violent tremors and blinding light. Su Liang looked ahead, then suddenly turned around. His eyes followed Yue Wang rushing forward. He thought silently, could it be he still had a trump card? Su Liang looked at Yue Wang, feeling bewildered. Could she want a one-on-one fight? He hesitated, but the Feng Shui artifact was still there. What else could she do? A circle of light in the shape of a petal appeared in the dark sky before Yue Wang could reach. She raised her hand, declaring, "We will not fall here." Two fingers raised and her hand expanded, casting a magical attack, admit defeat. Another strong shock swept through. Su Liang paled. What is happening? He guessed the Feng Shui artifact had been completely destroyed. The system announced, the moon ring power of Taiyin activated. All touched beings face death. Beast masters cannot carry pets. He grasped his arm tightly. Eyes gradually became empty and soulless. That dark body no longer had any light. Shang Yue and Queen Yu exclaimed in horror. Could it be Yue Wang? Image of Yue Wang made Su Liang collapse to the ground. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Was she really dead? Yue Wang laughed seeing Su Liang fall. Shang Yue and Queen Yu witnessed this scene, stunned and speechless. Her face clearly showed triumph. Laughing, Yue Wang suddenly paused. Shimmering blue meteor fragments appeared above Su Liang's head. The system announced, the heavenly gift divides life into 7 stages. Damage exceeding limits will be nullified and recovered periodically. A gust of wind gently swirled around his body. Clothes on Su Liang's body vanished due to the explosion, leaving only faint streaks of light. He opened his eyes, sat up quickly, and scratched his head, glad he had the Ice Queen's power, otherwise it would have been dangerous. He stood up and looked at Yue Wang with disbelief. He didn't expect her to have such a cheating technique. Su Liang's bare body made Yue Wang blush. He excitedly thought that his trick was even better. Yu Wang Mu and Shang Yue were speechless as they looked on. Xiao Dao on Shang Yue's chest couldn't help but comment on the absurdity of the two Yue Wang. Hearing this, Shang Yue looked down. He said, "Xiao Dao, you are also a Kai Wang. Don't you have any special traits?" Xiao Dao immediately got angry and retorted. Yue Wang clenched her fist, trembling with anger. She raised her hand, intending to cast something. Su Liang stepped back, causing her to lose balance and fall forward. She cried out in pain. Su Liang grabbed Yue Wang's hair and dragged her across the ground. She blushed, tears welling up from the pain, not understanding why his body was as hard as steel. She noticed a weakness below. "Wait, maybe it's there." She kicked at his lower body, and Su Liang quickly reminded her to show some decency in such a public place. Su Liang questioned, "Is it done yet? As a beast master, you should decide the outcome with your beast companion." Let go, sending her flying far away. The crescent moon garden turned red. The celestial maiden commented, not caring about the precious flower, "If it were me, I would have ended her long ago." Shen Yue, standing beside her, could only remain silent upon hearing that. She hugged her face and laughed, enjoying the drama while teasing her old rival. It was so interesting. Shen Yue sighed, thinking she wouldn't buy comic books for her anymore. Su Liang activated the power of the golden butterfly bow. Immediately, his clothes were fully restored. He thought to himself, it's no wonder the great masters of the past didn't like to wear clothes while fighting. Su Liang looked up at the sky for a moment, observed the intertwining beams of light. He realized that after the great battle and Yan Yue's devastating blow, the stamina and beast power of the Flying Rabbit Palace had been exhausted. Yu Qing was still faintly glowing. It seemed she was still stubborn, her eyes wide open. Then suddenly they closed. A beam of light pierced through her body. In front of Ko Yan, her body disintegrated. She barely managed to say, "Everything is over." An announcement sounded, the Flying Rabbit Palace had failed, and the Tai Yin V lost the right to participate in the Moon God ceremony. Yue Zhai Wang slowly sat up, quietly listening to the sound. The Phi Tho Palace had failed, the Tai Yin faction lost the right to participate in the Moon God ceremony, yet he still stood there unyielding. The announcement echoed again, Phi Tho Palace defeated, the Tai Yin faction disqualified from the Moon God ceremony. Su Liang guessed the ritual was about to enter the next stage. He spread his arms, voice deep, "Start." The final Moon God ceremony unleashed the power. The normally silent space grew even quieter. At the Yun Wuxi Holy Hall, mist coiled around the lighthouse. Moon hung high at the Three Kings Selection Holy Land. The water gradually receded like a retreating tide. The system announced, the final power of the Moon God ceremony is the sole reward upon reaching the peak of the heavenly peach loop. Activating it removes all restrictions on the Overlord, awakens sleeping demigods, and allows the host to face the era's trials as a sovereign victory, breaking the divine order. The celestial maiden looked at her hand, activated her skill, and said regretfully, "The 10,000-year activity limit has vanished. Could the rules be collapsing?" Dao Yuan angrily objected, "Heavens, what have you done? You clearly promised not to activate it. It will cause the greatest disaster in world history." Su Liang calmly replied, "So what? This outcome was only a matter of time. Arriving 300,000 years earlier makes little difference." Dark clouds slowly gathered. He gazed at the distant sky with solemnity. If no one reaches the peak of the heavenly peach loop, then what? And even if they do, what significance does it hold? Celestial Maiden and Dao Yuan listened silently. Their expressions grew heavy. He continued, "Even if the gods predicted a terrifying existence 300,000 years later, it has nothing to do with me. Having obtained this power, I naturally have the right to unleash it." The eastern region appeared desolate. Water slowly flowed down the mountain crevice, forming a long stream. The stream poured into a lake below. Where Bing Fei was immersed with closed eyes, she gradually opened them and surfaced. "Oh, finally I can leave the eastern region." On the other side, after the tense battle, everyone had yet to depart. Shang Yue smiled coldly. Truly, this kid knows no bound. She questioned, "You think merely defeating Phi Tho Palace allows you to confront the whole world?" Shang Yue continued to taunt. Even the first-generation Yun Princess and the Supreme Azure Calamity were not the most terrifying rank. Moreover, countless overlords were unrecorded, as the beings of that era were nearly extinct, her tone sharp and bitter. Su Liang replied nonchalantly, "So what? To avoid annihilation, you allied and monopolized the Moon God ceremony for 3 times, right?" He counted them off. First Dao Yuan. Next was Nai Luo and the others. Along with the guardians of Hua Xian Palace, Dao Yue Zhai Wang, leaving her speechless and unable to refute. After a while she had to say, "Forget it. At least now is not the time for the moon-bright civil war to erupt." The image in Shang Yue's eyes gradually faded. The celestial maiden thought, "In any case, I did not intend to declare war at this moment." She was unwilling, but the scheme nurtured for thousands of years was shattered by Yue Zhai Wang's decision. The short-haired girl woke from behind the rock, sensing the atmosphere suddenly become heavy. Su Liang silently calculated, activating power now would not only waste an opportunity to increase combat strength, but also make the factions resent him more. But he also assessed, presently it was the moment with the highest probability of victory. A figure appeared behind Ngok Khan. Tai Yin considered an enemy, but in truth were only the usual victors of the Moon God ceremony. Shang Yue appeared in brilliant light compared to them. Dao Yue Zhai Wang's 3 consecutive dominations, along with feats like Dao Yuan, 7 Mysteries Nai Luo, and Hua Xian Palace made this faction overwhelmingly powerful. The Celestial Maiden, with her flute image, also concealed the auras of Gemini and Virgo palaces, possessing the complete 7 Mysteries Phoenix Melody, terrifying combat ability yet remaining hidden until now. Added to that was the White Deer clan at Yun Wuxi rampaging for 300,000 years. Even reaching 10 stars cultivation could hardly avoid unpredictability. In his mind, a diagram of the 5 forces appeared with a star in the center, the strategy gradually taking shape. Symbols in the diagram showed cracks, the colors became dim. Activating the power would disrupt the plans of all forces and exploit the time and information gap to achieve victory. Su Liang turned his head and looked back. His gaze stopped on Tin Yue Zhai Wang. He silently shed tears, her sad gaze directed downward. Su Liang bent down to her eye level, speaking clearly. The lunar sovereign faction has been removed from the Moonlight Shrine. You no longer have any chance. Lifted Tin Yue Zhai Wang's chin. Give me the contract of B letter 1EA1CH NG letter 1ECDC Con. I will sign a temporary contract with you. He persuaded by doing so, you can still continue fighting in the Moonlight Shrine. But Tin Yue Zhai Wang showed no reaction. Su Liang's gaze became more determined. He then stood up and retracted everything back. PH letter 1E9NG NGUY letter 1EC7T beside Theern and letter 1EF was shocked. So living creatures can be retracted as well. She replied that if there was no resistance, it was completely possible. Su Liang rubbed his forehead in frustration. There's no time to persuade her now. He would find a chance to talk later. The system announced, the Moonlight Shrine has entered its final phase. All restrictions on the sovereigns have been lifted. Based on power and strategy, the world is divided into 7 factions. When a representative of a faction is eliminated, that faction loses eligibility. The Northern Region faction includes Yue Zhai Wang, Su Liang, and the guards of the Sagittarius, Golden Butterfly, Peacock, Aquarius, Yujai, and Upper Lunar Moon Master Hua. Central Region faction includes Theern and letter 1EF, Moonlight Saintess, Gemini Guards, Virgo, and Upper Lunar Moon Fu Ka. The Western Region faction includes LUY letter 1EBF and Enhan So Destroke letter 1EA1I, 7 Major Wonders of Love, and Hun Sha. The Southern Region belongs to Theern Dao Han with Dao Yue Zhai Wang, Kang Yue Dai Dai, Wonder of Dao Han, Hua Xian Guards, Upper Lunar Yue Na Lak, and Temporary Moon Dao Sword Tower. Eastern Region includes the Ice Queen So Destroke letter 1EA1I, Sky's Wonder, Liu Sha, and the Lord of Eternal East. The Three Kings faction includes Yu Vuong M letter 1EABU, Wonder of L letter 1EC7 Chao, C Concubine, C Dry Emperor, and C Spirit H letter 1ECD a H letter 1EA3I. The Cloud C faction includes Cloud Princess So Destroke letter 1EA1I, Supreme Bitch H letter 1ECD a K I letter 1EBFP main body, 19th Colored Moon Crusher main body, Dream of Cloud Vows main body, and the generations of B letter 1EA1CH L letter 1ED9C Grand Emperor. Neutral faction includes wonders like Wu Wei, Eternal White Breath, Moon Miracle Earth's 7th Palace, and other upper lunar entities. They must choose a faction within 1 year or lose eligibility. The system continued to announce, every individual can join any faction. The winning faction will share the rewards, and many abilities have been balanced, such as the White Deer's Fog Realm, Yue Zhai Wang's powers, symbiosis with Sea Concubine, Dao Yue Zhai Wang's bloodline, Eastern H letter 1EADUS climate, and immortality of Theern and letter 1EF, while the Western region remains unchanged. Su Liang silently observed the continuous notifications that appeared. Finally, the system concluded, if the power accumulated from Extreme Cold Realm exceeds 100%, it cannot use Vong V letter 1EADT 30H letter 1E7Y to recover with the shield. This information is visible only to Yue Zhai Wang. He thought just as I suspected. Su Liang observed everyone. Each person had detailed descriptions that only the contract holder could see. He calculated the optimal plan. Even though the Extreme Cold Realm's recovery speed couldn't replenish Vong V letter 1EADT 30H letter 1E7Y infinitely, the consequences would be severe, but there was still another way. 3 girls from B letter 1EA1CH L letter 1ED9C remained silent. He continued to think. Their eternal fog realm had also been weakened. Theern and letter 1EF side, the chance to win is still there, but if delayed for a few 100,000 years, it might be even lower. Yue Zhai Wang's decision was correct. She looked into the distance. The Cloud Sea is truly terrifying with so many B letter 1EA1CH L letter 1ED9C Grand Emperors becoming strategic representatives. Theern and letter 1EF felt troubled. The situation had become more complicated. He realized that Eastern H letter 1EADU and the C Concubine faction had drawn closer. They must have formed an alliance earlier. Theern Dao Han was also close to the Eastern region. It was said that Hun Sha and Dao Han had once been intimately involved. Theern and letter 1EF felt a little uneasy. This meant she was almost alone, and Yue Zhai Wang was her only choice. In the end, she made up her mind. If she could ally with Yue Zhai Wang, the situation would change. Theern and letter 1EF looked at Su Liang. We were destined to meet, and I can sense the special bloodline in his body. Thinking it through, she immediately jumped in front of him. Without any hesitation, Theern and letter 1EF got straight to the point. Moonlight King, may I ask, are you married yet?